This young man was originally a scavenger. He collected remnants left behind after conquests. Today, while cleaning out a C-rank dungeon, Tsuyoshi accidentally discovered a ring stuck on a dry, skeletal hand. He was eager to put it on, planning to take it to Nakazato later for an appraisal. But as soon as he slipped it onto his index finger, the ring tightened, as if fusing with his flesh. Tsuyoshi cried out in shock, even feeling a slight pain from his finger. Then a notification panel appeared. The Ring of Infinity has chosen its owner, cannot be removed or transferred. The path of endlessness will soon open. He also heard a voice reading the notification, even though he was alone in the well. Next, concentric rings with a strange golden light emanated from the ring. Before he could react, Tsuyoshi was sucked into the center of them. He screamed for help, but it was too late. A few of his older colleagues heard something, saw him disappear, but because he was the kind of person who always used the last few moments to search, they didn't see him at the assembly point. They weren't in a hurry to look for him. They had no idea Tsuyoshi was free-falling into a bottomless pit. Waking up, he found himself kidnapped by beastmen, standing before an altar like a criminal. It seemed the divine punishment involved lightning striking the altar, and this was their holy ground. He couldn't understand how falling into a well ended up here. On the highest throne, the Beast King sat with an unreadable expression, signaling to begin. A beastman declared, "Today, 3 criminals will be executed. The first is a traitor who sold secrets to elves and humans." As soon as he finished, jeers rang out, cursing him as a despicable traitor. The Beast King ordered all 3 to suffer divine punishment. That was execution by Divine King's hammer, enveloped in countless thunderbolts. The lightning of death would crush sins in the body. The divine punishment quickly descended upon the traitorous beastman. Just looking at his face was enough to understand how painful this punishment was. The beastman declared the next one was a human who trespassed on holy ground, breaking the 1,000-year covenant, deserving divine punishment. Tsuyoshi was lifted up, prepared to be the next subject. He screamed, explaining he was just lost, begging for forgiveness because his little sister was still in the hospital waiting for him. But the beastmen did not listen. They punched him in the chest. The pain made him cry. He did not want to die here, not with Karina and the hero dream. How did things come to this? Tsuyoshi was forced to kneel on the altar, his heart feeling smaller and more helpless than ever. Insects, a tiny human, how dare you fight the giant beastman? You will soon become ashes after receiving the divine punishment. Cries from all sides rose again, all aimed at Tsuyoshi. Divine punishment was about to descend, but he was determined not to die here. When the thunderbolt struck the altar, he used all his strength to dodge to one side. This made the beastman around him extremely shocked. He had just dodged the divine punishment's lightning. This had never happened before. Tsuyoshi scrambled to his feet, shrieked, "I will not die here, you bastards." But the second thunderbolt had already struck. He wasn't prepared, took it head-on, screaming in pain. The beastman sneered, "Who said divine punishment only strikes once?" Next in line, the next person was a girl. Earlier, seeing Tsuyoshi resist, she had kindled hope, but now everything seemed useless. After being struck by lightning, Tsuyoshi was in indescribable pain, but his remaining consciousness still told him he could not die here, and at that moment, the Ring of Infinity he found in the well suddenly glowed, accompanied by a notification, activating the Ring of Infinity, Divine Selection System. Activation complete, system confirmation complete, beginning body restoration and Supreme Constitution construction. Another thunderbolt struck down, piercing through Tsuyoshi's body. The beastman watching only felt excitement, because it was the first time someone had survived the divine punishment in a barely alive state. However, Tsuyoshi's charred body suddenly floated up. The process of constructing the Supreme Constitution was progressing. Beastmen didn't understand what was happening, they only found it bewildering. As the construction progress of the Supreme Constitution increased, Tsuyoshi's body gradually began to recover. Luke, his divine eye skill, also began to activate and calibrate. In his drowsy state, Tsuyoshi felt something calling out to him. His body touched the ground once again. The astonishment of all the beastmen, Tsuyoshi began to walk. The ultimate physique had been perked to 60%, and the 2 skills, mind storage and absolute regeneration, had also been unlocked. Several beastmen, including the one managing the sacred Buddha, began to tremble in fear. They had never seen anyone get so close to the divine hammer. Conversely, the Beast King appeared excited. Could he be trying to lift the Divine King's hammer? Tsuyoshi was completely dazed, not knowing what he was doing. He simply kept hearing a voice calling and urging him on. He also did not understand why that voice was directed at him. All of Tsuyoshi's actions now were instinctual. Finally, the ultimate physique was perfected at 100%. He gained a special ability named the Chosen One. Tsuyoshi shocked the entire Beastman tribe when he actually lifted their entire Divine King's hammer off the ground. It seemed the calling that kept echoing in Tsuyoshi's head came from this very sacred hammer. He had absolutely no idea what the cause was, but since it had called to him, he would make full use of its power. And so, Tsuyoshi firmly grasped the tribe's sacred relic in his hands. The system immediately notified him that he had acquired the Divine Hammer and had reached level 3. The initial power of the Divine Hammer was currently unlocked at 0%. Due to his still weak abilities, the hammer's true power remained hidden. It possessed special effects, but required him to grow stronger to unlock its ultimate potential. Seeing a tiny human touch their sacred relic, all the beastmen could not believe their eyes. Even Lord Beast King himself could not lift this thing. A prophecy within the tribe stated that whoever lifted the hammer would become the chieftain. Yet now it was in the hands of a human who had just been subjected to divine punishment. Ryoshi's wounds had completely healed, and he faced the system screen. He was still bewildered, not understanding why his body had become this strong. Holding the hammer firmly in one hand, he seriously observed the screen in front of him with the other. Suddenly, the beastman overseeing the sacrificial altar charged forward, loudly berating Chiyoshi. He roared that a human was not allowed to touch the divine hammer with filthy hands. With those words, he lunged straight at Chiyoshi. It was clear he had malicious intent. Seeing this, the crowd of beastmen began to cheer and riot. They believed that General Ryuga would not let that human continue his insolence. They begged him to restore the pride of the beastman tribe. Ryuga looked at Chiyoshi with eyes full of hatred and contempt. He said he did not know what trick he had pulled, but escaping divine punishment and lifting the divine hammer was unacceptable. Ryuga ordered him to silently return the hammer to its place and submit to punishment. A notification screen appeared before Chiyoshi's eyes. The divine eye skill was activated. It allowed him to view detailed information on any object with just a glance, and it could be used continuously. Chiyoshi immediately used his divine eye to inspect the man before him. Ryuga held the title of Great General, was level 84, and possessed the beastman warrior profession, wielding an A-grade greatsword. Chiyoshi found it a bit strange seeing his opponent's information. He understood instantly that Ryuga was a stubborn one. Seeing Chiyoshi staring back at him without an ounce of respect, the beastman growled in a deep voice, asking if the lowly inferior dared to challenge him. "If you wish for death, I will grant you a quick end." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Knowing he could not fight a level 84 warrior, Chiyoshi quickly tried to explain it was just a misunderstanding, but the brutish beastmen were not fond of long conversations, and they did not let him finish his sentence. Ryuga had already raised his greatsword high and brought it down with force. All who witnessed it believed Chiyoshi was surely dead. Ryuga was one of the 5 great generals under the Beast King, with strength far surpassing a mere human. They believed he would be cleaved in two. The moment the greatsword descended, the entire altar shook violently. It seemed all of his power was concentrated into a single decisive blow. Yet the terrifying truth was that Chiyoshi blocked it. He used the very divine hammer he had just acquired. The block was purely an instinct for survival. He himself could not believe he had done it. His arm felt numb, but the hammer was truly very hard. Ryuga could not hide his astonishment either, seeing Chiyoshi block the strike and remain standing. He would not accept defeat and believed he had only survived thanks to the divine hammer, so he decided to attack again. Chiyoshi still tried to explain, but the other party refused to listen. This time he put away his blade and charged straight in. Using his rough hands, he tightly clamped around Chiyoshi's throat. Ryuga planned to throw him into the air and finish him with his earth shock technique. A perfect plan, in this moment of utmost peril. System suggested Chiyoshi use his copy skill, allowing him to feel the opponent's heart to select a skill. However, he could only store one skill. If he copied a new one, the old skill would disappear. Chiyoshi was a very intelligent person. He immediately understood the meaning of feeling the opponent's heart. It meant he had to touch the opponent's chest with his hand. As he fell, Chiyoshi tried to reach out his hand, even though it was just a very light touch on Ryuga's chest. But that was enough to activate the skill. However, what he did not expect was that beastman. He possessed far too many skills. It left Chiyoshi momentarily bewildered. He did not know which skill to copy. For Ryuga, being touched on the chest was a great insult. He flew into a rage, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill, Heaven Earthquake. At the same time, Chiyoshi also discovered a skill that suited his divine hammer perfectly, which was Heaven Quake. This was an extremely powerful warrior attack skill. Although he could not fully utilize it due to lacking the necessary class and weapon, Chiyoshi closed his eyes, chose Heaven Quake, and copied it. Immediately after, he fiercely turned around and countered with that very skill. This stunned Ryuga so much that he forgot to attack. Impossible. How could he use my skill? Ryuga cried out in shock. A booming sound rang out, followed by a series of deafening noises. The beastman's ritual altar seemed about to collapse. Chiyoshi thought he could defeat his opponent with this strike, but Ryuga was completely unharmed. His eyes were full of confusion, and he even thought Chiyoshi had deliberately held back his power, causing him no pain, instead making him feel comfortable. In reality, he had used all his strength, but because he was only level 3 lacking a class and suitable weapon, Chiyoshi could not deal damage. To improve, he had to level up. After reading the notification, Chiyoshi was speechless, only muttering 2 words, "What the hell?" Using Ryuga's own skill without causing any pain made the beastman feel insulted, so he immediately lifted his green blade and once again charged at him. But this action was stopped by a loud shout, "Enough!" The beastmen were in an uproar again upon realizing the Beast King had left his throne to act personally. If Ryuga, just one of the 5 great generals, was this strong, how terrifying would the Beast King be? The moment he landed on the altar, a massive tremor occurred. Dust and smoke filled the air everywhere, severely limiting Chiyoshi's vision. Yet the scene that followed was a scene no one could have imagined. Because the lofty Beast King of the Beastman tribe was kneeling before him. The entire Beastman tribe was was in total shock, and Chayoshi was equally perplexed. After kneeling for a moment, the Beast King stood up, walked towards him, and said that he was truly chosen by the Divine Hammer King, a sign from the gods. The past hundreds of thousands of years, he was the first to be chosen by the Divine Hammer King. The Beast King placed his hand on Chiyoshi's shoulder with an utterly sincere gaze. It seemed that compared to the insane Ryuga, the Beast King was easier to talk to. Before the entire tribe, he solemnly declared that the Divine Hammer King could not be lifted by anyone, but this human had done it. He is the future leader of our tribe, so we need to give him time to temper himself and grow stronger. The Beast King's declaration shocked the entire Beastman tribe once more. Indeed, as the prophecy had said, the one who could lift the Divine Hammer King would be the master of the entire tribe. But the problem was that Chiyoshi was not a beastman. How could a human be the tribal chief? Ryuga did not understand what the Beast King was thinking. He spoke up to remind him, "But my king, this one is human, and what of it?" The Beast King turned his head, his sharp gaze intimidating, completely different from his gentle look when facing Chiyoshi. "Does the prophecy say the leader must be a beastman, or do you want to ignore the embodiment of our tribe's hope?" Seeing that icy gaze, Ryuga quickly knelt down, not daring to oppose. He only said in confusion that although the prophecy did not specify, handing the leader position to an outsider placed the future in danger. The Beast King ignored him and turned to Chiyoshi to ask, "Kid, what is your name?" "Chiyoshi," he answered clearly. "Alright, Chiyoshi, if you are willing to shoulder our future, I will grant you freedom. However, you are still too weak. Within 1 year, you must become strong and return. By then, we will see if you are worthy of being the leader." As he spoke, the Beast King created a mental imprint linked to Chiyoshi's mind. He said if he did not return in a year, he would use this imprint to find and finish him, no matter where he was. In this way, the Beastman tribe would also be satisfied. The situation had turned too quickly for Chiyoshi to adapt. As he was about to reply to the Beast King, someone from the crowd below the altar suddenly shouted loudly, "Agree. Accept your freedom and become stronger." It was the girl who was supposed to face holy punishment, but because of the commotion he caused, she remained safe. A bit curious, Chiyoshi used his divine eye to check. The girl's title and name only showed 2 question marks. He only knew she was a level 72 beastman warrior using a short sword. She said, "Survive, living is always better. Do not waste the god's miracle." Although he did not know her name, the mere fact of a powerful level 72 female warrior was enough to surprise Chiyoshi, and he grew more curious about the reason she became a tribe criminal. This girl was right. Chiyoshi's survival was a miracle. He had no time to hesitate. He had to survive first before he could find a way home. Chiyoshi waved the female warrior and said loudly, "Thanks." He turned to the Beast King, agreed to the proposal but set a condition to bring the female warrior along when establishing the contract, because he thought she would be useful in the process of training his power. The other party was surprised when he specifically pointed out for her to follow. This action was no different from Chiyoshi saving her life. Finally, the Beast King agreed and the girl officially escaped punishment. Chiyoshi considered his life already spared. Though exhausted after a long day, that night he could not feel sleepy because he had many thoughts. Chiyoshi stared at the infinite ring on his index finger, recalling the voice he had heard. It seemed everything originated from this ring. He tried to take it off but could not. Thanks to it, he had this strange ability. But how could he return to his original world? A soft voice rang out, "Everything is prepared, master." Chiyoshi turned his head and saw the beast-skin female warrior with a happy face standing before him. He asked back, "Master?" She replied, "Yes, I decided from now on I will serve you, my savior." Suddenly being called master by a beautiful girl with beast ears, the feeling was stimulating to the point he could not resist. But in front of her, he could not show a lecherous expression, tried to adjust his serious look then replied, "It's nothing, you also helped me. From now on, we support each other. As for calling me master or serving," this time she cut him off, "You do not know how meaningful this matter is, master. You have given me a second life." The girl continued, "No one has ever stood up for me or said thank you, except for you. Please let me call you master." As she spoke, she grabbed Chiyoshi's hand, her tone extremely earnest. She kept emphasizing that his appearance was a miracle, wanting to dedicate everything to him. But at this close distance, Chiyoshi could not look into her eyes because her outfit's neckline was cut too deep. He averted his gaze, trying not to have a nosebleed, and said, "Alright, if you want, then call me master." The girl said thanks and asked, "Should we set off now?" It was getting a bit late. The girl led the way in front. She also did not forget to remind Chiyoshi to watch his step like a child. These were his first steps in this strange world. The feeling was also quite nice. But the thought of enjoyment was quickly dispelled when he remembered Karina was still waiting for him. He was still brooding over how to return, when suddenly the system notification appeared. Notification: the infinite path is now usable. Cooldown time is 24 hours. The words infinite path made Chiyoshi's heart leap. He remembered that it was this that had brought him to this world. So if he followed it again, he could go home home, right? Without thinking much, Tsuyoshi attempted the command infinite path open. Familiar feeling washed over him. He was again pulled into those concentric circles. Then he disappeared right behind the beast-skin female warrior. After a while of struggling in the distorted space tunnel, Tsuyoshi had indeed returned. He returned to the bottom of the well, checked and found the system was still there. The abilities from the other world were still intact. He was still at level 3, and the Divine King's hammer was still in his inventory. System explained that personal stats were shared between the two worlds, but items were not. To use items from another world, he had to place them in the sincerity storage first. He was about to study it carefully when he heard a call from above the well's mouth. "What is the fuss down there? Get out of the cave quickly before it closes." Tsuyoshi was astonished to see his colleague was still here, so he asked, "Why are you guys still there? I left for several hours." The colleague replied, "You have been here this whole time. Good thing I came to remind you. Get out fast before the cave closes." Tsuyoshi felt something was off upon hearing that. He was certain he had been in the beastskin world for at least 5 hours. Faced with the urging, he temporarily remained silent. Tsuyoshi had to climb up first, even though he still had a stomach full of confusion. It seemed time in the other world was frozen when he was in this world. This was too much like a fantasy story. So if he returned to the beastskin world, the time here would probably also stop. The more Tsuyoshi reasoned, the more confused he became. Just who was the original owner of the infinite ring that gave him this formidable power? After getting out of the well's mouth, Tsuyoshi suddenly remembered something. He asked his colleague urgently, "Right, the next awakening test is tomorrow, correct?" The drive that pushed Tsuyoshi to become a true hero was the pain and loss he had experienced. That day, in the pouring rain, a monster had ravaged the entire city. Little Tsuyoshi carried Karina on his back, running for his life. Her legs had already lost all feeling by then. But more painful was that their parents had not managed to escape. Tsuyoshi at that time had to face extremely difficult choice. That was to ignore them and continue fleeing. Maybe turning back would mean dying together. "It is you, Luke, who cannot make a choice." Neighbor Nakazato reached out a hand. He hugged the two children close. "Tsuyoshi, keep running. If you stop, you will die. Do not look back, or both you and Karina will be swallowed by the darkness. Stay calm, you cannot defeat the darkness." No matter how much time passed, Tsuyoshi could never forget that scene of rubble and smoke. Every time he remembered, he sank deeper into unending pain. Karina's gentle voice sounded, reminding him that he was in the hospital. She asked if he was really planning to retake the awakening exam tomorrow, and she worried about his health. Karina's tone and expression clearly showed her concern. Even the nurses praised her for being so thoughtful and considerate. Tsuyoshi asked back he was fine, but what about her? Was her leg still in pain? The nurse was giving Karina an injection. She said she was fine, but her body still trembled from the needle. Even though she could not stand and the pain remained, she was gradually accepting it. Seeing his sister suffer, Tsuyoshi could not bear it. He activated his divine eye to check Karina's injuries. Both of her legs were injured from being trapped under a collapsed building, leading to 98% nerve cell necrosis. Her current condition was periodic nerve pain, which could not heal naturally, with only a 1% chance of walking again. Tsuyoshi finished reading and felt even heavier. With only a 1% chance of walking, Karina must be going through great difficulty. She was still too young and should have had a normal life. Karina was Tsuyoshi only remaining family. He did not want his sister to suffer anymore. Though the probability was nearly 0, he still wanted to help Karina stand. As long as there was 1%, there was hope. There had to be a way. And the prerequisite was that he must become a hero. Then he could access more information to find a solution. He not only wanted to heal Karina's legs, but also wanted to live a life of pride. Therefore, he swore to become the strongest hero in history. Tsuyoshi went to BTG, the Hero Testing Corporation. At the Awakening Test area, a young man had just finished his test and received his hero badge. Even though he was only a D-rank hero, he and his mother were overjoyed. The next person was Tsuyoshi. Seeing from the records that he was a retaker, the person in charge was not enthusiastic. He told Tsuyoshi to place his hand on the device, but did not expect any difference. Tsuyoshi was undaunted. Soon, he would know if this time was a waste or not. Actually, without even needing the test thanks to the system, Tsuyoshi already knew he was at level 3. He was qualified to become a hero. He just did not know how high his combat power was, so he still had to take it seriously. Before entering the test, Tsuyoshi had activated his superhuman body and maintained that state throughout the measurement process. The person in charge outside felt the ground shaking. He thought it was an earthquake, but it was actually caused by Tsuyoshi. Finally, when the process ended, the results were extremely satisfying. He was a level 3 hero with a combat power of 5400. This number surpassed the previous level 3 combat power record. Tsuyoshi was the highest, far ahead of the second place with a combat power of 930. Even he was surprised by this result. He thought his combat power would only be slightly higher than the previous person, but it was actually 10 times greater. Though somewhat beyond his expectations, everything was going according according to plan, making Tsuyoshi extremely excited. He was also curious about the power of the Divine King's hammer, so he took it out to examine it. The system reminded him again that his level and conditions were insufficient to unlock the hammer's true potential. Forcing a release would require a massive amount of energy and could only be used for 1 second. 1 second was enough for the combat power meter. Tsuyoshi wanted to know how much his combat power would increase with the hammer, so he tried again. This time he poured all his effort into releasing the power of the Divine King's hammer. The release process succeeded. Tsuyoshi felt all his energy drained in an instant. The feeling was very unpleasant. He just wanted the measuring machine to be done quickly. The act of holding the hammer to measure combat power caused a shock far beyond expectations. A gust of wind seemed to appear across the city's night sky. A purple stream was constantly twisting and writhing. Along with this strange phenomenon, the entire city shook, not just the corporation building. The machine signaled an energy overload and could not measure the combat power. Then the lights around went out. An emergency announcement was broadcast throughout the building. The power went out, so the test was paused. Everyone evacuate quickly. The person in charge rushed into the test room to warn Tsuyoshi. Luke, you had your energy drained to the point of being skin and bones. He almost didn't recognize you. After that, Tsuyoshi dragged his tired body away. He had underestimated the Divine King hammer. All his strength was drained in a single second. He must avoid using it in the future until he was truly capable. But on the other hand, Tsuyoshi was happy that his main goal for today had been achieved. He had officially become a hero. The next day, in his new role, Tsuyoshi arrived at the training ground. There, a man named Gaia would be in charge of training him and a few other new heroes. Gaia was a level 9 warrior with a battle power of 1/200. He was so strict that everyone was terrified of him. Only Tsuyoshi, with his divine eye that saw through the opponent's information, felt a bit contemptuous. A level 9 with only 200 battle power, he wondered how high his own battle power would be when he reached level 9. As for Gaia, he was clearly unhappy about being forced to train rookies. This job was so boring he would rather go explore a D-rank dungeon. Tomorrow, everyone will enter a D-rank dungeon. After the practical experience, you will know a suitable class and can receive low-level items, Gaia announced. This information made everyone around Tsuyoshi gape. They had just passed the test, had no basic skills, and should have had a week of physical training first. Gaia flatly skipped that step and threw them into the dungeon. Physical training, he replied irritably. There was no time. You are heroes now, you have to hone your skills through real combat. I went through the same thing. He warned that the training course was very demanding, and if they couldn't handle it, they should quit. The last 3 words were shouted so loudly that the new heroes dared not utter a peep. Tsuyoshi grew even more irritated with this man, knowing he was just venting his anger. It seemed heroes were just human too, and a few bad-tempered ones were unavoidable. However, Tsuyoshi's mood was still good, thinking about the level 72 beast woman waiting for him. Once the cooldown time of the infinite path ended, he would immediately return to the beast world with her. That night, Tsuyoshi returned home. The TV was reporting on a recent earthquake that had caused power outages in some areas. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Tsuyoshi was the one who caused that tremor, but he didn't care much because the cooldown time had finally ended. He was eager to return to that other world to develop, choose a class, and collect equipment. As soon as he thought of it, Tsuyoshi immediately opened the infinite path. When he opened his eyes, he still saw the exact same scene as when he left. The clothes on his body were also identical to when he first arrived. As expected, when Tsuyoshi left, time in this world froze. Is something the matter, master? A large, round soul suddenly caught Tsuyoshi's eye. He almost forgot about this beast woman. He quickly replied, no, it's nothing. Let's start leveling up, please lead the way. Seeing Tsuyoshi excited, the girl was also extremely happy. She said there was a goblin nest nearby and wanted to take him there to practice first. However, Tsuyoshi was only level 3, and the goblins were notoriously ferocious, cruel, and very numerous, so they had to be extremely careful. Hearing the keyword goblin, Tsuyoshi really felt this place was like a fantasy world. He didn't know what the effects of the divine choice system would be, but facing the upcoming journey, just thinking about it was enough to excite him. The beast woman was tasked with guiding him and quickly brought him to the goblin's lair. Because it was night, they were sleeping, with only a few guards who were half asleep and half awake. The beast woman warned him to be careful not to wake the guards. You are level 72? You could easily take them down, right? Tsuyoshi asked. The divine eye showed her battle power was 630,000, truly terrifying. Being with someone like this to level up, Tsuyoshi felt more at ease. Only the other party was a bit surprised. How did you know my level? Tsuyoshi deflected the question. It wasn't for nothing that I am your master. Then he proposed she show him a high-level hero's battle. She didn't want to refuse, but if she fought by his side, Tsuyoshi wouldn't gain any experience due to the huge level gap. He was disappointed, but she still agreed to try. I don't know if I can help much, but please watch. Saying this, she pulled a dagger from her belt. Her gaze was extremely fierce. Her charging speed was astonishing, unleashing an instant slash. She took down the monster before it even noticed. Tsuyoshi couldn't help but clap in admiration. Indeed, the movement of a level 72 warrior was truly too cool. Praised, she seemed very happy. Even when fighting low-level opponents, I always give my best. I hope you found it useful, master. Of course it was useful. Can you teach me that move from earlier? Tsuyoshi asked. Instant slash was a high-level warrior skill, not suitable for his current strength. Moreover, Tsuyoshi hadn't decided on a class yet. Hearing her mention the choice, Tsuyoshi decided to become a warrior. With a level 72 warrior by his side, he could more easily use copy skills without worrying about incompatibility. But there was one problem. That was, Tsuyoshi still couldn't use the Divine King Hammer, so he needed to find a replacement weapon. Did you choose to be a warrior because of me? He asked. I guarantee I will be useful to you. The girl seemed extremely moved. She suddenly grabbed Tsuyoshi hand, her voice serious. I will do my best to help you level up. First, let's go collect some warrior equipment. To be honest, Tsuyoshi was an honest person, so he had to look away first. The way she was dressed made it hard for him to concentrate. Before Tsuyoshi could look away, it was time for the goblin guard's shift change. They quickly detected the two intruders. Two level 3 goblins with 420 battle power charged towards them. This time, Tsuyoshi didn't plan to hide behind the girl anymore. He wanted to handle them himself. Without a weapon yet, he temporarily borrowed a silver dagger from her. Master, fighting a high-level enemy like this is very dangerous. She was still worried, but Tsuyoshi had already made up his mind. He still had not fully tested the power of the celestial tremor he had copied earlier. So, he would just turn the two goblins in front of him into guinea pigs. And so he took a deep breath. When they charged within an appropriate distance, he leaped high into the air. As Tsuyoshi landed, the celestial tremor skill was unleashed, draining both goblins of all their health. The beast woman was astonished that he took down two equal-level enemies with a single move. Even a 6-person, level 3 team would struggle. Tsuyoshi was satisfied with this result. The divine selection system was truly amazing. Tonight, he could reach level 4. Because the silver dagger was just a borrowed item, Tsuyoshi could not use it forever. After that, he had to temporarily use a wooden club from the goblins as a weapon. That woman seemed very anxious. She constantly reminded Tsuyoshi to quickly get basic equipment, because currently he had almost no defense. During the reminder, Tsuyoshi checked his equipment. Indeed, his current defense value was 0. He needed both a weapon and a decent set of armor. Earlier, Tsuyoshi had done some research on the intent inventory. It was a space of consciousness unaffected by the real world. Currently, the inventory had 2 slots, equivalent to the capacity to hold 2 items. The interesting thing was that items inside could be used in both worlds. Divine King Hammer already occupied 1 slot, so Tsuyoshi only had 1 slot left. But the system had said this thing could be upgraded. Surely, when he leveled up, the number of slots would be expanded. Knowing that having only 1 slot was still inconvenient, he could not discard the Divine King Hammer, and a full set of equipment had 5 pieces. Looking at that woman was enough to know. Those 5 pieces were head, hands, torso, thighs, and feet. Tsuyoshi only wanted to use her body as an example, but the charm of this beast-eared woman was truly irresistible. Tsuyoshi could not help but drool. He wondered what other races existed besides beastmen. What is it, master? Is there something on my face? She asked innocently. Nothing, I was just checking if you could keep up. Tsuyoshi replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. As he was smiling stupidly, danger approached from behind. She shouted loudly, but he could not dodge in time, so she drew her dagger and charged forward. The attack targets were 3 level 4 goblins. The deeper they went, the stronger and fiercer the goblins became, but that meant the experience points also increased. Tsuyoshi eagerly charged forward again. He was afraid that if she got involved, he would not get any exp. The goblins, seeing a level 3 Tsuyoshi trying to solo 3 of them, laughed contemptuously. But they were the ones who would pay the price for underestimating a low-level hero, and so with only a wooden club in hand, Tsuyoshi took down 3 level 4 goblins. The wooden club also broke. He picked up another random one and proceeded deeper. Witnessing this, the beast woman was extremely happy. She could feel Tsuyoshi's terrifying potential. A crappy club in his hands still produced explosive results. Moreover, taking down 3 enemies of a higher level at once was rare. She felt she had chosen the right master. The two continued deeper. The further in they went, the more numerous and higher level the goblins became. Tsuyoshi's strength rendered their numbers meaningless. Throughout the process, she did not need to lift a finger. It was just that the weapons were too shabby. By now, he had already switched to the 6th one. His current experience points were 1,230 out of 3,000. Tsuyoshi did not expect the reward to be this great. He was even stronger than anticipated. While doing cleanup work, he often heard heroes complain that experience from level 3 or 4 monsters did not exceed 10 points. Without entering a dungeon, leveling up was just a dream. In the original world, the association required a party to enter a dungeon. Experience was split evenly, making leveling even less efficient. But in this world, Tsuyoshi could freely gather all the XP. Coupled with monsters dropping more points, this excited him immensely. In the blink of an eye, he had covered 2/3 of the distance to level 4. At this rate, he would soon charge straight to the boss. And indeed, that moment came very quickly, when Tsuyoshi and the seductive beast-eared woman stood before the boss's cave. Just seeing the back of the goblin worm, Tsuyoshi felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed it would not be as easy to deal with as the low-level ones he had defeated. Bad luck, this time the worm had been corrupted by darkness. She muttered. The keyword darkness made Tsuyoshi feel even colder. So darkness existed in this world too. Like the darkness lurking in the caves of the original world. A question immediately arose in his mind. Were they the same entity? That goblin looked exactly like the one that killed his parents. Just thinking about it made Tsuyoshi tremble with rage in both hands. As for that girl, she did not realize it at all and kept chattering on endlessly. An enemy corrupted by darkness would become extremely powerful. This insect was only level 6, but when possessed, its strength multiplied many times over. Since darkness possessed both terrifying power and mysterious existence, I would handle it myself. No, Tsuyoshi firmly cut her off. He knew the danger, but just thinking that the entity before him might be the one who killed his parents and ruined Karina's life made his blood boil. He did not know what connection they had to other worlds. He wanted to finish them off with his own hands, whether now or in the future. Without waiting for the girl to reply, Tsuyoshi shot out from his hiding spot. He hurriedly unleashed the Heaven Shock technique as a preemptive strike, hoping to finish it in one blow. All of Tsuyoshi's hatred was poured into that attack, but unfortunately, it only cost the opponent about 25% of their health bar. Immediately after, Tsuyoshi was sent flying by the dark goblin insect. Its power truly surpassed anything he had imagined. Tsuyoshi hit the ground face first with tremendous force. His entire body ached, blood constantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Next, the monster opened its mouth wide. A bright red long tongue shot out. Seeing that sight, the Beastkin girl could no longer stand by and watch, so she darted forward like an arrow. Master, here is your weapon. However, Tsuyoshi was not counting on her help either. That boss was trying to kill Tsuyoshi. Thinking that it had taken his parents and left Karina in a wheelchair for life was enough for him to refuse death. His weapon had been knocked away, but that did not mean Tsuyoshi would give up. He immediately instructed the system to activate the super physique body. In an instant, the muscles on his body were significantly enhanced, and Tsuyoshi's strength quickly skyrocketed. Power was concentrated mainly in his right hand. The system also warned that Tsuyoshi would soon have to endure extreme pain and strain, but he did not care, because now he only thought about finishing off the monster. At that moment, his own body had become the sharpest weapon, and that punch of Tsuyoshi's truly defeated this insect. After defeating it, a feeling of exhaustion from fatigue quickly washed over him. Tsuyoshi felt as if his right hand was no longer his own, but that was fine. He had received 1,000 experience points to level up. At the same time, he achieved the first step of the accomplishment he always craved, eliminating all the darkness in the world. Seeing Tsuyoshi's arm, which had become somewhat mangled, the beast-eared girl could not hide her concern. The system also had to warn him that his right hand was severely injured. If it was not treated quickly, it would become necrotic. Tsuyoshi's entire body trembled violently from the pain. The system notified him that due to concentrating all his power into his right hand, he could no longer withstand the equivalent energy. The system sent another notification. At this moment, Tsuyoshi was in so much pain that he fainted. The beastkin girl quickly caught him. Then she gently laid Tsuyoshi down on her lap. Then she took medicine from her bag and began to treat him. About an hour later, he finally felt a little better. Tsuyoshi realized that the recovery speed, while slower than the original world, was extremely effective. Perhaps the pharmacology of this world had a longer history. Now he could move his right hand smoothly, and it even felt stronger than before. Seeing that the medicine worked well, the girl was very happy. After Tsuyoshi stabilized, she urged him to go claim the reward since the boss was defeated. If she had not reminded him, Tsuyoshi would have almost forgotten the reward he had risked his life to obtain. Additionally, because he defeated the insect in the shortest time, he received an extra reward. This type of reward was upgraded from a part to a full set. Looking at the dark treasure chest before him, the Beastkin girl's eyes immediately lit up. It was understandable, as dark equipment was extremely rare here. They were even rarer than items obtained from auctions. All the effort this time was solely to exchange for that reward, so when he touched the chest, Tsuyoshi felt immensely happy. He opened the chest lid, and a blinding light emitted from it. However, before he could see what was inside, Tsuyoshi slammed it shut again, because he suddenly realized he only had one slot left in his inventory. Would the entire set of equipment count as a single item? If he put it into the inventory, it would only take up one slot. He wondered about that, because if there was no space left, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, the entire set of equipment counted as a single slot, and so the Dark Goblin set was added to the inventory. From now on, Tsuyoshi could take it out anytime he wished. This feeling was like winning the lottery, making Tsuyoshi smile continuously. "Master, why are you smiling so much?" the Beastkin girl asked curiously. "Oh, nothing. I am just admiring my chosen set reward." Tsuyoshi scratched his head and replied, then asked, "Oh, by the way, do you know how to sew?" The girl immediately beamed a bright smile and nodded, saying that all her clothes from childhood to now were sewn by herself, and she always carried her sewing kit with her. And so, not long after, Tsuyoshi had a new tank top that fit perfectly. It was much better than the old protective suit he used to wear. He had worn that suit ever since he transmigrated to the world of Luke. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Tsuyoshi had both successfully leveled up and obtained a full set of new equipment. If that was the case, then it was time for him to return to his original world. Tsuyoshi then told that girl that they should rest for one night to recover their strength. After she had fallen asleep, he quietly opened the infinite path to return to Earth. Though tired, he had picked up a lot of items this time. Were interesting, so Tsuyoshi still felt quite satisfied. Now he needed to rest a bit, because he had lived very tensely in that other world. The next day was the first time Tsuyoshi entered a cave in the original world. Before leaving, he put on the Dark Goblin suit. It granted him a special skill called Roaring Tentacles. Activating this skill would cause low-level enemies to freeze, while his hands would transform into giant dark tentacles dealing fatal damage. Tsuyoshi could not help but exclaim, this suit was truly amazing, and it even had a special skill. It seemed the upcoming events would be fun, but he was worried the suit looked too conspicuous. He would definitely get into trouble wearing it outside, as other heroes would notice him. Tsuyoshi had heard that many heroes did not mind killing just to steal equipment. Being a rookie, he would be a target. Annoyed, he scrolled through the status bar to check the suit's information. Then he discovered a wonderful thing. The gear had a stealth effect that turned it into ordinary clothes. Tsuyoshi immediately activated it. As soon as he pressed Z, the entire goblin armor vanished, but its effects remained intact. The biggest problem had been solved. With a few minutes before the meeting, he planned to go buy some bread to eat. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. As soon as Tsuyoshi answered, the other end panicked. Are you Karina's brother? I am the head nurse. A group of people are demanding to take Karina, saying she owes money. Please come here immediately. His expression changed. The loan situation was real, as there was no other choice for his sister to stay in the hospital. But he did not understand why they suddenly came to take her when he was still paying on time. He hastily told the head nurse to keep Karina there, but the line was chaotic and the call was cut off. Tsuyoshi was so angry he crushed the phone in his hand. He could no longer think about the meeting, the first training session in the cave today. With the equipment and skills he had, Tsuyoshi rushed straight to the hospital. There, Karina was in great distress. She was crying and begging those people not to touch her, but it was useless. She asked helplessly through her tears. The man decked in gold said she would not understand, but they had a reason to take her because her brother borrowed money and did not repay it on time. He shoved the promissory note in front of poor Karina. In truth, he had never had good intentions when lending Tsuyoshi the money. The sole reason was that his young master was very fond of Karina. Although her legs were paralyzed, it did not affect her beauty. In fact, her inability to walk only pleased those rich men. Karina would fetch a large sum on the black market. In drawing up the contract, he had set a trap for Tsuyoshi, but being too desperate, he had not noticed. Karina was just a child. He could control her as he pleased. She screamed that her brother would never sign such a contract, but that changed nothing. Those bastards were ready to brazenly lie. He said the weekly payments Tsuyoshi made were not enough to cover the interest, so he would never pay off the debt. They just had to take Karina away according to the agreement. As he spoke, he squeezed Karina's chin threateningly. If she went along obediently, they would treat her gently, but if she refused, she should not blame them. Seeing his vile smile, Karina was truly desperate. However, at that very moment, the hospital room door was smashed open by someone. Tsuyoshi appeared with a face full of fury. He gritted out each word, "You had better prepare yourself." Tsuyoshi violently opened the hospital room door, leaving it unrecognizably bent. His current stats were level 4 warrior class, equipped with the Dark Goblin suit, and skills Roaring Tentacles and Heaven Shock Copy. The group, seeing Tsuyoshi arrive, turned to look at him. Karina, sitting in her wheelchair, saw her brother and cried out, "Brother!" Takashi, hands in his pockets, swaggered over and said, "Finally showed up, huh?" He turned to stand in front of him, his voice clear. "Why are you so angry? Wasn't that our agreement? After all, you don't need a crippled sister like her." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch from Tsuyoshi, shattering his glasses and knocking out teeth. Takashi could only utter one word. Tsuyoshi threw another punch, this time sending Takashi rolling backward, a full 360 degrees. Tsuyoshi's veins bulged, his eyes tinged with red. The system displayed a notification. The strongest body part is the legs, enhance and increase movement speed. Takashi, after the spin, crashed into room's furniture and collapsed. One bodyguard ran over to shake him, calling, "Boss." The other one, Taiga, rushed at Tsuyoshi, cursing, "You brat." He threw a punch. Taiga's fist flew in, but Tsuyoshi quickly ducked to dodge it. The next second, he put force into his arm and struck back. His arm injured, Taiga screamed in pain. Taiga, clutching his injured arm, slumped to the ground yelling. Itsuki had already helped Takashi up and was walking over. Takashi's face was full of anger. He reached into his coat to grab something, grinding his teeth as he said each word. "Trash. No one has ever dared to challenge me." He pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at Tsuyoshi, growling, "Daring to challenge the Green Snake Society. You are the first." Takashi immediately fired the gun, shouting loudly, "Go die." Seeing the bullet flying towards her brother, Karina was terrified, her eyes welling up, her voice trembling. No! The bullet shot forward, but Tsuyoshi did not dodge. He still bowed his head in silence, catching the bullet cleanly with his bare hand. Seeing her brother so strong, the girl was stunned for a moment. Takashi and his two underlings were wide-eyed with shock. Itsuki, who was supporting Takashi, spoke up. He caught the bullet with his bare hands? Taiga also chimed in, impossible. Tsuyoshi now emitted a great source of power. He clenched his hand and said, anyway, I am already a hero. The system displayed, the strongest body part is the hand. It cannot be harmed by ordinary weapons. Hearing this, Takashi and his men were terrified. All three trembled and hugged each other, their voices stammering. Hero? Outside in the hallway, the head nurse had called the security team. She walked urgently, saying, this way, some loan sharks came to threaten a patient. Hurry, please! The head nurse and the security team had just reached the door when they were stunned by the scene before them. Inside the room, the three loan sharks had been beaten to a pulp, their attitude now much more polite. Takashi said with a laugh, Mr. Tsuyoshi, please pay off the debt in one go when you can. If you delay, my boss, who is also a hero, will not let it slide. I will take my leave now, sorry for the trouble. All three left hurriedly, and in the hallway, they saw the nurse and security and even politely raised their hands in greeting. We are leaving now. After leaving, a look of deep hatred filled Takashi's eyes. He thought, that brat has become a hero, damn it. I have to report this to the boss, or the plan to kidnap the little sister will fail. His boss's strength was astonishing. He was the head of the level 10 Green Snake Society. His class was warrior with a combat power of 2300. Takashi judged. The boss is a level 10 warrior, that brat is just a trainee. We will eliminate him. In the hospital room, Karina sat in a wheelchair looking at her brother. Tsuyoshi was tidying up, holding a handkerchief in his hand, speaking softly, I am sorry I could not visit you often. He sat down next to the wheelchair and continued, they have a scheme. If you don't pay the money early, the Green Snake Society will come back. I have been thinking of ways to pay off the debt for days, but now I am a hero, do not worry. Karina asked, are you really a hero? Tsuyoshi took out his hero card and showed it to his sister. The girl's eyes widened in admiration. He said, but is only probationary. I will officially become a hero after entering the dungeon today. Leaving the hospital, Tsuyoshi mused to himself alone. I borrowed 60,000 from the Green Snake Society to treat Karina's illness. Earning money slowly would take too long. The only solution is to sell all my hero equipment. This bitter path will end tonight. I will finally become an official hero. Scene change in a forest. A group of heroes gathered ready to enter the dungeon. Gaia was also present. He was level 9 class warrior, combat power 100. Standing before the warp gate, he asked, is everyone here? Gaia crossed his arms and declared, today your skills will be tested to see if you are qualified to become official heroes. The most important rule is that you must hand over all equipment found in the dungeon to me. A group of people around answered in unison, yes. Tsuyoshi stood in a corner, silently thinking, I have heard of this. The Hero Association turns a blind eye, probably because the low-level dungeon has nothing much. Gaia raised his hand in encouragement, rest assured, because I am a level 9 warrior. Follow my instructions and it will be easy to pass. He held up one finger clearly. To become an official hero, each person must pay me 20,000 yen. Gaia clasped his hands behind his back and reminded loudly, is that clear? The people below quickly fumbled in their pockets for money and then replied. Tsuyoshi raised his hand in dissatisfaction and asked, why do we have to pay an extra fee? You are already taking all the equipment from the dungeon. We will have no money left. A kind-hearted young man wearing glasses reminded him. Hey, do not oppose him. He is a member of the Wolf Society. Tsuyoshi suddenly understood, thinking, does he have a society backing him up that he demands money so unreasonably? Even if I die, I will not give money to someone who bullies the weak by being strong. Everyone moved aside. Gaia stood in front of Tsuyoshi and said loudly, because that is my rule. He sneered, his voice arrogant. If you do not have 20,000 yen, then sign up for the solo test. He thought inwardly, can't understand simple logic, you idiot. I don't care about you anymore. Proud murmured, the solo test? I heard no trainee has ever passed it. Even the strongest hero cannot enter the dungeon alone. An idiot, suffering the examiner's wrath over 20,000 yen. Tsuyoshi was unfazed, he shrugged and replied, then I will sign up for the solo test. How convenient. Gaia and everyone who heard this could not believe he would do it. Someone in the group spoke up and asked, are you serious? Tsuyoshi was warming up. The person beside him kept chattering, you must have made a mistake. Please check again. That was Ryota. He looked at the tablet to confirm once more. No one has ever passed that test, even for a C-rank dungeon. For a trainee, it is a suicide mission. Tsuyoshi said calmly, thank you, but please let me go. After warming up, Tsuyoshi stepped into the warp gate. He said to Ryota, I am going in now. Ryota held the tablet, watching him enter alone, trembling as he thought, crazy. After crossing the gate, the system showed a notification. Trainee Tsuyoshi has confirmed registration for the solo test. Forest type dungeon, C rank, recommended party size 5 or more, average combat power 600. Tsuyoshi stood before the vast forest, observing and mumbling to himself. I only saw the dungeon after it was cleared out. So this is the original appearance of a dungeon? Suddenly, a red dot flashed past his vision, and he quickly detected it. A monster wielding a wooden club jumped out from somewhere and struck him directly on the body. The wooden club immediately broke in half. Tsuyoshi was knocked back, his whole body brimming with power. The system displayed, Level 4 Warrior, equipped with Dark Goblin set. Special skill, Roaring Tentacles. Weapon, none. Skill, Celestial Shock Copy. Combat value, 6400. His eyes glowed coldly, a surprise attack. Power of that level cannot harm me. Experience 0 out of 6000. He looked at the monster and immediately knew the information. Level 3 Dark Goblin, combat power 640. Tsuyoshi snatched the wooden club from its hand, causing it to freeze in shock. He used the wooden club to strike the monster back, saying, This Dark Goblin is quite strong. Power enveloped his entire body, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Tsuyoshi thought, but compared to my combat power of 6400, you are just a mosquito. Easily taking down the first goblin, he dusted off his hands, mumbling, I knew it. The experience from enemies in the real world isn't even half of what's inside. No wonder heroes level up so slowly. The system displayed experience 20 out of 6000. Tsuyoshi said coldly, Stop hiding, come out all at once. As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of goblins of various sizes jumped out from their hiding spots. Tsuyoshi began to activate his armor, slowly covering himself. He thought, this is the perfect moment. The armor was complete. Tsuyoshi threw his head back and let out a loud roar. Goblins charged in, wanting to tear him apart, but they were severely injured by the roaring tentacles skill from his armor. In the Tsuyoshi forest, he was frantically killing goblins while shouting, Come on. Outside the warp gate, Ryota stared intently at the tablet. He pushed up his glasses and said, Almost an hour now, for him, persisted alone for that long is more than enough. He muttered to himself, You are not afraid, rookie. No normal person would choose a solo test. The association will soon abolish this test. In a few minutes you will be recorded. Suddenly he raised his head to look at the warp gate, exclaiming that a result had come. Tsuyoshi has passed the solo test. Tsuyoshi stepped out, his body covered in mud. Luke's system displayed, Level 4 Class Warrior, equipped with Dark Goblin Suit. Special skill Roaring Tentacles, no weapon, skill Starry Copy, combat power 6400. Tsuyoshi touched his neck awkwardly and asked Ryota if there was a place nearby to wash his face. The system showed experience at 9 and 60 out of 6000. From another side of the warp gate, Gaia and the other heroes also stepped out. He walked ahead, shouting incessantly, If it were not for me, you would have died long ago. You do not even know how to assist in an attack, yet you still want to be heroes. 20,000 is too cheap. His system displayed Gaia level 9, combat power 1100, class warrior. The people behind him were all dejected, whispering, You yourself told us not to interfere, you even refused to cast healing spells, and now you are not satisfied with 20,000. Entering a dungeon for the first time with no explanation. It is too much. Gaia saw everyone's dissatisfaction and turned his head to warn, Remember that at your level the fee should have been 40,000. Reducing it to 20,000 is already very considerate of me. Having said that, he turned away. Luke, there's a call. He immediately answered, I'm listening. Hero Testing Center? I am busy. Get to the point. After listening, his eyes widened, his face twisted out of control. He exclaimed, What? That guy passed the solo test. Ridiculous. Scene change. Tsuyoshi was washing his hands. A voice rang out asking, How did you pass the solo test? Answer me now. It was Gaia. He stood not far away, arms crossed, and continued, I have done my research. You are just a rookie level 4. Tsuyoshi remained with his head down, scooping up water, not paying attention. Gaia saw that he did not answer and pressed on, You used high-level items, right? No rookie has ever passed the solo test before. Tsuyoshi washed off the mud and answered frankly, Just because no one has done it before does not mean it is impossible, right? Perhaps it is thanks to that 20,000 fee. Hearing this, Gaia rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, angrily shouting, You dare mock me. Answer before you regret it. I am a member of the Flame Wolf Guild. Tsuyoshi remained still, looking straight into his eyes without any fear. With level 9 and combat power 1200, you do not look like you belong to any formidable guild. Gaia grew even angrier, raising his fist and threatening Tsuyoshi. Who do you think you are to insult me? Tsuyoshi reacted quickly, using his hand to catch Gaia's fist. He held the man's hand tightly and said coldly, You plan to defeat me with those level 9 punches? His hand caught, Gaia trembled slightly, his face changing color. He thought to himself, this strength and speed is truly unbelievable for someone only at level 4. Tsuyoshi immediately let go of his hand. Gaia, for a moment, did not know what to say. Clang. Seeing Tsuyoshi's guard was down, he grabbed a knife hidden behind his back. Tsuyoshi raised both hands as if wanting to explain, "Wait a minute." Gaia could not wait, immediately swinging the knife-wielding hand towards him. By reflex, Tsuyoshi raised his arm to block. Fortunately, the armor activated in time. The Dark Goblin suit had a defense effect plus the superhuman physique. Gaia's knife struck the armor and was immediately corroded. He stammered it broke. Is that even a human body? He turned to Tsuyoshi and asked, "You are hiding equipment, right?" "Definitely high-level equipment." Tsuyoshi looked at his arm without a scratch and remained silent. In his head, he thought, "Oh no, I accidentally revealed my ability. It will be very troublesome if the people of this world discover the secret." Gaia saw no reply from Tsuyoshi, looking at him with a cunning gaze and pressing, "What do you have? It must be something very valuable. Did you find it in the cave or steal it?" Hearing this, Tsuyoshi turned away, pretending to be scared, sighing, so scared. He hugged his arm, putting on a loud act. If it wasn't for that old dagger, it would have been dangerous. Ryota, who had been witnessing this the whole time, finally stepped closer and spoke, "Sorry for the wait. Mr. Tsuyoshi, let's go get your identity verified. With this, you have officially become a hero." Tsuyoshi immediately avoided Gaia's gaze, turning to Ryota, "I understand." He turned his back and left, leaving Gaia standing alone. As he walked, he put on a pitiful look, thinking lucky he would not cause trouble in front of an employee, would he? Gaia watched the backs of Tsuyoshi and Ryota, a terrifying smile spreading across his face, his expression showing clear greed for the items on Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi followed Ryota away, still feeling something was off but unable to tell what. He cast a glance at Gaia and calculated silently. Even with the system and higher combat power than a normal level 4, facing a high-level enemy is still a bit difficult. Night fell. Tsuyoshi lay on the bed, remembering the image of Sakura from the other world, his heart restless. "It seems Gaia has targeted me. My level is still low, so I must avoid drawing attention." Outside Tsuyoshi door now, two figures were lurking. One man wrapped tightly in a white robe quietly asked, "Is this the place?" He held a staff with a red gem, a member of the Lazy Wolf Guild, level 10 class mage, combat power 3500. He said, after breaking the door, "Use magic to immobilize him and take him away." The other man was Gaia himself, holding a sharp knife, licking his lips greedily. "We will split his things later." Kajiro, holding the staff while casting the spell, reminded him, "Don't make a sound, it will draw attention now." Both men laughed cunningly. Kajiro said, "First unlock the door with magic, get ready." He cast a spell on Tsusuyoshi's door. The spell had barely finished when the door burst open. Tsuyoshi strode out fiercely, holding a wooden bat that looked very intimidating. Both men were startled, almost falling over. Luke, Tsuyoshi is using Melting Flame, level 4 class warrior, equipped with Dark Goblin suit, skill Roaring Tentacles, weapon club, combat power 6400. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his face. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastards are quite fast, aren't you?" He immediately used his strength to land a blow on Kajiro, cursing continuously, "I will take all of you down." Even though he was angry, Tsuyoshi still thought carefully. There was a level 10 mage with 500 combat power with him, a difference of 6 levels. A direct confrontation is too disadvantageous. Hit by a painful blow, Tsuyoshi instinctively rushed towards Gaia. Standing at the door, he thought, combat power is a rating of ability. I have 6400, but I'm only level 4. A gap of about 2 levels can be handled, but fighting a level 10 enemy, even a weaker one, is still disadvantageous. In RPG terms, it would be like a low-level warrior facing a high-level but weak boss. Should I run away relying on my equipment skills? But if I fail, I will lose instantly. Kajiro just then regained his senses. He muttered, then raised his voice. "You plan to ambush me. Lucky I defended my robe in time. I am going to kill you and take your stuff quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his staff and cast a fire magic spell aimed directly at Tsuyoshi. Burned by the fire, Tsuyoshi stepped back a few paces, gritting his teeth as he realized the armor was very good against physical attacks but weak against magic, a stark contrast from fighting goblins. He immediately turned and ran for his life, knowing he would lose in a direct confrontation. Seeing this, Kajiro roared and gave chase. Tsuyoshi ran down the corridor, finally jumping out of a window without a moment's hesitation. While falling, he calculated that he would focus on strengthening his body into his legs, so the dark goblin armor could withstand the impact of landing. Thinking this, Tsuyoshi acted immediately. He activated his superhuman body, funneling the strengthening into his legs. The system reported that other parts would be left unprotected. Tsuyoshi was falling, a burly figure flew in from somewhere and aimed at him. He flew over and kicked Tsuyoshi directly. He immediately recognized him as Tatsuru, a member of the Sloth Wolf Guild, level 12, combat power 3900. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Tsuyoshi, he laughed with glee, saying he had caught him and that he hadn't expected a third person. As soon as he finished speaking, Tatsuru slammed both hands hard onto to Tsuyoshi, laughing loudly, saying that doing so was a waste for someone like him. After the slam, Tsuyoshi fell to the ground, creating a huge explosion and a deep crater. Struggling to his feet, he felt fortunate that his body strengthening and the dark goblin armor had reduced the damage. He crawled to his feet. One of them ran over, shouting in surprise that he was still alive. Tetsuru was already standing there. Kojiro ran back and asked what skill he had used to attack him earlier, and how a rookie could have it. Tsuyoshi's veins bulged. He used the goblin armor to envelop his entire body, his eyes filled with hatred, thinking that if they wanted to kill him, he would do the same to them. The system displayed his status. Level 4 Warrior, Dark Goblin Set, Skill Tentacle Roar, Skill Heaven Shock Copy, Combat Power 6,100, Experience 960 out of 6,000. Tsuyoshi shouted loudly, unleashing his ultimate skill, Tentacle Roar. Instantly, energy bullets shot out. Seeing the devastating attack power, the group retreated. One of them quickly cast a spell to restrict movement. This spell prevented all movement of the target for 1.5 seconds. If the target's level was lower than the user's, they would be forced to stop. Tsuyoshi found the armor unusable. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his trembling hands, knowing his skill had been sealed. Seeing he couldn't move, the three of them lunged at him. Kojiro said that a low-level guy with a skill like that must have something valuable. Tetsuru gleefully said they would loot his equipment after killing him. At that very moment, the boundless ring on Tsuyoshi hand sent a notification that the countdown had ended, and he could use the boundless path. Looking at the ring, Tsuyoshi thought to himself that it had saved him. In the split second the three of them lunged, he immediately opened the boundless path. Before stepping into the teleportation gate, he did not forget to leave a message that he would remember this and return stronger. Then the real battle would begin. As soon as he entered the other world, Tsuyoshi sat down on the ground, overjoyed to have escaped. He thought that this time he must level up and learn new skills, because relying on good equipment without supporting skills made one vulnerable to being looted. Destiny must be held in one's own hands. Just then, he turned to look at the beast girl and spoke, asking to learn skills. Seeing that she was still lying asleep, he couldn't hold back. His face reddened and his nose bled. It suddenly dawned on him, right, it was bedtime here. Tsuyoshi quietly looked at the sleeping girl with beast ears. From her body emanated a pleasant fragrance, which reminded him of cherry blossoms. He thought to himself that she always smelled of cherry blossoms. For a moment he couldn't quite control himself, having the wicked thought that if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be a man. The system again displayed the superhuman body effect. Adrenaline surge, dilating his muscles, increasing strength, speed, and important parts of his body. But the image of the three members of the Sloth Wolf Guild chasing him suddenly appeared, pulling him back to reality. Tsuyoshi immediately slumped down onto the bed, reminding himself this was not the time for that. He had to overcome the crisis of the original world first. Calm down, Mizuko. He resolved to make a plan to level up and acquire skills. Next morning, the beast girl woke up, stretched her body, and murmured in a daze that it had been a long time since she had slept so well. She looked over at Tsuyoshi, who had dark circles under his eyes and a tired expression from being too restless to sleep. He smiled, lying that he had slept well too, and asked her to make him another outfit before they set off. After finishing the morning routines, the two of them entered the forest again. As they walked, she explained that to learn skills, one needed a skill scroll. In short, they had to go to a combat academy. Finally, the two of them arrived at the Beast Race Small Combat Academy. From a distance, a beastman with a huge nose ring waved his hand, asking if he was the human the Beast King was interested in. He stated the entry conditions. One had to reach level 6 to take the exam, but he was only level 4, so he should leave early. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi appeared impatient, finding it all very troublesome. The beast-eared girl came over to apologize, saying that since she hadn't trained in the cave for so long, she didn't know the conditions were so strict. He gently comforted her, saying it was okay, he needed to level up anyway and would come back later. The two turned to leave. The girl quietly hinted that he could level up in a nearby low-level cave. Seeing them leave, that beastman couldn't help but mock, calling him a lowly human, saying the beast race did not acknowledge him, that even if he reached level 6 he wouldn't pass the exam, and even ridiculed him and the girl as a perfect pair. Hearing those words, the girl was filled with self-blame, thinking that because her master was too kind, she had forgotten her place. Staying by his side would only make her a burden. Her face was sad, and she continued to think that she didn't want to cause trouble for her master. She had to explain everything clearly and then say goodbye. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi seemed to understand this from her expression. He immediately clenched his fists and turned back towards the beastman. The girl could only call out after him. Tsuyoshi grabbed the beastman by the collar and lifted him up, his voice full of authority as he asked him what he had just said, and if he wanted his mouth torn off. He used a deathly gaze, enunciating each word, and ordered him to apologize to her immediately. Dravok was still unafraid, loudly saying he was only speaking the truth, that she was a half-breed between human and beast, a half-beastman, having no connection and not even a name. The system displayed a glossary entry. A half-beastman is an impure bloodline, considered a disgrace, a despised hybrid, unworthy of a name, and often faces a miserable fate. Tsuyoshi finally understood, thinking to himself that she was a descendant of humans and beastmen. That was why his divine divine eye couldn't see her name, because from the beginning she had no name. With Chiyoshi holding his collar, Dravok still arrogantly sneered, telling him not to be complacent just because the Beast King took an interest in him. If he offended a Beastman warrior, he would administer fair punishment. He said he might allow him to make him apologize if he passed the exam, but he didn't think a puny human like him could do it. That statement made both Chiyoshi and the girl fall silent for a few seconds. She saw Chiyoshi blushing for her sake and advised him, "Master, you don't need to bother with someone like me." He pulled out Dravok and uttered Sakura. He looked straight at him and said, "Her name is Sakura. Remember that." Hearing him say that, the girl shyly thought, "Sakura, you name me that, master." Chiyoshi ignored the stunned Dravok, turned to Sakura, "Remember what you said? If I pass, you must apologize properly." After saying that, he firmly put his arm around her shoulder and left. "Sakura, let's go level up." In the lush green forest, Chiyoshi held the dagger ready, saying to Sakura, "Fox beastmen are rare, let's go level up with them." Sakura was still shy, looking at Chiyoshi and softly asking, "Master, why did you name me Sakura?" Hearing her question, he was dazed, then reached out to rub her head. "Don't you like it? I just suddenly thought of it." Afraid he would misunderstand, she quickly waved her hands. "No, I like it very much." She withdrew her questioning gaze. "I just wanted to know the reason you chose that name." Chiyoshi awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, "This is a bit embarrassing. You always have a faint scent of cherry blossoms, so I thought Sakura would suit you." As soon as he finished speaking, Sakura ran over and hugged him from behind. "Thank you." Sakura gave a happy smile and said, "Master, I really like this name. Sakura, my name." Seeing her so happy, Chiyoshi also blushed and scratched his head. "It's nothing." A moment later, the two stood before an ice cave. Chiyoshi spoke up, "Shall we begin, Sakura?" As soon as they entered, Sakura whispered, "Was the dagger I gave you earlier a good fit?" He gripped the dagger firmly, thinking this item wasn't high tier, but it was better than the goblin's hoe. Chiyoshi swung the knife a few times to test it, then replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I've lifted that hammer so any weapon feels light." The system displayed level 4 warrior with dark goblin gear, bludgeon weapon, no skills, copied skill, Heaven's Quake, combat power 6400. Inside the cave, countless pairs of red eyes tracked every movement of the two. A group of fox beastmen appeared, each one muscular. The system immediately alerted. Fox beastmen move faster and are smarter than common beasts. Those who underestimate them will regret it. Level 5, combat power 720. Chiyoshi was not flustered, glanced at Sakura, then said, "Step back and instruct me. I won't experience this. Don't intervene." Hearing this, she obediently replied, "Yes, you called my name." The system reminded, "Party mode is restricted. If the level difference exceeds 5, you will not receive experience or items." Chiyoshi grasped the information and immediately lunged forward. "Let's go test the new dagger." Sakura warned from behind, "Fox beastmen are fast. Avoid their area attacks." Chiyoshi charged into the pack of foxes, swinging his blade and thinking as he slashed, "They really are fast." The foxes did not wait for death. They picked up sharp shards of ice and counterattacked. Chiyoshi stomped hard, kicked, activated his super physique, and focused his strength to enhance physical resistance. The fox pack was terrified to see him with such immense power. His body was unharmed. He spoke, "With that combat power they cannot scratch me." Sakura watched from a distance, her eyes full of pride. Her master's defense was truly strong. Low-level enemies were nothing to him. In just a moment, Chiyoshi beat the fox pack to a pulp, slashing and muttering, "Against fast opponents, speed is more important than strength." Understood. Chiyoshi's experience increased unceasingly. He looked at his dagger and said to himself, "This world allows rapid leveling. No need to fight over resources because he monopolizes the experience." The system displayed level 4 warrior weapon dagger of slaughter, skills none, experience 8066,000, combat power 6400. Chiyoshi saw it was too fast. He thought, "At this rate, those three have a maximum combat power of 3900, but they are level 12. No matter how high their combat power, it is impossible." He memorized the information of the three in the Lazy Wolf Guild. Gaia level 9, combat power 1200, Kajiro level 10. Kajiro is a mage, combat power 3500, and Tetsuru level 12, warrior, combat power 3900. Chiyoshi thought he was at a disadvantage, a hard win. He must narrow the level gap and gain 4 more skills. After eliminating the fox pack, he said to Sakura, "Level up to 6 immediately. I will make that arrogant beastman bow his head." She saw his determination and shyly replied yes. The two headed straight to where the fox beastman boss was hiding. It wore a sword on its back. Turning its head to see Chiyoshi and Sakura, drool dripped from its mouth. It wore sharp armor on its hands, turned around, and was several times taller than Chiyoshi. Seeing the sword on the fox boss's back radiating immense power, Chiyoshi whispered, "I wonder if that sword will drop." The two hid behind a boulder. His eyes lit up when he saw the sword. Its thickness and power were perfect. Sakura looked up and asked, "Do you want it, master?" Chiyoshi put his hand on his chin thinking, "No, I am just curious whether it will drop." Sakura explained, "Most items can drop. The drop rate depends on rarity. The best is to keep fighting until you get what you want. The effect varies by dungeon. Using special items can speed up the process." The guidance panel displayed, "Drop rate is the probability of receiving an item after defeating an enemy. The higher the quality, the lower the rate." rate. Tsuyoshi saw this and thought to himself, so there is a drop rate, just like a game world that makes the system easier to understand. Tsuyoshi used his insight skill to know the Fox boss's information. Dark Fox Beastman boss level 7, combat power 1500. Knowing the information, he rejoiced inwardly. Looking closely, he saw many details. Dark Frostlight Sword drop rate 6%, quite low, hard to get at level 6, a shame because it is so perfect. The system sent another notification. Tsuyoshi immediately opened it to see. Exchange system has been activated. You can exchange items by meeting conditions. Exchanged items will be upgraded based on level and ability. Items not exchanged for a long time will be updated. After reading the notification, he stood thinking, the exchange system has many unknowns. For now, only drop rate boost tickets are available. The screen displayed drop rate boost ticket 30% for 1 minute, 3 tickets remaining. Exchange condition is defeating a total of 30 common monsters from level 1 to 5. Total defeated is 114. Condition met. Tsuyoshi saw the notification and was overjoyed. 114. I can exchange now. He thought, defeating 30 gives 1 ticket. The number of enemies defeated seems to be cumulative between both worlds. After a moment of calculation, Tsuyoshi realized that if he exchanged all 3 tickets with Luke, the drop rate would reach 96%. Thinking that, he continuously operated on the screen, and almost immediately the item dropped. In his hands now were 3 drop rate boost tickets. The system immediately notified him that he had exchanged the 3 tickets, meeting all conditions. But since the shared item storage was empty, he could not store them. After putting the tickets away, Tsuyoshi said without hesitation, Sakura, let us get that sword together, it will make me stronger. Sakura thought he was too cool, and could not help herself. Master, keep trying. He held the knife in his hand, immediately entering a combat stance and reminded, Sakura, focus on guiding me. Tall Foxman immediately detected the danger, its eyes glowing red. It opened its mouth wide, roaring fiercely. Vine spikes behind the Foxman chieftain drew the sword on its back and slashed at Tsuyoshi, who immediately jumped to dodge. Seeing the small ice fragments forming after the slash, Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, thinking this sword had an added ice effect. Sakura reminded from below. The tall shadow Foxman is not only agile but also very strong. Its weapon has an ice attribute that slows and reduces health on hit. Aim for its weakness and finish it quickly. Thanks to Sakura's reminder, Tsuyoshi thought of a countermeasure. The tall shadow Foxman is afraid of fire. Coating the weapon with oil fire will be effective. Got it. After coating it, the knife burst into fierce flames. Tsuyoshi looked at the Foxman and said, let us see whose wins, your ice or my fire. Give me the sword. A note board appeared. Oil is a mixture of resin and flammable material. Applying it to a weapon creates a fire attribute, igniting on contact with air, a familiar item for adventurers. Tsuyoshi attacked the Foxman with the flame knife, catching it off guard. Tsuyoshi slashed downward, and the Foxman used ice to block the attack. Sakura spoke up to remind, Luke, the Foxman's weak points are its armpits and neck. Aim for those spots. After a while of fighting the final Foxman, Tsuyoshi finally found an opportunity. He charged at the Beastman, shouting loudly, alright, it is Luke now. Clean slash and blood began to spray. The Foxman lost an arm, it cried out in pain, its health bar displayed dropping by 1/6. The entire body of the Foxman trembled continuously. The system announced, when attacking a weak point, the enemy enters a cowardly state, damage doubled, morale greatly reduced, lasting 15 seconds. Tsuyoshi did not expect such a result from just losing an arm, he thought. There is an effect like that? Very interesting. Tsuyoshi seized the moment, gathering strength to charge at the Foxman. I will exploit this opening. Sakura cheered nonstop. Master, enemies in this state have more obvious weak points. Avoid their attacks and find an opening to strike. Tsuyoshi heard this and turned his head to call back. Understood. Thank you. Tsuyoshi attacked relentlessly, leaving the Foxman unable to counterattack, only able to swing its sword wildly. Tsuyoshi quickly dodged the slash, thinking to himself that without Sakura's guidance, he would have died. The Luke Beastman was in a stunned state and Tsuyoshi poured all his strength into the knife as he stabbed toward it. Finished. Now it is my turn. Sakura reminded Luke, aim for the neck. True EOC activated the superhuman body system, 60% strength concentrated into both arms, allowing a release of 200% power. He aimed straight at the Foxman and shouted loudly, come on. Direct stab into the neck of the Luke Foxman. It was caught off guard, its health reduced to a sliver. A notification sounded. Attack hit weak point. Damage tripled. The enemy is critically injured and enters a weakened state, lasting 15 seconds. Sakura saw this and cheered. Awesome, but do not let your guard down. In her heart, she thought that a low-level battle with her master was so enjoyable. Tsuyoshi seized the chance again, leaping down from above, holding the knife and saying, it is over. Tsuyoshi used the Heaven Shock technique, pouring all his strength into a fatal stab directly into the Foxman's head. Sakura saw this and jumped up with joy. Master, amazing. Tsuyoshi raised his hand to wipe the grime off his face, his eyes still carrying a deadly aura, thinking in his heart that the battle was over. He immediately took out the ticket to exchange, but almost forgot to use the ticket before the item dropped. System sent a notification. You have used 3 drop rate boost tickets. The drop rate increases to 96%, lasting 1 minute. Just as Chiyoshi used the ticket, the item dropped, and he said with satisfaction, just in time. After killing the Foxman Chieftain, the system announced, you have 3,000 experience points, experience 430 out of 6,000, defeated the level 7 Foxman Chieftain, obtained the weapon Black Frost Light Sword. Chiyoshi saw the large experience gain and cheered like a child. 3,000 experience points, it dropped. Sakura standing beside him was happy for him too. You are truly lucky. Almost no one gets this weapon on the first try. Chiyoshi examined the Black Frost Light Sword, thinking that even with a superhuman body, he could still get hurt if careless, and finding a suitable weapon would unleash stronger attacks. He had never seen such a powerful weapon. He raised the sword, a thin layer of frost covering the surroundings, thinking it would be tempting to challenge the 3 from the Mad Wolf Guild with this weapon. He was about to reach level 5, wanting to reach level 6 before tonight for both Sakura and himself. The system displayed information. Level 4 class warrior, weapon Black Frost Light Sword, no equipment, no skills, copied skill Heaven Shock, combat power 400-600, experience 430 out of 6,000. Chiyoshi rested the sword on his shoulder, looked at Sakura and asked, Sakura, is there any place to level up? I want to reach level 6 as soon as possible. Sakura quickly replied, easy, just use the reset scroll. The system will shorten the monster respawn time. The effect diminishes in high-level areas, but the Foxman Cave is a low-level area so monsters respawn very quickly. Sakura rummaged through her bag as she spoke. I have a few scrolls, probably enough to reach level 6, but let us rest first. I also have recovery food. Chiyoshi asked in surprise. Do you have everything? The two walked out of the cave. Sakura took out the reset scroll and said, this is enough. She adjusted the scroll, and the system sent a notification. The reset scroll has been used. The cave has been reset. Chiyoshi walked ahead with his sword on his shoulder, puffing out his chest full of spirit. Alright, I cannot wait any longer. The two entered the cave. Chiyoshi madly slaughtered the Foxmen, slashing as he spoke. The Black Frost Light Sword is amazing. It even has a freezing effect that slows enemies. Sakura added, some weapons have special effects and different strengths. You will surely find more powerful weapons in the future. Chiyoshi wiped out all the Foxmen outside. The system sent a notification. Level 4 class warrior, no equipment, copied skill Heaven Shock, weapon Black Frost Light Sword, combat power 400-600, experience 560 out of 6,000. Chiyoshi continued fighting deeper into the cave, thinking about powerful weapons like the Divine Hammer or the Beastman Spirit weapon stored in the city vault. But with all his current strength, he could only use them for 1 second at most, but used correctly, he would be invincible. Finally, Chiyoshi reached the Foxman Chieftain, beginning the second battle with the boss. He held his sword, looked straight at the Foxfolk pack, and said loudly, I have defeated your army and reached level 5. Let's continue the fight now. The system displayed that Chiyoshi Luke, level 5 profession warrior, no equipment, weapon Black Cold Light Sword, skill copied Heaven Quake, combat power 5,800, experience 800 of 9,000. Chiyoshi repeatedly used the third setup scroll, and now he had reached level 5, experience increased to 2,999. Very quickly, it was the 4th time he encountered the Foxfolk pack. Chiyoshi said, I missed you so much. Sakura stood by his side and wished him luck. The system displayed level 5, weapon Black Cold Light Sword, skill copied Heaven Quake, combat power 5,800, experience 5,200 of 9,000. The 5th time Chiyoshi charged in to slash the Foxfolk, shouting, I'm back, you damned foxes. Sakura saw this and judged, seems a bit cruel. After this round, his experience was Aegon 120. After Chiyoshi fought for the 6th time, the Foxfolk pack obediently knelt down and presented their swords to him. Chiyoshi immediately rushed over, his body soaked in sweat. He said, now that's more like it. Chiyoshi made a sweeping slash, and the system immediately announced level up. Level 6 profession warrior, weapon Black Cold Light Sword, skill copied Heaven Quake, combat power 7,600. Experience 8,800. After leveling up, Chiyoshi stood panting heavily. He wiped the sweat with his hand and muttered, I've replenished my stamina 6 times today. I must have collected the full set of Foxfolk Beastman equipment. The annotation window stated, replenishing stamina when exhausted in battle prevents action and drastically reduces attack power. Chiyoshi said to himself, finally reached level 6. His eyes were full of determination. Now I can participate in the trial. Just wait. Over here, someone had been waiting from morning until night. Luke sneered. That human said he would join the trial when he reached level 6. How foolish. The entrance to the battle academy appeared. Two beastmen were burning a fire to keep warm while on guard duty. One spoke up, a weak human leveling up on our land doesn't know his place. The other chimed in, even if he's level 6, who knows when that will happen? Only the strong can enter the academy. Suddenly, a call from behind forced Dravok to turn and look. From afar, two figures approached. Chuyoshi said, who knows when? Tough luck, I've already reached level 6. Both beastmen were stunned when they heard this. Dravok stammered, impossible, you leveled up twice in the same day? Chuyoshi stood before him wearing the Foxfolk beastman armor. He clenched his fists and said, go wake up the examiner. I won't wait until tomorrow. I'm ready. And apologized to Sakura. Chuyoshi's system displayed level 6 equipped with Foxfolk beastman outfit, weapon black cold light sword, skill copied Heaven Quake, combat power 800. Dravok went in to wake the examiner and then came out, his eyes sly as he said, what's this? I was just about to go to sleep. A human trial? If you waste my time, be prepared to face the consequences. His name was Zagoth, a beastman warrior and academy overseer at level 20. Chuyoshi did not flinch and calmly replied, I have met all the requirements. Start the trial. Furthermore, I want to choose a skill from the skill repository. The system annotated, the skill repository is where each student's skill scrolls are stored. Anyone who passes the trial can select one skill from it. The size and level of the scroll vary by student. Zagoth put on a haughty expression. You speak well. Just reaching level 6 does not guarantee you will pass the trial. Dravok saw this and turned to whisper to Zagoth. After listening, he opened his eyes wide. What? From level 4 to 6 in less than a day. How is that possible? Chuyoshi grew impatient. Hey, don't run away from this. If I pass, you have to apologize to Sakura. As a beastman warrior, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Dravok heard this, and though unwilling, had to say, fine. But where does your confidence come from? Zagoth stood blocking Dravok, looking at Chuyoshi. Interesting. I don't know what happened, but fine, let's do it your way. The idea of an ordinary human passing the beastman trial is laughable. Finally, they entered the trial preparation area. The academy overseer named Obsidian sat cross-legged and said, you're level 6 already, so let's begin immediately. We beastmen are a strong race, and strength is the main criterion for passing. If you pass, you will have the right to use the beastman Battle Academy's skill repository. The group gathered around a stone on the stage. Obsidian continued, the trial is very simple. Look at this stone. If you shatter it with a single punch, you will pass. Chuyoshi and Sakura didn't think it was that simple. He whispered, shatter it? That's all? Dravok stood on the other side, thinking to himself, the overseer intends to test the human with the outer gemstone. Even a level 10 warrior would struggle to break it. Normally we use ordinary stone. Enjoy your confidence while you can. The system annotated the outer gemstone is a rock that fell from the sky, used by beastmen to measure strength. The material is hard and contains precious metals. It is said that souls from afar use it to forge weapons. Zagoth rolled up his sleeves, looking at the stone. It's easy for a beastman. You just have to punch it to pieces in one hit. Let me show you how it's done. Zagoth thought to himself, easy? Anyone below level 10 can't even chip the outer gemstone. Not hard with ordinary stone, but a different story for the hated humans. He threw a punch with all his might, speaking confidently, watch closely, this is how it's done. He thought to himself, even I, at level 20, have to give it my all. After Zagoth's punch, a small crack appeared on the outer gemstone. He wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at Chuyoshi. See? Simple. Let's see what you've got. Chuyoshi heard this, clenched his fists, and walked over, saying seriously, alright, let's give it a try. Sakura cheered from behind, Master, do your best. Chuyoshi exhaled, calculating in his head, leave a mark. Thanks to the superhuman body, I can far exceed expected strength, but just in case, I'll adjust my technique to increase the impact force of the punch. Chuyoshi activated his power, forming a fist, and sparks of electricity began to appear around his hand. The system announced Chuyoshi is using the superhuman body, 50% power concentrated in the right arm, granting terrifying strength. Zagoth kept warning, even though this is easy for a beastman, a weak human cannot even... Chuyoshi threw his punch with force toward the outer gemstone. Zagoth only managed to finish his sentence. Leave a scratch, let alone... Instantly, Chuyoshi's punch landed on the outer gemstone. The rock shattered into pieces, fragments flying everywhere. Both Zagoth and Dravok saw the gemstone completely shattered, their mouths agape, speechless. The force from the punch created a strong gust of wind, blowing back Zagoth's hair. Chuyoshi was also stunned, rubbing his head. Did I use too much force? It really was too simple. I expected something more difficult. Sakura stood aside, looking at Chuyoshi with admiration, saying, just as expected, you can now access the skill repository. Dravok and Zagoth stood frozen. The two spoke in turn, Overseer, do you see that? What the hell? He shattered the alien stone with one punch. Impossible. Chuyoshi walked up to Zagoth, dusting off his hands, and said, so, does that count as passing? Zagoth trembled and pointed a finger at him, stammering that he had failed. When he could not see it, that was the truth. The water stain was from the previous performance, so breaking the unintentional jade was not counted. He had borrowed his power. Chiyoshi heard him making difficulties and asked, so what is the plan for the trial now? Zagoth saw him staying calm, and he too broke out in a sweat, loudly asking about the next trial. He thought for a moment, then continued, we will do it over. The trial is bending an iron rod, a test of strength requiring the participant to bend an extremely hard iron rod. Chiyoshi did not hesitate and immediately moved on to the next trial. The system displayed that this was real steel. Even a beastman warrior would need explosive strength. A superhuman body focused 50% of its strength into both arms. Chiyoshi bent the iron rod an instant, then asked what now. Seeing him easily pass, he denied it again, saying that iron rod was not for the test. With no other choice, we will use the most primitive method. Arm wrestling. If he can last 10 seconds against the strongest warrior, he will pass. Zago thought to himself that this time would not be as easy as before. Chiyoshi quickly defeated the strongest warrior, still leisurely saying, come on, take it. The system displayed a superhuman body, 70% strength concentrated in the right arm. Zagoth was furious enough to vomit blood when he saw the warrior get his arm broken in an instant. Chiyoshi cast a sharp glance at him, saying he had completed 3 trials. So he passed this time, right? Both Dravok and Zagoth trembled at that state, saying in turn, of course you passed, you are truly a terrifying human. Chiyoshi took Sakura's hand and led her in front of Dravok, clearly stating as promised, you must apologize to Sakura. Dravok saw his determination, he could not back out. Damn it, fine, a beastman warrior must keep his word. He bowed 90 degrees before her, sincerely apologizing to Sakura for what he had said last time. Sakura blushed, hiding behind Chiyoshi and saying softly, I truly did not expect that. I thought that treatment was normal. Do not worry about it. Chiyoshi saw this and waved his hand in defense. Sakura, you do not need to be polite. He had to apologize as a matter of course. You just need to accept it with pride. Hearing Chiyoshi speak, she could only blush and shyly reply, yes, master. She lifted her head high to face Dravok. I accept your apology. After passing the test, Chiyoshi was allowed to go to the skill vault. Before entering, the Beastman group warned that each time he could only take 1 skill scroll. Hearing this, Chiyoshi put his hand on his chin, to think, only 1 time, how unreasonable. Zagoth turned and said, did you think you could just take anything? The Combat Academy has strict rules. He continued talking about the rules. You only have 3 minutes to find a skill scroll. If you break the seal within that time, it will be yours. If time runs out, you will be expelled. Chiyoshi only complained about the limit and the seal. Zagoth still explained human. The Combat Academy is an important place representing the entire region. The system annotation for the skill scroll seal is a profound seal. The scroll cannot be used unless broken. The barrier that blocks the rules is a barrier that can only be dispelled by a powerful mage or witch. It enforces conditions based on rules, allowing or denying living beings. To protect the vault, high-level mages placed seals on the barrier. Zagoth spoke up again. This matter seems more complicated than I thought. Chiyoshi, after learning the information, nodded in agreement. That is correct. Sakura behind him added, I have heard at higher-level academies the conditions are even harsher. Zagoth opened the door to the skill vault, reminding Chiyoshi that if he understood, go in, do not think about stealing skills, he would be immediately expelled by the barrier. Chiyoshi stepped up the stairs, and behind him Zagoth's voice rang out, got it, you have 3 minutes, choose 1 scroll and leave this place. Chiyoshi entered the vault, and Sakura still followed behind him. The 3-minute countdown began. Chiyoshi enjoyed looking at 1 scroll after another, curious about everything. I understand why they need magical protection for this place. With so many skill scrolls like this, I would also be tempted to steal a few. Sakura went to the other side of the bookshelf, picked up a scroll and looked at it intently. She said this was her first time in the vault. Every scroll had a seal so she could not see the content. It felt like just using force could break it. Chiyoshi also seriously examined the skill scrolls carefully. He thought about using his ultimate copy technique, but it was hard to find a truly good skill. Furthermore, using the ultimate copy technique was a bit awkward. He was not sure Sakura could do it. The system displayed how to use the ultimate copy technique. Feel the opponent's heart with your hand, then select the skill to copy. Chiyoshi was still holding a skill scroll in his hand. He remembered the image of the lazy wolf pack chasing him. His eyes flashed. Anyway, let us begin. He just needed to use his strength. In his heart, he thought he needed to choose a skill to deal with those 3. Suddenly, Chiyoshi channeled his strength into the skill scroll to open and see it. Immediately, he saw the skill scroll information and exclaimed success. The system displayed Shield Bash. Using a shield to attack strongly, dealing physical damage, can stun the opponent, suitable for defensive warriors. Not interested, he put it back on the bookshelf, saying Shield Bash, I do not even use a shield. Sakura picked up another scroll, calling out, Master, I have something I want you to see. This skill scroll is Wind Step, moving quickly to a designated location to dodge attacks and increase speed, suitable for archers or speed-oriented classes. Chiyoshi saw this and shook his head. Archer is not my style. The two continued to look at the next scroll, Battle Cry, a roar that inspires oneself and teammates, increasing attack and defense, suitable for commanding warriors. Sakura grasped the information and said to Tsuyoshi, Battle Cry is a common support skill. He was still searching, only glancing over and saying it met the requirements. Keep looking. At this moment, the time displayed 2 minutes remaining. Tsuyoshi picked up a scroll saying only 2 minutes left. Terrible. A volley of arrows is not suitable. Sakura still encouraged him to try a counterattack skill. System displayed counterattack, within a certain time retaliate against physical attacks, has a chance to reflect status effects, suitable for counterattack style warriors. After reading, Tsuyoshi put his hand on his chin to think, counterattack could be useful. Tsuyoshi exclaimed after finding the first scroll, alright, I will keep it as a candidate. Sakura also came over carrying a few other scrolls. Tsuyoshi examined them, sweeping gaze and rage, he bluntly rejected it, too flashy. Next was Charm, he was still unhappy, no way, there is no time left. Passion, upon hearing the name he asked it sounds shady, entering a slender body, what kind of skill is that? Sakura standing on the side was also sad, none suited her master. 1 minute left, seeing time was short. Tsuyoshi thought only 1 minute. This is not good, I have not been efficient. If I break the seals, I can check inside. Now I have to use brute force. Decided, Tsuyoshi turned back to remind Sakura, do you have any stamina and energy recovery potions in your bag? I will need them later. Step back and hide behind something solid, quickly. Sakura, though not knowing what he wanted to do, obediently hid behind a bookshelf. Yes, master. Tsuyoshi began to use his arm of strength. The blue electric arcs appeared again. Alright. Outside, Zagoth suddenly looked up at the skill vault. The electric arcs were appearing at the top of the tower. Dravok observed from a distance. Not knowing the reason, he spoke up, what is going on? Inside the room, Tsuyoshi continued casting the spell and said, alright, I will break all the seals at once. Sakura peeked her head out to spy on Tsuyoshi. A thought flashed through her mind, even I am overwhelmed by the master's intensity. The system immediately sent a notification that due to insufficient level and conditions, he could not unleash the full power of the Heavenly King Hammer. Forcibly releasing it consumed a massive amount of energy. Release time 1 second. Tsuyoshi raised his electrified punch high into the air, shouting, 1 second was enough. Outside, the electric bolts had now transformed into purple thunderbolts, churning in the dark, eerie night sky. Zagoth was astonished by the sight before him and exclaimed, is this the power of a human? Inside the warehouse, Tsuyoshi held the divine hammer in his hand, his eyes bloodshot. Dust filled the air around him. Sakura still watched from outside, thinking to herself, truly terrifying. If I had not witnessed it myself, no one would believe it. The system was ready, displaying a notification. The Divine King Hammer has been activated for a duration of 1 second. Tsuyoshi did not hesitate, slamming the divine hammer heavily onto the ground. He said, I will break all the seals at once. At the same time, the thunderbolts vanished from the top of the warehouse tower, replaced by a blinding flash of light. After Tsushi's hammer strike, the ground inside the warehouse shattered into pieces. Various magnetic forces were emitted throughout the room one after another. Tsuyoshi began unsealing each skill scroll one by one to inspect them. Seeing they were all unlocked simultaneously, Sakura's eyes went wide and she murmured, the seals on all the skill scrolls have been removed. The system sent a notification. The Divine King Hammer has completed the nullification. Tsuyoshi sat on the floor, holding his injured arm, and sighed with relief. It is done. 50 seconds remaining. Secret manuals unlocked in unison, and the information from them turned into streams of light rushing before Tsushi's eyes. He thought, the information from the scrolls is pouring in. Sakura was still hiding behind a bookshelf, thinking, the invisible information from the scrolls is flooding in, so much that it distorts the space itself. She thought if he receives too much information at once, his brain will not be able to process it. She immediately ran out and called, Master, wait. But it was too late. Tsuyoshi had already accepted the torrent of data. He clutched his head in pain, thinking, my head hurts so much. I see everything. Give me the strongest scroll, the skill most suited to me. 40 seconds remained. Seeing that time was running out, Tsuyoshi panicked. This is bad, not enough. Give me an even stronger skill. Suddenly, he saw a scroll emitting a beam of light. Tsuyoshi immediately searched for the cabinet where that secret manual was stored. 30 seconds remained. Sakura worriedly reminded him master time is almost up. Exhausted, Tsuyoshi thought I have set my sights on it. He asked Sakura, hand me the scroll on the bottom shelf in the farthest aisle, the third one from the back. On hearing this, Sakura jumped up and replied, yes, master. She found the exact spot Tsuyoshi had indicated, the bottom shelf, the third from the end. 20 seconds remained. Holding the secret manual in her hand, Sakura froze. This is a torn scroll. Could it be a mistake? The system displayed. A torn scroll is a type missing part of its content. The remaining fragments need to be collected to complete it. Because its power is significantly reduced, almost no one learns them. Without time to think, she returned to Chushi and said as she landed, "Master, are you sure? This is a torn scroll." She tucked the secret manual into her chest and said, "Time is up. We must leave first. 10 seconds remain." Chuyoshi forced himself to stand, picked up Sakura, and spoke with difficulty. "I can hold on a little longer. I will get out on my own." Then he activated the system. The system notified, "Superhuman physique. 50% of strength is channeled into the legs to increase speed. The body will endure immense pressure. Be careful." Outside, Zagoth had not seen any activity and muttered, "Too quiet. Only 5 seconds left." Even if he found no scroll, he would be expelled when time ran out. Zagoth was still counting down when unexpectedly, the door to the skill warehouse slowly creaked open. In the final second, as the door opened, a cloud of dust accompanied by a pale blue light burst forth. Chuyoshi carried Sakura out as he said, "Just in time. I am done." He set Sakura down. She quickly began bandaging the wound on his arm. Zagoth looked at the secret manual in his hand, astonished. "You brought back a torn scroll?" They stood just outside the warehouse and opened the secret manual to examine it. The system displayed Crimson Sky Thunder, a powerful combat magic. The user summons an extremely strong electric current to deal damage. The skill chain targets between 3 enemies, suitable for warriors and mages. Skill details. With a staff or weapon, the user attacks the primary target with thunder and lightning, then summons lightning to strike down from the sky. It automatically links to the next target, causing paralysis. Because it channels natural power, it requires exceptional ability. Those without sufficient ability are forbidden from using it. The skill can be upgraded by collecting the remaining fragments. After examining it, Zagoth held the manual and said, "I heard from my predecessor that for 1,000 years, almost no one has learned this fragmented skill. There are 2 reasons. First, it is split into 6 volumes, but only 3 have been found. Collecting the rest in this vast world is nothing short of a pipe dream. Second, all beastmen who learned this skill in the past died from the backlash. Their bodies exploded upon upgrading, causing a horrifying death. Perhaps they could not control that power." Hearing this, Chiyoshi's eyes looked tired, working so hard to learn it, collecting the fragments only to explode in the end. "So no one has ever fully mastered this skill?" The overseer of Obsidian Academy suddenly spoke up. "No. There was once one person." He began to recount. 1,000 years ago, the mightiest beast king was known as the Divine King. He possessed our sacred artifact, the Divine King Hammer. This was the only skill he left behind. Chuyoshi picked his nose and asked bluntly, "A skill left behind by the user of the Divine King Hammer. Why is it thrown away like trash here?" Obsidian flared up and shouted, "Are you joking? What kind of joke is this?" Obsidian gasped for breath and continued, "No matter how powerful a skill is, if no one can learn it, it is meaningless. Like a superior weapon placed in the hands of someone who does not know how to use it, it is nothing but scrap. This is the skill of the great Divine King, but few believe it still exists because for 1,000 years, no one has mastered it. Just like the former glory of the beastmen, it will never return." Hearing this, Chuyoshi seemed to gain motivation. He held up the secret manual with a delighted face. "Whatever it is, maybe it will suit me perfectly. Sakura, let us go." Sakura gently replied, "Yes." Watching the 2 leave, Obsidian called after them, "That fragment is just the beginning. Whether you can find the remaining fragments and fully master this skill depends on your own strength and luck." He then turned his attention to Sakura and asked inquisitively, "And who are you? Should you not as a half-beastman be executed?" Seeing that she did not answer, he questioned her harshly, "How can you do this to a beastman? Perhaps that human does not know your true identity. Are you planning to sacrifice him too?" Sakura immediately changed her attitude. She cast a sharp, cold gaze at Obsidian. "This does not concern you." Obsidian recoiled in fear, not daring to say another word. Watching the backs of the 2 figures recede into the distance, Obsidian muttered, "I will see how far the 2 of you can go." Scene change. In the inn, Chuyoshi unwrapped the bandage on his arm and said, "Sakura, your recovery medicine is very effective, but its taste is terrible." The system displayed, "Thanks to the recovery medicine, the wound has fully healed." He applied the medicine Sakura had given him while muttering, "How the hell did she concoct this stuff?" Sakura still sat outside, staring into the distance, not answering. Chuyoshi turned and pressed Sakura. "You have been acting strange since we returned. Are you alright?" She finally turned back and answered softly, "Yes, I am just a little tired." Chuyoshi looked at her for a while, then asked again, "Sakura, I just want to know. You also deserve to be executed for hiding your past, right?" Hearing this question, Sakura slumped down, her face unhappy. Chuyoshi did not notice her expression. He continued to ask, "You are the next one, right?" Sakura quickly regained her cheerfulness. She changed the subject. "Well, stop talking about unpleasant things. Has Master studied the remaining scroll yet?" Chuyoshi forgot his intention to question her. He recalled the matter at the academy and said, "The old beastman said some strange things, but that skill is very suitable for me." He thought in his head, Heaven Thunder Rune requires a strong body. That suits the owner of the strongest body. Cannot wait to see the skill when collecting enough scrolls. Sakura stood up. Right as he was about to continue speaking, she said, "Wonderful, let us go." She stood outside stretching and continued, "Today the weather is so beautiful. Seems like a good day for Master to level up." Tsuyoshi remained sitting inside. He softly replied, that is correct. But there is one thing to do with Luke and the ring on his hand. The notification for the countdown of the Boundless Path has ended. Can use the Boundless Path. The Boundless Path activation complete. Tsuyoshi laughed strangely, thinking in his heart, when I learned this skill, I already thought of a way to deal with those three. As soon as he activated the Boundless Path, Tsuyoshi was furious. He gritted out each word. I told them to remember my name. I must kill them. The system displayed Tsusuyoshi's information: level 6, warrior equipped with Fox Beastman set, weapon Black Cold Light Ghost Sword, skill Heaven Thunder Rune, secondary Earth Heaven Shock, strategy 8800. Turning to the real world, a lightning vortex appeared in the sky above Luke. Tsuyoshi fell from the vortex. Landing on the ground, he thought, I am back. Before attacking, I must break his defense. Looking at the three members of the Lazy Wolf gang charging in wildly, Tsuyoshi thought, to activate the new skill I need a weapon. Fortunately, I have the Clear Mind Vault. He opened the Clear Mind Vault, reached in and took out a weapon. The system displayed the Clear Mind Vault has been activated. One item has been taken out. Holding the sword emitting frost, Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed. He thought, I trust in you, my skill. The system showed Black Cold Light Sword has been taken out. Slot 2 remaining, slots 1. Kajiro saw the sword in his hand. He gripped his spear tightly and said he took it out of thin air. Gaia, standing beside, looked with greedy eyes, chimed in, he definitely has spatial storage. That sword looks extremely high grade. I will take it. Tatsuru spoke up to remind, kill him first, then divide the loot after. Tsuyoshi gripped the sword firmly, looked at all three with sharp, cold eyes. His voice dropped. You are the ones who started first. With that, he raised the sword high. A source of power radiated. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Kajiro saw the scene. He panicked. Hey, he really is a warrior. What is this powerful aura? Tsuyoshi pointed the sword at them. Wind rose violently. An overwhelming force radiated out. A bright lightning bolt appeared, striking straight into the sky. The three members of the Lazy Wolf gang, seeing the terrifying power, turned pale with fear, just stood frozen. Tsuyoshi unleashed Heaven Thunder Rune. All three were instantly struck by the lightning bolts. They screamed. The system displayed battle log. Heaven Thunder Rune, when holding a staff or weapon, summons a strong gust from the sky, attacks a target, then chains to another target, dealing damage and paralysis effect. All three were paralyzed, the lightning strikes hitting them without cease. Tatsuru spoke first. How can that brat use high-level magic? Gaia knelt trembling, unable to move. Tsuyoshi stood looking down at them from above, his entire body and the sword covered in electric arcs. Jiro shakily reached his hand into his coat, searching for something, thinking, damn it, underestimated him. He is completely different from before. Better to run away. Tatsuru tried to reach out his hand, forced out words one by one. Wait, we surrender. Before he finished speaking, Tsuyoshi swung his sword, slashing a line across his body. He looked at him with a hostile gaze, thinking, would I spare someone who wanted to kill me? Do not make me laugh. Gaia saw Tatsuru's cold corpse on the ground. He screamed, do you not know we are from the Mad Wolf gang? Please let me. Before finishing, he too was sent off by Tsuyoshi with one slash, his mouth shut as he died. Only Kajiro remained kneeling there. He thought frantically, he shows no mercy. I know I would die if I let them go. Tsuyoshi finished off the two, turned back to Kajiro. He was trembling violently. Tsuyoshi approached slowly while speaking next. Kajiro suddenly jerked up, roared, you think I will just die? Suddenly he threw the prepared sticky bomb toward him. The system displayed. Sticky bombs are small but have great power, dealing heavy damage, very rare and expensive. Usage: throw at target to stick. Activate with magic. The bomb flew over. Tsuyoshi blocked with his sword. It immediately stuck to the blade. Kajiro activated the magic, veins bulging on his face as he yelled, die, explode. Instantly a huge explosion occurred, turning everything into rubble. Kajiro clung to his spear to stand up, laughed loudly, I bought these bombs at the price of a pair of humans. Even a level 12 hero gets injured. You are only level 10, enough to tear you apart. He rambled in front of the flames. You are far from being able to fight us. The explosion ended. Smoke was thick everywhere. Kajiro felt around with his hand, searching in the embers. Seeing Tsuyoshi still standing there, he stammered, impossible. Tsuyoshi, standing in the fire, said, armor projection. What the hell is this force? The system displayed. Without the superhuman body, you would surely be dead. Tsuyoshi only then revealed his face. He activated the goblin armor. Instantly the ground shattered. Dirt and rocks flew wildly in the air. Tsuyoshi charged forward, his eyes emitting a blazing red light, thinking in his head, the dark goblin set and superhuman body have been activated. Tsuyoshi moved like lightning, flew over to finish Kajiro in an instant. Tsuyoshi finished him off, blood still dripping on the armor. He thought, I will end all three of them. Tsuyoshi walked over to where the sword had been flung, pulled it up, then said, do you think I felt safe letting you go? You are members of the Mad Wolf. Looking at the three corpses on the ground, he continued, it was because my level was still low that things turned out this way. Suddenly he saw a pouch on Kajiro's body. Curious, he went over and sat down to check it, rummaging through it while muttering, this world truly devours the weak. From the cloth pouch, he poured out a ring and exclaimed excitedly, it is a spatial ring. The system supplemented the information. The spatial ring is made from special materials, allowing the user to have a storage space. Tsuyoshi immediately put the ring on his finger, saying happily, "There really is a space. What a great item." The system guided him on how to use it. He needed to channel mana into the ring to store items. Tsuyoshi looked at the ring on his hand, muttering an ordinary hero would rarely get this item. It is both expensive and rare. He immediately connected with the ring, realized something, and blurted out, "No way, activated already. This is a new ring." System displayed, "You have successfully activated the spatial ring for the first time. It has synchronized with your mana." Tsuyoshi turned around, unable to close his smile. "Cannot believe this happened. Thank you so much." After he left, the area where the fight had occurred was quickly cordoned off. He looked back from a distance, glad he had left early. Annotation from the system: the Hero Security Force was established by heroes under the jurisdiction of the Hero Association. Tsuyoshi hid in the crowd, hands in his pockets, thinking he had erased all traces and taken everything of value. Thinking that, he turned and walked away, telling himself, "At least I am safe now. The phone from Gaia is really great." Suddenly the phone rang, startling Tsuyoshi. Who would call at this hour? He pressed answer, and on the other end of the line came the voice of a girl. "Tsuyoshi-kun, it is me." Hearing the voice, he recognized it immediately, his high school homeroom teacher, Miss Lily. On the other end of the line, Miss Lily sat in her room, saying to Tsuyoshi, "You still have not returned to school, even though winter break has been over for more than a week." Tsuyoshi did not hesitate to reply, "Thank you, teacher, but the problem is not just about money." He recalled the times he was bullied at school, then continued, "I really hate school, you know that." The teacher, upon hearing this, could only advise, "I understand, but you can change your life if you do not drop out. Regarding the tuition fees, I will try to help you. Be brave and come to school tomorrow. You cannot just worry about taking care of your little sister." "Actually, I am." The teacher paused at that point. Tsuyoshi Luke was stunned. She still did not know he was a hero. The homeroom teacher gathered her courage and said, "You are a strong young man. Please do not avoid difficulties. Continue your studies." Tsuyoshi sat on a bench, raised his hand to his head, and thought silently. "I thought I did not want to go to school because I had no happy memories. Now I am a hero, no longer weak." That thought made him decide, "I will go to school tomorrow." The system displayed level 6 warrior class, dark goblin equipment, combat power 8800. Scene change: in a dark room, a person sitting before a screen spoke up. 3 people were killed by an unknown hero. He tapped his fingers on the desk and continued, "The spatial ring I entrusted to them was also stolen." He clenched his hand, revealing a few golden teeth. "You thief, do you not know a tracking spell was attached to that ring?" System annotation: tracking spell is magic that determines the location of an item. Traces are often hidden, but a high-level mage can remove it. Looking at the positioning from the device on the desk, he muttered, "I know where you are now." He stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the desk, the other hand clenched tightly. He was the leader of the Mad Wolves. Level 21 warrior class, combat power 11,200. With a face full of rage, he muttered again, "I will not let you live after you stole from the Mad Wolves." Looking at the group of men in black before him, the Mad Wolf ordered, "Bring that thief here." The group said in unison, "Yes, boss." The next morning, Tsuyoshi and his younger sister were at the school gate. This little girl, Karina Luke, had 2 new leg braces. Tsuyoshi slung his bag over his shoulder, turned to ask his sister, "How are the braces?" Karina replied, "As long as I walk slowly, I am fine." Hearing this, Tsuyoshi did not know what to say, only told her not to rush. In his heart, he thought she'd not want to be a burden. Going to school in a wheelchair was more difficult. Luckily, he had bought a new pair of crutches. Although she could not stand up, she could still walk with the sticks. He imagined Karina crying when she saw these braces. The price was exorbitant, but still better than a wheelchair. Continued to think about the ring. He could not sell it. He would have more opportunities as a hero. He turned to look at his little sister happily walking along, feeling in his heart that everything was worthwhile. He supported Karina's back up the stairs, saying softly, "Be careful. I will come pick you up after class." 2 girls standing in the hallway saw them. Black-haired Mina asked, "Who is that little girl?" Blonde Vivian replied, "It is Karina, attacked by a demon." Hearing this, Mina looked at Karina with a sinister gaze. Really, she became disabled after being poor. Truly a pitiful soul. Mina took out the saliva-covered lollipop, saying with contempt, "Shouldn't poor people just live in the slums until they die?" Vivian covered her mouth and whispered, "Are you gonna bully that girl? She is already disabled. It would be bad if we got caught." Mina folded her arms across her chest, her face full of arrogance. "So what if she is disabled? Back then when I bullied her, no one dared to say anything." Mina clasped her hands behind her back, walking while saying to Vivian, "Come on, I have to go meet my boyfriend." Scene change: in the vice principal's office, a voice rang out, "You should thank Miss Lily, otherwise I would have expelled you already." The vice principal sat on his chair, placed his hand on his protruding belly, and continued, "You should not have damaged the board like this. What do you take the school for?" Miss Lily stood beside Tsuyoshi and defended him. "He has his reasons. The tuition has been paid. I will help him get his credits." Tsuyoshi awkwardly raised his hand to rub his head. "Vice Principal Miss Lily, thank you so much. After finishing the talk, the homeroom teacher and Chiyoshi went outside. He whispered to her, I am sorry for causing trouble. Vice principal watched the two leave the room, his eyes glued to Miss Lily wearing a short skirt. The old man sat in his chair, raised his hand to rub his chin, and flashed a sly smile. In his heart, he calculated, I am only interested in you, Lilia. Chiyoshi and his homeroom teacher walked in the hallway. Miss Lily turned to say, I have already paid the tuition fee for your little sister, do not worry. Hearing him, Miss Lily waved her hand and replied, that can be dealt with later. You are already in your 3rd year, prepare for the exam. You look fresher than before, Chiyoshi. She is very happy. Chiyoshi turned to tell the homeroom teacher that he had tried his best recently and would definitely not disappoint her. In his heart, he silently apologized for hiding from her that he was a hero. The problem with the Mad Wolf Society was not resolved yet, but at least he wanted her to know he was not the same as before. At the classroom door, Miss Lily reminded Chiyoshi to enter quickly to prepare for art class. Chiyoshi stepped into the class. Everyone was buried in their own business. No one paid him any attention. From a distance, a guy with his legs propped on the desk saw Chiyoshi and sneered, thinking he had been expelled, but unexpectedly he returned. The guy sitting above Siryu quickly chimed in, asking Rayleigh if they should drag him into the toilet again. Veli, upon hearing that, became even more eager, throwing a paper ball while saying of course. When he left, the protection money also disappeared. Rayleigh grinned maliciously, wound up and threw something, then mocked Chiyoshi's family background, telling him to sympathize with those who could not go to karaoke. Siryu also joined in the laughter. The paper ball flew towards Chiyoshi's seat. Rayleigh's voice rang out, threatening to remind him of the feeling of being hit. The paper ball zoomed towards him. Chiyoshi did not turn his head, calmly catching the ball with his bare hand. Jelly and Siryu witnessed it and could not believe it. Siryu stammered, saying he caught it. Chiyoshi remained motionless from start to finish. Finally, he turned his head and spoke, telling Rayleigh to meet him in the toilet. Rayleigh could not believe his ears. He clenched his fist and growled. That bastard dared to challenge him. Long time no see. He would make him taste suffering. The bell signaling the end of the last class rang. In front of the restroom door, a tall guy blocked the entrance and chased everyone away, because Rayleigh was using the toilet. Inside the restroom, Veli taunted Chiyoshi about his janitor job. He just stood there clenching his fists in silence. Veli put his hands in his pockets and demanded protection money. Siryu behind him also pointed a finger threateningly if he did not pay. Chiyoshi's eyes began to glow. He coldly asked back, so what? All of them were stunned for a few seconds, not expecting him to dare answer like that. Veli's face turned red. He clenched his fist and shouted, do not be rude. I will hit you. Siryu and Kazama, upon hearing this, immediately rolled up their sleeves, saying they had been waiting for this day. Rayleigh, you are dead meat. Both lunged forward but were easily caught by Chiyoshi's bare hands. He squeezed their arms tightly. Kazama and Siryu grimaced, thinking to themselves that this strength was terrifying. Chiyoshi held their arms while thinking to himself, he was this strong now, no longer afraid. Before, he lacked the courage to protect himself, but now it was different. The system displayed information, level 6 warrior equipped with dark goblin set, weapon dark cold light sword, skills heaven shaking thunder and sky tremor, combat power 8,800. Chiyoshi immediately used his divine eye on the two people before him. Information appeared, their class and combat power were not a threat. Siryu, unable to pull his arm free, yelled for him to let go. Chiyoshi did as told, immediately releasing his grip, but right after he delivered a kick that sent both flying far away. Veli stood there watching his two lackeys already slumped on the floor in an instant. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his mind in chaos wondering what the hell was happening. He recalled the scene of the group easily bullying Chiyoshi. Now he did not understand how that weak guy had become like this. Looking at Chiyoshi standing before him, he saw him as a completely different person, different to an unbelievable extent. Just then, Luke outside pushed the door open and loudly reported that the boss was coming, telling Veli to run. Veli had no choice. He turned around to help the two guys up and leave. Before leaving, Jelly still threw a glare full of anger and unwillingness at Chiyoshi. Chiyoshi watched them leave the restroom, thinking to himself that it seemed getting beaten was still not enough. Luckily, he had held back. If he used full force, they would have died. Scene shifted to Karina's classroom. The girl sat at her desk apologizing to Haru for causing trouble. Her friend replied it was fine, just call if needed. Haru turned around and handed Karina another notebook. Suddenly someone pushed Haru aside saying, move, I have business with this girl. Mina hit Haru on the head, making her hold her head. Vivian reminded her but was threatened with another hit by Mina. Haru was pushed to stand aside. Mina stomped her foot on the chair, crossed her arms and stared at Karina. She sat on the desk and slowly said, you have not been to school for a long time. I am bored. How are you going to make it up to me? Karina sat trembling, stammering that she had no money. Mina raised her hand to her cheek tauntingly. Isn't the thing on your body sellable for money? Karina trembled more. Her hand resting on her own leg replied no. Her brother worked hard to buy it. It was very important. Mina and Vivian, upon hearing this, were both dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing what to say. Mina raised her hand to her chin and thought, then asked, important to you, huh? Without it, you cannot walk, right? Karina honestly replied yes. Moreover, Mina flew into a rage, slapped her straight across the face and shouted, "So what?" The surrounding classmates all fell silent. No one dared to speak up. Just then, the teacher carrying documents walked in, interrupted, telling the class to begin. Everyone go to their seats. Mina turned her back and left, leaving a message for Karina that it was period 6. Do not even think of running home after school. The matter was not over. The teacher at the podium opened the book and began the lesson for today. Karina sat down, only able to lower her head in fear, thinking she had to run very fast after school. She could not let her brother meet Mina and the others. The scene shifted to Chiyoshi's classroom. Ms. Lily closed the book and announced the end of class, reminding everyone to be careful going home. Class president immediately stood up and called for attention. The whole class thanked her in unison. As everyone prepared to leave, Ms. Lily clasped her hands behind her back, called Chiyoshi over, and wanted to talk. Chiyoshi walked over and asked what she needed. Ms. Lily smiled warmly and asked if he had gotten used to the school yet. She also asked if he needed any help. Chiyoshi half closed his eyes and smiled back, saying he was fine, thank you. Hearing this, Ms. Lily was very pleased, so she told him if he was bullied to remember to report it to her, and not to be afraid like before. Chiyoshi confidently affirmed that he was really fine and thanked her once more. The homeroom teacher felt relieved and left, waving her hand and saying she was sorry for bothering him, that she was very happy he was back in school, and to remember to tell her if anything happened. Chiyoshi waved goodbye to her. As she just left, someone called him in a mocking tone, "Hey there, darling." Turning around, he saw Siryu, who looked bored with his arms crossed, sweat beading on him, and then spoke up. He wanted to apologize for the incident in the restroom, inviting Chiyoshi to go somewhere else to talk. Chiyoshi slung his bag over his shoulder and followed Siryu to the hallway, asking where they were going. Siryu shrugged and answered, "Just over there." He wanted to apologize somewhere else. Siryu led the way ahead, a sinister smile spreading across his face, pointing in this direction. As soon as they reached the dark corner at the end of the hallway, someone jumped out holding a club, targeted Chiyoshi and rushed in, hitting him relentlessly. Siryu ducked to avoid a strike, a wicked grin on his face as he called the name Rayleigh, telling him not to be too rough. Chiyoshi immediately raised his hand to block the attacks from the group in front of him. He quickly activated the superhuman system, channeling 30% of his strength into both arms. Siryu, lying on the floor, saw the wooden clubs hitting Chiyoshi all shatter into pieces. He stammered in disbelief. Chiyoshi wiped the dirt off his cheek, coldly looking at Siryu and saying he knew he was up to something but didn't expect him to be this despicable. The Luke system displayed Chiyoshi's stats as level 6, a warrior with a dark goblin coat, a weapon as a black cold sword, and a battle power of 8,800. Chiyoshi, enraged, threw a kick, sending Siryu flying far away. He screamed in pain and terror. Seeing that, the group rushed in, one of them yelling for them to take him on. Chiyoshi dodged quickly, immediately delivering a sky-splitting kick to the opponent. After the kick, Kazama lay motionless on the floor, foam starting to form at the corners of his mouth. Chiyoshi coldly said they still hadn't learned their lesson. Truly a bunch of failures. Belly, holding a club, charged and shouting, "Go die." Chiyoshi just stood there watching and said if it weren't for the school, you would already be dead. Veli, who was charging, suddenly stopped, his face pale as he looked at Chiyoshi, fear gripping him so he couldn't move his hand. He trembled, thinking he was afraid of that Chiyoshi. Chiyoshi raised his hand and said it was time to sleep. A slap landed straight on Jilly's face, causing the baseball bat to fall from his hand. After the slap, Jilly lay motionless on the ground. Chiyoshi looked at him with disgust, saying it was already late to pick up his sister. He was only alive because of the hero law. The hero would not kill civilians. Scene shift. At the back gate hallway, Karina was there. She was breathing heavily, dragging each step with difficulty, scared and thinking she had to hide from Mina by going through the back gate. In front of her were the stairs leading down. Karina sighed in fear, telling herself to stay calm and slowly walk down. Suddenly, a hand from behind pushed her tumbling down the stairs. Karina lost her balance, rolling down from the steps, her backpack and photo frame scattering everywhere. She lay sprawled on the ground, blood starting to flow from her nose. Mina and her friend stood at the top of the stairs, looking down and laughing loudly, saying, "You really thought you could hide from me?" Mina sneered as she looked at Karina and told her to take off that thing around her feet. Karina turned back, crying and begging her not to take her photo frame. Mina stepped on Karina's body, hands on her hips in an arrogant posture, saying if they had to take it off themselves, she might not stay intact. In front of the school gate, Chiyoshi was waiting for his sister, but couldn't see her anywhere, thinking to himself, had Karina already gone home? Suddenly, someone called him from behind with an apologetic voice. Turning around, he saw a girl named Haru. She asked him if he was Karina's older brother. Chiyoshi nodded and asked if she knew where Karina was. Haru timidly said she thought Karina might have gone through the back gate, telling him to check there. Chiyoshi slung his bag over his shoulder and strode down the hallway, analyzing as he walked that Karina was at the back gate. Something bad must have definitely happened. Haru seemed very strange, as if she was afraid of something. Either way, he had to find Karina no matter what. He walked through the long hallway to the stairs, thinking thinking that to get to the back gate he had to go down here. Karina must have come this way. Suddenly, an image struck his eyes, making Tsuyoshi freeze. In front of him, Karina was kneeling on the ground, her body covered in wounds, blood still on her clothes. Tsuyoshi immediately walked over to his sister without saying a single word. Seeing her brother, Karina gently brushed her hair to the side. She forced a stiff smile and then asked, "Why are you here?" Tsuyoshi remained silent, instantly activating his divine eye to analyze Karina's injuries. Karina tried to naively smile and lie that she fell down the stairs, but Tsuyoshi saw through everything. The system concluded the target's body had multiple bruises. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, gently asking his sister it must hurt a lot. Thinking of the scene of his sister being bullied, Tsuyoshi's heart grew heavy. Karina forced a smile and brushed her hair, saying she was so clumsy she couldn't even walk the stairs, and the crutch had broken. Tsuyoshi did not reply, silently sitting down to pack her school bag. Karina continued. She didn't want to be a burden to her brother. The crutch was broken. She couldn't stand up by herself. After packing, Tsuyoshi put the bag aside, smiled, and said, "We are family." Karina held his hand, quickly denied it. Karina reached down to her leg, looked at the crutch, and asked her brother, "Are they damaged?" Tsuyoshi only gently replied, "They are fine." Hearing that, Karina breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Tsuyoshi carried her on his back and said, "All right, let's go home." Under the fiery red sky of the evening sunset, the two siblings slowly walked along the road. Tsuyoshi carried his sister and asked, "Do you remember, Karina? That day I also carried you like this. I feel you have grown a lot. That was a long time ago." Karina hugged her brother's neck, gently said, "Yes, but it feels like yesterday. From that day we have always been together." Tsuyoshi nodded slightly and said, "You are my only family. I wanted to be strong to protect you. Now I am a hero. I won't let that happen again." Karina was silent for a moment before saying, "I know you always try for me. That's why I don't want to be a burden to you." Tsuyoshi suddenly stopped, put his sister down and said, "There you go again, we are family." Karina asked where he was going, but Tsuyoshi only told her to wait here. Tsuyoshi slung the bag over his shoulder, glanced at his sister, and said he forgot something. Karina was curious, but her brother did not reply. Tsuyoshi adjusted his tie and then walked off. From inside a classroom came laughter and chatter, talking about how that girl tried to protect her leg, so she got kicked. Mina sat on the desk, lounging, and said, "That thing on her leg annoys me. Next time I'll steal it and sell it for money." Billy, Mina's boyfriend, asked if they could sell it. That man promised to get it tomorrow. Vivian put her hands on her hips, looked at the lollipop and asked, "I heard her brother just came back to school. Is that okay?" Mina brushed her hair and laughed. "Janitors are just trash. Seeing them in school is already shameful." Vivian put the candy to her mouth, continued, "Karina used to be very popular before she became crippled. A lot of guys liked her." Billy rested his chin on his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. He also wanted to meet that girl. Mina frowned at her boyfriend, warning him not to say that in front of her. Billy stood up, leaned towards his girlfriend, comforting her not to be angry. Mina looked into his eyes, suggested they steal her leg brace tomorrow, sell it for money to have fun. Billy agreed immediately. Tsuyoshi had been standing outside, one hand in his pocket, listening to the entire conversation until now. As soon as Billy finished speaking, Tsuyoshi turned around, carrying his bag with one hand, and stepped into the classroom. All three people in the room stared blankly as they saw the stranger enter. Billy raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who dares to enter our room?" Tsuyoshi stood before them, enunciating every word. "So it was you who hurt Karina." Vivian guessed immediately he is Karina's brother, but so what? Mina still didn't know she had messed with the wrong person. She smirked and asked, "Want revenge?" Billy cracked his knuckles and said, "Tsuyoshi, the trash man, right?" That man clasped his hands together, his voice full of authority. "Haven't you heard of the great Billy?" Tsuyoshi did not move, said frankly, "So you pushed a girl with a leg injury down the stairs?" Billy stepped forward, faked picking his finger, and then pointed at Tsuyoshi's face. "The trash man wants to apologize." Mina was still leaning back on the desk, chimed in, "Better make this guy understand the situation." Billy put on a fierce face, asked how a trash man dared to waste their time. Before he could do anything, Billy's finger was caught by Tsuyoshi and bent backward. Billy looked at his crooked finger and screamed agonizingly, "My finger!" Mina and Vivian widened their eyes in shock, asking in unison what just happened. Tsuyoshi stepped back, slowly closed the classroom door and warned, "Not just you, I won't let anyone get away." Tsuyoshi's eyes instantly turned red. He set the hero level 6 mode, Warrior, equipped with the Dark Goblin set and the Dark Ice Sword, combat power 8800. Tsuyoshi used his divine eye on the three people before him. The results were all no class, no threat. The three were scared only then, stammering to ask what he was going to do. Tsuyoshi casually placed his school bag on the desk, said he thought they were heroes, turns out they were just people picking fights for no reason. Billy held his injured hand, sweating profusely, angrily cursing. Mina knelt down to check on him. Vivian was scared but still put her hands on her hips and retorted, "Tsuyoshi, Karina's brother, I respect you." She frowned in annoyance and continued, "We are not heroes, but we are not the kind you can just mess with." As soon as she finished speaking, Tsuyoshi swung his hand and slapped her, flying far away. The candy in her hand also shattered. Vivian fell after the slap, and Tsuyoshi spoke, "You think I do not dare hit a woman?" Mina saw this and was also extremely frightened, thinking to herself, Vivian is really unfortunate. Billy saw that too and bit his lip in fear, thinking so fast even a physical education student does not have that speed. What the hell is going on? Mina saw her friend lying flat on the ground and called out loudly, "Vivian." Billy was pale-faced, still trying to speak. "Let me say it again." Tsuyoshi pressed the gun into Mina's face, causing her to flinch in fear. "I do not consider you or that brat as women." Billy still threatened loudly, "You do not know my father is." Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched down by Tsuyoshi, losing a few teeth. He shouted, "I will deal with your father later, you scum." Seeing her boyfriend beaten down like that, Mina panicked and screamed, "Billy." Before she could say anything else, Tsuyoshi raised his hand and choked her neck. Tsuyoshi lifted her up high. Mina gasped out words with difficulty. He pressed her directly into the corner by the window. Mina fully reached up to hold Tsuyoshi hand. Let go. Wait, let me go." Tsuyoshi raised his finger to his lips to signal silence, then said, "From what I heard, you are the one who came up with the idea to bully Karina, right?" Tsuyoshi's eyes were full of rage as he looked at her. He continued, "As her older brother, I will never forgive you. You made me." The force of his hand tightened on Mina's neck, making it hard for her to breathe. Tsuyoshi gritted out each word, extremely angry. Tsuyoshi warned, "From now on, stay away from Karina. I do not expect you to apologize, but you absolutely must stay far away from her." Seeing Mina trembling, her eyes bulging, Tsuyoshi gave a final warning look. "If you do the opposite, next time I will twist your head off. I mean what I say, understand?" Mina heard that and answered with difficulty, "Yes." Tsuyoshi was satisfied, let go and said, "Good." Ignoring Mina gasping on the floor, Tsuyoshi turned to Billy. "You are this girl's boyfriend, right?" Tsuyoshi picked up the ruler from the floor. "Still want to bully Karina?" He stepped closer, pointing at the ruler. "Just this ruler is enough. Enough to finish off a nuisance like you." Billy sat trembling. "Wait." Tsuyoshi raised the ruler, looking at Billy with cold eyes. "Just thinking about what you said makes me sick. If you were a hero, I would have killed you." Billy, holding his cheek, still managed to yell, "Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Green Snake Society leader. My father is a level 10 hero." Tsuyoshi hand holding the ruler stopped. "Green Snake Society. The loan shark Green Snakes." Tsuyoshi thought of the 3 men he beat up at the hospital, wondering, is that the side I owe for Karina's medicine? Those guys said the same thing when they came to the hospital. Tsuyoshi looked at Billy with an icy glare. "It is truly ridiculous that I keep running into people I dislike. I see Green Snake Society." As he spoke, Tsuyoshi gathered electric sparks around his hand. Billy, sitting on the floor, saw the sparks and asked, "Is this a hero skill?" Tsuyoshi did not reply. He swung the ruler down, grazing past Billy's body. Immediately, Billy was wildly electrocuted. The system displayed, "Note, unsuitable weapon. Damage reduced by 90%, not dealing full damage." Tsuyoshi turned and walked away, throwing the ruler down. "This pain should be enough for you." Tsuyoshi walked to the desk and picked up his bag, slinging the bag over his shoulder. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, "Do not forget, this is the first and last chance for you to keep your word." Leaving the 3 people sitting on the floor, Tsuyoshi added, "And sorry about this, but you will have to clean the classroom yourself." Billy, after the shock, still smoking, exhaled and asked, "Is he gone?" Mina moved closer to support her boyfriend. "Billy, are you okay? We should go to the hospital." Billy could finally open his eyes and looked at the door. "No, I need to rest a bit. I did not know he was a hero." Mina pointed to the bruise on her neck, panicked. "What are you going to do? This is not over. Look at this bruise. We have to make him pay. Tell your father." Billy's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed and screamed in her face, "Do not point fingers at me. He will definitely pay." Billy's eyes were full of hatred, confidently stating, "I will make him pay." "My father." Being grabbed by the collar by Billy, Mina was scared. "Yes, tell your father who started a fight with you." Billy turned to the side, his voice still angry. "I will go ask my father and erase him and his sister from the earth." Scene shifted to outside. Karina was still obediently sitting on the bench waiting, her face tilted up looking at the sky, muttering, "Hope big brother is okay." She placed her hands on her lap, talking to herself, "If I could handle it myself, I would not have to bother him. I do not want him to worry more when he just found out about my hero status." Suddenly, a call startled her. Karina. It was Tsuyoshi who had returned. He crouched down and smiled. "Sorry for making you wait so long. Let us go home. Come on, let me carry you." Karina eagerly agreed. "Then let me hold your bag for you." Tsuyoshi carried his little sister on his back, walking along the road. In his heart, he calculated, the young leader of the Green Snake Society is a level 10 hero, Billy's father. Billy will surely cry and get his father to take revenge. They are numerous. Karina will be in danger. I cannot let my guard down. He carried her through the neighborhood towards home, constantly thinking, even though Luke has returned to another world, Karina, I will not let them hurt you again. The scene shifted to another world. Tsuyoshi and Sakura began their training journey again. They walked. Sakura spoke, "Master, we have arrived at Northern. Here is what you need to know." Sakura explained kindly, "Once you set foot in the town, you can undertake official quests. You must register at the Adventurers Guild. The town has a tavern, a blacksmith, and a parts shop." Tsuyoshi heard that, clasped his hands together excitedly. "Exactly, I always wanted real combat experience. This game sounds fun. Let us go, I am looking forward to it." Before the two of them was the Beastman City, Northern. The system displayed Tsuyoshi information, level 6 warrior, equipped with dark goblin armor, weapon black ice serrated sword, skills Twilight Thunder and Heaven Shake, level 2, strategy 8800. He quickly entered the Beastman city of Northern. The bustling scene before him made Tsuyoshi exclaim with delight at the many different Beastman tribes. Sakura walked behind, covering her mouth with a laugh, replying that this place had quite a few rare tribes, each with its own unique characteristics. Tsuyoshi looked around when something suddenly caught his eye. Placing his hands on his hips, he spoke up. He saw two humans standing not far away. Tsuyoshi continued, "They are humans, human adventurers." Sakura also quickly spotted them. She asked if they looked like the people from his world. "My master. In a big city with an adventurer guild like this, there are many different races, and there is a rule to avoid dangerous fights outside the arena. But since Norton is a beastman city, you will naturally see many beastmen." Sakura still followed behind, raising a hand her cheek shyly as she continued, "Proud elf tribes and noble beastmen are quite rare here." Tsuyoshi replied that he understood. It was interesting. This was the first time he had met his own kind since arriving. He could feel a connection. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsuyoshi was nowhere to be seen. He looked up and saw him running towards the two people ahead. Tsuyoshi quickly greeted them. Sakura reached out to stop him, but was too late, saying that the master could not act so suddenly. The two people ahead became wary when they saw Tsuyoshi suddenly running over. The figure cloaked tightly in green raised a hand and asked who he was. The girl in red behind added, "Do not come near us." Seeing them like that, Tsuyoshi stammered and asked, "Is there a rule about asking questions here?" Sakura immediately stepped in front of Tsuyoshi, raised a hand to calm the situation, and told them it was a misunderstanding. The two on the other side were also startled, whispering to each other, "This feeling is..." They left in displeasure, the girl in red muttering as she left, "What the hell was that?" After they left, Tsuyoshi and Sakura quickly continued on. Sakura explained that he could not just strike up conversations with random adventurers. They were very wary, especially humans. Tsuyoshi rubbed his head and replied, "Got it. This world has so many rules." Seeing the passing beastmen all staring at the two of them, Tsuyoshi found it strange. It seemed like everyone was talking about something. Sakura only lowered her head and remained silent. The beastmen's gazes remained fixed on them. Sakura moved closer and whispered an apology, saying it was because she was a half-beastman, and beastmen hated half-breeds. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi rubbed the back of his neck and said quietly, "It's better if they leave us alone." Tsuyoshi did not care how many pairs of eyes were watching. He smiled, reached his hand out to Sakura and said, "Discrimination is everywhere. Don't worry about it, let's go." Hearing his encouragement, Sakura mustered her courage, took Tsuyoshi hand and replied yes. The two of them explored the area for a while. It was like stepping out of a story. Eventually they stopped in front of a building with a guild sign hanging high above. Tsuyoshi looked at the board in front of him and spoke, saying it looked like something from a game or anime, a quest board. Sakura reminded him that they could not accept quests without registering first. The two entered and stood before the receptionist. Sakura said cheerfully, "We are here to register as adventurers." The person across held a lit pipe in hand and replied, "A team consisting of a half-breed and a human. Interesting." This cat beastman woman was named Miko. She continued to ask, "Who among you wants to register?" Hearing this, Tsuyoshi scratched his head and replied, "It's me. You are different from those people staring at us outside." Miko took out a registration form and placed it on the counter, pushing it towards Tsuyoshi, saying she had seen countless adventurers. This was nothing new. She told him to write his information here. The name and class would be distributed to other guilds. Tsuyoshi took the paper and nervously asked, "This is an official document, right?" Sakura placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that the important thing was the registration form. If it wasn't done, there would be no adventurer badge. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi happily asked, "An adventurer badge?" Miko from behind the counter brought out a badge and explained, "This is the identity proof of an adventurer. It is the lowest rank. The higher the badge, the more benefits and rewards, so try to earn a lot of experience." Starting from the lowest rank, the badges begin at iron, copper, silver up to gold, but only a few gold rank adventurers hang around the guild. Strong people usually only accept quests from the wealthy. Tsuyoshi held the badge in his hand, saw it was only level 6 and said, "The lowest rank badge doesn't have much." Hearing this, Miko explained again, "When you receive the badge, your level is automatically determined, and you can hide it using the badge." Tsuyoshi looked up and saw the level display. He asked, "Amazing, how do I do that?" Sakura stood beside him, hands clasped behind her back, saying that he was connecting with the badge as an adventurer. He could hide it just by thinking, but he had to remember the method. Tsuyoshi took the badge out of the box, held it in his hand, closed his eyes and connected. Just by thinking, he thought to himself with the help of the divine selection system. This was a piece of cake. Miko saw that he had already hidden his level, extremely surprised, saying it was rare for someone to succeed on the first try. That method was usually difficult difficult for newbies. Suddenly, two large beastmen walked in, immediately shoving Chiyoshi aside aggressively. The one in front rudely said, "Get out of the way, trash." The one behind carried something and threw it onto the counter, saying, "We are here to report quest progress." A tall beastman with a tuft of hair on his head named Gloomjo leaned against the counter and asked if there were any more quests. A few commissions would do. He leaned his face close to Miko and invited her for a drink, his treat. Miko calmly refused. "Unfortunately, I am busy." She brought out an urgent commission quest. The pay was high, but so was the difficulty. The quest requester's minimum adventurer rank was 15. "Can you do it?" The two of them were stunned, asking if there was anything around level 10. The one beside him, Skullmore, asked what this commission was. Miko said that a large number of dark carnivorous creatures were causing trouble for the farmers. A team of 3 had accepted the commission, but were severely injured. One person went missing. Miko added that their levels were higher than yours. Bloom heard this and broke into a sweat, asking dark carnivorous creatures level 10, and a whole pack at that. Skullmore slammed his hand on the counter and left, saying this commission needed level 20 or higher. Suddenly, Chiyoshi reached out, grabbed the commission scroll, and said, "We will take it." The two large beastmen immediately turned back to look at Chiyoshi. Skullmo started cursing, saying he was in the way, trash. Loonjo also lifted his chin and asked, "What did you say?" Bloomdo immediately moved to draw his weapon, but his teammate quickly stopped him, reminding him of the consequences of drawing a weapon inside the guild. Skullmo crossed his arms and watched Chiyoshi turn to leave, warning him not to underestimate it. If he valued his life, he should not take that commission. Loomjo also asked, "You just registered, didn't you?" Chiyoshi did not answer, only said, "If you can't do it, then shut your mouths." He challenged them, "Or do you want to test combat prowess in the arena?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyoshi clenched his fist, veins bulging. The system announced the activation of the superhuman physique. Chiyoshi thought to himself, with the help of the divine selection system, he could fight a level 9 beastman in single combat. Skullmo saw his arrogance, looked down from above, and said, "You should know your place. Even if we're iron rank, we have experience from many quests. Your badge is still new. You'll become a joke if you get rejected." Miko from behind the counter spoke up to soothe the situation. "Your courage is commendable, but they do have a point. With your current rank, the requester might reject you." Skullmore heard this, puffed out his chest and laughed loudly, saying, "Hear that, you piece of trash? Start from the bottom. A lost dog quest would suit you better." Sakura turned around at this moment and declared to them, "No, we will accept this commission." Everyone in the room froze in place after hearing her speak. Bloomdo saw that Sakura was a half-beastman and sneered contemptuously, "Your teammate is a half-breed. Do you really have the capability to do that?" Sakura raised the gold rank emblem high and coldly declared it was enough proof of identity. The two beastmen were stunned at the sight of the highest emblem, shouting in unison that it was a gold rank emblem. Chiyoshi also looked on in surprise, his eyes full of admiration, thinking to himself whether the cat-eared girl really had a gold rank emblem. Miko called out from behind the counter, saying that the person should have said this from the beginning. She contentedly raised her pipe and smiled, saying she would hand over the commission and believed the client would be very pleased. The two beastmen could only slink away silently, and Chiyoshi mocked them, saying now they were running off again. Sakura walked over and smiled at Chiyoshi, saying this commission would help him level up. Chiyoshi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and replied, "That was right, let us begin." Miko listened to their conversation and wondered in her heart why a gold rank adventurer would call that kid master. What an interesting party those two were. They took the commission scroll and set off. Sakura looked around and said the dark monster farm must be nearby. Chiyoshi turned and asked how she had a gold rank emblem. Sakura blushed and said she had joined the guild from a young age, completing many quests with various parties. Afterwards she realized she met the requirements and had upgraded her emblem. Chiyoshi smiled warmly, thinking she must have gone through many hardships, and then said she fully deserved it. Hearing that, Sakura blushed and softly replied with a thank you. The two suddenly halted in the middle of the road. Seeing the village shrouded in a gloomy black smoke, they both said in unison that it seemed they had arrived. Sakura judged that the opponent seemed strong. The sky was dark, lightning approached, and new level monsters were scattered throughout the village. Chiyoshi and Sakura stood behind the iron gate, looking at the scene inside. Sakura said she did not know how many people were in the dark monster herd. Chiyoshi nodded and added that it looked terrible. Sakura looked up and said dark monsters would cause creatures to degenerate and lose their intelligence, such as a goblin transforming into a dark slim. Chiyoshi realized these monsters were once slim, making them dangerous because only elemental attacks were effective against them. Chiyoshi smiled at Sakura and said that the thunder from the sky would therefore be the most perfect choice. Tsuyoshi immediately entered a combat state, conjured an electric bolt, and told Sakura to just watch as usual, thinking to himself that he had brought the weapon to upgrade. The system displayed that he was level 6, a warrior equipped with the Fox set, the Dark Ice Sword as his weapon, the secondary skill Sky Shaker, and power at 8800. Suddenly Sakura pulled Tsuyoshi coat from behind, making him pause. She said softly that from now on he should not act alone anymore. Tsuyoshi asked why, and she replied that this place was life-threateningly dangerous, completely different from the novice area. She said one monster was fine, but entire herd was too risky for one person alone. She did not want him to risk his life just to level up and asked him to let her come along. After hearing this, Tsuyoshi patted her head and said he understood, but he had something he wanted to ask her. He thought to himself that he only wanted to level up to prepare for anything that might happen. Sakura tilted her head and asked what it was, saying that if she knew the answer she would definitely reply. Tsuyoshi thought she must still remember the Beast King's promise and the trial after 1 year. He spoke up and asked how strong the Beast King was, and how strong he himself needed to be to prove his ability. Sakura heard the question and did not know how to answer for a moment. She lowered her head, her voice heavy as she said, "Honestly, Mare." She sadly continued, saying that it was impossible with his current level, passing the trial was unattainable. Tsuyoshi was startled and asked why. Sakura folded her arms and explained that surviving for a year was already an achievement. She asked him if he knew the rules of the level system. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin, looking clueless, and told her to go on. He thought both worlds shared the same level system, that a higher level increased his ability in the other world, but he knew nothing more. Sakura said the level cap for explorers was 100. The Beast King was at level 92, thanks to his unparalleled ability and high level. Sakura went on to tell him about the Beast King, the Human King, and the Demon King. The three kings were the pinnacle symbols of their race's power. Tsuyoshi recalled the image of the Beast King from the first time and thought he did not look that strong. Sakura explained he could not pass the trial because growth had a limit and past a certain point he could not become stronger. She said the higher the level, the harder it was to level up, and she was a prime example, stuck at level 72 for 20 years. She folded her arms and looked at Tsuyoshi, saying level 72 was not low, but she had failed many times. That was her limit, and to pass the trial, he needed at least level 50. Sakura said softly that no matter how she calculated, she could not see him reaching a high level in a year, because it often took explorers their entire lives just to reach level 50. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi fell silent for a moment, only quietly looking at Sakura. He quickly regained his composure and said with a slight smile, "I understand your concern." Sakura looked at him with eyes that seemed about to cry, asking if he was truly okay, that she would still fight by his side, even if she could not keep her promise. Tsuyoshi firmly replied, "You know I'm not an ordinary explorer." He held the ring on his wrist and looked into the distance, saying he had risen after the Holy Judgment, had lifted the Divine Hammer. If he only needed to reach level 50 in a year, even if others could not, it might be within his reach. Confidently thought, thanks to the new ring in this world, with the miraculous chosen system, he was the chosen one, nothing was impossible. Sakura blushed as she looked at Tsuyoshi and called him master. She hesitated for a moment, then decisively said yes, he would surely become a legend, she believed in him. After the conversation, the two entered the mission. Sakura said, "All right," and Tsuyoshi gripped his sword, his body enveloped in electricity, and replied, "Let us go." As for my second question, hearing there was another question, Sakura hurriedly apologized, saying she had talked too much. Tsuyoshi pushed the gate and walked inside. He asked seriously, if he fought a level 10 warrior and his underlings, what level did he need at least? Sakura had not expected this question, raised a hand to her lips in thought, then replied that with that many enemies, he would need at least level 12 to have an advantage. Standing before the dark monster, Tsuyoshi said, "Level 12, I will reach it this week." The system displayed his level as 6. Sakura nodded upon hearing this, even though she did not understand. Dark monster spotted an unfamiliar figure and roared to alert its companions. Tsuyoshi looked at the monster with its wide mouth, densely packed with sharp teeth. Standing before the giant monster, Tsuyoshi said to Sakura, "Let me handle it." Tsuyoshi raised his sword, determined to make full use of the system, his eyes flashing. The system immediately announced Divine Eye has been activated. Using his Divine Eye, he saw all the monster info, level 10, slim form, combat power 1500, weakness is lightning, normal attacks nullified, and fast regeneration. The system added, the main weakness is the slim core inside the body. When the core glows it will regenerate the body, and its location can be determined then. Tsuyoshi gripped his sword tightly, ready to fight, calculating in his head, using thunder to attack the core was the best method. Thinking that, he charged toward the monster, reaching out to touch it first to locate the core. Sakura watched from below and reminded him, any part touched by the monster would rot, be careful. While fighting and searching for the monster's weak point, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, found it. He swung his sword, trusting his superhuman body to withstand the blow. He activated the system, superhuman body activated. He lunged down, slashing and muttering, just need to get close. After slashing he looked but saw no core, wondering to himself, could the core not be in the chest cavity? Kyoshi landed, seeing the monster regenerate quickly. He remarked, "Your recovery speed is truly frightening." He crouched down on the ground. The monster's health bar had only decreased by 1/5. Suddenly, the monster lunged at him, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, intending to swallow him. The lunge created an explosion, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Luckily, Kyoshi reacted quickly, raising his sword to block, the teeth nearly sinking into him. He laughed loudly. "You want to eat me? Wrong opponent." Kyoshi raised his hand to activate superhuman body, his arm's strength increasing. He used his powerful arms to hold the monster's jaw, shouting, "You are like a bug flying into a flame. I will tear your mouth apart." As he finished speaking, Kyoshi tore the giant monster in front of him in two. Sakura witnessed this and silently admired. "His strength is incredible." Perhaps, as he said, "Nothing is impossible." The monster with its torn mouth screamed in pain, a flash of light appearing inside. Kyoshi picked up his sword from the ground and said, "Finally see it, under the tongue." He gripped the sword and leaped up, putting all his strength into it, aiming at the core, thrusting and saying, "Taste the power of thunder." The sword pierced straight into the monster's core, lightning striking down in unison. Monster's health bar dropped to 0, the core gradually dissolving. Kyoshi landed, letting out a sigh of relief as his experience points increased immediately. Kyoshi said confidently, "This mission seems quite easy." The system displayed a panel, level 6, warrior, equipment fox, weapon dark, ice serrated sword, skill none, subskill, heaven shaker, combat power 8800, experience 300 to 5000. 30 minutes later, Kyoshi had destroyed the dual cores of the last dark monster. Looking at the slime on the ground, he said, "The dark ones that eat humans have all been eliminated." The system displayed his info, level 6 warrior, fox beastman gear, weapon dark ice serrated sword, skill sky thunder, second skill true heaven shaker, combat power 8800, experience 300 ton 5000. Kyoshi pondered. Just as Sakura said, the experience requirement to level up is getting higher. These weak monsters are nothing. After all this struggle, the experience points are still 31,000. He thought to himself, "It seems I cannot level up with just this mission. I must recalculate a fast leveling plan." He set a goal of reaching level 12 in 1 week and level 20 in 1 year, clenching his fist in determination. Having thought it through, he turned to Sakura and asked shyly, "Do you have high-grade lightning potion? That stuff is really useful." Hearing this, Sakura took out a bottle of potion and handed it to him, saying, "Master, you have worked hard." The system explained, high-grade lightning potion is made from tree resin and thunder flowers, used to infuse the lightning attribute into weapons. It is a common magical item for mages and priests. After handing it over, Sakura rummaged through her bag and continued, "I have 4 more bottles prepared for both of us, so Master can use them freely." Kyoshi wiped his sweat and praised, "No wonder it is you, Sakura. You bought the high-grade lightning potion before coming here, right? Was it expensive? Next time we should keep some fire oil. The oil from last time was quite handy." Sakura looked embarrassed as she took out a receipt and shook it. "Master, we are out of money." "Let me explain the financial situation. This kind of thing is not cheap. I used all the money to buy them. I am sorry." Kyoshi scratched his head and told her, "You do not need to apologize. How much per bottle? What is the mission reward?" "I will handle this. Explain it in simple terms. I have not been paying attention to finances." As he spoke, Kyoshi thought to himself, "I only thought about how to level up and forgot the importance of money." Even if Sakura used all her savings, she did not complain. Seeing him say that, Sakura detailed the costs. Each high-grade lightning potion is rare, so the price is about 30 silver coins. Low-level mission rewards depend on the item value, but missions from the guild usually do not exceed 1 gold coin. That is why people create private quests. Kyoshi nodded, "You know a lot." Sakura summarized, "This clearing mission rewards 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins depending on difficulty. The current mission is to destroy dark creatures. I think we will get 3 gold coins, but it depends on the quest giver." She concluded, "Simply put, we are dirt poor." After completing the mission, the Exploration Guild will calculate the reward. With 3 gold coins, our living expenses and the oil you want to buy are still problematic. Kyoshi was silent for a moment, then said with emotion, "You are like a very capable wife." After speaking, the two continued searching for monsters around the village. They stopped in front of a stable, and Kyoshi exclaimed, "Nice. Is this the boss in the food storage? Only one left. Let us finish this quickly." Sakura raised her hand in cheer. "Good luck to you." Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "Who are you to dare barge into our farm?" The beastman owner of the farm walked over, followed by a few other beastmen. He said, "I am the owner of this place. You are explorers, a human and a half-breed. What are you doing on my farm?" Nightgrip, a goat beastman in a robe, spoke up, "There are remnants of lightning magic. You destroyed the dark ones outside." Brudge Creek folded his arms and denied, "Impossible? A human and a half-breed could do that? That human looks weak. Could you two be looking for that thing?" Roskin, a large beastman behind him, said harshly, "I see. You are also looking for the heart core, right? We have accepted that quest. The item from the heart core will be ours." Ravenous also chimed in unhappily. "It seems the rumor about the heart core has spread far. Tsuyoshi did not understand anything, so he asked, "What is the heart core?" "So you are the quest givers, we have a misunderstanding. We accepted a quest from the guild." Sakura suddenly understood. "Wait a minute," she exclaimed, "the heart core drops from this boss." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi looked at the people before him with suspicion. The farm owner rubbed his head and said, "I posted this quest to the guild, but I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. So you too did not know about the item from this boss." Rush Creek suddenly drew his bow and aimed it at them. "If you do not know, then give it to us and get out of here. If you dare interfere with the Heart Core quest, we will not hold back." Tsuyoshi, though not fully aware, saw the hostile attitude and raised his sword. He turned to Sakura and asked, "What is the Heart Core?" Sakura also gripped her sword tightly and said, "Do not give up this mission. That item is truly very valuable." The system immediately informed Tsuyoshi, "The Heart Core is a rare item from a shadow boss. After refinement, it can be used to link with a dark area." Sakura seriously explained to Tsuyoshi that the drop rate and experience in the shadow area are 10 times higher than outside. Any explorer who wants to level up would not miss this opportunity if it were sold early. The raw material price has already reached 100 gold coins, and after refining, at least 150. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi was stunned, muttering to himself that it was too expensive. He secretly resolved to obtain it at all costs, because this item was very important for his goal. Both sides were tense, preparing to rush into battle. Seeing this, the farm owner quickly stopped them, begging them not to fight, saying that everything could be resolved through a misunderstanding and not to cause any more trouble. He pointed into the distance, saying that one group was from the guild, and the other group he had invited. Let them prove their ability. The last remaining boss would belong to whoever defeated it. Sakura quickly frowned and pressed her face close to the owner, saying that we entered first. She calculated inwardly that she must obtain it for her master at all costs. Dravonis, relying on his large stature, placed his hand on the farm owner's shoulder in threat. He said, "Why should we let you enter first? Both groups only have one chance, and we will enter first because you invited us." The farm owner replied that, "You are right. I invited you, your group enters first." Dravonis's beastmen were all level 12, so he was very arrogant. Before entering, he even sneered and said to let that rotten human and that mongrel hybrid see some real power. Radric held a bow in his hand, laughing and saying that the shadow boss was quite strong, but the rewards were plentiful. She shouted that there is only one chance, so deploy 120% of your strength. Sakura then analyzed the opposing group, seeing they had a mage, an archer, a warrior, and a tank. She worried that if they combined perfectly, they would win against the boss. "Perhaps we have lost the opportunity." Tsuyoshi just crossed his arms and replied. He stepped forward one step and then said, "Wait, I have a proposal. How about you let me enter first, just me alone?" He carried his sword on his shoulder, showed his level, and said he was a level 6 explorer. If he loses, his team will give up the mission and the rewards, but if he wins, the rewards are his. He asked how that sounded. Hearing this, Dravonis's whole team looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say. Dravonis finally reacted, holding his head and pointing at him in mockery. He said, "You have to be at least level 18 to solo this boss." Brad Griff also clutched his belly, laughing at him, saying a level 6 guy wants to solo it. Nigrip raised his hand to his forehead and continued, "We have no objections." Seeing everyone agree, Tsuyoshi excitedly clenched his fist, saying, "It's decided then." Hearing this, Sakura worriedly stepped up behind him, saying to him that, "Master, are you sure this boss is at least level 12, and it's also dark infused?" She said, "It's not an enemy you can defeat with your blazing thunder. Let me do it." Before she could finish, Tsuyoshi turned back, winked, and confidently patted his chest, saying to her, "Sakura, trust me." Hearing this, Sakura smiled gently, replying, "Yes, I trust you, master." Hearing Sakura say that, Dravonis immediately laughed at her, saying, "Little sister, believe what you want, hurry up and go in. Level 6, I can't wait to see him get slaughtered by the boss." Tsuyoshi pretended to laugh foolishly, raising his hand to scratch his head, saying, "Merciless slaughter." Yes. Tsuyoshi held his sword. As he turned around, his expression became serious. He muttered to himself, "Let's see if I get killed," then immediately linked to the system, hiding his level. His rank was now being concealed. The moment Tsuyoshi turned around and went inside, Nitrip saw his eyes. He was startled, speaking up to ask if he was seeing things or if his aura had suddenly changed. Tsuyoshi stepped inside. As soon as he saw the monster, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes, and he spoke, "So you are the strong opponent Sakura mentioned, but now I am more interested in the heart item." Before him was a giant, slimy monster with one red eye in the center, surrounded by a dozen arms. Dravonis's group entered right behind him, and as soon as they reached the door, all 4 of them were stunned, jaws agape at the monster. Roski's eyes widened as he cried out that the boss was a level 14 monster. How could it be so big? Dravonis, witness standing in front still hadn't closed his mouth, saying it was dark infused at least level 23. Sakura, watching from outside the door, instinctively called out to her master. Brad Craig crossed his arms over his chest, still not stopping his taunting, telling little sister to prepare to pick up the scraps. That guy won't survive 10 seconds. Hearing this, Sakura turned back, a terrifying glow in her eyes, and said in a fierce tone, "Shut your mouth." All four men, seeing the look in her eyes, were frightened and dared not speak. Inside, Chiyoshi still calmly used his spirit eye to observe the monster. He muttered the weakness of the dark man-eating monster is normal, but it is much stronger than the ones outside, so I cannot win using that method. Hearing the noise, the monster immediately looked down, its mouth full of sharp fangs opening wide, drool dripping down. Chiyoshi activated the system and put away the dark ice iron sword. He looked up to face the monster, saying that if it were possible, he wouldn't want to use this method either. The longer the fight goes on, the more advantageous it becomes for it. Now I understand why those people said that. Chiyoshi immediately raised his hand into the air, gathering blinding streaks of lightning, his eyes glowing. He declared he would kill it in 1 second. That's right, 1 second is enough. The system immediately issued a warning. The Divine King's hammer was taken out from the inventory. Due to your current level, you cannot use the full power of the hammer. If you use force to activate it, it will drain your energy. Activation time, 1 second. Chiyoshi held the divine hammer, emitting lightning, thinking to himself that the weakness of the dark man-eating monster is thunder and lightning. He will strengthen his arm with his supernatural body, maximize the power of heavenly thunder like a true celestial, and activate the hammer at the final moment. He will surely win. He still held the hammer high to continue summoning lightning, thinking that if this strike fails, he will be in danger due to the weakness after using the skill. But he must do it at all costs. He will obtain that item no matter what. The system provided information. Level 6. Warrior class equipment. Fox Beastman suit, weapon. Dark Ice Iron Sword skill. Blazing Thunder, second skill. True Celestial, combat power, 8,800. Chiyoshi held the hammer with both hands, striking it towards the monster, and that spot immediately exploded violently. The attacked monster howled in frenzy, clenching its fists, preparing to punch. Chiyoshi swung the hammer down once again. He gathered all his strength and leaped up, channeling the lightning power from the hammer to slam directly into the monster. Blinding light erupted, and from the roof, a mass of lightning strikes came crashing down. Standing outside, Nightgrip couldn't help but curiously ask what was happening. Inside, an explosion occurred. Everyone saw nothing but electric bolts and debris flying out. Sakura covered her ears, her eyes wide, thinking to herself that he used that power again, but afterwards he would become very weak. The farm exploded. Someone's voice was still heard asking what the hell was happening. Wasn't that a bomb? The farm owner, dazed, asked, "What am I doing here? What happened to the food warehouse?" Sakura looked at the wreckage, immediately calling out to find her master, frantically searching and calling. The others were still discussing. One powerful blow. Surely the boss was destroyed from within. Sakura continued searching, when suddenly a hand reached out from the rubble and a voice called out, "Sakura." Chiyoshi crawled out from the debris, looking quite disheveled. In his hand, he was still holding a blue gem, quickly asking her if this was the heart everyone was talking about. System display, level 6, warrior, fox beastman suit, dark ice iron sword, blazing thunder, true celestial, combat power 8,800, experience points 6,000 out of 15,000. After completing the mission, Chiyoshi and Sakura immediately returned to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing them return, Miko warmly welcomed them, praising them for finishing so quickly. "How impressive, you must have worked fast." She handed over the rewards for this time. Miko, holding a pipe in one hand, placed the money pouch on the counter, saying it was the style of a gold badge. She said she heard the newly arrived customer team couldn't do anything. Sakura happily reached out with both hands to take the money pouch, smiling with narrowed eyes and replying thank you. She said, "It wasn't me, it was my master who defeated them. I couldn't defeat them at all." Hearing this, Miko thought Sakura was joking with her, laughed it off and said, "Don't joke around." She said that monster was a level 14 giant man-eating dark monster. There's no way a level 6 newbie could defeat it. Seeing Chiyoshi looking haggard, lying sprawled on the waiting chair, Miko said to Sakura again, "Isn't he completely exhausted?" Sakura looked over there, denying it, saying it must be because Master cleared this place by himself. She explained that the physical and mental exhaustion had weakened his stats. Miko said, "Joke like that. No matter how I look at it, it's impossible." Then the weakened state ended. Chiyoshi immediately stood up, returning to his confident demeanor with bulging muscles. He thought to himself that releasing the hammer's power for just 1 second caused a strong reaction. It would have been dangerous without Sakura. Scratching his head, he walked toward the two people chatting and asked, "Did you find out anything about the heart?" Miko stood behind the counter. Hearing this, she inquired, "You obtained the heart. If you auction it, it would fetch a very high price. You are truly lucky. If you want to sell, there is a big guild master in the center." Sakura heard this and laughed in reply, "I have no intention of selling it. Does the mage guild in this town require a letter of recommendation? I want to ask them to purify it." Miko immediately asked back, "Are you planning to use it yourself? You need to ask a mage to do that. Of course, the heart needs to be purified and enchanted before it can be used." Miko turned her back and went inside, saying to the two, "The Mage Guild is located in the east of the city. I will write a letter of recommendation. In a few days they are holding the mage examination, so they might refuse, but I will bring the letter. You just wait." Sakura heard this and immediately thanked her. "Thank you very much." Tsuyoshi was still curious, turning to ask Sakura, "Mage examination, so mages have ranks too?" Sakura explained, "Mage is an honorary title, similar to alchemist or elven awakener, achieved through examination and divided into 6 ranks. Only mages can craft certain potions and items. High-rank mages create more effective ones, and of course the price is higher too." Tsuyoshi asked further, "So a mage is completely different from an ordinary adventurer?" Sakura replied, "Correct. Mages, alchemists, and awakeners usually do not fight. They are considered a noble class, creating valuable potions and influencing level limits." Tsuyoshi could not help but blurt out a question about the level limit of adventurers. Sakura patiently explained, "In the adventurer world there is a saying that one high-rank mage is more terrifying than 10 high-rank adventurers. The potions and items of a talented mage can change the outcome of a battle, even increase levels, so they are always sought after." There was a story of a level 80 warrior who dared to defy a silver mage, and from then on, the world realized their terror. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin and commented, "Interesting." While they were talking, Miko returned with the letter and handed it to Sakura. "This is the letter of recommendation. With it you can enter the Mage Guild and purify the heart." Sakura took the letter and thanked Miko. The letter bore the seal of the Adventurer Guild. The two of them, Tsuyoshi and Sakura, continued walking to the Mage Guild. In front of the Mage Guild door, many people were queuing and waiting. Tsuyoshi saw that this place was packed with people. He couldn't help but exclaim because there were so many mages coming to take the exam. Sakura, walking beside him, gently nodded in confirmation. The exam day gathered a huge crowd from prestigious families, schools, and organizations. Everyone said this exam was extremely difficult to get into. When the two of them, Tsuyoshi, stepped forward, the crowd immediately turned to look. Sakura tugged his arm, telling him to just line up, and thanks to the recommendation letter from the Adventurers Guild, they could get in. Sakura led Tsuyoshi to a mage and asked, "Excuse me, we need someone to help purify the heart vessel." The mage before them was a white mage, a member of the Mages Guild. He turned and asked, "Are you two a human and a half-human?" "Not today, only mages can enter on exam day." Hearing that, Sakura immediately took out the recommendation letter and said, "Sorry, we have a recommendation letter from the Adventurers Guild." The white mage didn't care, rudely pushed Sakura aside, and said loudly, "Half-human, I already told you. Today is the exam day, so you cannot enter. No matter whose letter it is, the exam is the most important. Get lost." Seeing that action, Tsuyoshi immediately stepped forward to block Sakura, looking at him fiercely. "We are not causing trouble. We have a recommendation letter. You have a responsibility to let us in." He saw Tsusuyoshi's persistence and started to get angry, looking at him with a contemptuous gaze, laughing loudly as he declared, "Pretty brave, huh? Let me make it clear. We are the ones with the authority in this Mages Guild. Even as the days pass, you won't get in until the exam is over." Hearing him say that, Tsuyoshi clenched his fist and was about to step forward, but Sakura timely pulled his robe and whispered softly, "Master, if you anger him here..." Unexpectedly, a man holding a wooden staff stepped out from inside the guild and spoke up, "What is going on here?" This man's name was Dark, his position was the representative of the Northern Mages Association, and he was also the chairman-level mage of the association. He looked down from a higher position. Seeing that, the white mage stepped forward to explain, "Chairman Dark, I sincerely apologize for this disturbance." He immediately pointed at Tsuyoshi, intentionally tattling, "Those rude guys came on the exam day to request a heart vessel purification. We refused them. Chairman Dark, I will handle this." Before he could finish his sentence, Tsuyoshi interrupted, "Are you the one in charge here? I have a recommendation letter from the guild. Why won't you let me in?" The white mage angrily walked over to Dark. "How dare you speak to the chairman like that?" Dark gently told him, "A mage should not cause such a commotion." He looked down at Tsuyoshi and continued, "Human warrior, I will perform the purification work, but today is the exam day. I have no time. You should come after the exam." Tsuyoshi heard him say that, thinking in his head, "I am also in a hurry. Leveling up is the most important issue." He spoke up a bit apologetically, "Sorry, but I am in a great hurry. Is there no other way?" Hearing that, he answered bluntly in front of everyone, "Another way. You should participate in the Mages exam and achieve the highest score. The chairman of the Northern Mages Association will handle all the procedures. However, being a warrior, you are not qualified to take the Mage exam." Tsuyoshi scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What are the requirements to participate in the Mage exam?" The entire group of mages standing around heard this and immediately burst into laughter. One of them spoke up, "You don't know anything, do you?" Another also said, "How How embarrassing. Dark stroked his long beard while stating the conditions for the mage exam. Young human, to become a mage, you must at least have the ability of a sorcerer. The essence of a mage is a sorcerer. The basic requirement is to pass both item creation exams. Then you become a white mage. Understand? Hearing that, Tsuyoshi immediately extended his hand confidently and said, "So as long as I am a mage, it's fine, right? Can I borrow that staff?" The chairman of the Mages Association heard him say that. Stunned, he exclaimed, "My staff?" The white mage beside him immediately raised his hand to stop him, then scolded, "Are you an idiot? Do you think you can borrow the chairman's staff? Even if you borrowed it, what could you do with it if you are not a mage? If you continue, I will call the guards." Tsuyoshi kept his arm steady and made his request once more. "Let me borrow it. I will prove I am qualified." Dark looked at him, pondering silently for a while. Then he handed his staff to Tsuyoshi. "Interesting, I want to see how a warrior can prove himself. Use it, this staff has no level limit." Seeing that, Sakura leaned close to his arm and whispered, "What are you planning to do, master?" Tsuyoshi turned to her with a slight smile and said, "Trust me." Sakura nodded with unconditional trust. "All right." She blushed looking at him, and her train of thought arrived again. Every time the teacher says those words, master always finds a way to complete the goal. The white mage saw Tsuyoshi holding the staff. He glanced at him again with a spiteful tone. "Chairman Dark has lent it to you, so prove yourself." Tsuyoshi immediately raised his hand, his eyes glowing as he was casting some spell. The white mage turned to look at him, and was suddenly hit by something. Tsuyoshi cast the spell, and immediately countless roses appeared around the white mage. It made him blush as he raised his hand to his forehead and let out a cry, hit with a precise strike. Tsuyoshi thought in his head, "If I am guessing correctly, when I copy the skill of a mage and use the staff as a medium, I can use magic." The system along with Luke sent a notification to Tsuyoshi. Absolute copy skill has been activated. He looked at the magic spells before him, and thought again, I can use magic. In theory, I can do any profession. Choosing warrior first was just a personal preference. The system displayed further instructions. Feel the enemy's heart with your hand, select a skill and copy it. Cooldown time is unlimited, but you can only store one skill. A new skill will replace the old one. Skill currently being copied, earth-shaking quake. He saw a skill where both hands were brought together. Quickly thought, flash, I will choose it. The system displayed, support magic flash, costs 30 MP, activates a spell that creates a strong light to blind enemies for 3 seconds. Range depends on magic energy. Magic energy is the total energy in adventurer's body. Mages have more than other classes and can increase it through meditation. A while later, the system sent a notification. Skill flash has been fully copied. White mage came to his senses, saw Tsuyoshi emanating a source of magical energy, and cried out in fear, "What are you doing, you pervert?" Tsuyoshi raised Dark staff while controlling the magic and saying, "A mage can deploy magic with a staff. If I can do it, then I am qualified to participate in the mage exam, right?" The chairman watched Tsuyoshi control the magic before him, thinking in his heart, magic waves. So he is not a warrior after all? The system annotated. Magic waves often appear when a talented mage deploys a strong linking spell. Tsuyoshi turned to glance at Sakura, smiled softly and said, "Sakura, close your eyes." She obediently covered her eyes with her hands. Yes. Light from the wooden staff radiated brilliantly. Powerful magic waves enveloped Tsuyoshi's body. Seeing the source of magic was too massive, he raised his hand to create an invisible shield to avoid the effect. The system added a note. Imaginary shield is a support spell that a mage can deploy without a staff. It activates through imagination, creating a weak defensive shield against physical and magic attacks. Standing behind the shield, he thought, a basic flash spell is enough to deal with a standard adventurer. But my shield cannot be broken with this level of power. The system detected Tsuyoshi was using magic and sent a notification. Do you wish to enhance your magic energy through the superhuman body? Current energy 150. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi thought, probably not sure, but let's try. He immediately chose. The system notified again, magic energy has been appropriately enhanced through the superhuman body. Suddenly, the magic emanating from the staff skyrocketed. The system displayed, spell flash has been improved. Current magic energy, 3500. Dark realized the sudden increase in magical power, thinking the intensity of the flash has skyrocketed. The system sent a notification to Dark immediately after, your imaginary shield cannot withstand this strong light. Dark's shield shattered, and the entire magic guild was engulfed by Tsuyoshi's magic. Tsuyoshi then called out to him, Chairman Dark. His eyes were still glowing as he looked at him and said, what about now? Am I qualified to participate in the mage exam? The system immediately updated Tsuyoshi's information. Level 6, current class mage. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Ice Steel Sword. Magic staff with no level limit. Skill Sky Raging Thunder. Copied skill Flash. Battle power 8800. He used his hand to block Tsuyoshi's binding magic, closed his eyes and said a few words. He knows you. Tsuyoshi entered the magic exam room. The beastman mages saw a human and started discussing. A human taking the mage exam. This must be a joke. He should have taken the apothecary exam instead. One of them crossed his arms and said, "This is a first." Tsuyoshi was surrounded by staring eyes. He rubbed his head and said to Sakura, "They look at me like I am an enemy." Sakura comforted him. "Master is the first human to take the mage exam, so they think you have some ulterior motive." The system displayed, Level 6, Profession Mage Residue, equipped with Beastman Greed Set, Weapon Singing Frost Sword, Unlimited Magic Staff, Skills Sky Thunder Haze and Copy Radiance, Combat Power 8800. Tsuyoshi turned and asked, "Am I really the first?" Sakura replied, "Yes." Sakura explained, "Humans have the apothecary profession, similar to Beastman Mages and Elf Awakeners. There are no rules banning human participation, but this custom has always been followed. The three professions have their own factions, and entering another faction is seen as a provocation." Tsuyoshi understood. He covered his mouth and whispered to Sakura, "I just want to purify the heart organ. I don't want to provoke anyone." Sakura replied, "I understand. Since it doesn't break the rules, Master should do what he believes is right." Dark was talking to a man holding a staff with a blue gem. He said, "I do not oppose Chairman Dark's decision, but..." Yuspik, Vice President of the Northern Mages Association, hesitated, then said, "If this precedent is set, the honor of the Beastman Mage faction will be affected. I doubt that human can even make potions. He doesn't even have a basic staff." Dark replied, "But I have lent him one. The purpose of the test is to see if he can create one." Dark was curious about Tsusuyoshi's potential. He recalled the scene of him creating a magic wave. A note appeared. Magic waves appear when talented mages deploy powerful magic. Dark thought, that only happened in an instant. Perhaps no one noticed, but I sensed the magic wave from him. Dark continued, "I have only seen such potential in the mage genius Kevin." Yuspik laughed loudly. "Are you joking? That brat cannot compare to that young genius. He isn't even qualified to be the shoe shiner for Kevin's new disciple." Dark asked, "Kevin's new disciple is Fulin, right?" Yuspik replied, "Correct, she is aiming for the top spot, which sounds feasible." Kevin even publicly praised her, saying she is a genius far surpassing his younger self. Fulin is a nightcat species profession magic mage currently waiting for the mage exam. When Fulin appeared, the mages discussed. "That's Kevin's new female disciple. She is very young. She was once eliminated due to age restrictions. This time she aims for the top spot. For us, just passing the exam is lucky." Mage's gossip seemed to reach her ears. Fulin closed her book, sighed and muttered, "Those weaklings are so noisy." Yuspik entered the room with Luke and announced, "The mage exam is about to begin. Those not participating, please leave. Everyone, please stand in your assigned number positions." Tsuyoshi turned to Sakura. "I'm number 15, I will go in." Sakura waved and smiled. "Good luck, I will wait outside." Tsuyoshi looked at his number tag, walking while comparing it to the numbers on the floor, muttering the written number aloud. It only took Tsuyoshi a moment to find his spot. He stood up straight. "Here it is." Fulin stood beside him. Seeing Tsuyoshi, she glanced over and wondered, "A human?" Tsuyoshi turned and smiled in greeting. "I am Tsuyoshi." He compared Fulin to Sakura, thinking to himself, a cute beastman girl, completely different from Sakura. Fulin ignored him, sneering, "A human participating in the mage exam. It seems someone really wants to attract attention." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi felt a bit annoyed. The only downside is her sharp tongue. Dark spoke from above. "Is everyone in position? The mage exam will test basic skills. You must craft potions yourselves. Since you chose the path of the mage, you must have prepared thoroughly." Suddenly a table dropped in front of Tsuyoshi. He was startled and asked, "What is this?" On Fulin's table, countless ingredients and tools were already laid out. She said bluntly, "You don't even know what a mage's refining station is? Perhaps you should go home." Hearing her mockery, Tsuyoshi didn't know what to say, only thought, "Whatever." He looked at the refining kit, adjusted the tablecloth, thinking, the refining station's method of crafting potions in this world is still outdated. In my world, everything is fully automated, much easier. Dark spoke from above. Vice President Yuspik will announce the exam details. Yuspik lifted his staff and struck it hard on the ground. Instantly a magic circle appeared. The mages immediately looked up. Tsuyoshi picked up the exam paper and read it. Basic potion skill, potion power 3, time 1 hour. He thought, so this is the exam. Tsuyoshi looked around thinking, make 3 basic potions in 1 hour. Let's see how the other examinees do it. The one standing above spoke. The first obstacle is choosing ingredients. The crafting table has many different ingredients requiring certain knowledge. Most newcomers do not know there are 9 types of ingredients for basic potion power. Just one wrong ingredient and you cannot craft it. This is where many will be eliminated. Tsuyoshi listened and observed. Many beastmen around had already been eliminated. He muttered to himself, are there really that many people who don't know what to choose? He glanced over at Fulin. Usually Usually, mages craft potions with ingredients prepared in advance. Fulin's hands moved quickly. In just a moment, she had finished selecting. She said, "It's truly a pity not being able to remember the basic ingredients for such simple potions." Tsuyoshi saw she was almost done, his eyes widened in admiration. Awesome, so fast. Fulin held the selected ingredients, took her staff, closed her eyes and cast her magic. She thought, passing the first round is Master Kevin's minimum requirement. I will accomplish that. Yuspik saw Fulin begin casting, exclaimed, "Indeed, Kevin's disciple. She has started." The one standing beside also spoke. "Her precision and speed are truly impeccable. This exam must be easy for her." Fulin quickly pointed her staff at the basket of selected herbs, shouted, "Crush." Instantly the herbs were crushed, mixing with the base water. She enthusiastically created the finished product. Tsuyoshi stood watching, thinking, sharp tongue but truly skilled. He thought he should try to imitate her. Immediately activated the system. Divine Eye activated, analyzing target's actions. The chairman and vice chairman stood above watching silently. The one standing assessed. Kevin's judgment was correct. Fulin uses magic very meticulously. Yuspik added, "She will definitely become an excellent mage in the future." In a short time, Fulin had completed 3 basic potions. She quickly poured them into storage vials. Miss Luke spoke again. "The next step is the most important and final procedure." Fulin channeled through her staff, her entire body enveloped by a stream of green light energy. She immediately cast magic on the 3 potion vials to refine them. Dark stroked his beard, continued speaking. "The refining process is the most important step. Combining materials with magic is the challenge that tests magical power. For Fulin, this is no problem." He thought, if everything goes as expected, Fulin will take first place this time. Unexpectedly, he saw Tsuyoshi still standing there without doing anything, so he wondered in his heart, he has not even started yet, what is he playing at? This Fulin Luke has already entered the concentration stage. After completing 3 potions, she set them down on the table and dusted her hands, thinking to herself, "Too easy, I am the best." Seeing someone had finished first, Lian reminded, "Good, wait for the final inspection after completion." Hearing that, Fulin looked annoyed. She muttered, "Still have to wait for them." She turned around and saw Tsuyoshi staring at her, so she asked, "What are you looking at, you pervert?" Tsuyoshi immediately used his divine eyes. The system analyzed and nullified her divine vision. Tsuyoshi bent down to start the exam, cast the magic, and gently thanked Fulin for her help. Fulin had not even finished speaking before she was pulled back by someone. Up above, the guildmaster and vice-guildmaster who witnessed the scene were also extremely astonished. Tsuyoshi held Dark Staff. The system notified him that he wished to optimize the action, so he chose to agree. As soon as he confirmed, the system immediately and automatically selected the appropriate materials. Right after, a powerful refining process was carried out automatically. Fulin widened her eyes to watch, unable to hide her shock inwardly. Is he refining multiple items at the same time? Yuspik was also stunned and blurted out, "He has been hiding his true strength all this time. This technique belongs to Kevin." Kevin called it process simplification, which requires extraordinary magical power. Can he stand on par with that genius? Scene change. Sakura was standing at the guild entrance, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her expression worried. She lowered her head and sighed, wondering to herself how the master was doing with the exam. Inside the exam room, Tsuyoshi was using magic to finish the exam quickly, and the system immediately appeared. An announcement said the optimization process was complete, including material selection, quality filtering, grinding into powder, and refining. Tsuyoshi thought while casting the magic. He felt as if he had done this countless times. How interesting. The system displayed the final step again when the mage fuses magic into the materials to create the finished potion. Tsuyoshi looked at the 3 potions before him, thinking about how the potency and quality depended on the mage's magical power. Fulin, who had been watching from the start, was stunned, while Tsuyoshi thought about the final refining step. Fulin recalled her master's technique, silently vowing not to lose to this useless person. Is he imitating Kevin? Seeing the scene, he reminded again, back then Kevin once used lightning-fast techniques to create a C-grade potion. That potion was far superior to what a white mage could create. Even he had difficulty with C-grade. Tradition displays a note that refined potions are ranked from grade 0 to 5, depending on the skill used to create them. Yuspik interjected, "For a human to create a C-grade potion is already a miracle, but the final product is what truly decides." The system displayed again, saying that C-grade potions were usually only crafted by green mages and were in high demand. Everyone continued to silently watch Tsuyoshi complete the exam. Below, the system sent a new notification to Tsuyoshi. The predicted grade of the refined potion was classified from D to S, depending on skill. After reading it, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, this classification was completely different from his original world. After finishing, the system reported a D-grade energy potion, and he thought that was enough. Unexpectedly, a competitive spirit rose within him. He thought if Fulin created a C-grade, he would lose. To be sure, he decided he had to craft at least 1 C-grade potion. He suddenly thought that potion grade was influenced by power and magical attributes. Changing the power and magical attributes would change the potion grade, and he was determined to try. The guildmaster and vice-guildmaster saw him hesitating and thought he had lost confidence and might fail. Fulin wondered why he was hesitating when the refining process was about to succeed. The group of mages around urged him, asking why the refining process wasn't finished yet. One mage was about to touch him, saying if he delayed, his mana wouldn't be enough. Fulin was so shocked he knocked the mage's hand away, saying not to distract him, that the mage didn't know the basics of a mage. Tsuyoshi still hesitated. His current magic had no attribute, how could he change it? The system confirmed his current mana had no attribute. Tsuyoshi suddenly remembered the Divine King's hammer, the item that had granted him the lightning attribute. He borrowed power from the Divine King's hammer. He could change his mana attribute. There was no other choice. The old man judged that the unstable mana waves meant the refining would fail. Truly a pity. Tsuyoshi focused, and sparks of electricity began to appear, which he controlled with his will. His eyes shone, his entire body was enveloped in electric sparks, and his will commanded to grant power. The group of mages and Fulin were all shocked into speechlessness. Fulin thought to himself his mana had suddenly surged. Tsuyoshi rejoiced. The lightning attribute had been granted mere seconds, but enough to finish. He raised his staff high, combining magic with lightning. Tsuyoshi shouted loudly, refine, final crystallization. After the final step, he was drenched in sweat, and the notification said the basic energy potion was complete. Tsuyoshi wiped his sweat, exclaiming that changing attributes was really tiring, and he didn't know if it was enough to surpass her. Spikyu saw that he had finished and said that he had still succeeded in refining and condensing. It was truly strange to speak up. Could it be that it was no longer unstable? Just a moment ago, I could still sense another elemental flow appear. What exactly did you? The crowd murmured among themselves. Tsuyoshi had just finished and didn't know what happened. He asked blankly, what's going on? A moment later, when the exam time ended, an announcement rang out. Stop immediately, everyone. Anyone who violates will be disqualified. Dark spoke up. From now on, Vice President Yuspik Vada will decide on the pharmaceutical company. The Vice President began to walk through each exam paper and said, let's continue and look from this side. Dark opened the first red potion. He sniffed it and commented, the fragrance is weak, dissipates quickly, and is quite simple. That potion barely entered the O rank. Congratulations on passing. The mage upon hearing this hurriedly bowed to thank. I am deeply honored. Thank you, Chairman. On the Vice President's side, he came to one exam. All 3 vials emitted black smoke. He raised an eyebrow and evaluated. It is cloudy and smells burnt. A result of over-refinement, a failure. The mage upon hearing this cried out to the sky, seemingly unwilling. No! You speak, continued his comment. If you drink this, it will cause a mental reduction effect. Next, a series of other mages were evaluated in turn. Some cried from joy at passing, while others wept because they failed the exam. Vice President Luke walked up to Fulin's exam. He spoke up. Fulin, it's your turn. Is Kevin doing well? Fulin clasped her hands behind her back and told him, thank you for asking. My teacher is doing quite well. Yuspik upon hearing this smiled and replied, I am glad. Began opening Fulin's potion. The fragrance immediately spread. Yuspik evaluated. A surging aroma. This one looks promising. Fulin heard her work evaluated like that. She quietly lowered her head and smiled faintly. Yuspik kept sniffing. His eyes sparkled and he evaluated. The fragrance is rich and lasting. This is a pure pharmaceutical. A basic C-rank energy pharmaceutical. Fulin heard this, thinking to herself, I did not shame my teacher. I did very well. The mages behind upon hearing this immediately buzzed with discussion. C-rank? Just like Kevin. She is as talented as him, as expected from Kevin's disciple. Hearing this, Fulin also secretly smiled. With my teacher's strict training, my refinement speed is very fast. You cannot compare to me. Tsuyoshi also leaned over to look at her work. He rubbed his chin and said, a C-rank pharmaceutical. Impressive. Dark had also come over to him. He spoke up. Tsuyoshi, it's your turn. Standing in front of him, he asked bluntly, how do you feel about your results? Tsuyoshi rubbed his head and replied, I did my best. Vice President Yuspik, standing on the other side, also cut in. You're not confident. At best, it will only be C-rank. Dark simply said calmly to him, if you did your best, then it's fine. Let's check the results. He immediately opened the caps of his 3 potions. Electricity bolts appeared, accompanied by a surge of fragrance rolling out like a whirlwind. The crowd below began to murmur. The space in front seemed to be in a different galaxy, with sparkling specks and lightning bolts. Tsuyoshi saw this scene and exclaimed, a lightning bolt. Interesting. Dark looked up. He froze for a few seconds before speaking. Is this a supernatural phenomenon? Vice President Yuspik also had to exclaim upon seeing this. A pharmaceutical causing a supernatural phenomenon, at least B rank. Fulin also looked up. She seemed unable to believe her eyes, thinking, impossible. Only someone with power like Teacher Kevin could create a B rank item. The mages below suddenly fell silent. Not a single sound was made. Suddenly, the fragrance instantly spread throughout the space. Dark took a sniff and evaluated this, a rich fragrance, purity, and also the supernatural phenomenon. He turned to the Vice President and said, Yuspik, it seems we were wrong. wrong. This human boy may be a more fearsome existence than the genius Kevin. Tsuyoshi looked down at the bottle. He let out a breath, thinking, refining pharmaceuticals is really tiring. After finishing the grading, Dark immediately declared, without a doubt, he will take first place in the mage exam. Scene change, the entrance to the Mage Association. Sakura was still sitting here, her heart restless with worry. She kept pacing back and forth, anxious. The beastmen outside saw her like this and all turned to look. She muttered to herself, why hasn't Master come out yet? Suddenly, Tsuyoshi stepped out from the crowd, his face beaming. He raised his hand to wave at her and called, Sakura. Sakura saw him return. She immediately ran over. Her first words were, welcome back, is everything all right, Master? I was so worried, it felt like such a long time. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and said, sorry for worrying you, the exam is over. Hearing him say that, Sakura immediately asked, no, so how were the results? Tsuyoshi happily told her, yeah, I did really well. I came in first, so I came to pick you up. Sakura upon hearing this cheered, first place is amazing. Well done, so great. The beastmen behind hearing the conversation all darkened their faces. Dark was also here at this time. Holding the uncleansed stone in his hand, he said, although with such great power, the owner only wants to cleanse a cardiolus. The system immediately displayed an annotation, Cardiolus, a rare item dropped by a shadow boss. After refinement, it connects to a private shadow zone, providing nearly 10 times the experience compared to a normal zone. Hearing him say that, Tsuyoshi replied bluntly, I need it to level up. Dark upon hearing didn't say more, and simply said, since you achieved first place, I will fulfill your wish. Vice President Yusbik standing nearby took the chance to ask Tsuyoshi, who taught you pharmaceutical crafting? There's no way you were not taught by anyone. Tsuyoshi was a bit shy. He ran his hand through his hair and said, no one taught me, I just self-taught. Both the chairman and vice president upon hearing him say that said in unison, I see, you taught yourself all of this. Now I feel truly inferior. Ark turned his back and led the two, Tsuyoshi and Sakura, away. He guided the way saying, follow me. After finding the cardiolus, I will hand you the white mage robe. Fulin stood there watching them walk past her. Her entire body trembled. An indescribable feeling surged within her. Fulin muttered to herself, Teacher Kevin, I'm sorry I have lost to that weak person. Sakura heard her mention the name Kevin, immediately turned back to look with a sharp gaze. Kevin. Her eyes were full of hatred, internally speculating, so she is Kevin's disciple. Tsuyoshi saw Sakura standing there not moving on. He looked back and asked, Sakura, what's wrong? Sakura heard Tsuyoshi call her. She immediately turned back. Her attitude also changed. She forced a smile and said, no, I was just a little distracted for a moment. Tsuyoshi smiled with narrowed eyes at her, happily saying, come on, follow me. When the cleansing is done, there will be another goal ahead. Sakura obediently replied yes. The group left one by one. Only Fulin still stood there, silent, her hands clutching the tablecloth tightly. Tsuyoshi and Sakura followed the guild chairman and vice president to the ritual room. Here on the floor there was a large magic circle, along with some herbs and creatures. Chairman Dark cast a spell with his staff, chanting, Mother of Earth, Father of Fire, Water Spirit, Breath of Wind, Guardians of the four great elements, hear my call. In my name, the voice of a mage, cleanse this item. Vice President Yusbik turned to look at Tsuyoshi, saying, the heart is filled with dark power. It badly needs a specialized cleansing ritual. Dark's voice continued, let it melt and vanish into the mist. Let it be illuminated by light. Yusbik continued, fortunately, the chairman is cleansing it for you. Tsuyoshi also had to exclaim at the for him, truly, is this the magic that mages use? The chairman continued chanting, with the power of earth, solidify its form. With the temperature of fire, purify its heart. Sakura nodded in reply, yes, that's right. Mages are also a type of wizard. The stronger the magic, the longer the incantation. This ritual is probably specialized magic. Suddenly, the chairman struck the ground with his staff and golden light power radiated from below. He still didn't stop chanting. With the flow of water, cleanse that soul. With the swiftness of wind, dispel the night. Without flaw, let light appear. Dark raised his staff high, and a cross-shaped symbol appeared outside the circle. He channeled the energy into Tsuyoshi stone, continuing to chant, in the name of a mage, I issue the demand, complete the cleansing, bestow a new life. The guild leader brought the glowing stone infused with his power before Tsuyoshi. He told him to pour magic into it, as only he could use this core. Tsuyoshi immediately held out both hands to receive the stone and thanked him, saying it was a wonderful ritual. After the ritual, the leader came beside him to explain that cores are divided into low, mid, and high grades. Even at low grade, adventurers often die in the dark zone as it is part of the cursed area. He said this stone was mid-grade. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi looked at the core in his hand and exclaimed that mid-grade was lucky, meaning more experience in the dark zone. Dark calmly replied that higher difficulty brings greater rewards, but is completely different from the newbie area. Stroking his beard, he advised Tsuyoshi that his team needed at least one tank, 2 warriors, 2 attack mages, and 1 pharmacist. He asked if he had decided on the members, their composition, and number for the team. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi just gave a sheepish laugh, pointed to himself, and said he had no team, only himself. Sakura also waved her hand to add that she would not join because experience points would be split evenly. Guild leader Dark and vice leader Yuspik were stunned to hear them both say this so calmly. They asked again if he planned to challenge the Dark Zone alone. Darwin opened the gate for the two of them and added that this was the entrance to the Dark Zone. After entering, he could reset twice, with a new darkness appearing each time. In other words, he could fight the darkness 3 times. Then he would be expelled, and the core would turn to ash and disappear. They also informed Tsuyoshi that once inside, he could not leave until he eliminated all the monsters or time ran out. Vice leader Yuspik suddenly remembered something and added that if he happened to die, his body would be brought out of the area, which was also a way to get out. Tsuyoshi turned back with a forced smile and replied that he was joking, he would not get out that way. Sakura also glanced at the vice leader with a look of disdain, saying that he was right, it was truly bad luck. Suddenly, Sakura picked up her bag and said to Tsuyoshi that this was the medicine she obtained from the flesh-eating darkness quest. She had stocked a large amount, and he would need them while inside, so he should remember to take them. Tsuyoshi took the bag full of potions and said that every Luke's sibling was truly thoughtful. He told her to wait for his return, then said, I am off. Suddenly, the guild leader called him to wait a moment, asking if he returned the staff to him, how would he use magic? He slowly handed his staff to Tsuyoshi and said if he wanted, he could. Tsuyoshi raised one hand to look at the sparks of lightning on it. He firmly refused, thanked him, but said he did not need it. He immediately picked up his sword, slung it over his shoulder, and affirmed that he was a warrior. The system then adjusted the information for Tsuyoshi. Level 6, current class warrior equipped with Fox Beastman set, Black Ice Serrated Sword, Skill Thunderous Sky Flash. Skill Glowing Copy cannot be used due to lack of a medium. Battle Power 8 to 800. Tsuyoshi stepped inside and the system immediately displayed core usage count 1 out of 3. Sakura quietly bowed her head and then said to him, safe travels. Dark and Yuspik, seeing this, exchanged a look as if assessing each other. Yuspik blurted out, wait, he is a warrior. Dark could only regret it. Such magical talent wasted on being a warrior. He said he did not know how far he would go. He was very much looking forward to it. After stepping through the gate, Tsuyoshi was in the Dark Zone, the Dark Forest. The system displayed time remaining 12 hours. If reset, it would take 12 hours for the entrance to reopen. Tsuyoshi, carrying the sword on his shoulder, muttered that each reset would have 12 hours, then the entrance would reopen. He decided to just defeat the monsters as fast as possible. He could not wait anymore. He had not gone far when Tsuyoshi encountered a pack of wolves gathered together, savagely tearing apart their prey. Tsuyoshi used his vision, and the system immediately gave him the information. Level 10 Dark Wolf, Basic Form Forest Wolf, Weakness Fire Attribute, Characteristics Fast Attack with Sharp Claws, a cunning and troublesome monster type that often attacks in packs. Tsuyoshi hid in the bushes, observing the every move of the wolf pack. In his heart, he thought the dark wolves moved as a pack. He would have to be careful not to get surrounded. Their attack speed was also not to be taken lightly, could not be underestimated, but the best way was to finish it quickly and cleanly. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi launched an attack from above, catching the wolf pack off guard. They looked up. He descended at lightning speed, thinking he had to strengthen his attack power using his superhuman body. Tsuyoshi immediately activated the superhuman body system, enhancing his attack power by strengthening his arms. His whole body bulged with veins. His physique seemed larger. He spoke, "Stop your noisy gnashing." Tsuyoshi used his lightning move, followed by thunderous sky flash. Immediately, a large explosion occurred, and the health bars of the dark wolves dropped to only about 1/3. Tsuyoshi landed, continuing to eliminate each dark wolf, quickly collecting experience points. Seeing each one gave a lot of experience points, Tsuyoshi excitedly said that 500 experience each was equivalent to a mini-boss in the original world. He praised himself, truly awesome. The system displayed experience points 1600 out of 15,000. Tsuyoshi laughed and continued that the experience points here were much higher than the outside world. He was crazily slaughtering monsters, seeming very excited, cheering himself on as he killed that after finishing 3 rounds, he would go outside, maybe double level up. He looked at the 2 dark wolves in front of him. The system displayed that the paralysis effect status had ended. The weakening debuff effect diminished depending on the target's level and battle power. As soon as it ended, the 2 wolves frantically charged at Tsuyoshi, intending to bite him. Seeing the 2 wolves attacking him frantically, Tsuyoshi was on the defensive. He thought in his head the paralysis effect ended that fast. Truly darkness, their resistance was much higher than ordinary monsters. One wolf suddenly lunged, opening its mouth wide to bite Tsuyoshi. He quickly blocked with his sword, otherwise he would have been devoured. Tsuyoshi also had to remark that speed was intense. If he had been a moment slower, his throat surely would have been torn out. Unexpectedly, Tsuyoshi braced himself. He noticed another dark wolf attacking from behind. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "You blocked my view with your teammate's body. Smart move." Tsuyoshi then focused his strength into his arm. He thought, if that is the case. Tsuyoshi activated superhuman body, concentrating 60% of his strength into his arm. Strength and speed temporarily increased. The weapon in his hand could release maximum power. Tsuyoshi used the force in his arm, swung his sword, and decapitated the dark wolf. He yelled out, "I will cut you down with this single stroke." The wolf was instantly defeated. Experience points were immediately added. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi grew even more crazed in eliminating the dark wolves. He told himself that at this rate, he would level up quickly, maybe reaching level 7 on his first try. System displayed experience points 7,100 of 15,000. Outside, Sakura was still waiting for him with a worried expression. Seeing her silent, he came over to ask if she was worried. Dark looked at the portal and continued saying to Sakura that entering the dark zone alone, he had never heard of anyone doing that, unless they possessed extraordinary power, right? Sakura gritted her teeth, her gaze firm. She told the guild leader, "I trust my master." Vice leader Yusbik clasped his hands behind his back, sighed, and said he had met many talented young people, but many of them had been killed by their own confidence. He said this was the first time he saw someone challenge the Dark Zone cluster alone, and then he left, hoping the boy would come to his senses. Sakura heard the vice leader speak about Tsuyoshi like that, and she pouted, showing her displeasure. Inside the forest of the core, Tsuyoshi was slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and telling himself that until now, it had been nothing but fighting. Tsuyoshi stood up. The ground below was covered with dark wolf corpses. His body trembling, he said his vitality and willpower were exhausted. The system displayed a notification that vitality and willpower had dropped to 50%. Tsuyoshi muttered that using the superhuman body too much tired his body. He thought Sakura had really helped him by giving the medicine. Tsuyoshi took 2 potions from the bag that helped enhance his condition. Tsuyoshi downed both liquid potions in one gulp. Unexpectedly, he spat them out, his face turning green and red as he said to himself that he forgot this stuff tasted terrible. After forcing himself to finish both potions, his condition gradually recovered. The system displayed a notification that vitality and willpower were recovering. Feeling his body getting stronger, Tsuyoshi thought he would continue pushing forward like this. Outside, Sakura and Chairman Dark were still waiting at the entrance. Sakura turned to look at the guild leader and asked if Chairman Dark had not already left. Hearing her ask this, he calmly replied that he was worried whether that boy would return safely. He thought of the image of Tsuyoshi with his sword slung over his shoulder, then continued speaking. A warrior who took the mage exam just to purify the core, and even though he did not carry a staff, he managed to create a B-grade potion. Suddenly, the guild leader heard a sound echoing from behind the gate. He let out an exclamation, saying he just heard something from inside. Sakura heard it too. She happily exclaimed that it was the master's thunder. She said as long as they heard this sound, they knew the master was safe. Scene change. Inside the dark zone, Tsuyoshi was still frantically killing monsters. He jumped down from above, swung his sword down, and yelled out, "Take this thunder." Tsuyoshi at this moment eliminated all the monsters with a single blow, and the system immediately announced. Experience points reached 12,400 out of 15,000. Looking at the corpses of the monsters on the ground, he said, "Alright, only your boss remains." He wiped his face, dirty with dust, but still cheerful, a bit tired. He had reached the deepest part. Next was the final boss. He could level up to 7. Tsuyoshi stood before the cave door. On the large door were 2 eyes, one blue and one red. He observed, then said, maybe he should rest a bit before fighting the boss. The system displayed Tsuyoshi's information. Level 6 warrior equipped with Fox Beastman outfit. Weapon Dark Ice, sword. Skills Heaven's Thunder and Luminescent copy but unusable. Combat power 8 to 800. Experience 12,400 out of 15,000. Tsuyoshi sat on the ground, placed his sword beside him, then took a potion bottle and poured it straight into his mouth. After drinking, he burped the empty potion bottle lying scattered on the ground. He sighed. The taste was terrible. The potions from the original world tasted better, but the effects in this world were much stronger. After his body recovered, Tsuyoshi immediately sprang to his feet. The system announced full recovery. Hoisting the sword onto his shoulder, Tsuyoshi said energetically, "Alright, let's go." The cave door slowly opened. Tsuyoshi stepped in, dragging his sword step by step, completely unaware. Behind him, someone was watching him. A tall, muscular figure appeared, the monster with bloodshot eyes staring intently at Tsuyoshi. He turned around warily, assessing the enemy. Its level was the same as that Dark Eater from before, but the pressure was completely different. This was definitely the boss of the dark area. Tsuyoshi activated superhuman body, increasing attack power and strengthening his arms. The large dark pig-faced monster held a greatsword, emanating power with a purple light. The slasher through the dark forest, level 14. Before he could prepare, the monster frantically charged into attack. A flicker of fear passed through Tsuyoshi He instinctively flinched. The monster swung its sword down, shattering the ground, debris flying into the air. Luckily, Tsuyoshi reacted in time, raising his sword to block the attack. He strained with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, thinking to himself, so fast, and the strength is terrifying too. Suddenly the monster roared, emitting a fierce purple sound frequency. Tsuyoshi used ice magic to counter, but it was insignificant. He was still affected by its frequency. A voice echoed in his head. His body was trembling. Was this a fear-inducing skill? The system immediately explained, the shocking skill is a high-level skill of those with great power. When affected, it is very difficult to escape. It causes the target's spirit to panic and slows movement. Move, please move. The monster frantically swung its sword down, but Tsuyoshi's body still couldn't budge. He bit his lip hard, trying to control his body. Move my body. Suddenly, the system ring emitted a dazzling golden light. The monster swung its sword down, creating a massive explosion. The monster's attack was caught on Tsusuyoshi's sword. The system sounded, announcing the trembling slowness status had ended. A spark flashed in Tsusuyoshi's eyes. He looked at the monster and said, I won't be taken down so easily. Tsuyoshi was feeling tired, thinking to himself. Pure energy was surging from the boundless. Was this why the abnormal status ended? Or was it just an illusion? Seeing him escape the control, the monster's face began to contort. Tsuyoshi felt a new source of power surging through his entire body. He smirked, I won't die easily, you damn pig. The monster finally pulled its sword free, stepping back a few paces. Then it spoke, you are strong, your presence is intense. The slow tremble has been broken, unexpected. Tsuyoshi was also surprised to learn the monster could speak, so he asked, you can talk. He thought the dark creatures were just monsters that couldn't speak. Dark monster hearing this replied, human, we are the darkness, an existence above all things. Tsuyoshi was taken aback, freezing in place. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but think that technique again. If he had that dark goblin outfit, he could use roaring tentacles to attack its weak point, but he had left it in the original world. The system displayed the information again. Level 6, warrior, equipped with Fox Beastman outfit, weapon dark ice sword, skills heaven's thunder, luminescent copy unusable. Combat power 8,800. The monster suddenly unleashed a new move, slashing to create a huge red explosion, shattering the ground. Tsuyoshi blocked with his sword, straining with all his might to withstand it. He thought to himself, his weapon is very strong. This guy is an extremely dangerous enemy. The system displayed a note about durability. All weapons and equipment have durability. When low, it becomes weaker, can be repaired by a blacksmith. Before Tsusuyoshi's eyes, everything went dark. He trembled, thinking this attack might block his vision. Suddenly a slash grazed past his hair. Tsuyoshi could only grit his teeth too fast, can't block it. The monster quickly launched a series of attacks, swinging its sword relentlessly. This time it struck Tsuyoshi's neck, blood immediately spurted out. Tsuyoshi could only try his best to counterattack quickly. He poured all his power into his body and speed to overwhelm the monster. Tsuyoshi raised his hand to cover the wound on his neck. His health bar began to decrease. He smirked to himself, he had been hit and was bleeding. Without a clotting potion, with this condition, he would die. The system noted, bleeding is a type of debuff. If the wound is not healed, blood continues to flow. The victim will die from blood loss. It can be remedied by skills, medicine, or magic. Tsuyoshi continued to think. Without medicine, he would die from blood loss. He had to take down this guy first. He looked at the massive monster, gritting his teeth, wondering if he should use his last 2 chances to leave the dark area to heal. Damn it, if he stayed here, the blood would keep flowing and he would die from blood loss. Whatever. There was no turning back. Tsuyoshi had no time to think. He gripped his sword, channeling all his power into a slash. His eyes turned red. He shouted loudly, just kill first. The monster couldn't react in time, just stood there dazed. Tsuyoshi used the opportunity to attack again, shouting loudly, take my thunder strike. Just as Tsuyoshi slashed down, a massive explosion with a source of blue light power erupted. After slashing, he leaped back, thinking, not finished, why didn't it dodge? The monster stood inside, still holding its sword, not taking any damage at all. The system immediately announced that the skill hit the ground and dealt no damage. The monster looked at Tsuyoshi in front of him and then spoke in a tone full of contempt and mockery. Tsuyoshi was stunned, his heart beginning to worry when the thunder attack was nullified. This was truly troublesome. The monster suddenly became enraged. It roared at Tsuyoshi that it would kill him, no need for any sacrifice. Hearing this, doubt rose in Tsuyoshi's heart. What the hell was this sacrifice thing? That man flew up into the air, swinging his sword straight toward Tsuyoshi. Ground exploded once more, and it again spoke contemptuously, saying at such a low level. Tsuyoshi fell, his health bar now only half full. The monster held a blade, looked at him, and said his weapon was lost, making him a useless adventurer. After speaking, the monster turned around, slung its sword over its shoulder and left, saying it would kill him next time. Suddenly it stood still, muttering to itself in confusion. What is this? Who are you? It did not understand what was happening, only knew to fire off a series of questions about the sacrifice. What? A dark skill? Who are you? From within the space, Chiyoshi's voice rang out, thanking it for coming close to attack. I was able to copy the sacrifice you mentioned by using absolute copy. Chiyoshi, now in a completely different form, clad in armor, spoke, saying it was a bold attack when one had a solid body. The system displayed a note: sacrifice half of one's health, remove debuffs, temporarily gain maximum power, and transform into a demon. Chiyoshi continued speaking to the monster, saying now he could tear it into pieces with his bare hands. The system continuously announced that the superhuman body had been enhanced threefold, putting great strain on the body. Chiyoshi's system displayed level 6, warrior class, Fox Beastman outfit, weapon no longer available. The entire space was enveloped in red. Chiyoshi stood opposite the monster with bloodshot eyes, his body sacrificed. The system still announced that the superhuman body had been enhanced, the sacrifice backlash increasing. The monster still did not understand what was happening, asking how a human could use a dark skill. Chiyoshi calmly replied that for him, it was as easy as eating a piece of cake. The system displayed a special attribute that could copy any skill regardless of race. Ground began to crack, rocks flying into the air. The monster stood frozen in shock. It noticed Chiyoshi charging forward and muttered about this terrifying speed. Chiyoshi was right in front of its eyes. Only now did it see him, but it was already too late. Chiyoshi used his bare hands to slash repeatedly at the monster's body. He channeled his strength into his fist and punched straight into its chest. Chiyoshi furiously attacked with his bare hands until it fell to the ground. The monster stood up, exclaimed that it was too strong. The system reported its weapon had been heavily damaged. The system announced that weapon and equipment damage could be destroyed when certain conditions were met. Chiyoshi stood before the monster, his health only a quarter full, and said he would defeat it within the remaining time. System noted that while the sacrifice was active, health could not be restored by any means. The monster swung its sword to one side and laughed loudly, asking how he could possibly defeat it. As soon as it finished speaking, it cast dark magic, red lightning bolts striking straight into the ground. The monster immediately spoke up, saying that it too could use a sacrifice. After the sacrifice, it fell into a berserk state, its body enlarged, eyes blood red, saying his sacrifice was just a cheap imitation. The system displayed, temporarily sacrifice half of one's health to gain maximum power for 60 seconds. After completing the sacrifice, the monster began to hold back again. Chiyoshi raised his hand high to the sky, gathering the power of lightning bolts, and asked it how it could forget. I will not forget the person who made my attack miss using only their weapon. The monster now realized the intent, looking at the sword it had discarded, thinking that he had deliberately made it lose its weapon. Chiyoshi raised his thorny hand, eyes glowing red, and slowly said that what he aimed for was to force you to sacrifice half of your health. The monster was bewildered, constantly thinking about why an imitation human could be so powerful. Chiyoshi rushed forward in the blink of an eye and said, "You have lost your weapon. Let's see how you survive." Chiyoshi charged fast, using his hand to stab straight into the monster's body, and said, "This body is my weapon." After the attack, the monster's health bar hit 0. It stuttered, asking why a human could do this. Before closing its eyes, it saw Chiyoshi say that he would show it who the real fool was. After defeating the monster, Chiyoshi retracted his armor. The system announced that he had defeated the Dark Forest Slicer, cleared the area, with 2 attempts remaining. Chiyoshi hugged his trembling body, saying to himself that his body felt like it was being torn apart inside. Because the sacrifice was strong but put too much strain, Chiyoshi's body was exhausted, but suddenly a notification announced he had obtained the weapon of the Dark Forest Slicer. He muttered about being rich on gear. His body was tired, but he still went to pick up the weapon and store it, comforting himself that he had just lost his old weapon. The system announced that the bloody mist blade had a special edge. Wounds caused by it would not heal. Chiyoshi read the information and exclaimed that it was great. If he used the blood surge well, it would be very useful. The system displayed that resetting would cost a challenge attempt, or he could leave, but continuing would grant an additional 50% experience. Just then, the system announced that Chiyoshi had leveled up. Level 7, Fox Beastman Warrior, unarmed, has been destroyed. Skills, Thunderclap and Sacrificial Copy. Combat Power 10,000, Experience Points 3,004 out of 15,000. Chiyoshi finished reading the information, looked down at his hand, and cursed under his breath. He realized the damage dealt to himself by the sacrifice did not disappear. He thought it would improve his physique, but instead it became a problem. The pain lessened with leveling, but the damage from the transcendent body remained. This dark skill is too demanding. Should he go out and rest? If he continues, he will definitely have to use the sacrifice to fight the cluster. Can his body withstand it? Moreover, Sakura had warned it would be dangerous if he didn't replenish items after the first round. Chiyoshi hesitated, lost in thought. The plan was to level up 6 times in 1 week. week and reach level 12 to return safely. He needed to level up. He couldn't miss this experience reward. Chayoshi told himself to become strong he must pay a price. He could not hesitate. Could he continue without such determination? If he hesitates, he will lose. The system then announced, "You have chosen the challenge. Enter the space and return to the entrance." Chayoshi muttered as he stepped in. "Sorry for making you wait, Sakura." Outside, Guildmaster Dark and Sakura were still waiting, but had not yet seen Chayoshi come out. Sakura paced back and forth constantly. Both were thinking, it's been a while now. He should have come out by now. Guildmaster Dark reassured Sakura. Don't worry. Maybe he chose to continue the challenge for more experience. He said that out loud, but he was still sweating, thinking to himself, did he lose? His body wasn't pushed out, but can he continue? Going without replenishing items is almost certain death in the dark zone. Sakura anxiously said to the Guildmaster, but my lord promised to come out after the first round, yet I still hear the thunder. Yuspik also returned, holding a cup of tea. He said, I took a nap and it's still not done. The first round is over. No one has been pushed out. He's probably hiding somewhere, trembling. Dark heard this and immediately reminded him, Yuspik, watch your words. Yuspik laughed and continued, Guildmaster Dark, really? Do you think he can overcome the intermediate dark zone on his own, giving hope to someone who doesn't deserve it? Continued, I told you he was lying. I've seen many young people like him. If he won, he would have come out long ago. If not, it means he's trying again. A pity but certain death if he didn't bring enough recovery potions. Sakura turned back, her voice cold. My master will return safely. Please do not speak that way. I still hear the thunder. That is proof he is alive. Dark was silent, thinking to himself, this girl has spirit. Yuspik let out a loud, mocking laugh. Ridiculous. What is the thunder? If he dies, you will be responsible for giving him unwarranted confidence. Sakura immediately glared at him and said, if you say that one more time. Seeing her demeanor, both the guildmaster and vice-guildmaster held back, thinking, she's truly fierce. Dark immediately struck his staff on the ground a few times and said, silence. No more noise. No one is to speak until he comes out. Yuspik, you leave. Hearing this, Yuspik could only leave, but before going he left one last remark. I only speak the truth. It's time to face reality. I eagerly await the look on your faces when you see his corpse pushed out. Guildmaster gritted his teeth and repeated, Yuspik, get out. Truly a fool. He lives so comfortably that he cannot recognize bloodlust. This beast girl's potential is limitless. Startled by Sakura's reaction, Dark immediately asked, what is it? Sakura's eyes were confused and hollow as she replied, my master's thunder has stopped. Yuspik, who had not yet left the room, sneered, look, the thunder has stopped. What else is there to say? An ordinary human daring to face the dark zone alone is truly laughable. Suddenly, a sound came from within the soul sanctuary, and everyone stared intently. Dark immediately asked, what is that sound? A crack appeared on the door to the soul sanctuary. Sakura spoke up, this familiar feeling is... Dark dropped his staff, bracing for the worst, and said, the darkness has broken the seal. How absurd. Dark frowned and continued, prepare yourselves. The darkness is about to break the seal. Yuspik quickly threw his teacup aside and exclaimed, no way. The darkness cannot break the seal of the dark zone. Sakura sensed the familiarity and cried out, wait, it was Tsuyoshi. He returned with a battered body. He called out, Sakura, sorry for making you wait. I did 3 rounds, received the experience rewards, and leveled up 3 times. Struggling to open his eyes, he forced a smile at Sakura. I'm level 9 now. Tsuyoshi collapsed, and Sakura rushed to catch him, calling out to her master. Dark and Yuspik were both utterly shocked to hear him speak. Yuspik exclaimed 3 times in a row. Really? Dark also added, 3 levels up. Just how much more power is he hiding? Dark immediately spoke, quick, heal him. Tsuyoshi lay in Sakura's arms unconscious. The system displayed the information level 9, warrior, fox beastman attire, blood-soaked bone weapon, skills, thunderclap and sacrificial copy, combat power 14,500. Tsuyoshi was immediately taken for body restoration. Both Guildmaster Dark and Vice Guildmaster Yuspik began healing him simultaneously. As they healed, they said, muscles and nerves are severely damaged. It is a miracle you are alive. Tsuyoshi woke up, his face flushed and cheerful. He tried moving his arm as he spoke. Thank you for healing me. I feel better. Sakura sat behind him, puffing her cheeks in anger. Master is always like this, breaking promises and being reckless. Tsuyoshi turned around and patted Sakura's head. Sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. I just couldn't resist the temptation of the experience rewards. This time I reached level 9 and got a big bonus. You know I want experience more than anything. Sakura was still angry. Master's safety is more important. You must not break your promise again. Guildmaster Dark walked over to him with his staff and asked, hey human, you did say 3 rounds, correct? Tsuyoshi nodded. After confirming, Dark and Yuspik looked at each other and remained silent. Dark spoke again, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Challenging the dark zone alone, and doing it 3 times I can't understand it. Dark thought to himself, the aura this guy emitted when he appeared was even stronger than the darkness. He even thought the darkness itself was emerging from the barrier. That man's power surpasses not only in medicine but also in combat. If Kevin is a genius, then this human is someone who exceeds even genius. Yuspik had been standing there all this time. He now raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughed a few times, and then spoke. I apologize for what I said. Please forgive me for underestimating human power. Sakura's face was arrogant. She didn't even glance at him. So you finally understand, huh? You also helped heal me, so no worries. Hearing this, Chiyoshi just sat on the bed, waving his hand and laughing casually. The reflection skill we used is an intermediate healing skill. Yuspik continued. We healed as much as we could, but we cannot heal deep wounds. Your body is still in critical condition. The system displayed an annotation. Reflection is a common healing technique that repairs physical damage to a certain extent. It is very common among adventurers. Guildmaster Dark also stepped forward to analyze. Your body is covered in wounds. There is internal bleeding and nerve damage throughout your body. If we had delayed treatment even a little, you would have died. It seems you used some sort of secret technique or magic. Do not use it again. The lingering danger could hinder your leveling. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in panic, Hinder, I only want to level up. Then he pondered, the sacrifice seems to be clouding my mind. Gradually, killing becomes the only thing I think about. I'm starting to lose my own image. This is a huge risk. What should I do? The image of a pair of eyes suddenly appeared before him, as if in a trance. Tsuyoshi was startled. Was that just now a pair of eyes? Luke opened his eyes wide, panting heavily. Seeing this, Sakura asked, Master, what's wrong? Tsuyoshi wiped the sweat from his forehead, calmly replying, Nothing, I'm just a little tired. But in his mind, he thought that the dark sacrifice, a special skill, harmed not only the body but also the mind. It was best not to use it anymore. Chairman Dark placed a bag of medicine in front of him, saying, I'm giving you this medicine. Take it once a day. Taking it will help you absorb it better. Spick saw the bag of medicine and exclaimed, That medicine, Chairman Dark, are you serious? Tsuyoshi happily took it, thanking him. Sakura, sitting beside him, also asked, What is that medicine? Chairman Dark said to the two of them, This is Kevin's favorite medicine, very useful for recovering your body. But you'd better go visit him in person. If you have talent, you will surely be accepted as a disciple and be taught Evader medical knowledge. He is one of the few people on this continent who possesses the legendary law of doom. Hearing this, Sakura jumped up, clenched her hands, and asked, Kevin discovered the legendary law of doom. What number is it? Tsuyoshi didn't understand, asking, Wait, legendary law number, what does that mean? Spick, hearing his question, frowned in suspicion. Hey, shouldn't you know this as an adventurer? He explained. In this world, there are laws that govern the magic of heaven and earth. Magic used according to these laws possesses immeasurable power, called the forbidden curse of doom. Increasing the efficiency and quality of medicine is very important for mages. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely violent. Some even have their own will. There are 12 laws, all hidden in undiscovered places. Even if found, one must be properly trained. The first laws were written in ancient times, possessing the power to destroy the entire world. Kevin is called a genius because he is proficient in the 12th law, the law of the Great Barrier. 10 years ago, his magic was maximally enhanced, very useful for mages in refining medicine, increasing efficiency and quality, combined with the power of the law. If it were him, he might be able to heal your deep internal injuries. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi cheered excitedly. Really? Sakura also widened her eyes and asked, Can Master's body be cured? Chairman Dark handed the two of them a letter, saying, This isn't the best time to meet him. I once trained him. If you bring this letter of introduction, he will see you. Tsuyoshi received the letter and bowed his head in thanks. He then said, You should bring rare items and precious medical ingredients to trade with him. After recovering, Tsuyoshi and Sakura quickly left the guild. The chairman and vice chairman saw the two off. Watching Tsuyoshi gradually disappear into the distance, Yuspik spoke up. Chairman Dark, does that man interest you? I'm quite sure what you gave him was a grade B hematic potion. We generously gave away something obtained from Kevin in exchange for precious medical ingredients. Chairman Dark smiled in response. I'm just curious to see how far this human boy can go. Helping him is an investment in the future. Spick heard this and frowned. That's a high-risk investment. Not many geniuses conquer the Dark Zone alone, let alone a human. Dark confirmed to Yuspik, I've never heard of anyone conquering the Dark Zone alone, but this isn't the first time in history. Yuspik asked curiously, there were reckless fools like him before? Chairman Dark narrated, 1,000 years ago, a great life form gave birth to our beast race. Gasus, the ancient god king. Scene change. Luke, Tsuyoshi, and Sakura were walking in the forest. He cleared the bush's path while asking, Sakura, do you know where Kevin is? Sakura, walking behind, replied, Yes, I asked the chairman. But it's a bit far. We can take the opportunity to level up. This path is closer and suitable for our goal. But, Tsuyoshi turned his head and asked Sakura, what are the conditions? The two continued walking. Sakura said, to complete this mission, you need to form a party. In the forest, a group of people was standing in front of the two. Tsuyoshi asked, so many people? Sakura, behind him, told him this was a mission point. Many adventurers gathered here, but after a while they disappeared or moved elsewhere. She heard about it on the road and brought him here. The system displayed a note. Mission point, a place where missions appear randomly for a set amount of time. Missions usually limit the number of participants and offer special rewards. Tsuyoshi got excited upon hearing this, clasping his hands together. There's a place like that? Sounds like a helper mission. Let's try it. The system displayed level 9 class warrior, equipment fox beast set, weapon mist blood shield, skill thunderclap, copy sacrifice, combat power 14 out of 500. Tsuyoshi was extremely excited, thinking that the dungeons here were more diverse than in the previous world. Maybe he should try a main level skill while there. Tsuyoshi moved forward, saying as he walked, "I'm going." Sakura said from a distance, "Be careful, I'll wait for you." Up ahead, a boy was shouting for members. In need of a warrior or level 15 sword, combat power over 6,000. His name was Victor, but the people in the team were mostly level 15. He said loudly, "We generously share the rewards. If you meet the requirements, come here. We can set off as soon as we have enough people." Several adventurers standing nearby were discussing. Zephyrox spoke up. "That group has been waiting for the second day. The reward is good, but the mission is dangerous. No one came. Today they'll probably go back empty-handed." Van Cruz continued. "Almost no one meets level 15 and combat power over 6,000. That team leader is really stubborn." An adventurer in Victor's group was Ryuji, who spoke up. "Captain, maybe we should pick another mission. We've wasted 2 days. If anyone was coming, they'd be here by now. It's not worth losing the entire mission point." Victor turned around and said irritably, "Don't be stupid. Don't you remember the expensive info we bought at the tavern? This is a level 12 mission. Besides, this is the only mission to get a blood rose. One blood rose costs 500 silver coins. I'm not about to accept a low-level mission." The system displayed a note. Blood rose, a rare medical ingredient. Adding it to medicine greatly increases its recovery effect, highly sought after by mages and alchemists. Therefore, it is always traded at a high price. Ryuji just said, "But someone might join next time. Anyway, we can't go without enough people." Just then, Tsuyoshi walked over, smiled, and said to them, "Then let me join. I'm a warrior, though a bit low level. I'm very confident." Seeing someone joining Victor's group had their eyes light up. Victor happily walked over to Tsuyoshi and said, "You're a lifesaver. You're level 14. Well, level 13 is fine too. If you're level 12, we can provide you with some." Tsuyoshi scratched his head. "I'm level 9, but you can let me be the vanguard." Upon hearing he was only level 9, Victor's face darkened, and he lunged forward to curse, fortunately held back by his teammates. "What can a level 9 do? I'm amazed you stepped up to introduce yourself with such stats." Tsuyoshi insisted. "I'm not joking." Victor still shouted, "Are you messing with me? Level 9? At that moment, the mission gate announced. Time remaining for today's mission before the entrance closes is 10 minutes. Ryuji, who was holding Victor back, saw the announcement and spoke up. "Captain, if we miss this opportunity, we'll waste another day. Make a decision." The one standing behind also spoke up. "Why not try using a level 9 warrior? We just need enough people." Takeru heard this and advised Victor, "That's right. If we keep this up, we won't recoup the information cost." Victor heard this and had to compromise. "Damn it, no other choice." He said loudly to Tsuyoshi, "Hey, level 9, listen up, I'm giving you a chance. When we're inside, don't do anything on your own. Follow my instructions. The 4 of us are stronger, you're just here to fill the numbers. Do you still want to do it?" Tsuyoshi walked over and patted his shoulder. "It's fine, I'm really happy this is my first time in a party." Victor heard this and reluctantly replied, "Nice to meet you." Tsuyoshi, having a team for the first time, excitedly led the way, saying as he walked, "Let's go." Victor's group was stunned. Victor blurted out, "First time in a party?" Group arrived at the mission entrance. The system displayed, "Level 16 mission has begun." As soon as they entered the forest, the group immediately encountered a level 16 forest rhinoceros. Combat power 7600. Features: large body, easily provoked, strong against physical attacks. One person in the group spoke up. "It's a level 16 mission?" Victor was furious now, grinding his teeth and saying, "You damn informant. If we get out, I'll beat you." Ryuji, standing behind in fear, his mind spinning, said, "Captain, with this level of difficulty, I don't know if we'll survive. The first enemy is already a forest rhino. I don't know how hard the boss will be." Victor commanded the whole group to lie flat on the ground, whispering, "All right, we're all level 15. We've cooperated to complete tough missions before. Just do it like always. We can definitely beat that weakling. If not, it's a shame, but use the return stop to escape." Return bones are expensive items that allow immediate mission escape but cannot be used in certain special missions and rarely appear at auction. Victor suddenly remembered something. He looked up and asked, "We forgot about that level 9 guy. Where is he?" Takeru heard Victor ask. Thilin replied, "He was there when I arrived. What did he do?" Suddenly a light emitted from the bushes accompanied by flashes of electricity. Victor's group stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Tsuyoshi over there had already torn the rhinoceros apart. He let out a breath and said, "This feeling is great, easier than those guys in the dark zone." Victor's entire group exclaimed in astonishment. He took it down by himself? Tsuyoshi carried his sword on his shoulder, pointed his finger at them and said, "Follow me, I'm used to speedruns, can't wait to get the rewards." The system displayed level 9 warrior equipped with Fox Beastman gear, bloodstained weapon, Sky Thunder skill, and sacrifice copy, combat power 14,500. Luke here in the forest, a level 16 mission is in progress. After seeing Tsusuyoshi's strength, Victor's whole group coordinated more smoothly. Victor loudly reminded everyone, "There's one more behind that tree, it's too weak, take care of it." Takeru, a level 15 wind archer with a strategy of 6,030, drew his bow and exclaimed, "That level 9 warrior is really strong. Is he doing missions alone?" Everyone spoke up. He rushed in and cleared the mission just by carving up the monsters. Tsuyoshi Luke here went ahead to open the path, eliminating all monsters encountered. One person in Victor's group added, "It seems he knows the monster's weakness as well. Hard to believe he's only level 9. A level 15 light priest with a strategy of 6,120 spoke up. "He doesn't need healing," making everything much easier. Ryuji was hanging from a tree branch. A level 15 stealth thief with a strategy of 6,120 exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, you know so many people, who is that guy? With skills like that, he must be famous." Victor, a level 15 elemental mage with a strategy of 6,300, heard Ryuji's question and replied, "Not really. I know many people but don't remember them all. I even know the broker at the tavern. That guy is probably an elite from a large guild. He looks very familiar, but I forgot who he is." Tsuyoshi was still frantically clearing monsters and advancing, thinking in his head that the difficulty of normal missions couldn't compare to the Dark Zone. The experience points were higher than in the original world, but still inferior to the Dark Zone. The level 16 small monsters here were weaker than the level 11 monsters over there, not even half as strong as that group of level 16 dark monsters. Tsuyoshi looked at the tree demon in front of him, using his gaze to quickly figure it out. Its fatal weakness was fire, its attack characteristic was using thorny poisonous vines. Tsuyoshi fought, skillfully dodging the attacks from the vines, thinking that as long as he paid attention, the poisonous thorns weren't very dangerous. The azure gaze showed the monster's weakness, but could it be utilized further? This mission required collecting blood roses. Could I give them to Kevin as a souvenir? Tsuyoshi swung his sword and cut off a series of the monster's vines. The system displayed a note, "Blood rose is a rare medicinal herb. When brewed into a potion, it greatly enhances recovery ability. Highly valued by potion-making mages, making its market price even more expensive." Tsuyoshi turned his head and said to Victor's group, "We're about to fight the boss. The small monsters are increasing. They're afraid of fire. Can the mages use fire elemental magic to attack?" Victor heard this and shouted back in response, "Okay, doing it now," thinking in his head that it was finally his time to shine. Tsuyoshi still reminded everyone, "Watch out for the poisonous thorns on the trees. If you get pricked, you'll be poisoned." Victor's group was surrounded by tree demons. The highly poisonous vines made them extremely vigilant. Victor thought in his heart, how does he know such about monsters? He's only level 9, he shouldn't have this kind of experience. He must be hiding his skills. Putting the thought aside, Victor's group quickly coordinated, using a large fire blast to burn all the surrounding tree demons. Night fell, everyone started to rest and lit a fire to keep warm. The three people, Ryuji now and Takeru, sat around the campfire. Takeru spoke up, "Everything went smoothly, that warrior lord is amazing. I'm sure the mission will be completed successfully." Ryuji heard this and said, "You've started calling him the warrior lord with honorifics already?" Nao was sitting warming herself, her cheeks flushed. She said, "He is different from the people in this world. His identity is probably very special." On this side, Victor and Tsuyoshi shook hands to introduce themselves. Victor and Tsuyoshi. Victor said he didn't expect someone as seasoned as him. He wanted to know his true identity. Tsuyoshi innocently scratched his head and replied, "Not at all. I'm just a rookie adventurer." Victor thought he was deliberately hiding it and teased, "A rookie, sure, let's go with that." Tsuyoshi remained innocent and honest. "I'm telling the truth." Victor handed a water bottle to Tsuyoshi while probing, "Do you know about the mission rankings in each region?" Tsuyoshi took the water bottle and drank while replying, "Mission rankings? Not really. Why are you asking?" Victor heard this and pouted, "You don't know, you're just pretending." Victor explained further, "Mission points are different from those that appear after a period of time. Each region has fixed mission points. Rankings evaluate the completion level of groups. It records the first completer and the best performance for each mission. In other words, it's not just about rewards, but also ranking reputation shared across all Adventurer Guild branches. Anyone can see it. You can bring enormous reputation affiliation to your guild or team. Tsuyoshi understood part of it after listening but still didn't know what Victor meant, so he asked, I get it quite a bit, but what's your point? In his head he thought his original world had a similar system, so this place had one too. Victor crossed his arms over his chest, looked up and continued, our group of 4 seemed randomly matched, but actually I am a member of the elite pioneer team of 15 called the Great Mountain Goat. The leader is one of the guild's founders, Brother Harvey, nicknamed the Great Mountain Goat. Tsuyoshi still didn't know what he was ultimately trying to say, so he asked, I understand. But what do you mean? Victor coughed once and then continued, recently a level 18 mission appeared, which includes swamp monsters from the Dark Zone. This group of monsters is extremely troublesome, because no one knows much about them. You seem quite knowledgeable about monsters and might be the key factor in solving it. Tsuyoshi heard this and excitedly clenched both hands into fists. So it's a mission to deal with Dark Zone monsters. The rewards are generous, right? Victor Luke here also clenched his hands and nodded, saying, if we get through it, both the first completion record and the highest achievement record will be registered. You will receive a lot of rewards, which is why many teams compete for the first completion record. If you're interested, try meeting our team leader. Tsuyoshi heard this and fell into deep thought. While waiting for items to help him level up, doing this would be fine. Tsuyoshi put his hands on his hips and asked, I'm only level 9. Are you still letting me do a level 18 mission? Victor heard this and waved his hand. No need to worry, there are many missions with different levels. This mission only allows level 18 adventurers to participate. It's fine. Tsuyoshi immediately agreed after hearing Victor say that, lucky, then I'll help but with 2 conditions. Victor quickly asked, conditions as long as they are reasonable. I will fulfill them within my ability. I will also pay extra. Just say it. In his mind, Victor secretly calculated, it seems he is starting to trust me. If he joins and provides information about the dark monsters, our team will have an advantage to become the first to complete. The achievement will be credited to me, helping me raise my status in the guild. Tsuyoshi heard him say that and without hesitation made his request. The first condition, if the mission is completed, give me all the initial experience points. I need experience. Second, I choose the rewards first, of course. After I choose, the rest is yours. What do you think? Victor heard him say that and his expression suddenly turned ugly. He stammered out, that's too unreasonable. Even if I agree, the team leader and other members might not accept it. I need to ask them first. Victor immediately returned to where the team was resting. He said to everyone, then let's wait until this mission is done to discuss further. We've rested enough. Let's go. The whole group then started to leave, continuing to complete the mission. Everyone was standing and watching. Tsuyoshi spoke up, clean it all up. Ryuji stood behind observing Luke here and also said, the captain's fire whirlwind magic was impressive. Now hugged her staff and quickly added, the boss's fatal weakness was fire, so everything went smoothly. Victor was using his fire skill to destroy the mass of vines. After destroying the tree demon, Victor scratched his head shyly and said, it was all thanks to Tsuyoshi helping me time my attacks. I took a full 10 seconds to lock onto its weakness. Moreover, Tsuyoshi told us everything, the boss's weakness, how to defeat it, and even protected us. You're the best, Tsuyoshi. After defeating the monster, the rewards were distributed. Tsuyoshi received the blood rose and said, I've got my blood rose reward. You all divide the rest. Victor immediately gathered everyone in the team and said, alright, we part ways here. I will divide the rewards later. The 3 people in the team also replied in unison, thank you. After everyone had left, Victor walked over to Tsuyoshi and said, are you free? I plan to go thank Leader Harvey and introduce you to him. Tsuyoshi quickly replied after hearing this, wait a moment, I need to report to my teammate first. He went back to meet Sakura. She was using a cloth to wipe his face and then softly spoke, getting invited into a group so quickly. You're really good. I had to reach level 30 before being invited. Sakura felt somewhat relieved. She told him that things were probably fine now. Take care, this would be a meaningful journey. She would gather information from the neighboring town and report back when she returned. Tsuyoshi heard this, his heart happy. He smiled and replied, that was great. If he could not find him, just wait at the Adventurer Guild in this area. Sakura handed him a bag and said, as a precaution, here are some potions and some money, enough for 3 days. Tsuyoshi took the bag and hurriedly set off. Before leaving, he turned back and waved goodbye to Sakura, thanked her, and said he was off. Sakura wished him a safe journey. After seeing Tsuyoshi off, Sakura's expression turned serious. She thought to herself, perfect, she needed to investigate the genius Kevin further if he had already mastered the fusion rules of wind and earth. Perhaps her plan to eliminate him needed to change. Scene change, a man raised a mug of beer, a voice rang out, a level 9 warrior and 2 conditions attached. Victor, are you serious? The man holding the mug was team leader Harvey. A level 18 Big Ram, Shield Hero Class, Strategy 7600. He shook his head in mockery. A level 9 wants to lead my elite team where the average level is 16. Don't joke around. Victor stood in the guild room. Hearing Harvey say this, he explained, but the kid is really good. Thanks to him we retrieved the blood rose smoothly. A man in red armor stood nearby, holding a mug of beer, sneering, a level 9 is not even worthy of tying our shoes. This man was Luke, a sharp-tongued mouth, a level 17 deputy captain, gorgeous twin blades class, strategy 6930. He continued to mock, Victor, have you lost your mind hanging around those idiots out there? Can't keep up with the big rams anymore. Don't waste our time. Mocked by everyone, Victor still tried to say, I am telling the truth. If you do not believe me, then meet him yourself. Harvey heard this and asked, is he here? Victor saw an opportunity and quickly replied, yes, I brought him along, he is waiting outside. Luke heard this, just crossed his arms and laughed, daring to bring that guy here. You are quite the fool. Having been mocked this whole time, Victor was furious, his face red. He shouted, enough. He thought to himself, picking on me all day, this time I will show you. Harvey saw Victor so adamant and gave him a chance. Fine, I will meet him. Victor heard this and was delighted. Thank you, sir. He immediately went out to bring Tsuyoshi in, walking while placing a hand on his shoulder to guide him. This way. Tsuyoshi entered the room and saw many people. He was a bit shy, rubbed his head and greeted them. I am Tsuyoshi, a level 9 warrior. Nice to meet you. Everyone around stared at him, especially Luke. As soon as he saw Tsuyoshi, he gave a thumbs down and laughed loudly to tease him. Look at that weak appearance of his. Victor walked over trying to mediate, patting Tsuyoshi shoulder and saying, Tsuyoshi, go ahead and tell them. Team leader Harvey brought the mug of beer to his nose to sniff it and then spoke. So according to Victor, you helped us complete the new mission, right? If that is true, how confident are you? Tsuyoshi heard him ask and answered casually, 100% confident, but I have a condition. Harvey heard that, turned to look at him and asked further, 100%, what is the condition? Tsuyoshi pointed his hand at himself, without any hesitation, and answered, make me your team leader. The entire room fell into silence for a moment. Harvey was somewhat surprised, his eyes wide. He asked, you want to become the commander of the 15U elite team? Luke stood nearby and heard that condition, immediately clenched his fists, his voice angry. Have you lost your mind? This person is the team leader of Big Ram Harvey. Our group is famous here. Do not make us a laughingstock. Victor was also panicked. He walked over and whispered to him, hey, Tsuyoshi becoming the commander, that is crazy. Tsuyoshi glanced at him and replied softly, it is the mission, do not worry. Harvey turned his back, put down the mug and said, this time, other teams are also participating in this mission. They have tried many times but almost always failed at the same spot. We have also failed 6 times, each time costing medicine and supplies. The more people participating, the more it costs. We have lost up to 2 gold. Tsuyoshi heard this and spoke up, it is a money issue. Let me clear it up. If you let me command, I guarantee completing the mission. Luke heard this, his face red, feeling breathless. He shouted, you dare say that? A different man also cracked his neck and added, Captain, kill him. Yet when Harvey turned around, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. All right, I agree. He picked up the mug and continued, if you fail and are lying, I, Harvey Big Ram, will not forgive you. Luke could not believe his ears. Stunned, he asked back, are you serious? Tsuyoshi heard Harvey agree and answered straightforwardly, it is fine. If we work together, we will easily complete it. Luke immediately pointed his hand straight at Tsuyoshi, shouting, Captain, you really believe this guy? What can a weak level 9 do? Harvey saw his deputy captain so angry, he just calmly said, do we have another choice? Without him, we would still try. Luke was still stubborn on his opinion, but letting him command a level 9 is clearly a scam. Right now, we the Big Rams are struggling thanks to Victor. That brat is probably being scammed too. He does not fit our team. We should kick him out. Harvey heard this, gave Luke a serious look and said coldly, do you know how much we are being mocked in the guild? Because we have achieved nothing and been overtaken by other teams. If we complete first and perform well in the new mission, our reputation will return. There is no other way, even if it is just a sliver of hope. We have to hold on to it. Harvey looked at Tsuyoshi and clenched his fist, continuing, and if it is a scam, I, Harvey, will not let it slide. Scene change in front of the mission point. The other groups had already arrived. Seeing the Big Ram group arrive, they began to mock, hey, that the Big Rams, they are also joining the new mission today. They will just fail again like every time. Wait, the one in front is not Harvey. Seeing the leader was Tsuyoshi, they whispered again, who is that, with that outfit? Anubis crossed his arms in front of his chest and said loudly, is that not the Big Rams? Did they change their leader, acting tough without any strength? If this continues, they will be eating dirt. Spend your money more wisely. Victor saw him insulting their team. He leaned close to Tsuyoshi and whispered in his ear, that team leader has always seen us as rivals. But honestly, what he said is not wrong. Our continuous failures have left us with nothing. That is why the leader and everyone are under pressure. The atmosphere in the group is very tense right now. Tsuyoshi, after receiving the information from Victor, did not change his expression, only said 3 words, "I understand." Tsuyoshi stepped forward, lightly but firmly patted Anubis on the shoulder, startling him, and said, "Excuse me, you are blocking the path." Anubis saw that attitude and spoke up, "Hey, Harvey, your new leader is quite rude." He loudly mocked in front of the crowd. "I wonder if he will still be so rude when you guys come back in failure." Tsuyoshi just turned his head, gave a slight smirk at him, and said, "We will see when we get back." The mission gate finally appeared. Tsuyoshi immediately spoke up, "Alright everyone, let us begin." Tsuyoshi thought in his head. According to Victor, this mission involves facing a troublesome group of monsters in the swamp darkness. But with the God Eye, this is a piece of cake. I will show them a completion stronger than expected as the group step through the teleport gate. The system immediately announced, "Welcome to the Shadows in the Swamp Area mission. Level 18 Shadows in the Swamp Area, team size requirement 12 to 17, no one exceeding level 18. They started moving. Harvey, walking behind Tsuyoshi, spoke up to ask, "So what is the plan?" Tsuyoshi placed his hands on his hips and said, "There is a plan." Tsuyoshi opened the system, turned to look at Harvey and said, "Just to confirm, I get all the experience points, correct?" Harvey heard this and immediately replied, "That is fine. Honor is more important. As long as we can finish first, that is not an issue. But do not disappoint us. You have seen it yourself, we are desperate for an achievement. Letting you command is my responsibility. If you fail, you better be ready to face the consequences." Tsuyoshi looked at the recorded system screen and said, "Understood." Harvey immediately turned back to instruct the group members, "Alright, everyone get ready and listen to him." Tsuyoshi heard this and replied, "Understood. Get to it." Luke, still dissatisfied, scowled and thought to himself, "Cannot believe we are letting him take all the experience points. Just wait and see." On this side, Tsuyoshi was still looking at the system screen reviewing. He thought, "Alright, next is what Victor mentioned, starting the hard mode." The system explained, "Hard mode. Each mission is divided into normal and hard modes. In hard mode, all rewards are tripled, including experience points." Tsuyoshi saw that all his stats had tripled, and he could not help but smile. With triple experience points, he could level up once or twice. The system immediately announced to everyone that Tsuyoshi had chosen the hard mode. No one expected this situation. Harvey turned back to look at Tsuyoshi with worry and loudly asked, "Hard mode?" The group began to murmur, "Why did you do that? Was it a mistake? Hard mode is no different from suicide." Victor was also terrified and quickly ran to Tsuyoshi. He said, "Are you deceiving us? I told you, don't activate hard mode unless you are extremely familiar with the mission. You made a mistake, right?" Luke took this opportunity to stand up and taunt, "You idiot. No one has ever completed regular mode, and hard mode is even harsher. Are you trying to kill us? I knew it. This is a scam, a waste of time. Once we get out of here, we'll be laughed at." After speaking, Luke turned away and chuckled to himself. He thought, "You idiot, I've been waiting for a chance to kick you out for a long time. Who knew you'd shoot yourself in the foot?" He actually dared to choose hard mode. Luke continued to mock, "Unbelievably stupid. Lucky for me, I prepared a final summoning horn. Thanks to this idiot, we wasted a precious item. Let's get out of here. We've been tricked by this man." Tsuyoshi rushed over, his gaze sharp. "If I brought everyone in here, then of course I have a way to get us out. Follow me." He thought to himself, hard mode is no problem. With his divine eye and so many people, they would complete the mission without getting hurt. Hearing that confidence only made Luke angrier, and he cursed loudly. "You think we can complete it after failing normal mode? Stop bluffing. Do you understand that everyone could die? This isn't a game. If you want to die, die alone." After using the divine eye, Tsuyoshi had a conjecture. Alright, just as expected, the swamp was humid, and the monsters here were weak to thunder and lightning. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, and information about the horde of monsters appeared. Fang Crocodile, level 18 water element. Weaknesses are lightning and fire attributes. Thick skin, extremely high defense. Normal attacks struggle to deal damage. When the swarm coordinates, they unleash extremely powerful attacks. Analysis shows that lightning or fire systems can create superior combat effectiveness. Seeing the divine eye's analysis, Tsuyoshi thought, "If I focus, I can boost its power." Seeing him rush towards the horde of monsters without hesitation, Luke immediately pointed and cursed, "Hey, you idiot. Those are high-level crocodiles, and there are way too many. We're done for." Harvey was raising his shield, but upon hearing Luke's words, he began to waver, muttering, "Is he really tricking us?" Seeing Harvey's group trembling like that, Tsuyoshi glanced over and said firmly, "Follow me. I will lead everyone to complete this hard mode." Tsuyoshi immediately assumed a combat stance, drew his sword, and reminded them, "Stop gawking, Fire Mage, get ready." Victor saw the situation before him, left no choice, so he gripped his staff tightly and prepared for battle, then said, "Damn it, fine, let's go. I trust you." Victor immediately gave the order, "Fire mages, follow me. If we run away, we'll be laughed at." A group of fire mages heard this and charged forward in unison. One spoke up, "Actually, let's just do it." Victor quickly added, "That's right, I don't want to suffer any more humiliation." Tsuyoshi was currently engaged in battle with the pack of crocodiles in the swamp. Harvey witnessed the scene before him, and he shouted in panic, "Kid, get out of the way. 6 crocodiles attacking at once. You'll be torn to pieces." Unexpectedly, Tsuyoshi swung his lightning-tinged sword and slashed at one crocodile, then commanded, "Fire mages, aim your magic precisely 1 meter in front of me." The fire mages in the team heard the order and immediately executed it. Understood. Tsuyoshi combined thunder and lightning with firepower to fight the crocodiles, using his interruption skill. Instantly, the entire pack of crocodiles was scorched by fire, howling in pain. Victor asked in surprise, taking down 6 at once, "Luke, what's going on?" The crocodiles were completely annihilated in an instant. Tsuyoshi turned back and said to everyone, "My Heaven's Thunder Glare skill can weaken the enemy. When they are weakened, their skills are interrupted. Moreover, when weakened, all concentrated attacks deal double damage. Taking them down was easy." He thought to himself, it was all thanks to his divine eye. The system and Luke sent a notification that the analysis was complete. The group behind him heard what he said, and everyone marveled. What the hell? How can he come up with tactics so fast? We can complete the mission using weaken to interrupt skills and fire magic to deal damage. That's incredible. Victor said happily. He did it again, just like the last mission. "I knew it." Harvey observed the entire affair, thinking to himself, is he really only level 9? What kind of skill is this? Who is he? Luke still couldn't believe it. He sat down on the ground in defeat. Seeing this, no one bothered to say anything. Luke yelled, "It's luck, just luck. There's no way anyone can analyze like that in this situation." Someone in the team spoke up, "Deputy leader, that's why he's amazing." Everyone saw it with their own eyes. "Why are you so stubborn?" Victor stood by, seizing the opportunity to scold him. "Can you just shut up? You look so embarrassing." Scolded by Victor, Luke glared angrily at him, stammering, "What did you just say?" Tsuyoshi saw them arguing and interrupted. "Enough. We don't have time to debate. Everyone follow me. We will conquer the hard mode." Harvey immediately grabbed his shield and ran after him, shouting, "Did you all hear that?" Hearing this, the whole group moved forward, leaving Luke still sitting on the ground. He raised his hand and called out, "Wait!" Harvey and all his teammates followed behind, and he declared, "The whole group, follow leader Tsuyoshi. Conquer the hard mode." 30 minutes later, inside the swamp zone's shadow mission, Tsuyoshi group stood before a green swamp that was constantly bubbling. The whole group was hiding. Tsuyoshi observed using his divine eye. Victor sat beside him, sweating nervously, and asked, "It seems the whole team was defeated at the swamp ahead. What should we do now?" Luke sat behind, his face reluctant, and said, "The monsters here are of the shadow type, and this is hard mode. They are nothing like anything we've faced before. I don't know where you got your information, but if we fail because of you, the GOAT team will not be at peace." Victor heard him speaking harshly and immediately turned back to retort, "Thanks to his resources and analysis, our team hasn't had a single injury so far. This was impossible before, aren't you happy?" "How can you say that?" Facing Victor's direct words, Luke became angry. "Victor, don't forget I am the deputy leader. Know your place. He is only a temporary leader, and as deputy leader, I am thinking for the whole team." Harvey saw the two being noisy and spoke up, "Be quiet, you are distracting leader Tsuyoshi." Thanks to his divine eye, Tsuyoshi learned the information. Analysis complete. It is impossible to go around the swamp. The only path to the next area is to cross it. Recommendation to send one person to distract the monsters while the rest pass through. Tsuyoshi understood, thinking to himself, so it's simpler than I thought. The system continued to send a detailed analysis. The swamp is approximately 300 square meters wide. The shallowest point is 24 cm. The deepest is 126 cm. Average depth, 86 cm. Optimal route determined, average depth below 40 cm. This is the fastest, shortest path, avoiding dangerous areas. Tsuyoshi used a dry branch to sketch on the ground, calculating inwardly. The analysis is very accurate. It seems the function of the divine eye is proportional to my combat skills. I've memorized it to plan the route. The system sent another notification. Warning, 15 shadow monsters are roaming this route. They need to be lured away to clear a safe path. The swamp slows movement, but with leg strength enhanced by a superhuman physique, you can move if on solid ground. Countermeasure, the swamp's good electrical conductivity allows lightning to attract the shadow monsters. Strengthen your legs with the superhuman physique to distance yourself from others and lure the monsters into the predetermined area. During combat, follow the analysis and aim for their weak points. The battle plan will be adjusted according to the actual situation. After observing, Tsuyoshi spoke up. As deputy leader, Luke said, "This is cooperation for the common good. I am only a temporary leader, so anyone dissatisfied can freely leave. I will not stop them." He turned his head with a sharp gaze and continued, "But as long as I am the leader, everyone must follow my orders." Luke heard this and clenched his fists. This guy just relies on having a bit of knowledge about monsters to dare. Harvey immediately cut him off. "Enough. Keep your dissatisfaction until after the mission is completed. Everyone wants to get this over with quickly." Hearing this, Luke could only click his tongue and grit his teeth, muttering, "That cheap level 9 rookie." Tsuyoshi remained quietly observing, thinking to himself, if it were the old me, I would have been cowed by this hostile attitude. No matter what world, there are always bullies picking on the weak. That malicious thought always exists, impossible to explain or avoid. I was a victim once. Like Karina, the only way is to become stronger, but I am no longer the old Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi suddenly stood up, saying to everyone, "Enough nonsense. It seems we have to cross the swamp to reach the next area." Harvey nodded. "I once made it halfway and saw the entrance to the next area. To get there, we cannot avoid the attack from the lurking shadow monsters. Their attacks are very unpredictable. If we slip up, we have to use the forest to return. Worst case, we all die here." Tsuyoshi reassured everyone. This is an unfamiliar environment, full of limitations, very dangerous. But there is no need to worry. Harvey heard this and asked, "Do you have a plan already?" Tsuyoshi said, "I will stay behind to lure the monsters while you lead everyone forward. I will catch up later." Harvey and Victor were shocked to hear this. Victor said, "You're going to lure the monsters alone? This is too dangerous." Harvey quickly added, "We admit you are very strong, but we still don't know their numbers. We cannot agree to such a rash plan." Luke heard this and laughed loudly. "I thought you had come up with a top-notch plan. Turns out it's this pathetic. Anyone can come up with this idea. Fine then, do it. But don't blame us if you die and your body is lost." Tsuyoshi understood Victor's worry and said, "Victor, this is the optimal route. Memorize it to avoid the dangerous areas." Victor exclaimed, "What? How do you know this route?" Tsuyoshi drew his sword ready for battle and continued, "It's not just about luring them away. That's only the first step. I will handle the monsters myself. You go ahead, I will catch up soon. I don't want to waste any more time. Use your head. Have I ever done anything reckless or impulsive?" The crowd behind him could only stay silent upon hearing this. Tsuyoshi carried his sword over his shoulder, walking forward as he spoke. "Form up in formation and wait for my signal." He stepped into the swamp, the water touching his feet, and thought to himself, "This is worse than I thought. Really an annoying type of terrain. Very ideal for lightning attribute attacks." The people standing above watched Tsuyoshi step into the swamp, their mouths agape. Luke spoke up again, "Leader, do you really trust a level 9 rookie to face a pack of shadow monsters?" Harvey replied, "I don't know. I don't trust him that much. But with that determination..." Victor interrupted, "I trust him. Rank doesn't matter, just follow the plan. He even gave us the exact route." Tsuyoshi stood in the swamp, looking down at the water and muttering to himself, "There are 15 of them." Normally, being surrounded by a pack of shadow monsters would frighten anyone to death. A monster leaped out from the swamp, and Tsuyoshi used his divine eye to see its information. Dark Soul Devourer level 18, origin monster lurking in the swamp. Weakness, lightning attacks and piercing strikes. Characteristics, shadow creature, ambushes prey. Low health but extremely agile, should not be underestimated. If you let it bite you, it will be too late. Tsuyoshi swung his sword to slash the monster charging at him. The system analyzed the weakness. Their bodies were saturated with moisture, making them immune to fire attacks. But lightning was extremely effective, and piercing attacks became critical hits. Tsuyoshi gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Come on, you bastards!" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged in to slaughter the swamp monsters. His entire body was enveloped in lightning arcs, his eyes glowing brightly. Tsuyoshi muttered, "So they turn pitch black and dive into the swamp after each attack." He slashed his sword heavily down onto the swamp surface, the lightning arcs attracting the monsters. He continued to whisper, "No way I can find their weakness." Struck by the lightning arcs, the monsters immediately leaped out of the water. The system displayed, "Successfully lured the monsters." Looking at the monsters before him, Tsuyoshi curled his lips into a faint smile. "They are all gathered now." Tsuyoshi immediately moved, thinking to himself, "For an ordinary explorer, this ground is a disaster, but I am fine." He activated his superhuman body, his leg strength enhanced, allowing him to walk easily on the swamp. After activating it, he ran off, leading the monsters in pursuit, yelling as he ran, "Harvey, lead everyone along the path I marked." The group was stunned by the sight, murmuring, "He really lured the shadow monsters. Amazing. How does he run without sinking? With Captain Chiyoshi, this team can complete any mission. Is he just a temporary leader?" Victor rested his hands on his hips, turning to Luke and taunting, "See, I told you. Do you believe me now?" Luke was silent for a moment before speaking. "I admit I underestimated him." Harvey immediately led the team, saying to everyone, "Don't just stand there. Move quickly while Captain Chiyoshi is still drawing them away. Follow me, Victor. Guide everyone." Victor replied, "Yes, sir." The group began running across the swamp. System displayed, successfully lured the monsters away from the formation, arriving at the predetermined battle zone. Seeing the monsters had followed, he shouted, "We are here. I will deal with all of you here." Chiyoshi held his sword with both hands, muttering, "Piercing attacks are quite effective. Add some lightning to that, and they won't escape." One monster lunged with its mouth open, only be impaled through the mouth by Chiyoshi. Seeing this, the monsters behind stopped, afraid to charge any further. Chiyoshi's entire body radiated lightning arcs, and he said to the monsters, "We have time, you don't need to rush." Scene change. The group led by Harvey had successfully crossed the swamp. One person spoke up, "We did it! We got out!" Everyone cheered joyfully. "We've never gotten this far. The other teams all failed here. All thanks to Captain Chiyoshi. We made it," Harvey said happily. "We truly got through." Victor ran back to report, "The boss activation point is right ahead. We have reached the boss area." Harvey and Luke couldn't believe it and asked again, "Really?" Victor confirmed, "Yes, this boss doesn't look too dangerous. The swamp was probably the hardest part." Hearing this, the group grew eager. "Should we go in first?" The captain said to wait. Victory is within sight. Harvey heard this and spoke up, "I want to too, but this is hard mode." Luke added, "No, calm down. We should wait for Captain Chiyoshi." Everyone was incredulous. "Captain Chiyoshi, what's happening now?" Luke covered his mouth with a look of regret. "I once doubted his strength, but thanks to him, we have come this far. I cannot deny his incredible ability. Waiting for him to go in together is the wiser choice." Harvey and Victor looked at each other upon hearing this. Harvey laughed heartily. "Even you are convinced. All right, better safe than sorry. Let's all wait for Captain Chiyoshi." Victor supported with praise, "Very wise, Vice Captain. That is the safest choice." As everyone was talking, Chiyoshi returned, "Waiting for me? I've already dealt with all the shadow monsters. The boss area's ahead, right? Let's reorganize the formation here." He came back with his clothes tattered, exuding a strong aura. Chiyoshi continued, "Let's go complete this hard mode mission." System displayed, level 9 warrior, red beastman outfit, sky thunder say weapon, double sacrifice skill, combat power 14,500. Seeing Chiyoshi, someone immediately spoke, "He really defeated all of them alone. So strong." Luke was astonished. "Captain Chiyoshi, who are you really? I forgot you are only level 9. Victor quickly added, "To be honest, I don't know much about him either." Harvey looked at him and spoke up, "Once this mission is over, we must nominate him as guild leader." Chiyoshi's group entered the boss area. The system displayed mission, Darkness of the Swamp Zone. A blood-soaked humanoid monster emanated a sinister aura, its face a human skull. That was the boss. Chiyoshi used the system to see the information. Boss, Swamp Guardian, level 18, fire weakness, magic attacks are effective. Trait, creates small swamp patches for a short time, hindering movement. HP is very high, doubled in hard mode. Weakness, the skill to create swamps requires activation time, and is interrupted by high damage magic. Chiyoshi hid in the bushes observing the boss and asked Luke, "Isn't there a gate leading to this worm?" Luke sat nearby and replied, "Hard mode doesn't necessarily have a gate." He further explained, "The activation point doesn't just depend on difficulty, but also on the strength of the group. Even on an easy mission, if the group is strong, there will be a gate." Chiyoshi heard this and thought in his head, "So the group's strength is the key point." He recalled the gate with the pitch-black eye in the dark lens and thought further, "That single-eye great gate was probably a special type, giving me chills." Luke was now more excited than anyone, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder. "Let's head to the activation point. Victory is right before our eyes." Suddenly, Chiyoshi raised his hand to stop the group. "Wait!" Luke immediately pulled his hand back and asked, "What is it, Captain?" Chiyoshi didn't answer, only called out, "Harvey, call the mages and some agile people over here." The man replied quickly, "Got it." A group of mages was summoned. Victor was also there, asking, "Got a plan?" "I can't wait." Chiyoshi nodded, "Listen carefully. Harvey and Luke, just command everyone to fight as usual. Mages pair up and cast your highest damage magic. When I give the signal, accept the enchantment. Gather debuff items, cause bleeding or poison, and distribute them to the agile people." Victor was surprised. "Debuff items?" Chiyoshi didn't turn around, continuing, "Correct. This worm has abnormally high HP, and it's doubled in this mode. Using debuffs will make the fight easier for everyone. Those with good reflexes should surround it, continuously using debuffs to distract it and control its HP. The mages stay close to me and be ready to interrupt its skill. Split into several groups to compensate for cooldowns and incantation times." Harvey heard the meticulous plan and exclaimed in shock, How do you know all this? Terrifying. Luke was also convinced. See, I told you Tsuyoshi would help us get through easily. Just trust him. Tsuyoshi stood up, holding one arm. Alright, one shot, one kill. Let's go kill this worm. Scene change. Outside the teleport gate, a group of people stood discussing. Dashan Yang is leading the rookies on a mission. Another person spoke. Indeed, it's this hard mode. The system added a note in hard mode quests. The portal will emit a very prominent red light. Activating this mode can showcase strength, but if careless, the price to pay is not just life, but also honor. Anubis stood outside, continuously taunting loudly. He said the leader of Great Mountain Goat this time was a human who had just activated hard mode. He believed they were all being led by the nose by that human. Unable to even finish normal mode, yet daring to try a harder difficulty. He mocked that they would soon have to use escape items to flee. After speaking, he thought to himself. He considered Great Mountain Goat a strange group of humans under the Beastmen Guild of Kwai. A human team daring to step into Beastman territory was insane. He would steal their glory, and when they fled in panic, he would mock them for the world to see. Scene change. Inside the quest, Tsuyoshi's group had begun to approach the boss step by step. As they advanced, Victor was a bit scared and asked if they should help. Tsuyoshi walked and observed. He decisively replied no. He understood its attack pattern. Just stay put and wait for orders. Suddenly, the monster inflated like an airbag. Feeling threatened, it roared towards Harvey's group. Seeing the boss had inflated to a certain degree, Tsuyoshi immediately ordered everyone, Group 2 mages attack. Instantly, the mage team charged forward, aiming directly at the monster and casting magic. The monster was unharmed. Luke spoke fearfully again. Did the team leader predict this too? Tsuyoshi slowly approached the monster and spoke, hard mode tier. 15 minutes later, after a fierce fight, the boss's health bar finally dropped to 0. The system immediately announced the Swamp Guardian had been defeated. Seeing their final victory, everyone cheered with joy. They shouted in disbelief they had cleared the stage, and this was their first completed feat. Harvey, holding his shield, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Cleared on the first try. Who exactly is Tsuyoshi?" He thought he must introduce him to the guild master. If he formally joined, the guild's achievements would skyrocket. Luke, hearing this, immediately chimed in. "We must take him to meet the guild master. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he can also predict quest objectives. With him, no quest would be too difficult for them." The system also notified Tsuyoshi that he had leveled up. Current level was 10, current combat power was 45,000. Tsuyoshi was very happy. He muttered to himself that monopolizing all the boss's experience points was quite a catch. He had finally reached level 10. He thought to himself, 2 more steps to achieve his goal, he could do it. Tsuyoshi looked up, then saw the system sending him a notification that the Master of the Infinites had reached level 10. The reward was the Dan camouflage armor. Tsuyoshi saw this, and his eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly checked the system and said, "Leveling up comes with a reward too, let's see." He immediately tried on the armor, his entire being exuding an astonishing aura. The system added an explanation. The Dan camouflage armor was an extremely flexible and sturdy set of armor that only the Master of the Infinites could wear, unsellable and untradeable. Its feature was to change according to the imagination, including a robe that could combine with other battle armor when hidden. Other players would see this armor. Level 10 warrior class equipped with Dan camouflage armor required Fox robe, bloodied swollen weapon, fiery sky flash skill, sacrificial clone skill, combat power 150,000. Tsuyoshi put on the armor, looked down at his hand, and thought to himself. When the fox robe was hidden, this armor appeared. It seemed his body was also changing. It adapts to my needs. We'll try it next time. Victor saw him change into new clothes, walked over and dazedly said, "Who is this handsome guy?" Tsuyoshi, hearing this, smiled with narrowed eyes, and said he just changed clothes. Luke, seeing Tsuyoshi's appearance, also exclaimed that if he had appeared like that from the start, he wouldn't have mocked him for being weak. Harvey, standing nearby, spoke up, "Tsuyoshi, I need your help with something." Tsuyoshi, hearing him say this, swept his gaze over Harvey and said, "Help, what is it?" Tsuyoshi's group was about to step out of the portal. Anubis immediately walked over, hands on hips, and said loudly, "Look, they are coming out, come see, the arrogant Great Mountain Goat." But unexpectedly, the system displayed that Great Mountain Goat had completed the hard mode quest Swamp Shadow on their first try, setting a record time of 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Swamp Shadow hard mode, first completion, Great Mountain Goat. Anubis, seeing such a notification, his mouth gaped in shock. The highest record, Great Mountain Goat with 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Finally, Tsuyoshi group stepped outside, all of them brimming with spirit. Surrounding crowd, seeing this, started whispering. They asked how it was possible. They cleared hard mode. Could it be the work of the one wearing Dan armor? They said Great Mountain Goat had just appointed him leader, and he cleared the quest. He is that young. Which guild is he from? Harvey, hearing the talk, was extremely proud, saying he made them look like failures. Luke nudged Harvey and said he wondered how long it had been since they were surrounded like this. Victor also walked over to Tsuyoshi, happily saying it was all thanks to Tsuyoshi, and promised to take him to the guild to introduce him to the master. Tsuyoshi tilted his body slightly, speaking softly to Victor that since coming to this world, this was only the second time he had encountered this situation. It was a bit strange. Victor looked at Anubis standing in the crowd like a wooden statue, and teased, "You are still here, sorry. We have already stolen the record." Anubis, seeing himself mocked like this, loudly said, "You only got it because you relied on that powerhouse." Chiyoshi walked in front of him, looked at him with a gaze full of contempt, and said, "A powerhouse? What did you say about me earlier?" Anubis, faced with Chiyoshi's intimidating aura, could only bow his head, clasp his hands, and apologize, saying it was his fault, forgive him. He asked if he wanted to join their guild, and how should he address him. He looked at Chiyoshi, calculating in his mind that this guy was not ordinary. When the guild received important high-level quests, if his strength was real, he would be formidable. The surrounding adventurers, hearing Anubis say this, immediately clamored. They demanded his contact info. Their guild also wanted to negotiate, join their team with generous rewards, asked if he planned to join any guild. Anubis, seeing these people wanting to snatch the person, immediately stepped in to stop them, telling them to line up and wait behind. Chiyoshi looked at the group arguing over getting him. He did not respond. In his mind, he only thought that talent was always sought after. Even in the old world, major guilds always competed for the strong. As long as one was strong enough, one would be welcomed everywhere. Harvey, seeing this commotion, spoke up to announce that he had already agreed to join our guild. Make way for him. The Beastmen city of Northern, densely packed high-rise buildings created a cramped scene. A group of beastmen stopped their activities, stunned upon seeing him. Chiyoshi walked majestically down the wide street with the others. Excited murmurs arose. They recognized that was Great Mountain Goat from Guild Kwai. The team leader should be Harvey. Why was it a human? They asked who that was, had never seen him, but he must be very strong. Although their levels were not public, he must be at least level 19. Even Harvey was level 18, so he was definitely level 20 or above. He stood up on the curb and turned down to say, "Everyone wait a moment." He remembered Sakura's image. He had promised to meet her at the Explorers Guild. He didn't know if she had arrived yet, but he would go to Guild quite soon. Hoping they could go together, he wanted to meet her. Miko was acting spoiled, saying she was on a diet, so she wouldn't eat. Lumajo said, "How about drinking then? You have come all the way here, at least have a few drinks with us." Schoolmore chimed in, "That's right, we have invited you many times. Why do you keep refusing?" Suddenly a stern voice sounded from behind. A tall figure appeared. "Move aside." Schoolmore angrily turned and shouted, "Hey kid, we are talking here. You want a punch?" Lumajo cursed, then suddenly paused. "Don't you know how to cue? I think I've seen you somewhere." Miko furrowed her brow to observe him, then remembered, "It is that brat. You have changed quite a bit." Lumajo questioned, "Are you the one who stole our quest? Where did you get the material fragments?" Schoolmore sneered. Maybe he spent his entire fortune to buy them. He sat down and spoke. "Sakura is not with her. We had an appointment to meet here." Miko crossed her arms and replied, "I haven't seen her today. Besides those two noisy guys, no one has been here long." Schoolmore quickly said, "See, besides those two noisy guys, no one is here." Lumajo continued, "That's right." The two suddenly realized something was wrong. They said in unison, "Are we the two noisy guys you mentioned?" Miko sighed and said matter-of-factly, "What else would it be?" Lumajo angrily stood up and slammed the table. "This bitch dares to mock us." He activated an extraordinary divine presence to grab his hand. "Can't you see she is uncomfortable?" Lung Ajia rubbed his wrist, thinking about this power. Though he did not know its name, he still let out a curse, calling it a piece of trash skill. Skun Mo patted his back gently to advise him, telling him there were guards, so do not fight in here. Wait until they get outside to settle it. He immediately challenged, calling out to that human, "Come fight outside." He walked while cursing, saying, "Do not think that just because you have money to buy fragments can you show off. I will defeat you with just one punch." He calmly followed behind, thinking to himself that Sakura was probably still busy. "Sorry for the trouble." Miko quickly intervened to stop him, saying, "Wait, if you go outside you will really get beaten. Just stay in here where the guards protect you." He slightly turned his head, then replied calmly, "It is fine." Lung Ajia continued to challenge, saying, "If you do not want to get beaten up in here, then come out and fight." Schoolmore spoke up, saying, "A human dares to cause trouble on Beastman territory. That is quite bold." Harvey saw the commotion and asked, "Captain Chiyoshi, what is going on?" Two men heard the call of Captain and immediately froze. "Captain?" Miko hid behind the door, quietly observing him. "Just who is he?" Chiyoshi calmly replied, "It is nothing. These people just want to cause trouble." The officers rushed forward to provoke. "What did you say? You want to fight with our captain?" The two tucked their tails and quickly slipped away from the place, muttering under their breath that it was just a misunderstanding. Victor stepped forward to ask what happened. He replied, "Nothing important. My companions are not here. I just came to the guild." Chiyoshi humbly said, My mission is already over. There is no need to call me captain anymore." Harvey replied, "It is the same." At the guild meeting room, O spoke up to congratulate everyone for completing the mission on the first try and setting a new record. He continued, "But you want a human warrior to participate in other missions." Guildmaster O level 24, Elemental Mage. Harvey spoke up. Tsuyoshi is an outstanding talent. Thanks to him, we were able to complete the mission. That is why we want to invite him to the guild, to help with difficult missions even if we have to offer high rewards. It is worth it. Rhythm disagreed. Is there a mistake? Your entire team is human, but the guild master is a beastman. A beastman guild being controlled by a human is truly absurd. Rhythm level 23 swordsman, one of the founders. Moreover, you just met that human. What if he is a spy from another guild? Tsuyoshi walked in from the door. Upon hearing this, he frowned. A spy from another guild? Luke said, freedom is right. Captain Harvey, Guildmaster QS, and these three are the founders of Guild QI. Their decision is final. Victor was furious. He always treats us as outsiders, just because the Guildmaster is a beastman and the captain is human. Perhaps the Guildmaster ignores this matter because Rhythm is of the same race. He continued, if Captain Harvey was not good to us, perhaps we would have been abandoned long ago. Luke quickly covered his mouth. Hey Victor, do not say any more. Harvey said, the other guilds are all trying hard to take high-reward missions because of Tsuyoshi. Our efficiency will increase significantly. We can vouch for him. His observation and analysis skills are astonishing. Freedom mocked, you need to change the leader, but we do not. Are you not dragging the guild down? You all human, so of course you trust him. Only humans understand each other, right? Haha. Harvey slammed the table in anger. What are you saying? Are you doubting my loyalty to the guild? My team has worked hard to achieve excellent results for the guild. Our performance may not be high, but we have always fought for the guild. Reading turned to the guild master. Our Beastman guild is being talked about because of Harvey's all-human team. If other guilds find out that we have accepted a human as captain, we will be mocked. The guild will collapse. Guild master, please think of the future. Harvey stood up to regain his momentum and asked, Guild master, what do you think? Oh, hesitated for a moment then spoke. Perhaps I should follow Rhythm's opinion. I cherish Harvey's loyalty, but we must solve our own problems. He cleared his throat. We will send off this human friend with hospitality. Harvey refused, still wanting to argue to cling to the chance. Guild master, he suddenly lowered his gaze, his voice turning deep, reluctantly accepting the result. I understand. Tsuyoshi spoke up at this moment. I only came because of Captain Harvey. Since that is the case, I will leave. Before leaving, he lightly punched him on the chest to encourage him. Do not worry, you have trustworthy teammates. The very trustworthy teammates were standing in a straight line before him. Harvey looked at the line of people before him, stunned for a moment, then also felt relieved. He turned his back and walked away. I am leaving. It was a pleasure fighting shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Luke said reluctantly, Tsuyoshi, take care. Hope we meet again. By then, I will try to level up. Riddle sat slouched in a chair, crossing his legs, and said, not seeing you off, human. Harvey questioned, Rhythm, do you not understand? He is a factor that can change the guild's future. Thanks to him, we became stronger. Now we have lost that chance. He laughed mockingly. How ridiculous. What can a human warrior do? Completing this mission was just luck. He led the troop forward. Enough, let us go. Do not regret it. Leaving the guild, he thought to himself where he should go to level up. Or should he find Sakura first? I have to apologize to her for ruining her cloak. While lost in thought, Anubis appeared from somewhere. I finally found you, sir. He said irritably, you have been bothering me for days. Why? He lowered his voice. Please help me, sir. Our guild has a difficult mission. The guild master sent me to find a strong warrior, and you are the most suitable. The guild always welcomes you with open arms. The reward or terms are for you to choose. Please, we are counting on you. He pretended to ponder. The reward and terms are for me to choose. What is the mission? He thought to himself, that would be interesting. Monopolizing the mission and earning some extra money would be a great deal. He said excitedly, great. This matter is very urgent. It is a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a wealthy merchant. Please follow me. The guild master is waiting. On the street, countless beastmen eyes were following the two. Tsuyoshi spoke up. A rescue from a kidnapping? The guild even accepts such commissions? Anubis explained, that is right. A guild not only needs honor, but also income. Any guild takes some commissions as a source of revenue. Our best guild is a well-known guild in Nostin City. We only managed to snatch this rescue commission last time. I wonder, do you even have to compete for commissions? Looks like the pay is not low. 5 gold coins. The Dark Demon Farm boss monster. He thought to himself, the Dark Demon Farm mission that I and Luke took earlier also had a pay of 3 gold coins, which is considered high. He said, this commission is not just 5 gold coins. The client is the daughter of the famous wealthy merchant of Nostin City. The pay is nearly 100 times that of a normal commission, 500 gold coins. That amount is enough to cover all of the guild's expenses for a year. If a master helps complete it, they can be given half of the pay. Tsuyoshi was extremely shocked. How much? The pay is 500 gold coins. Split half? He laughed inwardly. 250 gold coins. Would he not be so happy he would jump for joy? At the PS Guild, Anubis led the way. Master, please come in. The guild master is very anxious. Murmurs arose. Is this human the master that you, captain, spoke of? Wealthy merchant of Nostin was annoyed. 3 days have passed. Do you people have the capability to complete the commission? Tomorrow is the deadline set by the kidnappers. If you fail, I want Guild PS to pay 10 times the pay. If not, I will make you disappear from the city. I do not lack money. Guild Master of Best Guild, level 28 Warhammer Warrior, the bold one. No, our guild has drawn up a plan and is ready to set out to rescue your daughter. We will definitely rescue her on time. Vice Guild Master Fei Yu, level 26 Archer, sighed inwardly. 10 times the pay. That is 5,000 gold coins. Oh my god, this is the end. Quentin flew into a rage. You said you were starting from the first day you made a plan. You are still drafting a plan now. I hear your guild has tried several times and failed every time. Do you take me for a fool? Anubis walked in from the door, shocked. The client has come to find us directly. He asked, is this bald man the client? Chiyoshi said, alright, one look and you can tell he has money. Could it be that the guild did not send people to attempt the rescue? Anubis explained, Master, you do not know. After accepting the commission, the guild sent a squad to rescue. Because the place is in the mountains, the terrain is dangerous. We cannot just barge in with force. First, a squad of 15 people, average level 20, was sent. Vice Guildmaster Fei Yu also participated. Originally, everyone was very confident, but he hesitated. But forget about a rescue, even their base was hard to enter. We were unfamiliar with the terrain. It was another's territory with countless traps and ambushes. The kidnappers numbered about 20, with an average level of 19. Their boss was a level 25 warrior. In a direct fight, we were confident, but we would lose people before even getting to the base. After 3 rescue attempts, most guild members had tried and failed. He sighed, being on enemy ground was already a disadvantage. Going in with a dozen people was like being a clear target. Failing the first time had already alerted them, and you still kept going. Wasn't that just walking to your death? The enemy surely had set up an ambush waiting. He said, you are right, Master. We recognize the problem. Frontal attacks were useless. We needed a clever plan. But the wasted time from previous attempts made the leader impatient. He suddenly reached out and firmly grasped his arm. Anubis, with tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded as time went on. This was the last rescue chance. If this failed, the merchant's daughter would die, and the guild would lose all honor and disband from compensation. Please save the guild, Master. Replacing his weeping, Chiyoshi, a bit flustered, told him to calm down. He thought to himself the target was in the mountains, the path was full of traps, average level 19. The strongest strategy was the level 25 berserker, not a big problem. His Heaven's Eye and copy skills could come in handy. Level 10 warrior class, equipped with a set of Foxman's Black Morph armor, weapon Blood Mist Greatsword, skills Lightning Chain, Chain Potion copy, and Blood Sacrifice Wisdom skill, combat power 150,000. The Blood Sacrifice Wisdom skill damaged the body too much. Needed to get loot to replace it with another. Quentin still shouted loudly, I'll say it again. If this commission fails, I want you to 10 times the remuneration. If not, the guild will disband right now. 5,000 gold coins, understand? He observed the old man's attitude, thinking it was interesting. From start to finish, he never mentioned his daughter, only money. He said angrily, answer now. Can you complete the commission or not? If you can't, pay the compensation. Prepare 5,000 gold coins. Best quickly pleaded, please calm down, Lord Thompson. We are making plans. We will definitely rescue your daughter. While everyone was still discussing, a confident voice rang out. She can be saved. Tsuyoshi stepped forward and repeated, your daughter can be saved. We will bring her back to you by tomorrow. I said so. The old man turned and pointed directly at him, asking, Guild Leader Pest, is this your man? This human brother has quite the big mouth. Anubis stepped forward to explain, Guild Leader, this is the master I told you about. It seems he has agreed to assist with this commission. Bess replied confidently, that's right, he is one of our people. The old man sneered, I never thought the Beastman Guild would have a human. Went and cleared his throat, forget the nonsense, since you said you can save her, let's see it tomorrow. Don't forget, fail the commission and pay 5,000 gold coins. Tsuyoshi stepped forward and said, Lord Thompson, in that case let's make a bet. If we rescue your daughter, double the remuneration, 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, the old man immediately grew angry. Ha, are you stupid? Why would I? He quickly replied, don't be too quick to refuse. If we fail to rescue her, the commission fails. He said confidently, we will put up 50,000 coins, 10 times the amount you want. How about that? Everyone who heard this was shocked, almost to the point of spitting blood. Winton was also surprised. 50,000, you said it yourself. Fine, I agree. If you succeed, I'll pay double the remuneration. If you fail, you'll compensate 50,000 gold coins. The old man quickly drafted the bet contract and handed it to Pest, then signed this, hurry up. Best gritted his teeth and signed 5,000 or 50,000, we have no other choice. choice, do we? The old man leisurely left with his henchman, not forgetting to leave behind a remark. Good, then let's see the results tomorrow. Hugh approached him anxiously and asked, Big brother, why did you sign that? He turned around and angrily confronted him. You human brat, you've pushed my guild off a cliff now. I personally led the assault and tried. This commission isn't simple. Where do you get your confidence? Tsuyoshi replied leisurely, I don't know, but I am sure of victory. Hugh said angrily, you don't know? That's 50,000 gold coins. From outside the door came a servant's announcement. Guild leader Salmon of the association has arrived. Best quickly said, please invite him in. Tsuyoshi wondered, president of the Summon Association, I remember. It seems the last bit of burden has finally arrived. Salmon entered from outside. Guild leader Pesi, vice guild leader Fayu. Long time no see. Dark, the person in charge of the Summon Association of Nostin City, rank Blue Edge Summon, put on a cheerful demeanor to welcome him. Guild leader Dark, you don't know how much trouble we've been in lately. Enough, please have a seat. Who spoke up? This time we invited you here to trouble you with healing my wounds. The priest couldn't handle it. Sorry for the trouble. The old man said, since I am here, of course I will heal you. Vice guild leader Fayu is a good vice guild leader. I heard you were severely injured for personally leading the team on a commission. He laughed wryly. Not at all. I am making a fool of myself before guild leader Dark. The old man asked, is it that merchant Lord Thompson's commission? His daughter was kidnapped, right? Is the commission very difficult? Hugh answered, that's right, it's very difficult. Our guild is pushed to the edge. I feel the wound healing. Thank you, guild leader. Tsuyoshi suddenly spoke up at this moment. The difficulty is not low, but I am confident in completing the commission. Guild leader, we meet again. Sama was surprised to see him. Tsuyoshi, what are you doing here? Hugh asked in surprise. You two know each other? After some explanation, Salmon spoke, so that's the case. Tsuyoshi, you were invited here to help solve the tough commission. The old man praised, I believe you will surely complete the commission smoothly. He replied, then I thank you for your kind wishes. Best pressed on, they seem quite close. Dark Salmon is the president of the Salmon Association of Nostin City. Ordinary people aren't qualified to be friends with him. It took a lot of connections to invite him here this time. What is the background of this Tsuyoshi after all? A newbie answered, I'm not sure, boss, but doesn't this prove he has skill? You spoke up. Since that's the case, Tsuyoshi, I'll work with you. At least I have some experience. I can help you. Besides, I am the vice guild leader. I have responsibility in this matter. Tsuyoshi calmly placed his teacup on the table and replied, no problem. He stood up and walked away. Your wounds are almost completely healed. Let's set off now. Let's go. Summon's voice carried over. I wish you a smooth return. He was shocked. So sudden, we're leaving right now? Then approached timidly and asked, Guild leader Dark, do you know Tsuyoshi? To be honest, we don't really know Tsuyoshi. We just heard he was very strong. We were at our wits' end, so we invited him to help solve the commission. We're worried whether he has the ability. Sama looked at his retreating back and said gently, that's right, we know each other. Not long ago, he passed the White Edge Salmon assessment at my place. He is the youngest White Edge Salmon in Nostin City, and also the most talented genius on the Salmon path I have ever seen. At the same time, he is also an extremely ferocious human warrior, the only person able to cross the Mindstone field alone. Best was horrified. He's also a White Edge Salmon. Anubis was so shocked he stammered in admiration, crossing the Mindstone field alone. The old man stroked his beard and asked back, so, in your opinion, does he have that ability or not? On the way, Hugh kept asking, hey, what's your plan? The sun is about to set. Tell me the plan. Don't blame me for doubting. Our guild has bet everything. Not to mention you arbitrarily raising the compensation to 50,000 gold coins. It still annoys me thinking about it. Where do you get that confidence, huh? Tsuyoshi spoke to reassure him. It's okay. I understand how you feel. I do need to prepare a bit. Are you familiar with Nostin City? Then take me to a place. He was shocked. Take you to a place? Do you want to replenish some supplies? I've brought all the common potions and items. Enough for the two of us. No need to spend money buying more. Let me tell you, our guild won't pay for it. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. Then he spoke resolutely. No, take me to the arena. Hugh said in shock, the arena right now. What time is it? And you're thinking about watching matches? Are you crazy? He thought to himself, for this commission, the warrior class was completely unsuitable. The other man grumbled. What time is it, really? The two arrived at the arena, warned, we're here. I'm warning you, tomorrow is the deadline. If the commission fails, I'll fight you. He stepped forward, paid the manager, and asked, two people, what matches are there today? Tsuyoshi's voice came from behind. We're not here to watch matches. I'm here to participate. Sign me up. He was shocked, huh? You want to participate in a match? Wait, did I mishear? What is going on? I really can't keep up with your train of thought. The manager finally said, to participate in a match, please come in, fill in the information here, and pay the entry fee. A thought flashed in his mind. That's right, I want to use the chosen system to adjust my attribute coefficients to the assassin class. For this commission, an assassin is the most suitable. Through combat, I will choose a suitable assassin to copy. In the vast arena, thousands of spectators filled the seats in the stands. Naruto, the level 21 shadow assassin, stood in the center of the arena and drew his gleaming, sharp sword. Zafira cursed, looking annoyed. He had lost an arm but was still agile, making him a troublesome opponent. Naruto turned around, his voice full of arrogance. Come and attack me. Zephyrak let out a fierce roar, his heavy body making the space seem to shake. He shouted loudly, come on, we warriors hate slow, dragging matches the most. The roar activated his battle aura, boosting his own and his teammates' strength while intimidating their opponents. From his thick fur, a sharp, murderous gaze flashed. Naruto agilely dodged the attack and quickly retreated far away. Zephyrak was astonished to see his attack miss. Shadow backstab streaks of light continuously flashed. That was the unique assassination skill of the Assassin Guild, left behind by a legendary assassin, allowing one to merge with the shadows and approach the enemy. Naruto sheathed his blade, looking as if he found the shadow attacker ridiculous. An announcement rang out. The match is over. Naruto wins again. Please have the priests heal the injured. The entire audience was stunned, fireworks burst loudly, and cheers were unending. The audience buzzed with chatter. Naruto's shadow backstab has appeared. They say he comes from the east. His strength is truly formidable. Chiyoshi quietly observed and marveled. That assassin skill is truly strong. Hugh spoke up, you want to fight an assassin? You can't be thinking of setting me up against Naruto, right? He is a famous shadow assassin, with a total of 21 wins and 6 losses. The lightweight champion for 3 consecutive months. He asked, what's so special about a shadow assassin from the east? Hugh was helpless. That information sounds really strange. What are you even helping with on this continent? I'm starting to suspect you're a fraud. He explained, this continent has many powerful, mysterious guilds, and the Assassin Guild is one of them. Naruto came from there, was exiled and lost an arm, and is an extremely ruthless man. Chiyoshi spoke up, the Assassin Guild sounds like an underground secret organization. Very interesting. Hugh replied, that's right, information about this guild is very mysterious. If you're not a member, you can only know of its existence. An announcement from the hall rang out. The next match features a new challenger, a human with no combat experience. Chiyoshi specifically wanted to challenge an assassin, but he's facing Naruto. How unfortunate. Scornful laughter rang out from the stands. A human who has never fought a single match dares to issue a challenge. He must be a clown looking for death. Let him up on stage to be a joke for everyone. Naruto asked in astonishment, never fought a single match, seriously? Chiyoshi was already prepared. I feel sorry for you. It's truly unlucky to face Naruto. Why don't you just forfeit? Didn't you see what happened to that beastman warrior just now? He replied confidently, so what if I've never fought? It's not certain who will win or lose yet. He was speechless. Being handsome doesn't mean anything. Where does this kid get his confidence? The two stood facing each other in the arena. Naruto spoke up to ask, you've never even tried a single skill battle before? He said, seeing how pitiful you are, I advise you to surrender, to avoid getting beaten black and blue. If you still want to fight, I won't go easy on you. A light flickered in his eyes. He clasped his hands earnestly and said, thank you very much. Please take care of me. The signal to start the match sounded. The new player solo against the one-armed Naruto begins. Charge forward, not wanting to bully a newbie. Strike fast and win fast. Let's decide the outcome quickly. Roars erupted from the stands. Go Naruto. Show him the cruelty of the arena. Kill him. We want to see the next match. Don't waste time. Streaks of light flashed around his body. The speed is too fast. I must be on guard as usual. A system sound rang in his ear, activating peak body. Entire body enhanced. Defense power increased, activating Heaven's Eye, scanning and analyzing opponent information. Naruto charged fiercely, intending to finish him with one move, but then suddenly stopped. An imposing aura radiated from him, causing him to timidly retreat. Chiyoshi was slightly stunned by his action, then spoke up to ask, what's wrong? The audience buzzed with discussion. What's going on? Why did he stop? Could it be he really wants to toy with the newbie? Naruto was puzzled. What's up with this kid? Clearly he looked like a complete amateur just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, his large figure revealed itself, causing him to feel a bit panicked. Why do I suddenly feel he's full of powerful energy, and he has a gaze that frightens people? Chiyoshi spoke up. What are you doing? Aren't you going to attack? If not, then I'll take the initiative. He thought to himself, I can't see through this guy. With my many years of assassin experience, this human brat is definitely not simple. A system sound rang out, detected host combat habit, absolute copy. You can directly copy the opponent's skills through combat, fight more. He chuckled inwardly, it actually upgraded to absolute copy. Now I can copy skills through combat. Before I had to activate it, even if it touched the heart position, it was really hard to say. Chiyoshi charged forward to attack. I'm really looking forward to it. Let me see what you've got, Shadow Assassin Naruto. He was cautious. Why does he look so excited? I must be very careful. New skill activated, zigzag footwork, commonly used by thieves and assassins. actions, improves agility and dodge rate. He marveled, this zigzag footwork skill is not bad either. Tsuyoshi charged in, raining down attacks on the spot where Naruto was standing. Naruto advanced quickly, shadow backstab, looks like you're just a show-off, truly an amateur. Let's end this fight. Tsuyoshi turned his head, scanned through the move once, then said gleefully, this is the move. He advanced unceasingly, launching attacks at him, streaks of light wildly dancing around. The blade in Naruto's hand grazed past his neck but caused damage. He reached up and touched his own neck. A system sound rang out. Peak body, you have transferred physical power to the neck area, significantly increasing defense and toughness. Naruto was astonished. No way, are you a rock-headed bastard? The entire stands were roaring loudly, then suddenly fell silent at this unexpected turn of events. He glared with horrified eyes. Could it be that he was truly a master among masters? The skills appeared for him to choose from, many good skills, but his goal was very clear. The system voice sounded, absolute copy, scan successful. Please select a skill to copy. Tsushi's eyes flashed. The system announced again. Absolute copy successful. The skill Shadow Multi-Strike based on current attributes and weapon will evolve into Shadow Thunder Multi-Kill. Naruto asked in panic, what did he do? Why could his dagger not even touch him? Was that a petrification skill? He stepped forward. It was a long story he would not explain further, but this time it was his turn to attack. Tsuyoshi used that man's own technique to launch an attack to see how it would go. Naruto was stunned, his eyes wide in astonishment as he looked at him. Why was this move stronger than his own? Shadow Thunder Multi-Kill. In the dim light, a figure swift as lightning charged forward. That man was caught off guard by the very technique he was most proud of. Tsuyoshi stepped out proudly after dealing with Naruto. Okay, not a bad noon, now to Luke to set out and rescue that poor girl. The stands erupted into cheers after the announcement, you win, Tsuyoshi. In the restroom, Hugh asked with bright eyes, my god, are his equipment high-grade items? He moved lightly. Good. He used the divine selection system to adjust his attributes. He loved the assassin class awakening. His body felt much more agile. The system announced, you have assigned attributes for the assassin class. May the host have an enjoyable experience. Hugh wondered, the sun had set, why go for a rescue at night? Wouldn't that make observation harder? The light was too dim. He said confidently, no problem for me, I can see very clearly, lead the way. Level 10, assassin class equipment, shape-shifting black armor, fox race, weapon, blood mist, serrated blade, skills, lightning chain, chain potion copy, shadow thunder multi-kill, battle power 150,000. Two finally arrived at the kidnapper's territory. The bright moonlight filtered through the leaves. Hugh spoke up, the camp ahead was where his daughter had been taken. The two hid behind a tree. PS Guild Vice Leader Faivu, level 26, ranged assassin. He said he did not know how the girl was after a few days. Tsuyoshi assessed. No wonder you people failed with this camp's terrain. Hugh said, the guild had tried many times, but all failed, because it was easy to defend and hard to attack. They knew the terrain and placed traps everywhere. Even the path to the gate was a nightmare. Even though he saw his strength in the arena was not ordinary, accepting this commission was tied to the guild. Just the two of us. How did he plan to attack? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and his figure was gone. Hugh looked around in panic. Where did he go? The few gate guards chatted disdainfully. Beastman guard level 21 warrior. Bullhead Priest level 22. Level 21 warrior said, what so-called best guild? They come and get beaten every time. Tomorrow everything ends. Even people familiar with the terrain like us find it hard to spot traps. Outsiders die in droves. There are traps inside the camp. Even a heavenly king would have to turn back. Tsuyoshi stood on a treetop. His heaven's eye swept over the camp's terrain, observing the formation laid out. The heaven's eye results showed 9 large area activation traps and 6 active release traps on the path to the gate. Hidden activation points had been marked. Tsuyoshi marveled. The heaven's eye kept improving like a high-class butler. The activation points were crystal clear. The active release traps at the entrance, behind the 3 guards, would provide the best solution. He muttered to himself, then shot down from the branch to the ground. Action. Tsushi's eyes flashed. His entire silhouette was shrouded in shadow. The system announced, shape-shifting black armor detected stealth action. The cloak retracted into a mask for easier movement. He landed softly, but his powerful aura still rustled the leaves. Tsuyoshi marveled. This was better. The divine selection system was too considerate. He lifted himself, flying through the foliage, deftly avoiding traps. The figure lightly threaded through the encirclement. You have safely passed the hidden traps in the tree hollows. Tsuyoshi hid behind a tree and made his own plan. Next, take them down one by one. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, softly whistling to create a sound to lure them over. As expected, they noticed. What was that sound? You go check it out. Is someone sneaking in? One warrior jumped out. Do not worry. That small sound could be from some animal. Sometimes a few approach. To avoid triggering traps, better to kill them. The other warrior said, I will go check. Take a rest. Wait for me to come back to continue talking. You lack experience. No one attacks a camp at night. The priest echoed that it was true. He spoke. Probably that damn deer again, breaking 3 traps last time. This time, see if I do not kill them. Tsuyoshi calculated the distance, using an assassination dagger obtained from Fei Vu. Divine Sense backpack. You have taken an assassination dagger, remaining quantity 29. He circled around the base of the tree but did not detect him hiding on the other side. Tsuyoshi seized the timing, reached out and grabbed his head, catching him off guard with no time to react. The warrior was quickly dragged behind the tree, thrashing wildly. He gripped his neck tightly, activating his body at maximum power. Arm strength increased by 120%, additional damage while invisible 30%, vital strike to the heart, one blow took the life. After dealing with one, he quietly observed and chose the next target. Tsuyoshi grabbed onto vines, moving nimbly to another safe position. The system announced you have safely passed the hidden trap. Large boulder activated. He landed gently, silently hiding behind a bush to observe the target. The priest squinted, asked where the man was. The guard spoke, "Do not be lazy," looking for a chance to sleep again. He grumbled as he stepped forward, "I will drag him back, that lazy brat." The priest said, "If the boss finds out we were lazy on guard duty, we will be punished." Amid the misty night, the late hour was silent. After waiting a long time without seeing anyone return, he began to grow anxious. The priest shouted loudly, "Hey, where are you, playing hide and seek?" It turned out that guard had also been taken down by Tsuyoshi. Only one remained. He shouted angrily, "Hey, you two, stop messing around, come out now, are you playing me?" The priest was anxious, "Answer me, or I will activate the mechanisms." He was terrified by this overwhelming pressure. Could someone have really broken in? Tsuyoshi rushed from behind. He could not let anyone else trigger the traps. The priest screamed in panic, a real ghost. This sudden attack caught him off guard. A cold, sharp blade swept across the priest's neck, finishing him in the darkness. A single slash took down the opponent. The system announced that the strongest body had been activated. Left hand damage increased by 1/3%. He gained an additional 30% damage when attacking a weak point from behind, a lethal blow. Tsuyoshi calmly adjusted his sleeves after clearing the obstacle. The entrance was safe, but there were so many manual traps here. The system sounded again. A total of 6 or 7 manual traps were placed on the two main paths. They could be disabled by destroying the railings. Hugh witnessed this scene, his mouth agape in shock. Too strong. Tsuyoshi just remembered him. "Fei Vu, wait for me to pick you up. There are many hidden traps along the way." He guided the way while instructing, "Do not step here, there is a trigger wire over there." Hugh admired that he knew all the trap locations. The system announced that the Heavenly Eye had marked the trap trigger points for you. He climbed along while speaking, "I have already conveniently dismantled all these traps." He quickly grabbed Hugh's hand. "No, you must keep these traps for later use." He cried out in pain, "My hand, your strength is too great." His tall figure led the way. "Follow me, we will rescue the little girl and get out." Hugh followed obediently. "Yes, master." Two arrived before a chasm, below which grew densely packed sharp ice spikes. Tsuyoshi went ahead, while Hugh was still drawing his bow and shooting arrows at the guard's corpse. Suddenly, a large wall rose up to block the path, causing him to panic and lean back to dodge. "Strong beast warrior, level 24, heavy armored warrior." Hugh spoke up, "This is the end of the line. Wang Tong's daughter is probably here." They looked very experienced in combat. If surrounded, the consequences would be dire. He clasped his hands in thanks. "With such a dangerous journey. Without you, I would have died many times." "Master, this life is yours." He replied, "It was the least I could do. Then I ask you to help me lure these people away." After hearing the mission, his face fell, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Hugh stood up dejectedly. "Master, cooperating with you this whole way was a pleasure. I am off." He saw his strange attitude and asked in confusion, "I did not tell you to go seek death. Do you still remember the locations of the traps along the way?" Hugh finally understood. "That is right, the traps. You did not let me destroy them to deal with those heavy beastmen, is that it?" "You are too awesome." He replied, "That is correct. These kinds of camps usually have a large strategic unit." The system announced, "The Heavenly Eye analysis shows the camp has about 24 people, including various professions. Other information will be provided during observation." He thought, "Alright, these are all data compiled by the Heavenly Eye." Tsuyoshi said, "Those traps are very hard to defend against, even for their own people. You just need to lead them into the trap area, avoiding the marked spots. Leave the leader to me. Dawn is approaching. Let us make it quick." The warriors were puzzled. Why is it so quiet tonight? Those prisoners down there are not usually this docile. As soon as he finished speaking, arrows suddenly flew in from somewhere extremely fast. Caught off guard, the arrows embedded straight into the thick flesh on their backs. Hugh appeared, shouting provocatively, "Hey, you 6 idiots, I am going to raise your camp today. Chase me, you damn amateurs." Warrior grew angry, snapping a handful of arrows, recognizing the shooter as the one who had led a team a few days prior. They charged forward, roaring wildly, "You bastard, today you will die at our hands." War cry, "We will drink your blood." Hugh was startled by the overwhelming momentum of the crowd. He immediately fled, taunting nonstop, "Chase me, you 6 ladies. If you cannot catch me, you are all amateurs." Chiyoshi hid behind a tree, could not help but remind him softly, if you get caught you are dead, Faivu. While Hugh lured all the warriors away, Chiyoshi quickly sneaked inside the cold palace. He lifted the curtain to observe, confirming whether the little girl was inside. Inside the room, an unusually warm scene appeared. A ferocious man was speaking gently to the little girl. She asked, "Uncle, did the princess eat the apple from the ugly old woman?" He was astonished by this scene. This was not the situation that should exist in the current circumstances. The little girl spoke excitedly, but the ferocious man sensed something abnormal and said sternly, "Do not eat things given by strangers, you will get sick." He covered the little girl with a blanket, telling his good niece not to look. The little girl asked excitedly, "Uncle, do you want to play a game with me?" He immediately lunged towards the door to attack. He marveled, fast reaction speed, truly worthy of being a brute. The brute attacked relentlessly, a frigid skating kick forcing him to step back far. He spoke, "You do not seem like someone from the Pest Guild. Who are you? At least tell me your identity before you die." He asked back, "What was telling the little girl stories earlier? Did you not kidnap her?" Chiyoshi stood up straight, facing the brute. Level 10, Profession Assassin, Equipment Dan Morph Armor, Weapon Multi-Saw Bloodbone, Combat Power 15,000. He thought to himself if he was just coaxing the child, his gentle expression earlier was a bit much, something was not right. The brute roared, "An assassin. Seems like a master, you broke the traps and quietly dealt with my subordinates." He is a level 25 leader. He spoke up, "I represent the guild to rescue Mr. Tong's daughter. Can you hand over the girl? I am just completing a mission. Do not make things difficult." He said nothing, immediately lunging to attack him. Impossible. He dodged nimbly. Indeed, warriors who fight do not like to talk much. The more they fight, the fiercer they get. Tsuyoshi calculated he could not drag this out. If his comrades returned it would be trouble. He thought while observing the brute's movements to dodge in time. 2 mountain horse stabs. His eyes lit up, the heavenly eye activated, analyzing the opponent's movements. Each of the brute's attacks successively hit nothing but air. Tsuyoshi controlled his body to dodge flexibly. He marveled, fast reaction indeed. He lunged to attack from behind. Dark flash backstab assassination. The fierce leopard's reflexes were too fast. It dodged the blow, forcing him back. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, that strike was the best opportunity from heaven's eye. Yet that man still managed to react. The instinct of a leopard was indeed formidable. The fierce leopard appraised him. A swift and powerful strike from behind had torn his own hand. This human assassin was not only fast, but also had impressive strength and a knack for seizing opportunities. His level was probably no lower than his own. He must be an experienced assassin wielding a very powerful weapon. In truth, Tsuyoshi was only level 10. He spoke up, "Let's finish this quickly." The system voice rang out, "Strongest physique activated. Your arm has been strengthened." He also charged forward, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit. "Then let's fight." Suddenly Nunu ran out, "Uncle, what is everyone doing?" The fierce leopard was so shocked to see the little girl that his mouth fell open. He quickly hid his injured hand behind his back. "Nunu, didn't I tell you not to come out here? Go inside quickly." He was surprised by this scene. Wasn't that man a kidnapper? Why was he so gentle with this little girl? He seemed to dote on her, in fact. Nunu stepped forward, gently touched the fierce leopard's injured hand, and said with sympathy, "Uncle, how did you get hurt?" He stammered, "Ah, your uncle was just, well, how to put it, fooling around with a knife earlier, that's all." With tears in her eyes, the little girl turned to accuse him. "Mister, why did you hit people? Uncle is a good person. You must not hit him." The fierce leopard was a bit flustered. "Nunu, the situation is a bit complicated." Tsuyoshi immediately raised both hands and waved them in explanation. "No, I came to save you. I'm not a bad person." The little girl looked at him and thought that before. Little Han had also used that expression to soften her heart. Nunu shouted loudly, "I don't need you to save me." Nunu is very happy here. Uncle treats Nunu very well. I don't want to go back. He patted her head to comfort her. "All right, then don't go back." He lowered his hands, a bit confused, and asked, "Hey, are you going to explain what this is all about? Judging by your attitude towards this girl, it seems there's a hidden story. Or do you still want to keep fighting?" The fierce leopard gently picked up the little girl. "Let's talk inside. I'll put her to sleep in the meantime. She'll be scared if I don't tell her a story." The room filled with warmth, the candle on the table flickered gently. The fierce leopard let out a sigh of relief, finally asleep. Tsuyoshi crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, and asked, "The little girl really likes you. You're not just a simple kidnapper, are you?" He looked at the sleeping girl and spoke softly. "I am a subordinate of Master Thong, or I could say, his secret bandit." He was astonished. "You're a subordinate of that wealthy merchant, Master Thong. Then why did he tell you to kidnap his own daughter?" He lowered his voice. For money, to swindle a huge compensation from the other guilds. He suddenly understood the issue. A huge compensation. So that's it. He thought to himself, I already felt something was strange back then. So it was all a play they had set up themselves. The fierce leopard continued. Our gang is a band of secret bandits raised by Master Thong. I am in charge of the kidnapping. While Master Thong posts the quest with an attractive reward, ordinary adventurers don't dare take on a quest that involves facing an entire gang. We have known the combat strength of the local guilds for a long time, and were confident they couldn't break into the stronghold. All the traps and mechanisms were installed by people Master Thong hired. Tsuyoshi leaned against the wall and lowered his voice. I understand. You set up layers of traps and mechanisms, knowing full well the local guild's strength couldn't overcome them. Then you drag it out until the deadline so Master Thong can personally come to demand the compensation. Very interesting. But I want to know, after getting the money, doesn't this little girl have to go into hiding? She can't be seen returning safely to Master Thong's side, can she? That would make people suspicious. Suddenly, he realized something too horrifying and blurted out, wait, could it be? The fierce leopard could only continue with a bitter tone. Master Thong will secretly some newborn children and raise them as his own, to serve this purpose. To him, a child that has been used once has lost its value and has no reason to continue existing. Tsuyoshi took in this cruel information, a look of extreme anger flashing in his eyes. It was a look that meant kill, he said. There is no longer a word vile enough to describe the level of despicableness this has reached. So this little girl, why did she... He replied, because this child was secretly brought here by me, and I was also the one who secretly took care of her. The fierce leopard lowered his voice sadly. The more I watched her grow up, the deeper the guilt I felt towards her became. He said in a deep voice, if Master Thong achieves his goal this time, is the little girl's fate any different? With your ability, taking her away from here wouldn't be difficult, right? He recounted, when I was homeless and nearly starved to death, it was Master Thong who saved me. He gave me food and clothing, gave me the chance to train and become a strong warrior. I have never thought of betraying him. He tried to persuade him. In this world, there is no such thing as true freedom, right? Everyone lives for a purpose. It's clear that Nu has no feelings at all for her father in name Master Thong. She sees you as her real father, doesn't she? For Nu's sake, leave that bastard Master Thong. Take her away from here. The fierce leopard was in a difficult position. If it weren't for Master Thong's help back then, I might have starved to death on the streets long ago. But Nu means so much to me. Tsuyoshi turned his back to leave. After all these years, you have repaid the debt of gratitude you owed Master Thong. Take Nu away from here, give her a new life, and give yourself a chance too. The fierce leopard suddenly raised his voice. You don't understand. If I betray him, he won't let us off. He calmed him down. Don't worry, I understand your struggles. He consoled him like that, remembering his own story. Relying on each other to survive is very difficult. But don't give up hope that something good will happen. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Then what about Master Thong? He assured him, let me handle the things you cannot do. A scumbag like Master Thong, who is not even worth the dregs, will no longer be a threat to you and Nu. Su was waiting for him outside. Seeing his figure emerge, he happily rushed over. Master, you're out. He excitedly recounted. I led those big guys on a merry chase, spinning them around. Just as you predicted, those guys couldn't even handle their own traps and mechanisms. But with your marks as reminders, I dodged all the traps. They were furious. Shu couldn't stop laughing. You really should have seen the looks on those idiots' faces. He only replied flatly, good. Suddenly, Shu noticed something strange. Wait a minute, Master. What about Master Thong's daughter? Didn't you rescue her? Why did you come out alone? Did you fail? Oh no, impossible. We're doomed. Tsuyoshi placed a hand on his shoulder and calmly replied, no, I succeeded. I arranged for someone to take the girl to safety. He instructed, Fei Yu, go back to the guild first and report the good news to your leader. I will go find Master Thong to collect the reward, and then I'll come to your guild. Shu jumped for joy. Really? You handled everything. Oh my god, you're amazing, Master. He ran off hurriedly. When the boss finds out, he'll definitely be jumping for joy. He hasn't been able to eat or sleep well for days. I have to rush back with this good news. In the magnificent, luxurious palace, the light from the lamp illuminated the entire room. Shu said cheerfully, Master, I'll be waiting for you at the guild. Thank you so much. His eyes grew dark. It's time to have a talk with Master Thong. Quentin, who was sitting in the room at that moment, heard a strange noise and turned around to ask, who is it? Tsuyoshi was already sitting on the chair, his hand resting his blade on the floor. He spoke in a deep voice. It's the one who came to take your life. The old man stumbled back in panic, shouting incessantly for his subordinates. Guards! Tsuyoshi stepped forward with an imposing air. Stop calling. While you were busy counting your money, your subordinates were all assassinated by me. At that moment in Master Thong's villa in the valley, the lights in the house were still on. The bodies of the slain guards lay scattered on the ground. Master Thong's trembling voice echoed into the hallway. Are you from the Pace Guild? What is the meaning of this? Have all the guards been killed? In the room, he was trembling like a leaf on the floor, stammering. They were all elite warriors, over level 15. And yet you killed them all by yourself? Tsuyoshi shrugged casually and replied calmly, this mansion has been peaceful for too long. They lost their sense of danger. I only needed to sneak up on them before they could react. True UFC was currently level 10 class, assassin. Equipment, Dan camouflage armor set, Apple Beastman set. Weapon, Blood Mist dagger. Skills, Lightning Chain Strike copy, Thunder Ambush. Combat power, 15,000. Winton's face was full of rage. He snarled and cursed, useless bastards. I feed them every day, and this is how they repay me. He continued, if you want money, just name your price. I promise I won't let this matter go any further. Tsuyoshi sat down in front of him. Regarding money, I want you to pay back the 5,000 gold coins you owe the Pace Guild. Do you remember our bet? Theoretically, we have completed the mission. Your daughter has been taken to a safe place. Tsuyoshi looked at him with a cold glare and then spoke. I heard you are raising children. Tsuyoshi pulled a knife and pressed it against Wenton's neck, freezing him in place, unable to utter a single word. He continued to ask, do those children bring you money? I am very curious. With a knife to his neck, he fearfully raised his hands and answered tremblingly, of course they do. If the plan goes smoothly, they will bring me a large sum. If you help me, I could earn more by faking the kidnappings and selling organs at the Dan market. A 50-50 split. I will transfer half of the assets to you. After all, what you want is money. Tsuyoshi frowned upon hearing the word organs and asked, you also plan to take the children's organs? He replied calmly, yes, that is faster and less risky than kidnapping. Tsuyoshi only answered coldly upon hearing this, I understand. Wenton saw his expressionless face and added, not enough. Fine, take everything, you will live comfortably for the rest of your life. That should be satisfying enough, right? Tsuyoshi sneered upon hearing this and answered, no, I am a bit greedy. There is still one more thing I want that I have not done. Wenton told him to speak. If my ability allows, I will fulfill it. What do you want? As soon as he finished speaking, Tsuyoshi struck and ended the old man's life with the trick, lightning ambush. He uttered the last 3 words, your life. Next morning, in front of Lao Thong's villa, a dense crowd of beastmen had gathered. They whispered among themselves, no signs of resistance. He must have been attacked by surprise. The back and neck were all fatal blows, cleaned out in a single night. The assassin Quentin was found in the bedroom, his body in a terrible condition. I do not know who could be so brutal. Sir Quentin is evidence he was stabbed through the heart from behind, dying in agony. That person must have hated him to the bone. Police found a full confession letter detailing his crimes, including faked kidnappings and many illegal acts. The culprit forced him to write the letter before he died. In the crowd, one person was hiding and listening to the gossip. He thought, a stab through the heart from the back could not be mistaken. I am more familiar with that kind of injury than anyone. This person was the cat beastman Naruto, level 21, a shadow assassin. He set up a hypothesis in his head. All the fatal wounds bore the characteristics of the ambush move, especially on Winton's corpse. Ambush is a signature move of the Assassin Guild I was once a member of, but Winton was never targeted by the guild. So who was it? Stringing together the connections, he suddenly remembered asking if it could be that human warrior. His final move in the arena was almost identical to the ambush move, but he did not come from the guild. He was clearly a warrior, so why? Who was he after all? He suddenly realized and continued thinking, or did he steal my skill? If I report this to the branch leader, perhaps I can return to the guild. The Assassin Guild never forgives traitors or those who steal their techniques. This is a chance to redeem my mistake. He turned his back and left the crowd, still thinking, I must report it immediately. In the meeting room of the Pace Guild, Bess said happily, you really retrieved 5,000 gold coins. In the room, Tsuyoshi placed a chest of gold on the table and opened the lid, its light blinding. The guild leader and vice leader of Pace were both present. Hill level 26 was an archer, and Pace level 28 was a hammer general. Dog Beastman looked at the gold chest and said, I knew it from the moment I saw Luke. I knew you would succeed. Bess did not know the details yet. He said calmly, I just heard about Winton being assassinated right after you left. If you had not retrieved the gold in time, we would have lost the reward. Hugh, standing beside with crossed arms, said, even so, that man's crimes were beyond deserving of death. Tsuyoshi listened to everyone's discussion and replied calmly, I do not mind. The mission is complete, and I have also leveled up. Inside Tsuyoshi, this Luke thought, after dealing with Wenon and the Lola group, the system gave me bonus points. Killing enemies seemed to generate more experience points than defeating them, and also increased the chance of leveling up. When he killed Wenton in the house, this Luke system showed level 11, Occupation Warrior Equipment, Dan Camouflage Armor, Fox Beastman Set, Blood Mist Blade Weapon, Skill Lightning Chain Strike, Copy Lightning Ambush, Combat Power 15,000, 15,500. Just heard this and clapped in praise. You leveled up, congratulations. You not only protected the guild's honor but also helped us earn a huge sum. We will split the 5,000 gold evenly. Tsuyoshi this Luke removed his mask and rubbed his head, saying, I do not need 2,500. I will only take 250. The rest I consider as a donation to homeless children and struggling families. All three people in the room widened their eyes and chorused upon hearing this. A donation? Tsuyoshi held a small money pouch in his hand. He tossed it up and said, yes, there are many people who need that money more than I do. I will take 250 coins as agreed. After speaking, Tsuyoshi turned and left, waving to everyone. Hugh watched as retreating back and commented, truly crazy, not just in skill but also in heart. Bess quickly added, really, donating such a large sum without hesitation. He announced to everyone, follow his will, donate all the rest. The people below followed the order. Tsuyoshi wandered the streets, walking and thinking, I have reached level 11 now, just a little more to reach the target of level 12. Sakura must be around here, but where exactly? She will probably be very surprised to see me looking completely different thanks to the Dan camouflage armor. Tsuyoshi walked to the front of the Adventurer Guild. He thought he should wait for her here. Tsuyoshi saw a crowd gathering at the entrance and curiously walked over there. He thought, why are so many people gathered here? What happened? He looked inside and saw a fat beastman shouting loudly, do you know who I am? I am the wife of the chairman of the Northern Beastman Trading Company. How dare a half-breed like you touch my child? Apologize now. It was Sakura. She heard this and explained, Madam, I have already explained, your son bumped into me first. I was just standing here waiting for someone. That woman was named Silas. Upon hearing Sakura say that, she angrily shouted, how dare a mixed blood like you lie so blatantly? Are you saying we are falsely accusing you? We would not even come near the likes of you. You half-breed lowlifes are truly despicable. Her son named Raph saw his mother cursing and pointed at Sakura while nodding vigorously. That is right. There is no way I would bump into someone like you, liar. The city guard standing beside pointed at Sakura and said, hey, if you really bumped into the young master, just apologize. It is better for you, beast seller girl. Sakura lowered her head and remained silent for a moment. Then she raised her head and said loudly, no, if even you doubt me, then I will not hold back anymore. There are so many people here, surely someone witnessed the whole thing. A crowd of onlookers behind ignored her. No one wanted to step forward to help her. Sakura saw this and sighed, asking, so no one wants to speak for me? The woman saw this and grew bolder, raised her hand and slapped Sakura hard across the face while cursing, you filthy half-breed. Apologize now or I will have you thrown in jail. The guard saw her get hit and only raised his hand to his head in frustration, sighing, damn troublesome. Do not be stubborn, know your place. Sakura sat down heavily on the ground but still insisted firmly, I will most certainly not apologize to you. Silas became even angrier. Ha, you are opposing me? I have the power to make sure you never see the light of day again, you stupid half-breed. Her son also arrogantly echoed his mother. That is right, my father is the chairman of this city's trading company. The guard saw Sakura touch the sword at her side and shouted, hey, put down your weapon immediately. Even high-level adventurers are subject to the law. Sakura's eyes were filled with anger, but she told herself, Sakura, endure it, you cannot ruin the young master's plan. She gripped the sword handle tightly but did not draw it, still bearing it patiently. You have endured well so far. Do not ruin everything now. While she was still thinking, Tsuyoshi burst through the crowd, walking over ferociously. Before Silas could react, Tsuyoshi punched her in the face. Raph saw his mother get hit and screamed, Mom. Tsuyoshi stood in front of the brat, his aura terrifying it, making it too scared to say anything. Tsuyoshi swung his hand and slapped it, spinning the brat around and making it fall to the ground. Both the guard and Sakura were stunned by this scene. Tsuyoshi adjusted his wrist. He said, you dare to humiliate Sakura, and you dare to lay hands on her. He didn't care who she was, she would have to bear the consequences herself if she wanted to. But Tsuyoshi still stood in front of Sakura. The system displayed her information. Level 11 warrior class, equipped with Dan camouflage armor, a fox beastman set, and powerful skills with a combat power of 15,500. The scene shifted to Naruto. He was walking in a dark, damp corridor, thinking as he walked, why was this place still pitch black and cold after 3 days? Suddenly, several hands pressed knives against his neck, threatening, take another step and I'll kill you. One man who had acted right under his chin spoke up and asked, what do you want? Naruto immediately recognized the situation. He raised his hands and said, it's me, Naruto, a former member of the Assassin Guild. I've come to provide information. Zinka, the man wearing a hood covering his head, hearing this, lowered his knife and said, Naruto, you are no longer a guild member. If you don't have a contract, don't come here. The system displayed, human level 30 assassin, northern branch head of the Assassin Guild. Long-haired figure jumped down. It was Rizzo, human, level 27, also the northern branch head of the Assassin Guild. As soon as he landed, he said, so it's you, the one who embezzled client money and got caught by the guild. That's why you had a hand cut off and were expelled. If you're thinking about coming back, I'll pass. Naruto quickly raised his hand to deny it. It's not that. I discovered a warrior in the city stealing the guild's techniques. I thought you would be interested. Jinkang heard this and asked, stealing the guild's techniques. That cannot be overlooked. Are you certain? Explain clearly. Reizo also spoke with interest. Is there someone like that in this northern land without us knowing? Naruto affirmed firmly. Trust me. At least I'm sure about the assault technique because I fought him before. I want to provide information. But if the information is accurate and I help you to eliminate the thief, I want a chance to return to the guild. Jinkang heard him say this, his tone somewhat displeased. Setting conditions are you, but the proposal is reasonable. If the information is accurate, I will relay it to the higher-ups. Now let's see what you have to say. The scene shifted to Sakura. Seeing Chiyoshi, she called out, young master. Sakura looked at the man before her. Level 11, warrior class, equipped with Dan camouflage armor, a fox beastman set, weapons and powerful skills, combat power 15,500. Guard Luke was terrified, his face turning pale and trembling. Are you crazy? Do you know who they are? You just hit the wife and child of the trading company president. You won't get away with this. After Chiyoshi's slap, Silas hugged her child, lying on the ground playing the victim. She threatened loudly, I'll kill both of you brats. This is the first time anyone has dared to hit us. Prepare yourselves, kid. Silas stood up and shouted, guards, assemble, arrest them immediately. If you don't, I'll have my husband cut this city's funding. Guard acknowledged, then ordered his subordinates. Arrest both of them. Surrender peacefully and we will be lenient. Tsuyoshi crouched beside Sakura and said calmly, they started the trouble first. Isn't this just legitimate self-defense? The guard heard this and could only stammer. Well, Silas sat up, pointed at Sakura and twisted the truth. When did I ever hit that dirty half-breed? Who can testify for you? I wouldn't bother hitting that kind. It dirties my hands. Tsuyoshi lost all patience. He glanced at her and warned, one more word and I will break all your teeth. There are plenty of witnesses here. Sakura spoke up, young master, no one will dare to testify for us. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Tsuyoshi heard this and only said, don't give up, Sakura. She thought back to earlier when no one dared to step forward and said, but earlier I thought someone would come forward. I am a half-beast, and she is the president's wife. No one dares to oppose the powerful for a half-beast like me. Silas folded her arms arrogantly. Who would bother testifying for a lowly half-beast and a human scum? Absolutely foolish. Just then, Harvey's group passed by. He recognized the boy and came over to greet him. Is that Captain Tsuyoshi? Victor also said cheerfully, what's going on? Luke beside him said excitedly, I heard you just helped Pace with a big case. Truly a captain. Tsuyoshi saw acquaintances. He scratched his head and smiled. Gentlemen, it was nothing. I only did what I could. Silas looked at the scene before her, frozen. She muttered, what is this? The past people also arrived. Hugh saw him and asked enthusiastically, you're still here. We just finished fundraising, just as you wanted. Tsuyoshi helped Sakura stand up and said, I was about to leave, but my team members ran into trouble. Sakura asked softly, Master, do you know them? They seem to respect you a lot. Victor's group heard this and asked, what's the problem? Hugh also rolled up his sleeves. Who's causing trouble here? Picking a fight with you is a direct slap in the face to Pace. The brat was still crying in Silas's arms. She finally asked, who is that man? The guard saw the situation and stepped forward to say, Sir, those two are in a dispute with the chairman's wife and need witnesses. If no one can prove she struck first, we are compelled to arrest them for trial. The crowd behind clamored, arrest Captain Tsuyoshi. Do you know how much money he donated to the poor? He should be rewarded. I'll testify, me too, I'll also testify. Luke crossed his arms and looked at the guard. Is this enough? The whole society is volunteering to testify. Miko also stepped forward and spoke up. I'll testify too. I saw the lady strike first. Sakura is a gold badge adventurer. I guarantee she is innocent. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Silas sat on the ground and threw a tantrum. You fools, I am the wife of the chairman of a trading company. I will... A beastman in the crowd raised his hand and said, I also saw the lady hit first. The person next to him also said, with so many witnesses, I'll testify too, me as well. Seeing the situation, the guard smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Enough, madam, please come with us. Tsuyoshi spoke up again. You should apologize to my friend first. If not, don't expect to leave here. The crowd behind shouted loudly, apologize, do you know how to speak? Even if you are the chairman's wife, I won't let this go. Luke also said, did you hear that? Apologize. Overwhelmed, Silas had no choice but to stand up and go before Sakura to apologize. Fine, I was wrong, please forgive me. The brat also said, I'm sorry. Following guard then said, please come this way, madam. Tsuyoshi turned to everyone and said, thank you all for helping me. Luke heard this and replied, no problem. Captain Tsuyoshi's business is our business. Hugh also spoke up. If you still run into trouble here, just mention Pace and my name. After thanking them, Tsuyoshi called to Sakura, who was talking to Miko, let's go, Sakura. She turned her head and replied, yes, master. Before leaving, she bowed her head to thank everyone. Thank you all very much. Walking on the road, Sakura said, "You look so different, I almost didn't recognize you, master." Tsuyoshi turned and smiled. "Really? I found some equipment that helps change appearance. The clothes you made for me got torn during the mission. Sorry about that." Sakura said happily, "It's fine. Not just your appearance, you've also matured. Your aura has changed. Did you level up?" Tsuyoshi replied, "I helped resolve a conflict between my team and a guild, which is how I met those people earlier. I leveled up and earned some money." He took out a bag of gold and handed it to Sakura. "Here are 250 gold coins. Hold on to them for me." Sakura opened the bag and saw so much gold, stunned. 250 coins. That's amazing. We can buy several good pieces of equipment at the auction with this money. Tsuyoshi looked at her. "I plan to buy you some new equipment. But what do you think? Let's try going to the next town." Sakura smiled shyly. "You don't need to spend money on me. If you're interested in the auction, we'll go. The next town has a medium-sized auction house, and that's also where the genius wizard Kevin lives." Hearing Sakura mention it, Tsuyoshi was startled. He thought to himself, "I almost forgot about having to meet him. I need to see him right now. After those last battles, I feel like my blood has congealed, heavy as stone pressing down inside me. It might be a side effect of the sacrifice, so I have to ask Kevin to treat it." The two of them walked and chatted very cheerfully. As soon as they stepped into the forest, a Luke appeared. Tsuyoshi immediately sensed something was wrong. The leaves flew in like sharp throwing knives. Luke asked, "Leaves?" Sakura quickly drew her sword. She slashed away the cluster of leaves and shouted, "Come out." In the darkness, a hidden figure was casting a spell. He spoke, "So there is another one." Seeing the person before them, Tsuyoshi and Sakura grew somewhat serious. A crow belonging to Dan Luke also landed on a branch above. Inka Luke said, "Just as I thought, you are not a member of the Assassin Guild. If Naruto is telling the truth, you are the one who stole our guild's internal techniques, aren't you?" Reizo licked his finger with his tongue, his tone insane. "The girl with him looks decent. Both of them are hiding their levels, but according to Naruto, that guy's level isn't high. The girl is around level 20, not that it really matters." He looked at Sakura, licking his lips provocatively. "A beast girl? Interesting." Both Tsuyoshi and Sakura saw that they meant no good, so they prepared to fight. Tsuyoshi quietly stood behind observing Sakura, thinking to himself, "This is the first time I've seen Sakura emanate this much killing intent." Sakura glanced at Tsuyoshi and said, "Master, please be careful. These two are stronger than the previous ones. I can sense a killing intent that only those who have killed countless people possess. If they are from the Assassin Guild, they will be tough opponents." She added, "The Assassin Guild is a notorious underground guild in the East. They are nothing but cold-blooded assassins, famous for taking heads of targets. Even the major guilds avoid messing with them." Tsuyoshi stepped forward to stand beside Sakura. "The Assassin Guild. I once met a beastman warrior who said he was kicked out of the guild, but I have nothing to do with them." Suddenly he remembered something. "Wait a moment," he thought. "They said I stole their techniques. I see the technique I copied is the Assassin Guild's exclusive move. That's why they are targeting me." Seeing that he said nothing, Sakura turned to look at him with confusion. Jinka, observing from above, said to Reizo, "I know your taste. I'll give you that beast girl. But be careful, she's quite strong." He cast a spell while saying, "I'll handle the thief. If I bring back his head and hands, the guild won't have any questions." Reizo beside him also raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. "I like aggressive women. No matter how strong they are, they can't beat me. Deal's done." The two simultaneously cast their spells, saying in unison, "Assassin Guild linked exclusive move, Infinite Night Shadow linked move." Countless lines immediately appeared. Tsuyoshi, standing on the ground, began using his eye power. The system informed him, Infinite Night Shadow linked move, an exclusive technique to trap the enemy, encase them in darkness, and limit their vision. Sakura immediately recognized it and warned, "This is their exclusive technique. Stand close together so we don't get separated." Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Get separated?" "Luke," Tsuyoshi said to Sakura, "we should separate to fight them one-on-one. It'll be more effective. I want to see how strong they really are." Suddenly, Jinka and Reizo dove down from the sky, saying in unison, "Oh my, isn't either one of you going to run away?" Sakura gripped her sword hilt tightly and warned, "Careful." Jinka Luke circled around Tsuyoshi. "Arrogant, aren't you? You think you can steal our guild's technique and live in peace. Naruto said you stole a strike technique. I'll show you what a real strike is." As he finished speaking, Jinka struck from behind Tsusuyoshi's back. The moment his slash came, Tsuyoshi immediately drew his blade to block it. He didn't even bother turning around, just said, "An assassin at level 30. Tsuyoshi glanced back at him. "If you want to defeat me, you should train a bit more." Jinka couldn't believe he blocked it. He gritted his teeth, thinking, he blocked it, knew my move somehow. How does he know my exact level? Jinka then landed on the ground. He frowned and asked, "What level are you?" Tsuyoshi slung his sword over his shoulder and calmly replied, 11. The system displayed, level 11 Profession Warrior, equipped with Fox Beastman Camouflage Armor, Weapon Crimson Mist Salvation, Skills Copy and Thunderbolt Chain Strike, Combat Power 15 out of 500. Hearing this, Jinka's face turned blue with veins. Level 11. Impossible. Are you messing with me? How can you have such a reaction if you are only level 11, unless you are a genius? Tsuyoshi shrugged. Believe it or not. Before he could react, he lunged forward, saying as he moved, "So arrogant, it's stupid. Let me see if you can block this move." Saying this, he immediately summoned 3 giant snakes, each with 2 sharp fangs. Tsuyoshi immediately used his clairvoyant eye. He recognized the false rain skill had the ability to move like a snake to approach from blind spots and increase speed by 30%. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, this body technique is truly amazing. If he did not have the heavenly eye, he would have been hit. He highly praised the opponent's keenness of movement. Seeing Tsuyoshi lose focus, Jinka lunged forward, stabbing down with his knife from above and said, "Let me see how you defend. Even my comrades could not do anything." System displayed the skill encirclement assassination technique, a move that creates clones from shadows to surround the enemy, attack continuously, and then disappear after it ends. Tsuyoshi immediately raised his sword, activating the system in an instant. He activated Ultimate Physique, pouring all his strength into his upper body to enhance his defense for a limited time. When Zinka stabbed down, the knife only scraped against it, creating small sparks. Seeing Tsuyoshi's strange ability, he shouted, "Such a terrifying defense. Is it because of your equipment? What level are you and who are you?" Not believing his own words, Tsuyoshi had to display his level outwardly. Tsuyoshi looked at him with a sharp gaze and said, "I told you level 11. Tsuyoshi swung his sword in a powerful slash, forcing Jinka to dodge quickly. The blade nearly pierced his throat. Jinka thought to himself, how can he be only level 11? Zinka quickly flew far away to maintain a safe distance. He raised his hand to cover the wound on his chest and said, "Wait, calm down. You are truly a strange one. If your level is really 11, then you are definitely a genius. Any guild would want to recruit you. I am the branch leader of the Northern Assassin Guild. I want to propose that you join. If I recommend you, high-ranking members will train you. With this talent you will stand among the ranks of geniuses." Tsuyoshi calmly replied, "I am not interested and I am not suitable. Why should I believe the words of someone who just tried to kill me and then wants to recruit me?" Seeing his refusal, Jinka immediately began to cast a new spell. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in blue flames. He said, "I will not give up easily." His mouth chanted an incantation and his eyes emitted a blazing red light. The knife in his hand transformed into a double-headed blade. As he accumulated power, he said, "Be proud. It has been a while since I used this move. Now, let us play together." Seeing that sight, Tsuyoshi was frozen for a moment. He thought to himself he is channeling color energy and overlord energy into his weapon. It is truly powerful. Jinka immediately swung his knife in a sharp slash, shouting loudly, "Block this." The system displayed information about the color energy crystal, a skill of the Assassin Guild. This skill pours all power into the weapon, creating an unblockable attack. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi quickly activated Ultimate Physique through the system. One slash from Jinka pierced through Tsuyoshi's armor. He cursed inwardly, "Damn right hand. Even the Ultimate Physique cannot withstand it. His power is too great. If it hits the heart, I am dead for sure." Jinka had his hair tied up neatly and said to Tsuyoshi, "Do not underestimate me, kid. This is the ultimate skill. My level is 30. No matter the talent, it is only level 11. It cannot compare to this skill. Anyone below level 30 is no match. You refuse to join the Assassin Guild, so die." With those words, he lunged forward, swinging a second slash down at Tsuyoshi's head. He roared, "This time you cannot escape. I will kill you and crush your skull." Tsuyoshi was thinking at this moment, if the ultimate physique and normal weapons are useless, then he must use that thing. Thinking this, he immediately put his weapon away. One of Tsuyoshi's hands began to emit bright, crackling lightning bolts. Seeing this sight, Jinka was completely surprised and wondered in his heart, what kind of energy is this? Tsuyoshi's entire body became shrouded in surging lightning bolts. The system sent a notification. The Heavenly King Hammer has been retrieved from Divine Sense storage. However, due to level incompatibility, its full power cannot be unleashed. Forcible activation will consume a lot of energy, with a time limit of 1 second. Tsuyoshi, full of killing intent, said, "Now let me see if I can block it." The system displayed the level 11 warrior class. Equipped with a special set of armor and weapons, his combat power index reached 15,500. In the sky, lightning gathered directly above Tsuyoshi's head. He was floating in midair. The aura emanating from Tsuyoshi completely overwhelmed the enemy. He thought in his heart, take down this powerful opponent, he must seize the right moment to land a fatal blow. The key point was speed. The hammer could only be used for 1 second, but that was more than enough. Jinka stood on the ground observing Tsuyoshi. He asked in a loud voice that moved just now, what kind of weapon was it that had such great power? Tsuyoshi held the hammer, looking down from above, and replied, "You came to take my head, right? Let me see if you can block this blow." Hearing this, Jinka let out a loud, mocking laugh. "A weak level 11 warrior dares to challenge me? How ridiculous. I will not fall for that trick." As soon as he finished speaking, Tsuyoshi immediately struck down with his hammer from above, shouting loudly, "Prepare to die." After Tsuyoshi's hammer strike, the ground below resounded with a loud, shaking explosion. The system displayed Ghost Spirit Crystal Killing Intent, a high-level assassination move of the Assassin Guild. It merges the weapon, body, and killing intent to create a lethal, unstoppable attack. Chuyoshi still held the hammer in his hand. He knew the moment had come. In his mind he thought, this is it, the 1 second I need. On another side of the dark area, Sakura was observing Chuyoshi. She spoke up, young master is using that power again. It seems the result has been decided. She also no longer needed to worry. Sakura looked at the ruined Gyro kneeling before her without any pity. Back to Chuyoshi, Jinka also flew up to confront him directly. Chuyoshi immediately used the system to activate the Heavenly King Hammer within the 1 second time frame. Immediately, Jinka was violently blasted back down to the ground. His fall created a massive explosion that shook the surrounding area. Jinka was now exhausted, his teeth clenched, his voice trembling as he said, "What is this? Such terrifying power. There is no way he is level 11. He raised his hand, muttered some incantation under his breath, and then hissed, "Damn it, it has come to this." He then created a blue-eyed spirit from his hand and released it, causing it to fly away and disappear. Kneeling on the ground, Jinka continued to threaten, "If you kill me, you will become prey for the Assassin Guild." The time for using the Heavenly King Hammer was over. Chuyoshi could no longer unleash its full power. Chuyoshi landed on the ground, looking haggard and breathing heavily. He thought to himself, the power of the hammer this time is greater than before. Perhaps I have become stronger, so it has also developed along with me. Before he collapsed, Chuyoshi still managed to think in his head, I must drink a recovery potion. Sakura arrived just in time to catch him, asking with concern, "Young master, are you alright? Let me handle the rest." She propped Chuyoshi against herself and took out a potion bottle to give to him. She continued speaking, defeating the one-eyed assassin in a single blow. Your body has been affected too heavily. Sakura brought the potion to Chuyoshi's lips. He drank it and complained, yeah, the taste is still as horrible as ever. Hearing this, Sakura teased him. That is why I do not drink it, young master. Sakura let Chuyoshi rest on her lap. She gently said that the previous attack was very strong, but he should not use that move too much. If he ended up like this when she was not by his side, it would be very troublesome. Chuyoshi agreed, but the opponent was too strong. If he did not use all his strength, he would not be able to win. Sakura continued, that was right, that man was a high-ranking member of the Assassin Guild. Ending the fight quickly was wise. She asked him if he remembered the story about the level 10 warrior who single-handedly faced a dozen enemies. With his current strength, he had nothing to fear. Hearing this, Chuyoshi immediately sat up, surprised, asking how she could even remember those random stories he had told ages ago. Her memory was really incredible. Sakura then replied, she remembered, master. Chuyoshi thought to himself, he had been in this world for quite a while now, about to reach level 12. Perhaps it was time to return to his own world. He would take care of everything as quickly as possible for Karina. Last time, he had crossed paths with Mina's group when dealing with those bullies who were harassing Karina. Mina's boyfriend's father was the vice leader of the Blue Sagang. When he returned, he would strike first. Sakura took out 2 potion bottles and handed them to Chuyoshi, saying, Master, those assassins were carrying high-grade potions. They might be useful. System annotated grade A experience potion increases experience gain rate by 45%. This was a rare item, extremely expensive, and hard to find among adventurers. Seeing this, Chuyoshi cheered happily. Great experience potions. I might even reach level 12 before we get to the town where Kevin is. He thought to himself, alright, once I reach level 12, I will go back immediately. I want to see Karina. Chuyoshi held the 2 potion bottles, his body full of vitality, saying, I have fully recovered, let's keep moving. Hearing this, Sakura happily replied, yes, Mer. On the road, they encountered a small group of monsters and ran into a cluster monster. Chuyoshi and Sakura quickly dealt with the group of monsters and continued on their way. They also met a party that had failed their quest. Chuyoshi joined that party and almost single-handedly completed their quest. By helping them complete the quest, Chuyoshi immediately leveled up. Level 12 warrior class, equipped with the Dan Camouflage armor set, Fox Beastman set, Blood Mist weapon, Lightning Chain Strike skill, Thunderclap ambush copy skill, combat power 16,000. The two continued their journey. Sakura said as they walked, we are almost at the town where Kevin lives. Arriving at the town, Sakura immediately said to Chuyoshi, let's rest here tonight. A beastman suddenly stepped forward warmly and asked, are you looking for a room, esteemed guests? Our inn still has 1 luxury room. He was the innkeeper. Seeing this, Chuyoshi stepped forward and asked the innkeeper, do you have 2 rooms? No need for the luxury room, a standard room is fine. The innkeeper looked at the 2 and said, unfortunately, there is only 1 room left. You 2 are both adventurers, right? I assume you are both headed to the refining tournament organized by Kevin and Neo, correct? All my guests now are adventurers, so it's lucky there's even 1 room left. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi immediately asked, what exactly is this refining tournament organized by Kevin? Innkeeper looked at him with suspicion upon hearing his question. Are you two really adventurers? You don't even know about Kevin's tournament. It has been held many times. Sakura stepped in and laughed to ease the tension. It is a large-scale alchemy event organized by the current witch. There are competitions, exhibitions, and many good potions. For adventurers, this tournament is very famous. I have looked into it. We will arrive on the first day and can visit or buy necessary potions. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi agreed. That sounds interesting. Let's go check it out when we get there. The innkeeper asked again, so, will the two of you take the room? Tsuyoshi scratched his head, thinking, sharing a room? If you don't mind. Sakura also turned and said, if you don't mind, master. The two said in unison to the innkeeper, we will take the room. Suddenly, a couple also arrived from behind. The man spoke, give us a luxury room. He was the blue wizard Vincent, level 15. Seeing him, the innkeeper's face lit up with joy. Master Vincent, please come in. We will prepare the best luxury room for you. Hearing this, Vincent replied, lead the way. Tsuyoshi was displeased upon hearing this. He stepped forward and grabbed Vincent by the shoulder, saying, hey, if you arrive later, you have to wait your turn. He turned around with an arrogant expression, wait my turn? Do you not know who I am? Do not make me laugh. The last luxury room will be mine, right, innkeeper? Hearing him, the innkeeper quickly replied, of course. Sakura, standing behind, also spoke up, but we arrived first. We want to book that room. You should reconsider. The innkeeper was stunned and said, do you two really not know who he is? He is Master Vincent, a disciple of the genius Kevin. He is an influential figure, not only skilled in refining, but even his master commands respect from level 30 adventurers. It is best not to cause trouble. The woman in Vincent's arms, Mira, said angrily, not even knowing who Vincent is. Where are you people from? Never mind them, just hearing my master's name will make them understand immediately. Upon arriving, Tsuyoshi cracked his knuckles and said, so you are Kevin's disciple. So what? That room is ours. Lead the way. Vincent and the innkeeper did not expect Tsuyoshi to be so resolute. Vincent was furious, laughed loudly, and repeated, interesting, you do not know who I am. Did you not hear me clearly? I am Vincent the Blue Wizard, a disciple of the genius Kevin. Do you really intend to take the room from me after this? Do not think about setting foot in Neo again. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the ground, speaking decisively, I already told you, so what? Seeing this situation, the innkeeper panicked and called out. Mira also ran over, sat down beside her lover, and called Vincent. Vincent immediately sat up, enraged, and shouted loudly, you will regret this. I will make sure you cannot step foot in Neo. Tsuyoshi paid no attention to his words. He said directly to the innkeeper, innkeeper, lead us to our room. Seeing this, the innkeeper could only show the way. Yes, this way. Vincent was still sitting there, angrily muttering, daring to look down on me. You will pay for this. Sakura followed Tsuyoshi upstairs, her eyes filled with worry. Master, are you sure about this? He is Kevin's disciple. He replied calmly, I treat others the way they treat me. I see no reason to respect someone who has disrespected me. Whether he is Kevin's disciple or not, I do not care. I will no longer lie down and take it like before. Upon hearing the words like before, Sakura fell into thought. Night fell, Sakura had gone to sleep. Tsuyoshi sat on the bed, looking at the glowing ring on his finger and murmured, Karina, I will be home soon. He opened the system and activated the endless path. Tsuyoshi used the teleportation gate, and very quickly he returned to his original world. As soon as he landed, he said, I am back. He sat on the bed, turned to look at his sleeping sister and thought, good thing I did not wake her up. He walked over to tuck her in, suddenly hearing Karina talking in her sleep. Brother, I cannot feel my legs. Will I ever be able to stand up again? It is okay if I cannot stand up. Do not make that sad face anymore. I will not give up just because I cannot walk. I do not want to become a burden to you. He looked up and saw the restored walking cane, thinking to himself, was that cane broken? Did Karina fix it herself? He even protected those items too. Tsuyoshi let out a sigh. He tucked the blanket around her. He murmured softly, you are really strong. I have made you suffer. I have become stronger, and I will not let anyone bully you. You will not have to live miserably like before. He placed his hand on his sister's head and continued murmuring, I will definitely heal your legs and bring back your smile from before. Tsuyoshi did not go to sleep. He opened his system and examined it. Lying on the bed while operating it, he muttered to himself, good thing it barely fit into one slot. Now it feels uncomfortable if I don't wear it. The equipment from that world is still intact. I need to find a chance to upgrade them. Now that I am back, I will handle things one by one. The next morning on the way to school, Karina felt something was off, so she asked, that's strange, isn't it? Bro, what happened to you? Walking along, she said to her brother, you look like a different person just overnight. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi just smiled her and replied, I just got a haircut and did some exercise. The system displayed level 12 warrior class, equipped with Dan armor disguised as Fox Beastman gear, blood rescue weapon, lightning chain strike, and lightning ambush copy skills, combat power 16,000. Karina heard him and praised, just changing your hairstyle makes you a different person. You look very mature and taller too. Tsuyoshi laughed it off. No way, don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself and wait in the classroom after school. Got it? Karina remembered the bullying incident from before and said, I know, about the other day. At school, Mina and Vivian glanced at them as they approached. Karina was too scared to say anything, while Choyoshi shot a sharp glare at the two. Seeing that, Vivian said to Mina, that's Karina's brother, right? Why does he look so buff? Mina, displeased, said, shut up, you moron. Tsuyoshi looked at his sister and reassured her, it's okay, Karina. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Hearing him, she obediently replied, yes. She thought to herself, is it because you became a hero? My brother is so different now. Karina walked past and saw the two of them hanging their heads, feeling strange about it. She found it unlike usual and thought, what's wrong with them? Karina watched them, still resentful inside, thinking, how dare they humiliate me like this? I will use the power of the Billy family to teach them a lesson and make them kneel before me. Tsuyoshi and his sister continued through the crowd and entered the classroom. In the classroom, Riley's group was there. Kazama spoke up, really, they told us not to mess with Tsuyoshi anymore. Riley replied, yeah, last time I thought he was going to kill me. Seiryu, sitting on the desk, grumbled, so are you planning to make peace with him now? Thinking about being beaten by Tsuyoshi, Riley yelled, shut up. You guys are just cowards. This happened because you underestimated him. I will never be afraid of someone who used to run errands for me. He still thought, I was too careless with Luke. Next time I will show him. Seiryu kept rambling, wasn't it because our ambush plan was too direct? We were the ones waiting for Tsuyoshi. Veli shouted angrily, I said it was carelessness, so it was carelessness. Kazama suddenly pointed to the classroom door. Rayleigh, it's Tsuyoshi. They looked out and saw Tsuyoshi chatting with Miss Lily in the hallway. Seeing this, Seiryu broke into a sweat and blurted out, he looks so different, what is this? Rayleigh just looked at him in silence. Miss Lily entered the class and stood at the podium, asking, the Future Star Tournament is coming up soon. Does anyone want to participate? She looked down at the class and said, this event collaborates with many nearby schools. Our school strongly encourages students to join. This is your chance to shine. Veli said dispiritedly, are you joking, miss? The Future Star Tournament is only for hero class students. What use is it for normal students to participate? Every year, some normal class students join, but has any of them ever won? Joining is just a waste of time and brings shame. Seiryu chimed in, that's right, miss. Besides, there are other schools joining too. We can't win. Last year, Jelly joined the marathon, and our school hadn't even finished half the race when hero class students from other schools had already finished. The whole class began to buzz. Do we really have to join? I don't want to go just to lose, miss. We would only bring shame upon ourselves. Just let the hero class students represent the school. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher continued, well, the prize this time is huge. Even we teachers want to join. The tournament is hosted by the Hero School organization. Famous hero associations will pay attention, and leaders of the organization will also attend. The winner will be rewarded with 10 million yen. Hearing the teacher say the prize was 10 million yen, the whole class erupted like a beehive. 10 million yen, and even leaders of the Hero School organization will be there. Awesome! The Hero School organization is under the Hero Association. They focus on recruiting and training young heroes. If we catch their eye, we might even get into the association directly and have a bright future. Tsuyoshi, sitting below, heard this and thought, 10 million yen. I borrowed 600,000 yen at a high interest from the Blue Shark gang. If I win, I can pay off all the debt and move Karina to another apartment complex with an elevator. As for the Hero School organization, I don't know much about the hero system, but if they take notice, I might get more support. Ryoshi's gaze was firm and carried a hint of a smile. Money here is more valuable than a few gold coins in that other world. Karina and I need money to live better. I will take the 10 million yen and the chance to be noticed by the Hero School organization. Riley, with his hands behind his head, said loudly in annoyance, wait, what's the use of getting excited? That prize won't be for us anyway. Those genius hero class students will still win. Seiryu echoed, that's right. How can normal students beat them? Hearing this, the whole class became dejected and murmured, what's the point of hoping? We have no chance of winning. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher could only encourage them. Participating is what matters. Another person spoke up, with hero class students from other schools joining, how can we possibly have a chance to win? Suddenly a hand was raised, then it was Tsuyoshi. He raised his hand to adjust his tie and said, I will participate, miss. Veli heard this, slammed his hand on the desk, and laughed mockingly. Just because you beat us once, you're this cocky? I thought you had changed, but you're still as delusional as ever. Do you think you can fight hero class students? The whole class burst into contemptuous laughter. Are you kidding? Fight hero class students. Hero class students from other schools will come too. Are you stupid? Seeing this, the homeroom teacher asked again from the podium, Tsuyoshi, are you really going to participate? Tsuyoshi didn't say much and just replied, yes, please register me. Veli twirled his pen and taunted, look, he's being serious. Don't come crying later. Tsuyoshi immediately turned back, looked at him with a sharp, cold gaze, and said sternly, Veli, wanna bet? If I lose, you can do whatever you want. But if I win, you better drop that high and mighty attitude of yours. The whole group was stunned and speechless. Veli went berserk, stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and yelled loudly, "You're on. The whole class is our witness. Try your best. We will keep our eyes wide open to see how you ruin yourself." Chiyoshi merely replied calmly, "Fine, suit yourself." On the podium, the homeroom teacher reminded them again, "Quiet down. I will submit Chiyoshi's registration. There is a pre-tournament test this afternoon for all contestants. Everyone registered must go." Hearing that, Chiyoshi asked, "Pre-tournament test, miss? I understand." In front of the classroom door, Karina learned that her brother wanted to participate and cheered, "Awesome. Big bro. Good luck." Chiyoshi reached out and patted her head. "Yeah, I might be late picking you up tonight. Remember not to go home alone." In the hallway, a few female students walked by, saw Chiyoshi, and gossiped, "Is that Karina's brother? I didn't look closely before, but he really is handsome. He looks so cool now. Let's ask Karina later. He probably doesn't have a girlfriend." After finishing the conversation, Chiyoshi turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to his sister. In the classroom, everyone began to crowd around Karina's desk. Vivian and Mina sat to one side. Vivian said irritably, "Everyone is crowding around that Karina girl again." Mina, fiddling with her phone, said, "I heard her brother is joining the tournament. He sure has guts. I told Billy about it." She was texting her boyfriend and Billy replied, "I know. My father knows some hero class students from other schools. We will use this chance to teach that guy a lesson." After reading the message, she smirked darkly and said, "Nice. I can't even wait for that day." Seeing Karina surrounded by everyone, she said angrily, "After we deal with her brother, we will bully that Karina girl even worse than before. She should enjoy these last happy moments while she can." In the principal's office, he was standing by the window, hands clasped behind his back, giving instructions. "This future star event is very special. On paper, it is an event to promote relations between students, but in reality, it is a power assessment set by the Hero Association and the major guilds. Simply put, the strength of the hero class students represents the strength of the school, determining the level of support the school receives." He turned around, his tone serious as he continued, "Our goal is to get at least one student into the top 5, so the school receives funding." The other person replied obediently, "I understand as you instructed. All the hero class students will participate, while the regular class can choose for themselves." The vice principal stood before the principal drenched in sweat and reported, just as expected, almost none of them registered. Hearing this, the principal said dejectedly, "Not surprising. The regular class students are not fools. They know well the difference in power." He folded his arms and continued, "So all the hero class students will participate, with no one from the regular class, right? A representative from the Hero Union will arrive this afternoon. Make sure everything is prepared, no mistakes." The vice principal wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face pale as he replied, "The test preparations are fine. However, there is one thing: a regular class student, Tsukushiro Chiyoshi, has registered to participate." Hearing this, the principal turned in astonishment and exclaimed, "A regular class student?" By the afternoon, in the pre-tournament test preparation area, the contestants gathered to warm up. Someone suddenly spoke up. It seems this time a regular class student is participating, and he volunteered to register too. The pink-haired girl heard her friend and replied, "He is truly foolish. Does he really think he can fight us?" Toshio, while warming up, said, "Anyway, he has no chance of passing this test round." System note: a semi-hero is a young person with innate talent, usually placed in the hero class at a privileged high school, fighting for the honor of the school. Chao glanced over, and he said again, "Look, it is him." Sion saw this, her cheeks flushing. "Oh, he does look kind of handsome." Toshio, while warming up, carefully observed Chiyoshi, then muttered, "Really? Compared to the hero class, he has nothing special." Kazuo picked up the student list and, seeing a regular class student on it, grumbled, "Why is there a regular class student participating? What a waste of time." This was the teacher responsible for supervising the test. Hearing this, Chao said with a hint of a smile, "Even the teacher says that, in this place, a regular class student really has no chance." Scene change: a group of people were observing. Someone spoke up, "Thank you for taking the time to visit our school for inspection. Second floor observation room." The principal was talking to him, his voice slightly trembling. "Chairman Suzuki, down there are the hero class students. The test will begin soon. Please guide us." Hearing this, Suzuki calmly replied, "The organization has high expectations for the hero class of An school. I am just here to observe." This man was Suzuki, the chairman of the hero school organization. The principal followed behind, saying happily, "We would be very honored if the students meet your expectations. The results will be displayed here. Please feel free to observe from up here. The principal turned to the vice principal and reminded, start quickly. The vice principal held the phone in his hand and replied, yes. Kazuo downstairs had already received a text message on his phone, thinking, the vice principal has contacted me. Hanging up, he raised his hand and shouted loudly to signal all students. Alright, start the test. The test content is as discussed. Form teams and enter the simulation machines. Kazuo pointed at the glowing screens. These 3 machines are basic models running D and E level trial tests. An F level dungeon with your abilities. Most of you will run the F level program. Form teams in the designated order. Results will be shown later. A score of 60 or above is a pass. Tsuyoshi stood below and raised his hand. Teacher, I did not know about forming teams. I only knew we were testing this afternoon. Hearing him speak, Kazuo scratched his head and thought, a regular class test taker is unexpected. But it does not matter, he will probably fail immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, then you will test last, alone. Hearing the teacher, Tsuyoshi only thought in his head, all alone. In that other world I got used to it. He replied, yes. Toshio stood on the other side, still glancing at Tsuyoshi, before saying it looks like the teacher has given up on him. This test does not injure anyone, but the Dan energy and the real difficulty are too great. Hearing this, Keiko put her hands on her hips and continued, even a semi-hero team struggles. How long can a normal student last alone? Truly ridiculous. Suzuki, along with the principal and vice principal, stood above observing. Groups of students entered the simulation machines one by one. Suzuki folded his arms and quietly observed, thinking to himself, this test is to find potential semi-heroes. The Hero School organization exists to recruit geniuses for the Union before others. In this era, even the powerful guilds are competing with each other. Down below, after the groups entered, the system displayed students entering the simulation machines. As Toshio stepped into the forest, he exclaimed, I have heard a lot about it, but seeing it in person is really amazing. Everyone began to open their system screens. Toshio continued, oh, we even get to choose basic equipment. After selecting armor and equipment, he turned and said, ready? Let us go. To pass the test, we need to get over 60 points. Remember to be careful. A moment later, outside the test area, the groups were still queuing for their turn. Toshio's group stepped out. The system displayed Teams 5 Trial Test Level F. Time elapsed 24 minutes. All 5 members passed. He breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Sion and said, it was really hard, I almost did not make it. Suzuki stood above, observing their group. He pondered to himself, the results are in F-level difficulty. Maximum score 100. Most teams score around 70-80, no one above 90. It seems there are no potential semi-heroes in this school's hero class. They are still too young. In recent years, the highest score achieved was 93 from a 2-person E-level test, and that person advanced to become a hero. The talent gap between E and F level is too vast. If one surpasses E level, they could enroll in any hero training school they want, and a high score would attract the attention of major guilds. But geniuses are rare. Will I find anyone here? He pointed and said cheerfully to the principal, truly wonderful. Just a bit more training and a bright future lies ahead. Is the test over here? Hearing his question, the vice principal said with difficulty, there is still one regular class student preparing. Hearing this, the principal seemed displeased and coughed once as a reminder. Hearing this, Suzuki clasped his hands behind his back and said cheerfully, oh, a regular class student registered to participate. That is quite courageous. Since he is the last student, let us stay and watch. If something goes wrong, he is still just a regular class student, after all. Down below, Kazuo held a clipboard and took notes, nodding as he said, congratulations to you all, everyone passed. Now it is the regular class students' turn, hurry up. If you get too scared inside, you can withdraw at any time. Hearing the teacher, Tsuyoshi said nothing, only softly replied, yes. Seeing it was his turn, the crowd behind murmured and discussed. Toshio and a few other students stood to one side. He folded his arms and taunted, the Dan energy from the simulation machine will make him soil his pants. Don't you guys think so? Another chimed in, how long do you think it will take for him to crawl out of the machine? Tsuyoshi stepped into the simulation machine. The system displayed a notification. The trial test difficulty is set to F-level dungeon. Please choose your profession and equipment. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi muttered, profession and equipment? I already have everything I need. I will start immediately. The system displayed level 12 profession warrior equipment Dan camouflage armor set of the fox beastman weapon blood mistbone. Skill lightning chain strike. Skill thunder ambush replication. Combat power 16,000. Tsuyoshi quickly began eliminating monsters. A group of level 1 black earth rabbits suddenly jumped out, their eyes red as they charged at him. Seeing this, he said, level 1, A trial test for semi-heroes is naturally supposed to be simple. Without much effort, Tsuyoshi quickly dealt with the group of monsters. He advanced leisurely while saying, "Karina's still waiting for me. Let me end this quickly." Inside the simulation machine, a sudden light appeared. Tsuyoshi stopped and looked up. The monster was also quickly slain by him, falling to the ground. Tsuyoshi swung his sword and muttered, "This is ridiculously easy. I have already gotten this far in just 6 minutes. Singing a Black Earth Rabbit level 3. System immediately displayed completed. Suddenly, the system displayed a red warning, data error. Your abilities far exceed the trial test difficulty. Starting D-level trial test. Tsuyoshi read the notification and said again, "There is also a D-level dungeon trial test. I thought passing the F-level test was enough." The red system notification said, "D-level dungeon is ready, please begin the test." Seeing this, Tsuyoshi did not hesitate to enter, walking and saying, "Whatever, with my current level, D-level and F-level are the same." The crowd outside saw that Tsuyoshi still had not come out and started discussing still not out. Scared to death in there? Toshio quickly chimed in, "Teacher, try opening the machine to check. Maybe he is too embarrassed to come out because he soiled himself." Kazuo looked at the system display and said with some worry, 12 minutes already. For a regular student that is a long time. Could something have actually happened? What a hassle. Suzuki, still standing above with his hands clasped behind his back, said, "That regular class student lasting this long is truly impressive. When he comes out, principal, you should praise him for his courage in trying." Hearing this, the principal obediently agreed. "Of course, even without knowing the result, I will certainly praise his bravery." Suddenly the simulation machine vibrated. The door of the machine opened, white smoke billowing out from within, marking the end of the test. Tsuyoshi stepped out of the chamber, and the system screen immediately displayed a congratulatory message that he had achieved a perfect score. The F and D rank trial tests took place within 12 minutes, and he achieved a perfect score of 100. The crowd below witnessed the scene and widened their eyes in astonishment. Tsuyoshi walked out, quietly telling himself that it was done. All 3 people in the second-floor observation room were startled. Suzuki exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing a regular class student accomplish this. Kazuo in the yard was sweating, staring at the simulator and muttering, "A score of 100, and passing a high-level test. The machine must have malfunctioned." Toshio's face turned red as he loudly protested, insisting it was impossible for a regular class student to pass 2 tests in 12 minutes and reach D rank. Tsuyoshi walked past Kazuo, saying he did not care about the score, only that it was enough to register, and asked for permission to leave early to pick up his younger sister. The teacher could only nod. As Tsuyoshi was about to leave, someone called him back. Suzuki stepped in front of him, confirming that he had just passed both the F and D rank tests. Tsuyoshi calmly replied yes. The vice principal stammered in disbelief that the default setting was a low-level dungeon, yet a D rank test appeared and was overcome in 12 minutes by a regular class student. Suzuki ignored the vice principal's words and continued asking Tsuyoshi about the final monster of the D rank test. Tsuyoshi shrugged and replied it was a level 6 black wolf, fast but weak, dying after just a few slashes. After saying this, he asked for permission to go pick up his younger sister. Suzuki remained silent, but surprisingly the principal spoke up to assert that Tsuyoshi was not lying. Suzuki immediately cut off the principal, telling Tsuyoshi to go ahead and pick up his younger sister. Tsuyoshi turned his head to look at him and said thank you. Principal tried to explain that Tsuyoshi's results were definitely questionable. Suzuki interrupted immediately, demanding the principal allow Tsuyoshi to participate in the tournament and keep today's events a secret. The principal, though not understanding the reason, still nodded. Suzuki stood still thinking. He was certain the final D-rank monster was a level 6 black wolf. How could boy know that without fighting it? The score was real. This was a hidden genius, or rather, a monster. Suzuki silently resolved to keep an eye on Tsuyoshi. If his prediction was correct, he must recruit him into the Hero Union. Tsuyoshi strode down the long corridor, the golden afternoon sunlight shining on him. The system displayed his stats. Level 12 warrior, camouflage armor, blood mist weapon, chain lightning skill, thunder ambush skill, combat power 16,000. In the blink of an eye, the day of the future star tournament arrived. In front of the school gate, a crimson banner was hung, and students flocked to the competition area. A student carrying a bag walked arrogantly through the crowd. Other students saw him and began to gossip. That's Kurozu and Sawahira schools, the 2 top-tier schools with sky-high scores. Many thought this year's top 5 would belong to them, and their own school had no chance. A voice from the loudspeaker cut through all the chatter, instructing the contestants to register before gathering at the arena. Tsuyoshi, carrying his bag, approached the registration table. The guide asked which hero class he belonged to. Tsuyoshi replied, "I am Tsuyoshi from the regular class of Seishin School." The system displayed level 12 warrior, camouflage armor, blood mist weapon, chain lightning strike skill, combat power 160,000. Hideki, sitting at the registration table, watched him and said, "A regular class, huh? Your will is as strong as iron. But don't push yourself too hard. The hero class students are very strong." In the vast stadium, the opening ceremony officially began. The vice principal came to inform the principal that Chairman Suzuki had arrived. The principal and vice principal immediately went out to greet him. Suzuki waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary, and asked if all the regular class students had registered. The vice principal quickly replied that registration was complete and that the students were now in the arena. Hearing this, Suzuki nodded with satisfaction. Suzuki was still thinking about Tsuyoshi in his mind. If he seriously participated in the tournament, and his strength was real, then he was an outstanding genius. He could not let other guilds snatch him away. The vice principal covered his mouth and whispered to the principal that representatives from all the guilds had arrived in full. The principal reminded him to be polite and take good care of them. The vice principal continued whispering, Chairman Suzuki probably already knows. This year Kurozu and Sawahira have sent their best students. The vice principal frowned with worry. Both schools this year are determined to achieve good results. While our school falls behind every year, the principal sighed and rested his chin on his hand, saying, let's just do our best. In the contestant waiting room, the loudspeaker announced that the practical combat ability test would begin in a few minutes, and asked everyone to focus. Everyone was hurriedly warming up. Tsuyoshi wondered to himself, hasn't the tournament already started? Why is there still a test? The machine screen displayed the test rules. Minimum movement, maximum power, physical and strength scores will appear, maximum 100 for each category. Tsuyoshi understood, so this is the test from here. The less movement, the greater the power. The score will accurately reflect true ability. The computer is completely fair and cannot be cheated. The crowd saw a contestant step up, and they murmured, that's a student from Sawahira School. I wonder how many points he will get. In front of the scoring machine, he focused intensely, preparing to throw a punch. After gaining momentum, he threw an extremely powerful punch at the machine. The screen immediately displayed the numbers, physical 72, strength 74. Looking at the score, that student smiled with satisfaction. The contestants behind exclaimed, both over 70, that's great. Another said physical 76, strength 66. The friend next to him reminded him to practice controlling his power first. Tsuyoshi eavesdropped on the conversation, thinking to himself that over 70 was decent, wondering what his own score would be. Contestants stepped up one by one for the test, and the system continuously displayed their stats. A contestant from Seishin School scored physical 56, strength 62. The crowd behind line laughed and mocked. Is this a Seishin student? So average. The ridicule continued. A male student spoke up to tease. I heard even a regular class student from Seishin is participating. The crowd whispered sympathetically about Seishin. In the stands, the representatives of the guilds each had their own calculations. They paid attention to Kurozu School leading the way, found Sawahira students impressive, and saw no chance for Seishin. In the observation room, the principal covered his face with his hand and sighed, feeling silently humiliated. In his heart, Suzuki held great hope for Tsuyoshi. In the stands, Tsuyoshi's class was watching. Really asked, where is that Tsuyoshi kid? Isn't he going to compete? Karina sat in the stands, her eyes fixed on the field, muttering under her breath, big brother. Karina's class was also watching. Nina crossed her arms and taunted, Karina, is your brother planning to humiliate himself in front of the whole school? Vivian chimed in, if he were really strong, he'd have to be able to compete with the other schools. Karina immediately turned back to retort with conviction, I believe in my brother. Mina angrily cursed, you and your brother are idiots. Just wait until he fails and I'll show you what's what. At the edge of the arena, Suzuki continued to watch closely. He frowned slightly when he saw no one had scored above 80 in both categories, but the strongest contestants usually appeared last. He pursed his lips tightly, still waiting for when Tsuyoshi-kun would step up. Could he compete with the best students from Kurozu and Sawahira? Luke was among the contestants who accidentally got jostled. Someone passing by bumped into a classmate's shoulder, and the classmate spoke up angrily. Hey, watch where you're going. That student turned around, drawing everyone's attention. He was Vince Love, the hero of Sawahira Academy, passed the D rank test, level 4, combat power 580. Someone immediately recognized him and said loudly, it's Vinskia, Sawahira's ace. He passed the hero test and was a seed contender aiming for the championship. The student who got bumped, Luke, muttered, if I'd known, I'd have kept my mouth shut. Vince walked over to the testing machine. He reached out his hand and touched the ball in front of him. Gathering all his strength, he then punched the testing ball hard. The screen immediately displayed Sawahira Academy, Physique 86, Strength 90. The crowd behind saw this, and everyone admired. Amazing, a light movement but unleashing such great power. Truly skilled. Suzuki also saw it. He judged, Sawahira is indeed the strongest. It seems he is the strongest student this year. After the event ends, I will go talk to him. Down below, the students saw someone entering and spoke up. Hey, Kurozu's ace is coming up. As soon as he walked in, he shouted loudly, those of you who didn't score 80, shut up. Open your eyes wide and watch the real Kurozu ace make his move. He was Bonaforce from the hero class of Kurozu Academy, passed the D rank test, level 4, combat power 620. Bonaforce also approached the testing machine. He barely touched it with a light flick, and the ball spun rapidly. The screen displayed, Kurozu Academy, Physique 89, Strength 92. The crowd below was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, so close to both categories being above 90. He didn't even make a strong move. Kurozu's on a different level. It looks like this year's winner has already been decided. Suzuki also saw it, thinking to himself, great potential, truly an excellent student from Kurozu Academy. I will talk to him after the tournament. Vince saw Boniforce like that and immediately darkened his expression. Boniforce walked over, grinning as he said to Vince, "You're my only real rival, but the championship is mine." Suddenly, someone stepped forward to cut in. "Sorry, but it's my turn now." The crowd behind saw it was Chiyoshi and immediately jeered. Chiyoshi from Saiksen Academy, the normal class. Unbelievable he actually came. Don't embarrass your school, you hear? How dare he stand behind Boniforce like that? Chiyoshi stepped forward and stood before the ball. He still thought, I just need to use the least movement to unleash the most power. The crowd saw he hadn't started yet and teased him. "Hurry up!" Mina sat in the stands, smirking as if watching a joke. "Finally showing your face. So annoying. Brother is just going to embarrass himself. Don't freeze up." Karina sat in the stands, worried for her brother. "Big brother, hang in there." Suzuki saw Chiyoshi finally step out, his heart full of anticipation. Here it is. Let's see how he performs. If he gets above 70 or 80, it would be very impressive. The principal even covered his face, not daring to watch. That normal class student, he's done for. Chiyoshi stood below, letting out a sigh. In his head, he thought, if that's the case, I'll only use a bit of the ultimate physique and the heaven selected system. Thinking that, he activated the system while extending one finger to lightly touch the ball. The ultimate physique had violently strengthened his fingers. In a short time, his defense and shock resistance increased dramatically. His fingers emitted immense power. The system also displayed Heavenly Selection System. 60% of body power concentrated in the middle finger. Other parts' power significantly decreased. Middle finger power increased by 600%. The moment Chiyoshi touched the ball, a huge source of light power was released. The students standing nearby were all blown back, each raising their hands to shield themselves. Everyone watching was left gaping. The screen immediately displayed continuously Saiksen School, Physique 100, Strength 100 then. Saiksen School, Physique unknown, Strength unknown. Seeing the result, Chiyoshi thought to himself, that was a bit too much. The testing ball immediately bounced off the machine, shooting up into the air. Chiyoshi was troubled. What a pain, he would have to pay for the damages. The ball Chiyoshi flicked flew away, and after a while it landed on the ground, dented and smoking. What was that? On the viewing stand, everyone exploded. Voices of discussion arose. The ball flew away completely. Is he that strong? Impossible, the machine must have a problem. Or is he cheating? On the council boards, everyone also clamored. Who is that student? What are his scores? If the machine is not faulty, then his strength is greater than all the students here. Definitely cheating. A high school student cannot be that strong. Below the testing machine, the teacher was checking for malfunctions. He said over the phone, I will go confirm with the school. Please wait. Chiyoshi stood beside him and spoke up. As long as he is not 0 points, he has no complaints. Boniforce still did not believe it. He said impossible. The machine must be broken, or he used equipment to cheat. Vince folded his arms and added, not sure. Let us see what the school decides. The principal at this moment pushed through the crowd to approach. He spoke, let me through, everyone. We need to inspect the machine. Suzuki also immediately arrived. He came before Chiyoshi and said, Chiyoshi, show me your hand. Hearing this, Chiyoshi immediately held out his hand. Suzuki saw it and thought, initially he thought the boy had reinforced himself with equipment, but there were no signs of cheating. His hands were full of calluses, and so young too. He frowned and asked him, why do you have so many calluses and scars on your hands? Chiyoshi answered frankly, he has been working part-time to earn a living for nearly 10 years now. Hearing this, he was only stunned and exclaimed, huh? The inspection team had now finished. Naoki, the technician, walked over and said, the machine has no issues. After recovering the data, we remeasured the impact force. Both came out to a full 100 points. The principal asked again, 100 points for both categories. Chiyoshi from Saiksen School. Hearing this, the crowd behind immediately clamored, strength so great it broke the machine, clearly cheating. Surely the organization at Saiksen School is trying to play dirty. Seeing the crowd objecting so fiercely, Naoki tremblingly asked, Principal, is there a problem? The principal turned to look at Suzuki and said, Chairman, I do not have the authority to change Chiyoshi's score. Hearing this, Suzuki immediately stepped forward on behalf of the Hero School organization. He said, I acknowledge Chiyoshi's results. I personally inspected him, and there is no trace of cheating. Once again, I decide that Chiyoshi of Saiksen School achieves 100 points in both categories. Both Boniforce and Vince heard the announcement and did not believe it, saying in unison, simulation, huh? 100 points in both categories? Anaforce immediately became jealous, grinding his teeth as he thought. He had not bothered to pay attention to Chayoshi before. Is this why Billy begged him to deal with the kid? Was he mistaken? Billy's father is the deputy leader of the Blue Python gang, their partners. He must complete Billy's request at any cost. In the next match, he will deal with him. The group of semi-hero students whispered upon hearing this. One person stepped forward and said, "Unbelievable that the chairman would say that." Another added, "If the chairman said so, then the score must be real." So Chayoshi of Sykes School, a regular class student, tops with 100 points in both categories. The test results were final. Lau immediately announced it, and at the same time his photo was displayed on the big screen. Chayoshi of Sykes School, 100 points in both categories, ranked number 1. Everyone immediately became noisy. On the bleachers, the people from the other schools also broke into a sweat. He shouted first place, truly insane. Siryu next to him also said with his mouth agape, both categories achieving 100 points. The person sitting beside them also exclaimed, 100 points for both categories, a historical record. Who on earth is he? Karina on the bleachers shouted joyfully, second brother, you are amazing. Vivian was also stunned. Everyone around was discussing. See? An unimaginably high score. Karina turned around to stick out her tongue in a teasing manner. My brother is very good. Mina gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, how did they let that guy win? What the hell are they doing? She immediately took out her phone to send a raging text to her boyfriend Billy. On this side, Suzuki clasped his hands behind his back. He declared, Tsuyoshi is the only student from Seishin School in the top 10. Top 3 receives 10, 5, 3 points. The rest each get 1 point, he thought to himself. If Seishin intends to rely on Tsuyoshi to enter the top 3, the next round will be very difficult. Kurozu and Sawahira are not easy opponents. A moment later, the announcement at the arena rang out. Schools are free to form teams for the next round. The second match is a team exercise. The loudspeaker announced, the second match is the annihilation race. Teams enter the simulation dungeon, competing to destroy the most dark creatures in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the group of students on the field, someone said, if it is a team match, we still have a chance. We will do our best to bring our team to the highest rank. The teacher on the field holding a tracking board said to Tsuyoshi, according to the rules, you need at least 3 people to form a team, so you will sit out this match. He nodded yes. He looked at the notice board. Seishin School was leading with 10 points. That should be fine, right? On another side, Boniface thought angrily, damn it, I can't do anything this match. I was going to teach him a lesson. But there is still a chance. I must focus on winning the second match first. Boniface said to his teammates while warming up, we have done this countless times at our school. We are the strongest team from Kurozu School. We have been specially trained. We will surely take first place. The teammates answered in unison yes. On the other side, Vince gathered the members, saying, Kurozu and Sawahira have both formed their strongest teams to take the top spot, but our strength is in no way inferior. We can completely win. The members answered in unison. Okay, we will do our best. Sawahira School. On this side, the Seishin team leader said to each other, the team leaders from Kurozu and Sawahira are terrifyingly strong. First and second place will surely be theirs. We must try to earn many points. Aim for the top 10. Luke, a member, stepped forward and said, so this is what the power gap looks like. Our team is clearly weaker than them. The loudspeaker rang out again. The match begins. Each team enters the simulation machine one by one. On the field, the teams entered one by one. On the bleachers, Jelly crossed her legs and laughed loudly. Hey, look at Tsuyoshi just standing all alone. Siryu sitting next to him also laughed. Ha ha ha. It seems no one wants to team up with that guy. Tsuyoshi stood in a corner with his arms crossed. The students taunted it again. See, who would believe a mere ordinary class student has such a high power score? On the bleachers, Mina and Vivian teased Karina, your brother doesn't even have teammates. That's really something, so pathetic. Karina grumbled irritably, everyone looks down on him. Tsuyoshi stood in line with his arms crossed, thinking the strongest star will be decided by the final total points. The contestant with the most outstanding performance and score will be honored as MVP. A proud honor. I will take it easy in the second match. My goal is MVP. If I have good points in the individual round, the 10 million yen prize will be mine. After entering the simulation machine, all schools are doing their best. The teams of other schools. The system displayed the number of dark creatures currently destroyed is 18. Sawahira School, Vince's team. The system displayed the number of dark creatures currently destroyed is 48. Kurozu School, Boniface team. The system displayed the number of dark creatures currently destroyed is 62. Outside, the people sitting on the bleachers watching through the large screen. A person spoke up. Halfway through as expected, the Kurozu team leader leads with an extremely huge number. Another person commented, both Kurozu and Sawahira have very high teamwork ability. Suzuki observed, placing a hand on his chin in contemplation. I was hoping Tsuyoshi would do something interesting, but in team matches like this, he cannot do much. Ordinary class students being isolated by hero class students. This is the reality. Luke, from a certain Seishin school team, walked out of the simulation machine with a tired face. Their group could not continue, ending the simulation with a time of 6 minutes 39 seconds. The number of dark creatures defeated. The person in front helped Tozio. He spoke up. How come everyone is unconscious? Only me and the vice captain are awake. At this rate, we won't even make the top 10. The person behind upon hearing this said, Captain, even if it's just a simulation dungeon, we still take real damage. We can't go on anymore. They walked outside. The Seishin team leader looked at the ranking screen and said, sweating, man, the strongest team from Kurozu School has already taken down 86. How many more can they take down in 10 minutes? Toshio, upon hearing this, turned his head to look at the ranking board. Sawahira has also taken down 63. The gap with us is only 8. Damn it. They went to the support desk to meet the teacher and said, sorry, can we continue? The vice captain and I can still go on. The teacher, upon hearing this, then said, but you need at least 3 people to form a team. The others are very tired, and now even if someone joins, there isn't enough time. The team leader, upon seeing this, then cursed, truly a bunch of useless people, just need one more person. Unexpectedly, Toshio pulled his arm and said, there is someone right here. Tachi and Chiyoshi were standing with arms crossed in a corner saying, ordinary class student Tsukishiro. Upon seeing that, the team leader pulled Chiyoshi in front of the teacher and said, we need 3 people to form a team. You come with us. Don't let the points go to waste. Chiyoshi, upon hearing his school's team leader say that, replied, I am fine. After registering, all 3 immediately entered the simulation machine. The team leader pulled Chiyoshi's shoulder saying, we have 3 people, just go in. The teacher standing beside watching them enter the simulation machine then said, but I don't think you can make any difference in the 3 minutes remaining. They entered inside. The team leader immediately said to Toshio, 3 minutes left. Vice Captain, let's go. Toshio held the sword in his hand. We've already taken down 33. If we take down 10 more, we can enter the top 10. He did not turn around, only said to Chiyoshi, hey, Chiyoshi, I don't know what your ability level is, but if you can help, then you must help, okay? In front of the 3 people, Luke was facing countless one-eyed monsters. Chiyoshi stepped forward. He spoke bluntly, you 2 close your eyes. Tozio, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, why must we close our eyes? Chiyoshi immediately unleashed his power and said, it is better for your eyes, just close them. Chiyoshi opened his spatial storage. The system displayed summoning the 4th weapon, Eminent Light Sword. Luke's system also displayed level 12, warrior class, equipped with camouflage Dan armor, Fox Beastman set, weapon Blood Rain halberd, skills Chain Lightning Strike, copy, Thunder Ambush, combat power 16,000. The 2 people behind hearing him speak, covered their eyes with their hands. Understood, but we don't have time. We need to take down 10 more to enter the top 10. Chiyoshi, upon hearing them, reply, just leave it to me. Chiyoshi's entire body was enveloped in immortal lightning. With just one swing of his slash, the ground exploded. Chiyoshi frantically charged forward, slashing monsters, thinking in his head, come on, I will cut straight through this bunch. True EOC used the system to activate the ultimate physique. Strength has been enhanced. He slashed out a path of Chain Lightning Strike, flashing everywhere. The system continuously announced, 43 taken down, 53, 73, 103, 180, 240, 330. He frantically killed monsters. When he saw it was somewhat sufficient, he stopped. Chiyoshi carried the sword on his shoulder, walking and saying, this should be enough. 2 people in front were utterly stunned and screamed, wait, just one attack. Did you really take down 300 monsters? At that moment, the announcement outside rang out, time is up for all teams. The screen immediately displayed, first place, Seishin School has taken down 330. Second place, Kurozu School has taken down 102. Third place, Sawahira School has taken down 86. The 3 people, including Chiyoshi, walked out from the simulation machine. On the bleachers, everyone not expecting this, whispered, Seishin School. Suzuki suddenly appeared under Luke's arena. He immediately ran to ask Toshio, no way, did he really take down 300 monsters before the match ended? He stammered a reply. We don't know what happened either. The team leader scratched his head and continued. After that, we only saw several powerful flashes of light along with thunder and tremors. Chiyoshi cleared all the monsters in one hit. Toshio also spoke up to testify. We didn't do anything wrong. Suzuki immediately looked at Chiyoshi differently, thinking to himself, so it was all thanks to him. He is a hidden genius with superior strength. No, a monster would be more accurate. He is the one who will change the entire hero community after this tournament. I cannot let him be taken away. The entire audience saw the results and started clamoring loudly. A team of 3 is definitely cheating. They are many times stronger than even the strongest Kurozu team. It is that Tsukishiro guy again. The Seishin organization is manipulating the data. They will be found out sooner or later. Luke Yukata walked down to the arena to meet the school principal. He said, Teacher, we are from the External Judging Association. We find this result very suspicious and wish to inspect the data. The school principal scratched his head, his eyes filled with discomfort, and replied, we are also very perplexed. But of course everyone can inspect it. There is certainly nothing hidden. Seeing the situation, Jelly, sitting in the stands with arms crossed, laughed loudly. The judging association is inspecting the data now. How interesting. Siryu beside him added, he is definitely cheating. There is no way that guy could be that strong. A student in front covered their eyes and said, if it is truly cheating, this will become a huge scandal. On Mina's side, she could not sit still and continued to taunt Karina. Karina, your brother is cheating, right? Karina frowned and replied, my brother would never do something like that. Down below, Suzuki also walked over to ask Yukata from a distance, what do you think? Yukata's group, after a thorough examination, could only scratch their heads. After checking the data from before the match ended, I saw a sudden spike in values. Although it is hard to believe, I found no signs of external tampering. It seems it is not cheating. Hearing this, the school principal joyfully exclaimed, so Chayoshi is completely innocent? Seishin Academy always plays fair. One person spoke up, but I have never heard of any three-person team achieving that number. At that moment, Chiyoshi arrived with Toshio and the team leader. He proposed, how about this? If we do not get first place in the subsequent matches, everyone can consider it cheating. But if we still maintain first place, there is nothing left to doubt. The principal immediately hurriedly said, Chiyoshi, calm down. First place in all matches is a bit. Before he could finish, Chiyoshi interrupted. Don't worry, teacher. Boniface heard this and smirked, putting on airs, the rest are individual battles. Let's see if you keep your word. Vince stood beside him, clasping his hands together. I thought this would be a championship battle between you and me, but now we have been surpassed. I quite like fighting someone this confident. Yukata thought it was not a bad idea and said, if that's the case, then go ahead, we are not forcing you. If you do not get first place in any subsequent match, we will assume you cheated. Tsuyoshi immediately raised a hand in agreement and replied, yes sir. They immediately entered the individual test. The first event, long jump, Boniface started. He executed it skillfully. The system displayed Boniface, Kurozu Academy Hero Class, passed D rank test, level 4 combat power 620. Next was Chiyoshi. He activated the ultimate physique system. Both his legs were strengthened, his power increased significantly. Chiyoshi barely even lifted his heels and it was done. Boniface was astonished. The system displayed long jump, first place Seishin Academy, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The second event, short sprint. As soon as it began, Tsuyoshi left Boniface and Vince far behind. The system immediately displayed short sprint, first place Seishin Academy, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The third event, discus throw. It was Chiyoshi's turn. He quickly activated the system. Ultimate physique. Both arms were strengthened. The explosive power increased significantly. He used all his strength to throw the discus. Immediately, the discus vanished into the air. The system announced discus throw first place, Seishin Academy, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The judging panel sitting outside stared wide-eyed in astonishment and exclaimed, huh, a record has been broken. Karina, sitting in the stands, cheered nonstop, go for it, brother. Mina and Vivian sat above, both with frowns. Mina gritted her teeth. Is he really that strong? Vivian quickly chimed in. He is taking first place in every event. Must have broken records. On this side, the expressions of Riley and Siryu were no better. Siryu, beaded with sweat, stammered, what is wrong with that guy? Riley also exclaimed, crazy. In the corridor, a figure was standing watching from a distance. It was Billy, his face pale green, his eyes full of vengeful bloodshot veins, thinking to himself, I don't care if it's cheating or not, I can't let this happen. What the hell is Boniface doing? He was holding his phone, sending a text message urging Boniface. In the arena, both Boniface and Vince were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Boniface gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. When did Seishin Academy train this monster? Vince beside him also stammered, it's too hard to beat him. Boniface opened his phone and saw a text from Billy. After reading it, he thought to himself, I know Billy, I want to too, but I can't do it, damn it. He was still holding his phone when Vince said to him, Boniface, the next match is the last one. I will do something. Just wait and see. We have trained for so long. I am confident I will fight Tsuyoshi fair and square. Hearing Vince, Boniface suddenly remembered something. He thought, that's right, that match. Billy's father secretly gave me the P2P mind intrusion device, an expensive item sold on the black market. I was saving it for later, but if I don't use it now, I will never have another chance to beat Tsuyoshi. That device has been adjusted down to 10% power, so using it won't cause any harm. The loudspeaker in the arena rang out. Next is the final match of the day, the rope lift, a traditionally very popular closing event. System note, rope lift. The player uses a rope, shoulder strength, and willpower to lift a selected female student into the air. When the buzzer at the top sounds, the lift ends, and the female student must pull down their school's nameplate to win. The loudspeaker announced again, each school has 3 participating students. Let us all begin the final match. A person in a suit walked over to Tsuyoshi and said, the principal wants you to participate. Please make sure you get first place again. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and said, but there is no female partner, thinking to himself, Karina's leg is not stable. The teacher heard this and said, I will find someone for you, don't you worry. Immediately, the teacher went to find the loudspeaker and announced, Tsuyoshi of Seishin Academy will participate in the rope lift, but currently has no female student to partner with. Anyone willing to volunteer, please come down to the competition area. As soon as the announcement ended, many female students in the stands began to discuss. I want to help, but I'm not sure those first place wins were clean. Another spoke up, Tsuyoshi stands out more than the hero class students. Even though he's from the regular class, I want to help but I'm too shy. In the stands, Karina raised her hand and shouted loudly, I will do it. Haruko, sitting beside her, panicked and grabbed her friend's hand to advise. No, your leg can't handle it. Vivian, who was sitting eating a lollipop, spoke up, it would be fine if no one goes down. The school will choose someone to participate anyway. Suddenly, Mina spoke up, I have an idea. She put on a sinister face and said, I will participate. I will intentionally cause trouble. Even if we don't get first place, it will be because that Tsuyoshi guy lacks ability, not because of me. Vivian heard this and turned to ask, you're going yourself? He stood up and walked down to the arena, smirking as she went, I can't just keep relying on Manhwa forever, I can't stand it anymore. Vivian heard this and did not stop her, only told her friend, fine, just be careful and do your best, okay? Tsuyoshi was warming up in the arena. The teacher walked over and said, a volunteer has come. You two should greet each other. He stood up, turned around to greet her, I am Tsuyoshi, pleased to meet you. Upon seeing the person before him, he was somewhat stunned. Mina came over, flashed a smile and said, let me help you. The teacher left the two of them there and turned to go. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct, you two discuss it. I will do a final check. Tsuyoshi heard and replied, yes, teacher. Tsuyoshi looked at Mina and said, what are you doing here? Surely you have no good intentions. Mina was playing with her hair while telling him that no one could stand his attitude, so he needed to reconsider. The loudspeaker rang again, announcing that the contestants should prepare for the final rope-pulling lift about to start. Hearing the announcement, the contestants immediately moved into position and got ready. Mina tucked her hair behind her ear and climbed onto the pulling board, saying this was the lifting platform. Luke had seen it before but had never stepped onto it. Hey, Tsuyoshi, if anything happens, you have to pull me to the top to help the school keep first place. Tsuyoshi still ignored her, silently preparing for the match. Seeing that she was being ignored, Mina grew angry, thinking, how dare he ignore me? Fine, just keep it up. Over by Vince, he flexed his arm to show his strength to his teammates, saying, let's go together. I'll pull you to the top and then pull the nameplate. His teammates replied that they trusted him. Over by Bonifest, his teammate said he would do his best, but he did not respond with a single word. He gritted his teeth, thinking, just wait, Tsuyoshi. I won't let you win. The loudspeaker rang again, requesting the players to take their positions, the assistants to check the ropes, and the technicians to signal that everything was fine. The system noted that each player had a pair of assistants to help pull the rope and handle situations when the player ran out of strength or in emergencies such as a platform falling. Everyone was in position. The loudspeaker immediately rang out, now, all players, prepare to pull. The moment the words ended, all players pulled the rope with all their might. Tsuyoshi held the rope, thinking, too light. Supreme physique makes everything easy, but going up too fast would be suspicious, so he slowly increased speed, aiming for first place. In the stands, everyone was shouting and cheering for their school. Go Kurozu, get first place. Sawahira and Vince, keep it up. Boniforce pulled the rope, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, thinking, first place, I don't care about that. My only goal is to stop Tsukishiro. It's almost time. Use this and no one can withstand that headache. Suki let go of one hand. He reached his hand toward his pants pocket, thinking in his head, I can't wait to see the expression on his face when he loses. In the stands, students kept cheering, keep going, pull. Halfway there, almost there. The contestants began to feel tired, covered in sweat. One said it was getting heavier the more they pulled. The person next to them, also giving it their all, said they could not take it anymore. Go up. Vince saw everyone struggling and laughed loudly, saying, look at these chickens. He pulled his teammate straight up in one go. The girl waved her hand, cheering, saying, we're in the lead now. Keep it up. Tsuyoshi sighed. Luke, he just started making his move. Tsuyoshi opened the system, activated Supreme Physique, and enhanced his arms. He slowly pulled the rope, thinking in his head, I'll maintain a steady speed and pull up slowly before touching the peak, then increase strength after each pull. Mina stood in the pulling bucket looking down, her face full of anger. She gripped the railing, thinking, not a single shred of emotion. Damn it, no, I can't give up. Suddenly, she turned back, jumped around wildly, and yelled, Tsuyoshi, pull faster. Thinking, should I give him a little more force? She continued yelling, try to pull with all your strength. Down below, Tsuyoshi felt the rope shaking violently. He quickly calmed down, tightening his grip on the rope with both hands, thinking, so you really don't want to help at all. The assistant saw Mina jumping up and down and reminded her, stop moving, it's very dangerous. In the stands, Mina's boyfriend Billy saw this and laughed with glee, thinking, that's my girlfriend. Well done, you volunteered to come up just to do this, didn't you? Keep jumping. Even if it's dangerous, we can't let that guy win. Mina stopped, grabbed the railing, and looked down, thinking, "Don't. Serves you right." She suddenly froze. Seeing Tsuyoshi still standing calmly below, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Tsuyoshi shot her a warning look. A wave of cold air appeared. He said angrily, "Are you done causing trouble?" Mina saw that gaze, and her legs went weak. She finally felt fear, thinking, that look, he would actually kill me. The loudspeaker rang again. The match is nearing its end. Everyone, give it your all for the honor of your school. Boniface heard the word end and flashed a sinister smile, thinking, it's almost time, Luke. He looked at Chuyoshi's back, thinking, if I don't get first place even once, you guys can call me a cheater, you arrogant fool. He recalled that before the match, he had secretly set Chuyoshi as his target. Just press the button. I can't wait to see the pained expression on his face. Don't you dare take first place in front of me. He reached into his pocket, took out the activation chip, and pressed the button. The system noted that the B2P Mind Invader was a high-level psychic item. When used on a target, it would transmit neural shock waves, causing severe headaches. It was extremely dangerous and banned from circulation. As soon as he pressed the button, a frequency wave began to transmit toward the competition area. Immediately, the students were affected, suffering from severe headaches, each clutching their head. Boniface was not much better off. He clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, and growled, why is there an area of effect? My head is about to split. He then realized there was a problem with the item given by Billy's father. Tsuyoshi saw the condition of everyone around him, thinking in his head, what's wrong with everyone? Suddenly, the headache struck, and Tsuyoshi finally felt it. The system immediately issued a warning, detecting neural shock and activating neural protection mode. Almost all the other students were knocked unconscious by the frequency wave. No one was holding the ropes. The other teammates immediately fell uncontrollably. Everyone screamed in panic. In the stands, people noticed the incident and started talking. What's going on? Why is everyone collapsing? Those girls are in danger. If they fall, they won't survive. Someone help them. Principal also noticed the situation. He shouted for everyone to run and help. As he ran, someone said, we're too far away. We won't make it in time. A girl was falling, screaming. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the rope and held it tight. Mina opened her eyes and looked, exclaiming, huh? It stopped. Lian ran to the railing to look, thinking in her head, who did that? Mina immediately saw that the person holding the rope was Tsuyoshi. Luke, he was below. A gleam of light shone from his eyes. He thought, I can't let this happen. If I ignore them, those girls will be in danger. Tsuyoshi immediately ordered the activation of the ultimate physique. The system instantly enhanced the maximum jumping power for both legs. The female contestants all fell at the same time, the situation becoming critical. Running a lap, he grabbed all the unattended ropes. He was determined not to leave a single one behind along with Luke. In the stands, someone panicked and yelled, oh my god, that Tsuyoshi! He stopped all those lifting platforms from falling. After one lap, Tsuyoshi finally gathered all the ropes. In his mind, he still thought he could not let anyone fall. The total combined weight was truly no joke. He channeled all his strength into both arms. The system announced the activation of the ultimate physique. Suddenly, the female contestants shouted encouragement. Keep it up, don't give up. Mina stood up and blurted out, Tsuyoshi, he is pulling all of them by himself. The audience was dumbfounded, discussing this insane strength. Each platform must be 50 pounds, with over 10 lifting platforms in total. Luke, Tsuyoshi was using all his strength, gritting his teeth and only thinking, so heavy, I have to hold on. His gloves were also torn to shreds. Seeing this, Suzuki immediately called out loudly. He thought he absolutely had to pull the kid into the Element Hero team. Principal and everyone else also arrived, and he urged everyone to help the kid. Only then did Tsuyoshi dare to let go. Everyone came to support and pull the ropes to help him. Everyone quickly grabbed hold of the ropes. Tsuyoshi still held his own rope, saying he would hold this one. The support staff asked if he was sure he did not need a rest after what just happened. Tsuyoshi replied that the match was not over. He had said he would win first place in all the events. Mina, standing above, saw this and muttered that he was going to play on. He must be exhausted by now. She blushed, thinking to herself, that's amazing. Tsuyoshi struggled to stand up, his body already trembling violently. He thought his arms were about to fall off. He had to hold on tight to win first place. The system displayed a warning that the endurance of the muscles had reached their limit. The audience was still holding their breath, waiting. Karina clasped her hands together and murmured, brother, keep it up. Everyone cheered in unison. Keep it up, Tsuyoshi. Give it your all, first place. Tsuyoshi heard the cheers ringing out. He rallied his spirit again and continued pulling his rope. He saw that the finish line was not far away anymore. In the stands, someone said that now only needed that female contestant to pull down the school name banner to succeed. Seeing this, Billy shouted, Mina, don't lower it. If you do, we won't get first place. Mina was hesitant, muttering to herself, me. Standing from above, she saw the desperate effort of Tsukishiro down below. She immediately made a decision, turned around, grabbed the rope to ring the bell, and pulled it down. Billy in the stands clenched his fists, screaming wildly, hey Mina, Chiyoshi, standing below, saw this and smiled gently. Banner was then dropped from above. On it were written 2 words, construction humor. The entire audience witnessed it, and everyone cheered, "Sykes in school! Chiyoshi? First place!" The announcement echoed throughout the arena. First place belonged to Chiyoshi of Sykes in school. Rally and Syria were shocked, whispering to each other, "First place." Vivian in the stand said in admiration, "That's insane." Karina's eyes welled up with happy tears. "Big brother, you did it!" In the guild monitoring room, everyone burst into excitement. They ordered the collection of all information about Chiyoshi, not letting another guild steal the genius away. At the Lamsa gang, Koji whispered to the boss about the Shao De. The accident just now was caused by an item the Shao De gave to a contestant. The Lamsa crime boss rubbed his forehead, getting a headache from having to make an enemy of such a genius. He picked up his coat and stood up, saying to go back. Chiyoshi was beyond his ability to handle. He needed to talk to his own young master. At the competition area, a man in a suit congratulated the school for nurturing a talented hero and winning the championship. The principal, full of joy, replied with thanks. Someone suddenly came to report urgently to the principal and Chairman Suzuki about a matter that needed to be reported. The principal turned around and asked what happened. Ioshio said they found a B2P device on a contestant. It seemed the accident just now was caused by this dangerous device. They asked what should be done now. Suzuki asked in surprise if it was a banned item. The principal panicked and asked which contestant. It was not a student from their school, was it? Iosio replied it was Bonifor's from Kurozu School. At first they thought the investigation was wrong, but he had been caught. The chairman would be responsible for continuing the investigation. Suzuki said in a deep voice, how could Kurozu School do this? He ordered the staff to continue the investigation and would contact the school himself later. The principal breathed a sigh of relief because it was not his student. Chiyoshi walked over, drenched in sweat. He asked the principal why he had been called. Suzuki said he arrived just in time. The principal grasped his hand tightly, saying he was the star of Sykes in school. He had completed the competition excellently. The school would support him to the fullest, waiving all tuition fees for him and his sister. Chiyoshi quickly pulled his hand back to refuse. He thanked them but said he did not need to be treated specially. Suzuki formally invited him to join the Element Hero team. There was no precedent for a high school student joining the team, but he was capable enough. He would be rewarded with an apartment in the Hero Mansion district. Chiyoshi and the principal were astonished to hear that. He asked, was he rewarded with a mansion too? The principal looked serious, thinking the chairman was truly determined. Recruiting this genius was a major achievement. No wonder he was ready to play all his cards that day. On the podium, a girl silently walked up without saying a word. A hand suddenly grabbed her collar tightly. An angry voice rang out, "Come here." She struggled, saying it hurt Billy. Billy grabbed her collar and dragged her away, yelling, "Why did you remove the name tag? Letting that Chiyoshi win so easily." He angrily shoved her into the wall. "Did you forget how he humiliated us? You promised to help me beat him. Both you and Boniface are useless." Nina was covered in sweat, softly replying, "He saved my life and others. If it wasn't for him, I would be in the hospital." He did not care, glaring and replying, "So what?" He stole all the glory and attention. Truly a useless waste. Mina was silent for a long time, her eyes full of disappointment as she looked at Billy. He shook off his hand, saying, "Billy, we are breaking up. Never see me again." His face reddened, veins bulging. He looked at her in disbelief, speechless. Like a mad beast, he raised his hand and shouted, "You damned woman, you have some nerve." Mina raised her hand in fear, her voice firm. "Go ahead and hit me. After that, do not expect to see me again." At the critical moment, a long-sleeved hand firmly gripped his hand, like a clamp, stopping his movement. It was Chiyoshi. He calmly looked at Billy and said, "So it is you." He was startled, his face pale, replying, "Chiyoshi, let go. What do you think you are doing?" Mina blushed, looking at him in surprise. Chiyoshi had a sharp gaze. "I did not intend to interfere, but if you are the one behind this, I cannot just stand by and watch." With that, he simply used one hand to throw him to the ground like stepping on an ant. Slowly crouching down, his gaze icy cold, he asked, "Do you know how many people would have been hurt if I had not handled it in time? This is no longer personal hatred, it is about lives." Billy broke out in a cold sweat, stammering a threat, "I am the young master of the Blue Serpent Gang. If you do not let go, I will." Chiyoshi cut him off with a thunderous punch, calmly saying, "You are truly beyond help." He was sent flying backward like a rock, blood spurting from his nose and mouth onto his clothes. Nina was also startled and panicked at the sight. Billy scrambled to his feet, panicking and screaming, "My teeth, how dare you hit me? You will regret it. I will make you pay double." Chiyoshi looked at him, scrambling to escape, indifferently replying, "Suit yourself." Just then, Vivian ran over and asked Mina, "Are you okay? That Billy is going crazy hunting for you." She was startled to see the person beside Mina, asking Chiyoshi, "Why are you here too?" Chiyoshi glanced at her with an icy gaze. "Even if you removed the name tag, do not expect my thanks. I have not forgiven you for bullying my sister." Vivian panicked, playing deaf and running to ask Mina. He was about to turn and leave when a voice from behind called his name, "Chiyoshi." Tsuyoshi slightly turned his head and asked her what else do you want. Vivian panicked and called out Mina. What is it? Mina knelt down and said I am sorry for treating your sister that way. I deeply regret it. Vivian did not understand what Mina was doing. Mina did not reply, continuing to plead I swear I will not bully Mina anymore. No, I will not bully anyone anymore. Please forgive me and Vivian. Vivian also bowed her head and said I know. I am sorry. Please forgive us. Tsuyoshi spoke slowly. You bullied my sister and hurt her before. Even an apology cannot change that. Karina and I have no obligation to forgive. His face emotionless. He asked if I hurt you and then said sorry. Would the wound heal immediately? A long silence stretched between the three. Mina and Vivian did not know how to answer. But then he calmly said even so, I have already heard your apology, get up. In the changing room, taking off his shirt, Tsuyoshi said once we change, we will leave with Karina. He was thinking about the reward and villa tomorrow. There were some crazy bastards around. Just then the changing room door was heavily banged, as if someone was trying to break in. The door burst open, a group of people surrounded him. It was Jella's gang. Tsuyoshi did not care, slowly putting on his shirt he asked what, want to fight? This time I will definitely. The group immediately knelt and kowtowed, apologizing for treating him like an errand boy all this time. Tsuyoshi found it troublesome, getting a headache thinking why is everyone kneeling to me today? Outside the school gate the crowd cheered him. Rayleigh said he was amazing today, I admire you greatly. Another person said, especially the last match, it almost took him down. Tsuyoshi thought this was annoying. Siryu beside him cheerfully said that leap was insane. Boniface even turned pale. Karina looked at her brother surrounded, saying he was so famous. Karina's friend saw Tsuyoshi and greeted him. Mina and Vivian ran over in a panic. Mina yelled Tsuyoshi run now, Billy is coming with his gang. Before she finished, a hand grabbed her collar and pulled her aside, saying get out of the way. Vivian screamed her name in fear. Billy led many underlings over, looking at Tsuyoshi with hatred. Do not underestimate me, I still have my dad and many underlings. Come at me you poor bastard, I will tear you apart. Billy was sweating, saying that is Billy, the young master of the Blue Serpent gang. You really made an enemy of him. He is not easy to deal with. Though trembling, he loyally said since I admire you, I will back you up. Come at us if you dare. Tsuyoshi replied expressionlessly no need, do not get involved, just help me protect my sister. He tilted his head and cracked his neck, continuing after today there is no reason to hide anymore. It is too obvious. The matter of me being a hero. His eyes gradually turned purple, killing intent rising. He glanced at Billy, I will show you. The gap in class between us. The moment the words left his mouth, battle armor appeared on his body, and his personal information was displayed. Level 12, Job Warrior Equipment, Armor Civilian Camouflage, Fox Beast Set, Weapon Blood Mist, Skills Lightning Chain Strike Copy, Lightning Peak Ambush, Combat Power 16,000. Billy's men were in a panic, and he himself trembled as he tried to reassure them. Don't be afraid, I'll pay them back double. We have greater numbers. A timid lackey called out, Hero. Facing them, Tsuyoshi stood towering, the ground beneath his feet torn apart by his immense power. He said coldly, come on. The fat thug was knocked out in an instant by a single punch before he could even react. Tsuyoshi charged in like he was moving through an empty space, his speed demonic, and no one where he passed could withstand him. Billy, like a lamb to the slaughter, yelled at the lackeys behind him. Don't just stand there, attack him all at once. Isao mustered all his courage and charged to attack Tsuyoshi, roaring, don't you underestimate us, you bastard. He didn't even bother to turn his head, only glancing briefly. Armor activated, the ultimate combat function was initiated. This Luke swung an iron rod down, his face full of ferocity, staring intently at Tsuyoshi. Seeing him hit, he joyfully shouted, I did it. Suddenly he gaped in shock as he watched the iron rod deform, speechless. Tsuyoshi's voice echoed like death in his ear. His hand clenched to a fist and struck a vital point. He said slowly, too slow. The fist was unstoppable, his eyes full of killing intent. He shouted, take this. Taking the full force of the powerful punch, he flew back like a rocket, slamming straight into the ringleader Billy. Tsuyoshi did not stop. Like a war god descending, he swept away all the surrounding thugs. Veli admired and exclaimed, amazing, Tsuyoshi is truly the boss. Siryu beside him also said, he could take over the entire school gang. Karina looked at her brother, thinking he seemed like a different person. Her friend standing beside her couldn't help asking, Karina, your brother is really cool. What type of girl does he like? On the other side, the battle continued, and Billy's lackeys were being taken down one after another. Looking around and seeing there were still many, he said, still half left, huh? I'll finish this in a single blow. With that, he raised the iron rod to the sky, purple lightning enveloping the surroundings, the lackeys sweating in fear. Elsewhere, two figures stood on a rooftop, seemingly observing the conflict. Unspoken evaluation. This intense, his precision and power are truly different. Tsuyoshi's ability is on an entirely different level. One of the three great guilds, the chairman of the Final Glory Guild, the old man Dan, said with a smile, "He's the best D-rank hero I've ever seen. We must recruit him." Sandor, the president of the Raging Dragon mob standing beside him, snorted coldly. "Don't dream on. Our Raging Dragon mob won't yield." Continued, his awakening test had abnormal data, a temporary blackout in the entire area. I suspect he caused it, a bright talent. Dan said slowly, "He's made huge waves this year, winning the Future Star Award, preventing a major accident. The Supernova Tournament is approaching. He's a talent everyone has their eyes on. This year's Supernova Tournament will be more intense than ever. The rankings directly affect the distribution of the Western Plains. Even the Hero Alliance Council has sent their best rookies." The old man broke into a smile. "All guilds are frantically searching for potential rookies. Now that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's ability is clear, we can consider today's goal accomplished." With that, Dan's figure vanished, leaving only a trail of green smoke slowly dissipating. Sandor crossed his arms, watching the departing figure, and said, "What a cunning old man. I will definitely meet with Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro privately." Having said that, a pair of massive dragon wings sprouted from his back, and he flapped them, soaring into the sky. Below, giant pillars of lightning appeared before everyone's eyes. Tsuyoshi shouted loudly, "Everyone get down!" All of Billy and Luke's men were struck down by his ultimate move, left without the strength to resist, screaming in pain. Billy trembled like a leaf, sitting slumped on the ground, thinking in fear. Is this the gap between ordinary people and heroes? Tsuyoshi slowly walked over, looking at the clown who used to prance around, now only cowering in fear. He swung his hand, and the steel rod shot straight toward Luke's face. The man turned pale, speechless, watching the rod fly past. With tremendous force, the rod embedded deep into the ground, and he panted heavily, not daring to imagine if it had hit his face. Tsuyoshi said expressionlessly, "Get lost. Never appear before me again." His voice trembled. "Yes." Mina saw Billy flee in panic. She approached Tsuyoshi and asked, "Are you okay?" He looked at her and said, "Thank you for telling me." Mina shyly covered her face and replied, "It was nothing." Luke, Jelly, and Siryu led the crowd, shouting loudly, "Tsuyoshi, start a gang, be invincible. Let me be your right-hand man. Tsuyoshi is the best." He said wearily, "A gang? You guys just go home for me." The sunlight gradually faded. Only he and Karina remained. The girl said, "Brother, you have become so much stronger. Even my classmates are jealous." He explained, "Everything has its good and bad sides. Power attracts attention, and not all attention is good." He suddenly remembered, "Oh, by the way, because I won, the chairman of the hero organization rewarded us with 10 million yen and a house." The girl was surprised to hear that. 10 million yen and a house? Really, brother? He hummed in acknowledgement. "I don't lie. It was a gift from the organization chairman. If there's an elevator, you won't have to climb the stairs every day." Karina looked at him happy. "Big brother, you always think of me, thank you." Tsuyoshi said nothing, a doting smile curling at the corner of his lips as he looked at his sister. Gently flicking her forehead, he said, "You are my sister. Taking care of you is my responsibility. No need to thank me." A voice called out from afar, "Tsuyoshi." It was Suzuki. He asked, "Can we talk for a bit? I wanted to meet you early to discuss the Supernova Tournament." At home, Tsuyoshi set down a glass of water and said, "Chairman Suzuki, please have some tea." He received it and replied, "Thank you. You have been living here with your sister all this time?" He answered, "Yes, since our parents passed away, I have lived here with Karina. But the stairs are a major obstacle for her legs." "Does the mansion you mentioned have an elevator?" Suzuki replied, "Of course. I came today to confirm the moving date. If that's the case, why not move in tomorrow?" "No, let's move immediately. It's a fully equipped mansion, nothing to worry about." Tsuyoshi hesitated. "I am very grateful, but can we wait until things are more thoroughly prepared?" Suzuki said no more, turned to look at Karina and asked quietly, "What happened to your sister's legs?" He replied, "She was injured by the darkness a long time ago. Our parents also died in that incident. Both her legs were crushed with 98% nerve damage. The chance of walking was almost zero. That was the diagnosis at the time. But Karina is very strong, always fighting to live each day to the fullest." Suzuki said painfully that he deeply regretted how the darkness had brought so much tragedy to many families. He heard that the rebirth needle would be auctioned next month, and if he could obtain it, her leg would have a chance to recover. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi immediately jumped up and asked in astonishment, "The rebirth needle, is he telling the truth?" Suzuki replied that it was what he had heard, but there were two conditions to participate in the auction. Kim Dan regenerated a rare golden liquid that could restore lost body functions. This liquid only appeared occasionally when high-ranking heroes defeated shadow creatures in A-rank dungeons, so it was extremely rare and valuable. Suzuki stroked his chin and slowly said, "First you need to achieve the rank of C-rank hero." Hearing that, he quickly asked, "What comes next?" "Spit it out." Suzuki's face darkened and he said bluntly, "You also need at least 1 billion yen in cash." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi was stunned and fell silent. He said in disbelief, stammering, 1 billion? The man confirmed, that is correct. Every auction has strict requirements regarding rank and power. You can achieve C rank by placing in the top 3 of the Super Rookie Tournament, then submitting a promotion application. As for finances, even I, the chairman of the Hero Academy, cannot support such a large amount. That figure far exceeds the usual reward of 10 million yen. Looking at the suitcase of money in front of him, he thought to himself, money is not everything, but it is an indispensable thing. How can I earn 1 billion yen in just 1 month? He suddenly remembered Luke talking to Sakura earlier. The medicine had a wonderful effect, but the taste was terrible. If only it could be combined with a capsule. Hearing this, she asked, a capsule? He thought to himself, that's right, this world has convenient capsules, but the effectiveness of the medicine from the other world is far superior. If he could recreate those medicines from the other world right here, perhaps he could earn 1 billion yen in a month. Seeing him in a daze, Suzuki asked worriedly, Tsuyoshi, what is wrong? He replied, it's nothing. So if I place in the top 3 of the Super Rookie Tournament, I can apply for the C rank title, correct? Man replied, correct. The Super Rookie Tournament is a major event for new C rank and D rank heroes, attracting a lot of attention. Various associations and guilds, including the Hero Alliance, send their most talented rookies. Performing well will bring a lot of influence in the allocation of dungeon resources. Do you understand the importance of resources? Tsuyoshi placed his hand on Suzuki's shoulder and said sternly, I understand. Please allow me to participate. I will leave right now. Suzuki asked back dumbfounded, so suddenly? Are you serious? This is not a high school match, it is very dangerous. He ignored the warning and asked impatiently, no matter how dangerous, I am ready. Where do I register? Suzuki was dragged along by him like a piece of cloth, his eyes rolling back, trying not to spit out his food. He said at the Hero Alliance headquarters, I will arrange a car, take your time. Sitting next to him doing homework, Karina looked over, still not understanding what had happened. Looking at the empty room with no one in sight, she asked dumbfounded, what just happened? At the Hero Alliance headquarters, Tsuyoshi said in amazement, it is really huge. By the way, Chairman, why did you come to me for this? Man scratched his head and replied, this is a mutually beneficial issue. As chairman, I am under pressure to produce results. It has been a year and I have not found any promising talent. Meanwhile, the powerful guilds and associations outside not only offer special benefits. Many young heroes prefer the freedom that guilds and associations provide over the rigid rules of our organization. Hearing that, he replied, I understand. That explains everything. I will do my best not to disappoint you. A woman's voice rang out. It was Mitsuko. She said, Suki Shiroa currently does not meet the requirements to participate in the Super Rookie Tournament. Dear Registration Officer. Suzuki asked in shock, what? I thought there was still a reserve spot. What am I lacking? She replied, there is indeed a spot, but Tsuyoshi does not have enough required records in the system for review. To participate, you must have a top 3 record in at least 2 public dungeons. I have checked, aside from the entry into the test dungeon, Tsuyoshi has no other records. He does not meet the condition. Suzuki clenched his fists and said, I was too careless. The tournament is only a week away, and the competition in the public dungeons is very fierce. Achieving top 3 in 2 dungeons within just a few days is nearly impossible. Tsuyoshi spoke up. Chairman, please calm down. What are these 2 public dungeons and top 3 records you mentioned? Suzuki said, my fault. That means there is no way to participate anymore. There are a total of 6 public dungeons, 3 C rank, 2 D rank, and 1 most difficult B rank. To qualify, you and your team must achieve top 3 records in any 2 public dungeons. Many opponents are trying to qualify, so the competition is extremely intense. With less than a week left, even forming a strong team takes time. Hearing that, he said confidently, it is fine. I will achieve top 3 in at least 2 public dungeons before the tournament. Suzuki asked back in shock, are you serious? Mitsuko did not believe it and said, boasting, how can you do it, you idiot? Turning around and walking away, he said slowly, I will go right now. Just keep the last spot for me, you will see soon enough. Notification appeared, the infinite corridor has been activated. He thought to himself, it is Luke, I need to go to the other world immediately. I will get the formulas and level up to 15 before returning. A dazzling light appeared, accompanied by a spatial vortex heading straight to a distant place. The other world, the city of the genius Kevin. Tsuyoshi thoughts surfaced, level 15, I will conquer all 6 dungeons alone. Luke, you read the notification, due to a system error. You cannot stay in the other world for more than 3 days. Staying longer will make it impossible to return permanently. He said, why does this have to happen with this Luke? So I cannot stay longer than 72 hours. Leveling up from 12 to 15 in 3 days will be very difficult, but I can manage. Sitting on the bed looking out the window, he sighed. It seems things are about to get much harder. The next day, Sakura appeared with her lovely voice. Good morning, master. He replied, good morning, Sakura. Long time no see. She asked in confusion. Long time. He did not explain, only continued, we have a lot of work to do soon. Hearing that, Sakura replied energetically, yes, I will prepare to depart immediately. On the road, looking at the passing crowd, Tsuyoshi said, this place is still as bustling as ever. That is natural in Kevin's city. Sakura replied, indeed. Recently, Kevin organized a refinement tournament with generous prizes, attracting young mages and adventurers hunting for rare medicines. Hearing that, he asked, a refinement tournament. Adventurers must also be looking for good medicines. What is the prize? She replied, I checked. Since Kevin organized it, the prizes are extremely attractive. Third place receives a basic medicine formula. Second place includes an internship slot, 1 common formula, and 1 level-up formula. First place receives the position of Kevin's direct disciple, 1 basic formula, and 2 level-up formulas. The formulas alone are incredibly tempting, extremely valuable to a mage. A basic formula can sell for up to 300 gold coins. Tsuyoshi asked in astonishment, the prize is formulas? He thought happily, excellent. If I can get enough formulas, I can easily earn back 1 billion yen in the original world. Sakura looked at him and confirmed yes. First place includes 1 basic formula and 2 level-up formulas. Master, are you interested? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Definitely. I will participate in this refinement tournament and win first place. Sakura heard this and asked, I thought you came here to see Kevin? He replied, I cannot shamelessly ask for the formulas. That would not be right. I will win fair and square. Let us go register. Sakura looked at him and thought, so Master will participate in the refinement tournament. It seems our plans are going to be delayed again. You register for the refinement tournament. Name Fulin, rank mage white, race night cat tribe. She said unhappily, what is a weak mortal doing here? Do you really intend to join the tournament hosted by my master? Tsuyoshi asked with an innocent expression, who are you? She said angrily, it is me, the one who sat next to you in the mage exam. Because of you I lost first place. He smiled apologetically and said, just kidding, I remember now. I want to participate in the tournament. How do I register? Fulin turned sharply and replied, you truly know nothing. This tournament is not like the exam, even blue mages are participating. My talented blue mage senior brother is also taking part. If you do not want to embarrass yourself by losing badly, you should give up. Looking at the man ignoring her, Fulin said sulkily, do not ignore me. I will guide you to the place. This Luke turned around and prepared to lead Sakura away. This is the registration desk, correct? Sakura, let us go. A familiar voice rang out, Fulin, you did quite well. After that figure finished speaking, she saw Tsuyoshi standing beside him with a smile. The blue water witch Vincent, level 15, immediately arrived and shouted, it is you again, how dare you show up here? Fulin, hiding behind him, asked, that weak mortal, do you know my senior brother? He replied, so he is your senior brother. Vincent threatened, I said I would make sure you could not stay in Nioh anymore, and now you are walking right into the trap. After he spoke, he shouted loudly, you guys. Figures immediately appeared in response, yes, Vincent, what do you need? Fulin said worriedly, senior brother, please stop. He may be weak, but he is not a bad person. He is just trying to participate in the tournament. Vincent roared, shut up. Fulin, you disappointed the master in the exam, and now you are taking the side of this weakling. I will deal with both of you together, with Luke. Watching the figures charge at him, Tsuyoshi said calmly, if that is the case, I consider this self-defense. At the tournament registration office, Tsuyoshi stood in front of Sakura and said, Sakura, stay out of this. You will only dirty your hands. Seeing he intended to face them alone, Fulin asked worriedly, are you really going to fight all of them by yourself? The battle armor information panel appeared, level 12 warrior equipped with camouflage, light armor, and a fox beastman set, weapon skills, combat power 16,000. Wu Qian, holding a shiny dagger, looked at him and said, do not underestimate us. Acting tough in front of girls without real strength. How pitiful. Someone stepped out from behind and spoke, get out of the way. An enemy of Vincent is also an enemy of mine. Let me show them the consequences of opposing us. Boar tribe Gillette, level 18 warrior, everyone asked in shock. Are you really going to act? Vincent happily patted him on the shoulder and said, good, Gillette. I leave this fool to you. He thinks a lowly mortal can participate in the refinement tournament. How ridiculous. As for that half-beast girl, since she cooperates, you can do whatever you want with her. Tsuyoshi and Sakura looked at the despicable crowd ahead without speaking, but Tsuyoshi's expression was gradually changing. Gillette replied with extreme contempt, a half-beast girl is too lowly to catch my eye, but that Fulin girl seems interesting to mess with. Hearing this, Fulin said angrily, you are disgusting. I will tell the master about this. Vincent stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at her and replied, do not worry, Gillette. I will handle things with my master. Fulin said angrily, senior brother. She thought to herself, he always bullies her just because he is the senior brother. Gillette grinned maliciously, lifted his spiked mace and said, is that so? All right, little girl, I will make you mine tonight after I take care of this troublesome mortal. Tsuyoshi stood like a solid wall blocking in front of her, reassuring her, "Do not worry." His eyes were already thick with killing intent. He said, "That pig-headed leader and your beastly senior brother. No one will be able to escape." As he said this, he shot forward like a bullet. Gillette stared at the man in front of him in shock, thinking, is he charging at us alone? Before he could think further, an extremely powerful energy explosion occurred. A violent flash of light erupted around them. It was the shockwave from his blade and Gillette's spiked mace. He was drenched in sweat. Such overwhelming power. Tsuyoshi stared at him. "Step back, you beast." The notification panel appeared. Ultimate physique activated. Arms have been strengthened. A massive source of power exploded, wrapping around his body, forcing him to continuously retreat. Gillette's comrades were shocked, shouting in disbelief, "What?" Fulin, standing outside, was equally surprised. "So strong." Sakura, standing beside her, replied, "The master's power is beyond imagination." Vincent was already sweating profusely, stepping back, his eyes wide as he thought. Even the high-level Gillette with that power cannot touch that mortal. Who is this man really? As for Gillette, he struggled painfully. Unwilling to accept he could not disgrace himself, he had to turn the tide even at the cost of his life. He roared, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Tsuyoshi. The center of the battle suddenly emitted waves of thunder and lightning. A surge of radiance rose, terrifying the enemy, a counterattack with the power of thunder. Seeing this, Vincent shouted joyfully, "Now, Gillette, attack, kill him. I will ensure your safety, do not be afraid." Hearing this, Gillette, who was charging into attack, replied, "Very well, since you said so, Vincent." Yoshi's gaze was expressionless. He stepped back and stared at him. A purple energy appeared from within his body like a living creature, quickly rushing to envelop Gillette. He seemed to realize something and said in horror, "This is an isolation zone that can only be created with high-level skills." His surroundings were tightly sealed, the air full of gloom, leaving Gillette stunned and breaking out in a cold sweat. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared, seemingly signaling the start of a new attack from Tsuyoshi. Then, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts appeared like ghostly phantoms, shooting straight at Gillette, catching him off guard. Danger was everywhere. He thought fearfully, "There is no way out. I cannot defend or counterattack in time. Am I really going to die?" At that moment, a stream of energy like a blue flame shot towards them at a terrifying speed. The energy collided with the barrier zone created by Tsuyoshi. He was stunned and looked back in surprise. The barrier had been pierced by the stream of energy, leaving a huge hole in the ground, the strange flames still burning. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, "Blue flame. It neutralized my skill. What a terrifying source of power." A voice rang out. "The tournament is about to start. Stop causing trouble. Vincent Fulin, do not cause trouble at the entrance." Hearing this, both of them turned around in surprise. Beastman appeared, with a blue flame flickering on his fingertip. The man named Kevin, Genius Witch class, possessor of the Earth and Wind Rule level 36 Red Witch. He said, "You are disgracing our witch community." Vincent trembled as he looked at the man before him, stammering, "Master Kevin." At this time, Kevin interrupted and asked, "Why are you here instead of preparing for the tournament?" Fulin, as if seeing a savior, burst into tears and ran to her master, saying, "Master, senior brother Vincent keeps bullying me." Sakura's expression tightened as she thought Kevin he finally appeared. Tsuyoshi, even from a distance, had to ponder whether Kevin was the one who created the blue flame earlier. Over here, Vincent tremblingly explained that he was merely acting on behalf of that rude and spiritless mortal. He looked down from above, his gaze cold as he asked, "To teach others in my place here at Luke, you overestimate yourself." Hearing this, Vincent grew even more frightened, hastily begging, "No, master, I dare not. Please forgive me." Kevin did not answer him but looked at the two blue-skinned men beside him and said, "As for you two, leave immediately." Gillette and his companions broke out in a cold sweat and obediently replied, "We apologize for the disturbance. We will leave now." Kevin looked at Fulin and calmly asked, "Why are you still here after you proctored the wizard exam?" Fulin stammered, "Master, I am not doing anything. I am just guiding the mortal wizard who defeated me to the refining tournament." Hearing this, he glanced briefly at Tsuyoshi standing nearby and asked, "The mortal wizard who defeated you is participating in the refining tournament?" Tsuyoshi looked at him and spoke, "I did not expect to meet you here. I came with a letter of recommendation from Chairman Dark, and I heard about a tournament, so I wanted to try my luck." Hearing that, he asked back with slight surprise, "A letter of recommendation from Chairman Dark? I understand your body still has lingering issues. If it is a letter from Senior Dark, I will not treat you carelessly. Follow me. As for you, prepare the materials for the tournament. Do not disgrace me as my top disciple." "Yes, master, I will try my best." Turning his head to look around for Sakura, he thought to himself, "Wait, where is Sakura?" Kevin looked at him. "According to Dark's letter, you were tormented by the darkness and used forbidden metals to alleviate the symptoms, correct? To maintain your strength. Are you refining some special potion?" Tsuyoshi replied, "Please call me Tsuyoshi. Perhaps due to my healthy body or luck, I have not been completely consumed. I ventured to the darkness zone alone. That was my reckless act." He stopped in his tracks, asking in surprise, "Did you venture into the darkness zone alone?" He scratched his head, looking innocent, and said, "Yes, I am a warrior. But coming to Luke, I had a request for Chairman Dark, and Coincidentally, there was a wizard exam, so I gave it a try. He was even more astonished. You just happened to participate and defeated Fulin to win. Tsuyoshi, how have you studied potion refining and who guided you? He replied shyly, I have never formally studied. No one guided me, I only relied on my intuition. Hearing this, he looked at him seriously, thinking to himself, could this mortal be a genius who surpasses even me? Kevin said, I see, impressive Tsuyoshi, follow me. Leading Tsuyoshi away, Kevin silently decided he must see for himself. He could not accept a genius greater than himself. As they walked, Kevin asked, Chairman Dark recommended you to me, because I possess the law of earth and wind, correct? The potion I refine carries the power of the law. It can remove the darkness within your body. Tsuyoshi scratched his head. Yes, I trust you. The two stopped before a large door, from which emanated waves of mystical magic. Kevin pushed the door and entered, saying, this is my refining room. Inside was a magnificent room, filled with all kinds of herbs. He explained, I enjoy collecting herbs and love studying them even more. I pride myself on understanding them better than anyone. Tsuyoshi looked around in admiration. This refining platform is wonderful. Does it enhance the effect? Kevin pondered and replied, it probably does. Glancing at him, he smiled, thinking to himself, was I worried for nothing? He cannot even distinguish high-grade herbs or understand the value of the platform. If this is his limit, then there is nothing impressive. Kevin looked at him and said, even so, I have never thought myself inferior to anyone in refining, especially after acquiring the law of earth and wind. Allow me to take a drop of blood. I need to check your body's condition. Tsuyoshi replied, yes. Blood from the cut on his hand dripped drop by drop into the bowl in Kevin's hand. Around Kevin, streams of blue wind rose, his eyes glowing brightly, his wand floating in his palm. Tsuyoshi watched the scene and thought, a blue wind, was that blue flame earlier due to the law of earth and wind? Behind Kevin appeared a dark blue magic circle. The blue wind was sucked into it, spinning. A drop of blood fell, splattering. Kevin thought in astonishment, there are indeed traces of the darkness that have invaded. Looking at the calm man before him, he found it hard to believe. He is completely normal despite the deep darkness invasion. If he were an ordinary adventurer, they would have lost their minds long ago. Seeing Kevin silent, Tsuyoshi innocently scratched his head and asked, is my condition very bad? He glanced at him and replied, I understand your condition now. Potions are not sufficient. I must use the power of the law to remove the dark aura. Turn your back to me. He was delighted and said softly, I trouble you. Kevin opened his palm, a bright blue energy appeared, emitting a mystical and beautiful light. His hand reached forward, the energy transformed into a magic circle around his wrist. He pressed his hand firmly towards Tsuyoshi. The energy flew with his hand towards him. He did not resist letting the energy enter his body, feeling a slight pain, as if his body had begun to burn. Kevin thought to himself, this dark aura is harder to remove than I thought. I need to exert more power to completely eliminate it. Announced, the dark energy in your body is stubborn. I will transfer more power, but it will be quite painful. Bear with it. He replied, pain, I understand. Kevin's hand exerted force. The energy gathered in his palm, and he pressed firmly against his back. As the magic circle spun, the dark energy in his body was quickly drawn out. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, his whole body drenched in sweat, muttering, compared to before, this is nothing. Kevin behind him thought, even I could not endure this pain without taking a potion first. Consider this training, he said. If you cannot bear it, let me know. His body was reaching its limit, not good. I will counter it with the Supreme Physique. The Supreme Physique is activated. Internal defense is now operational. Activating the physique, Tsuyoshi let out a relieved breath, feeling much better. Kevin was stunned, looking at him in shock. What is this? A strange power within his body is resisting my law. How ridiculous. This man could cause trouble later. I need to be wary. Thinking this, a blue flame flickered at his fingertips. A secret art, a form of high-level magic. He used extremely powerful magic to engrave a mark on the victim's body. When activated, the seal would explode and kill the target. The fire went out. He thought the purification of the black energy was complete. Kevin approached Tsuyoshi, asking if everything was done, that he had erased all traces of the darkness. How did he feel? Feeling his body change, he happily thought of Kevin, a genius pharmacist. To erase such stubborn black energy so easily must be due to the power of the 12th law of earth and wind. He wondered how strong the first law was. He looked at Kevin and replied that he felt much better, thank you. He asked permission to send some gold coins as a token of gratitude. Kevin heard that and refused. He said it was unnecessary because Chairman Dark had introduced them. This was a given. He asked Tsuyoshi if he still wanted to participate in the refining tournament that Fulin had mentioned. Tsuyoshi excitedly asked if he could participate. Kevin replied that since he had achieved first place in the pharmacist exam, he was certainly qualified. The tournament was about to begin. He could join immediately. But Kevin made it clear he would not go easy even with the chairman's introduction. Even his disciple, the blue mage Vincent, would not receive special treatment. Tsuyoshi replied that just being allowed to participate was enough. He did not expect any favoritism. Kevin softly remarked that he was indeed worthy of being the one who defeated Fulin. Kevin told him to truly shine this time and to follow this path. Tsuyoshi quickly followed and replied. The main venue of the tournament. Luke's stands were packed with hundreds of thousands of people, noise and chaos everywhere. In the center was a person wearing a long robe, with bottles and a few books laid out before them. Fu Lin led Tsuyoshi out, telling him he must follow her instructions because the master had entrusted him to her. She announced that his registration procedure was complete, then asked where the woman accompanying him was, or if she had abandoned him. Tsuyoshi naively thanked Fu Lin, saying that Sakura must have her own business. Fu Lin blushed in anger, telling him not to casually use her name. He raised his hands in surrender, smiled innocently, and replied. Fu Lin turned away, saying that all the young mages participating were full of confidence. This exam would be harder than before, even her senior brothers were more talented. Tsuyoshi asked if she was participating, since she was also Kevin's disciple and a white mage. Fu Lin explained that her master said, if she did not achieve first place in the assessment, her qualification would be revoked. Moreover, her senior brother was also participating, afraid that outsiders would say Kevin's disciples monopolized the top positions. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and apologized, saying he did not mean it that way. Fu Lin calmly replied that a loser is always a loser, and he was truly impressive. Tsuyoshi silently looked at Fu Lin, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting. Luke's arena was ready with 5 giant stone pillars and 5 tables. 3 figures had already taken their positions. Fu Lin touched the refining platform, saying it was hers, telling him not to break or waste anything and to clean it up after the tournament. Tsuyoshi promised to be careful. Fu Lin explained the competition format. It was a knockout round. Half the contestants would be eliminated in the first round. She warned him not to embarrass her since he was using her platform. In the stands, the crowd whispered about a human participating in the tournament. They thought he was just there to watch or had bribed his way in. Tsuyoshi looked at the crowd. Fu Lin stood beside him, telling him not to mind them. To them, the appearance of a human here was strange. She pulled his collar down, whispering that most of the skilled contestants were blue mages. Even if they were opponents, observing them could be useful for him. Tsuyoshi smiled affectionately at her and thanked her. A shout echoed, signaling the refining tournament was about to begin. Contestants, prepare for the first herb test. 2 participants holding test tubes cheerfully said this was their fort. They would demonstrate basic ability through selecting herbs to concoct potions. Drax, the level 17 blue mage beastman, stared at the potion vial. He wondered if anyone in the tournament could not select the ingredients. He squinted and thought, this could not be a simple ingredient selection contest. It must revolve around the evaluation ability of a great mage. Drax looked at the contestants and assessed that only a few blue mages were capable of opposing him. The image of Vincent appeared in his eyes. He considered Vincent the biggest threat, a genius disciple of Kevin specializing in refining. Drax cast a contemptuous glance at the rest, believing the white mages were no match. Suddenly, a strong force crashed into his back from behind. That person quickly apologized. Drax irritably yelled, asking how he bumped into him in such a wide space. Tsuyoshi awkwardly waved his hand in apology, saying he was distracted looking for a spot. On the screen, detailed information appeared. Level 12 warrior, camouflage armor, blood mist weapon, lightning skill, thunderclap replication, combat power 16,000. Drax crossed his arms and looked down at him with a scornful gaze. He asked if he was the rumored human contestant, and mocked that he would only receive a consolation prize. Vincent suddenly appeared, cutting in, saying that he was only here because he knew his master. He should have quietly hunted monsters instead of making a fool of himself. He widened his eyes in surprise at Vincent. Drax looked at him with unfriendly eyes, saying that getting in through connections was truly shameful. Vincent added that potion refining was not for brute strength. Tsuyoshi face turned cold, his voice icy as he replied that if this were not a competition venue, he would have punched him long ago. That man trembled with rage, pointing a finger at his face and telling him to shut up. Drax sneered, adding that he should watch his attitude or he would lose his qualification. Tsuyoshi coldly walked away, clenching his fist full of confidence. He said they should be grateful for the rules, just wait and see, and not come crying to him at the end. A loudspeaker sounded announcing the first competition. Venti announced that the herb test was about to begin and would explain the rules. She held up a gilded wooden board, explaining that the name of the potion to be concocted would be announced. Contestants must identify and gather the ingredients within the allotted time, or they would be disqualified. Scoring would be based on the quality of the selected ingredients. Beautiful girls stepped onto the arena in 2 rows, carrying baskets of ingredients. In the stands, people speculated that Kevin had come up with the questions himself. They thought the competition would be intense, requiring quick ingredient identification and quality assessment. Fu crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, thinking about the frail young man. She was secretly worried that although his previous performance was impressive, competing against experienced blue mages was formidable. Conte looked to the side and struck up a conversation, praising Kevin as a young genius. He said this refining tournament was special and was very glad that his disciple Drax was also participating. Kevin retorted that he only wanted to create opportunities for talented young mages to showcase their skills. Conte, with a deep gaze, stroked his chin and asked Kevin who he had his eye on. He remarked that Kevin's best disciple, Vincent, was quite outstanding. Conte was a level 33 red mage beastman. He sipped his wine, his eyes hinting as he looked at him. He said Vincent certainly had talent, but the important thing was whether he could perform in the tournament. Drax, on the other hand, was a promising newcomer among the blue mages. The information board displayed the name Kevin, a genius mage possessing the law of earth and wind, level 36 red mage. Conte thanked him and asked about the human contestant participating this time. Kevin immediately understood it was Chayoshi, the one recommended by the chairman. Conte's eyes lit up, the corner of his mouth curling. He was surprised that a warrior who had never been trained like a mage would join the exam and even defeat his own female disciple to take first place. He was truly curious. He asked suspiciously if someone untrained as a mage could still achieve first place in the exam, wondering if there was any mistake. Conte propped his chin on his hand, his expression full of interest, thinking that if that was the case, even he would have to pay attention to him. Down on the arena floor, Tsuyoshi stood proudly waiting. He stared intently at the baskets piled high with herbs. So these were the prepared ingredients. No wonder half the contestants were eliminated immediately. This number of baskets was only enough for half the participants. In other words, the other half would not have the necessary materials. Tsuyoshi stroked his chin thoughtfully as he imagined the scramble. The potion required many types of ingredients, so the contestants had to choose correctly from this pile of baskets. If they were hasty and grabbed the wrong ingredients or wasted time searching, they would be eliminated on the spot. He clenched his fist, excited. Interesting, this contest is much harder than the mage exam. The challenge is to choose quickly and accurately. Time to use the divine eye. Venti loudly announced and tore off the gilded seal, revealing the first potion was basic fever-reducing potion. Contestants rushed forward like a storm, scrambling for the ingredients. Tsuyoshi was stunned, watching them surge forward like a tide. They were fast, true mages indeed. They had already memorized the ingredients needed for a basic potion. He began to warm up, but I will rely on you, Divine Eye. The system chimed. Divine Eye analyzing. Basic fever-reducing potion requires 3 ingredients. Spirit Fire Grass, Heartwood, Withered Vine. Tsuyoshi also darted quickly into the competition. Alright, only 3 ingredients. Seeing the crowd jostling and fighting over the herbs, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, oh no, is it too late to squeeze in now? Vincent grabbed his ingredients easily and said smugly, could do this with my eyes closed. Drax behind him bellowed, move aside, it's a piece of cake. Tsuyoshi was surprised by their skill, muttering to himself, not bad. It seems these mages are no ordinary bunch. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist in determination. No way am I losing here. His eyes sharpened. Time to show a warrior's strength. Tsuyoshi unleashed his thunder ambush skill, targeting the mage in front of him. That man was shocked. Is this a skill wave? Is this foolish human about to lose and causing a disruption? In the stands, Conte was surprised. What is he planning to do? A warrior skill? Kevin frowned in displeasure and asked, what is the meaning of this? Contestants were sweating, looking up at the sky and wondering, why did it suddenly get so dark? Tsuyoshi suddenly appeared behind a contestant like a shadow. The person was startled and yelled, what are you doing? That person trembled and probed. What's going on? He commanded in his mind, cancel the skill. The system responded immediately. Thunder ambush has been cancelled. Seeing the terrified contestant's pale face, Tsuyoshi thought, that's enough, no need to push further. He reached out and took the herb. Good, found the spirit fire grass. A screen appeared. Divine Eye highlights the highest quality spirit fire grass. Tsuyoshi placed a hand on the trembling person's shoulder. Thank you. General T was surprised. I didn't expect him to be so bold, using a warrior's movement skill and then cancelling it. What an interesting young man. Kevin was stunned. Not only that, but he also took the best spirit fire grass. Did he really identify the material, or was it just luck? Tsuyoshi obtained the ingredient, his face beaming with joy as he stepped out. The system notified him that the heartwood was collected. Another contestant was also sweating under the pressure when the system reported the withered vine had been picked up. Venti winked playfully. Time's up. Appraisers, take your positions and evaluate the accuracy and quality of the contestants' chosen ingredients. She continued, the ingredients needed for the fever-reducing potion are spirit fire grass, heartwood, and withered vine. The appraisers stepped onto the arena floor. An appraiser evaluated coldly. Wrong ingredient selection eliminated. The next few people received the exact same evaluation as the first. Contestant slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The appraiser stood before him. Drax ingredient selection is correct. Total quality score is... Venti announced, A4 out of 100. Excellent quality. Drax crossed his arms with a smug look. Of course, Kevin said courteously, truly Kanta's disciple. Both speed and accuracy are astonishing. Kant replied modestly, he's decent enough. Down below, Venti reported, ingredient selection is correct. Total quality score is 94, pinnacle quality. Vincent looked up at the sky. Other than me, no one else can take the top spot. Kante squinted at the person beside him, as expected of a genius disciple. Kevin smiled contentedly. Thank you. With this score, Vincent leading the first round is all too clear. Fulan clenched his fist in anger. That weak human, just you wait. The appraiser walked over to Chayoshi's table. Venti announced, ingredient selection is correct. Total quality score is... The appraiser looked up at him. Is this the human mage? Chayoshi, the ingredients are correct, but what about the quality? The magic stone on his staff suddenly moved violently. He opened his eyes wide in confusion. What is this? Is the appraisal device broken? Kevin stood up abruptly and commanded, stop stalling, announce the results. The appraiser stammered, yes, contestant Chayoshi. Venti immediately read aloud, ingredient selection is correct, quality. Total quality score is... The appraiser raised his staff high, bearing the number 100, 100 out of 100, perfect quality. Kevin and General T were dumbfounded. What? The audience in the stands clamored. Impossible, that human got a perfect score, beating even Vincent and Drax. Fulan was shaken, stunned. That weakling, truly unbelievable. Chuyoshi looked at his palm with satisfaction, the divine eye analyzing everything so perfectly that it was flawless. He eagerly anticipated the next match. The group of contestants buzzed at the announcement. A perfect score? Unbelievable. To achieve that, every ingredient had to be absolutely perfect. In that situation, he still managed to pick them out. The appraiser raised the ruler marked 100 high to prove that every score was measured accurately by the machine. He affirmed there was no error in the score displayed. Honda gradually accepted the truth. It seemed that one had outstanding talent in selecting ingredients. He wondered what his skill level was in other fields. Kevin said a cryptic sentence, indeed. His gaze turned sharp and he too felt quite curious. Venti raised the wooden board to announce again that the second round of the refinement tournament had begun. Contestants should return to their refinement stations. Now, everyone needed to refine a type of intermediate invisibility potion. We look forward to your skills. A childish voice rang out, hey, rookie. Fulan crossed her arms, glancing at Chayoshi. You did well earlier. The second round is mainly about refinement, an essential skill to evaluate a mage's talent. He nodded while looking at her. The third round earlier also focused on that matter. Fulan asked suspiciously, by the way, where is your staff? Bring it out. How can you start without it? Chayoshi was startled, scratched his head in confusion, forgot. He broke out in a sweat as he recalled. Initially, Guildmaster Dark lent him a staff out of pity, but now his stats were all those of a warrior. If the refinement needed a lot of mana, he definitely would not have enough. She saw his expression and guessed the situation, so she snapped. You forgot your staff. What kind of mage are you? He awkwardly scratched his head. I just happened to forget. Here, take it. Fulan blushed, avoiding his gaze honestly. She reluctantly handed her staff to Chayoshi. Here, take mine, you idiot. Lucky for you, I am here. He reached out to take the staff. Thank you, Fulan. Chayoshi said confidently, with your staff and my refinement foundation, I can definitely win. She pretended to be cold, turned her back and walked away. It better be so. Venti announced loudly, crush the ingredients and begin the refinement. You have only one attempt. The time limit is 30 minutes. After those words, the stands became noisy. Only one attempt and 30 minutes. So difficult. Intermediate invisibility potions are very hard to make. Only blue mages can create them. So there are only one chance. Conte stroked his chin and thought, the chance, the ingredients, the time limit were indeed tough conditions. Kevin was not too surprised. If you want to win a refinement tournament, you must at least be able to do this much. His face was serious, calculating in his mind. They had to succeed on the first try. Let us see how Chayoshi does, whether he truly has innate talent or just luck. The girls carrying herbs approached the competition area. Now then, contestants. First is contestant Drax, a level 17 blue mage beastman. Next is Vincent, a level 15 blue mage. Chayoshi received the herbs, politely saying thank you. Ally blushed shyly and replied, it is nothing, I am just doing my job. Venti announced loudly, 30 minutes. Start, begin the refinement. An impatient contestant shouted, hurry up, slowpoke. Kevin's eyes were partially concealed, his face expressionless. This test will show whether he can remain calm and precise under pressure. Anyone lacking skill or mental strength will make a mistake immediately. Contestant paled, his body trembling. Damn it, panicked and poured in too much mana. Now the ingredients are all ruined. Another contestant angrily threw a tool at the girl. You ruined the ingredients when you brought them here, did not you? She fearfully refuted. Absolutely not. I would never. Drax held a blazing vial of fire in his palm. Refinement was a sacred task for mages, and it was astonishingly interesting. On the other side, Vincent was controlling the flow of the medicinal herbs. Chayoshi looked at the two people, thinking that they had started their refinement. He assessed Drax's refinement method. Crushing ingredients ingredients meant kneading them into powder along with one's own mana. The stronger and more precise the mana control, the better the powder. Then he looked at him again. The final and most important step of refinement was combination. The system screen appeared. Vincent Blue Mage level 15, mana capacity 1060. He concluded that the body's mana capacity was the key to this process. He glanced to the side and sighed. Truly a disciple of Kevin, that mana wave, his capacity might have already surpassed 1000. Can't aside this wave, so your disciple has been hiding his skills all this time? His face turned sinister. His mana capacity exceeds 1000. With this skill and these numbers, he only needs a few years to advance to a red mage. Kevin's lips curled up, his voice filled with dark intent. Vincent's talent is a natural gift, but his mental strength still needs improvement. Kant asked suspiciously, speaking of which, where is Chuyoshi? He also looked confused. I do not see him anywhere. Come to think of it, I cannot sense his presence either. Finally spotting his figure, he doubted. Was he just standing there? Kant squinted and stated the situation. If he does not start immediately, he will not finish in time. Kevin was suspicious of Chuyoshi's actions. Was he delaying? I do not sense any mana wave from him. He silently speculated that this round seemed to belong to those two. Chuyoshi used the Divine Eye analysis. Drax Blue Mage, mana capacity 880. Refined item intermediate invisibility potion. Quality 96% D grade, process 36.3% C grade. Divine Eye analyzes Vincent. Blue Mage, mana capacity 1060. Refined item intermediate invisibility potion. Quality 72% C grade, 28% B grade. Refinement process 42.6%. His eyes sharpened as he calculated. Their mana capacities are 880 and 1060, but mine is only 510. Drax creates C grade potions. Vincent creates B grade. Truly a disciple of Kevin, intermediate potions are nothing to him. Gulen turned red with anger. Hey rookie, there are only 20 minutes left. Do not get distracted. Venti broke out in a sweat trying to stop her. You should not distract him like that. Chuyoshi held the staff and began the refinement. That is right, starting from when I tricked myself. As a warrior, my mana capacity is naturally insufficient. Drax and Vincent were surprised that he had started moving. He sneered contemptuously. Is that the limit of his mana wave? No different from an intermediate white mage. He smirked, his tone sarcastic and weird. He was rather impressive in the first round, but his luck is probably over now. High above, Kanta frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Huh? Is Chuyoshi's mana wave only that much? So his mana capacity is not even 600. Truly a pity for someone with talent in selecting ingredients. Kevin's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Was I overthinking for him? If this is all he has, then he is not worth my attention anymore. He said aloud, his courage in participating in the competition is truly commendable. Fulin looked at Chuyoshi doubtfully. Huh? That is all the mana he has? Impossible, in the mage exam he was not like this. What exactly are you doing? Drax swelled up, and now was the time for Luke to use the skills his master had specifically taught him for this tournament. From his mouth spewed a stream of red-hot energy. That was the high-grade mana enhancement. Mana capacity increased by 300, bringing the current total to 180. High-grade mana enhancement temporarily boosts capacity significantly, but it halves the user's HP. Drax smiled cruelly at the person beside him. My mana has surpassed yours now, Vincent. You thought I could only refine C-grade potions, but this time is different. He raised his staff high, commanding the combination. A spectator widened their eyes, covering their mouth in shock. Could this be a B-grade mid-tier invisibility potion? A radiant golden light emanated from inside the test tube. Drax gleefully admired his creation, a nearly perfect B-grade potion. Everyone come see this. Ponta laughed as if he had already won. Nearly perfect. Even his disciple can only refine an average B-grade potion. The champion of this tournament will be my disciple. Kevin's expression did not change. He only thought silently, high-grade mana enhancement is an extremely difficult skill. One must trade life for mana. It's not something an ordinary mage can use. In the shadows, the corner of his mouth lifted, but does he really think one B-grade potion is enough to win? How reckless. Kevin frowned. Did you think I wasn't prepared for this? You foolish old man. He was eagerly anticipating his disciple Vincent's performance. Show them what you've got. He held the vial of herbs in his palm. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes lit up, a smile full of hidden meaning. The green potion had mysteriously vanished from his hand. The blue flame of the terrestrial fire phoenix blazed in Vincent's palm. Connie stood up in shock, that is. He broke into a sweat looking at Kevin, a blue flame extracted from earth and wind. Quite rare. He smiled cunningly, his eyes full of calculation. I gave it to Vincent not long ago. He can use it however he wishes. Kevin felt satisfied. Down in the stands, Vincent was determined. My master taught me to infuse the rule power flame into the combination step to instantly boost mana capacity. I cannot lose. The power of the rule had been infused. Current mana capacity is 1530. The blue flame converged into one spot, becoming a giant sphere in his hand. The audience buzzed with chatter. Is this this yet another greater supernatural phenomenon, and on top of a B-grade potion? Vincent looked up at the herb vial, his voice growing more arrogant. An A-grade mid-tier invisibility potion. Who else here can create anything better than this? Tsuyoshi nodded thoughtfully. I see. So they're hiding skills to upgrade the potion. If I hold back my strength, I can't beat that A-grade potion. The system displayed an urgent notification, warning that magical points are insufficient. Do you wish to use the optimal form to increase mana capacity? Current mana capacity is 510. He finally made a decision. Fine, I will use the optimal form to push capacity to the limit. The staff glowed with a purplish-white light. The system announced that the optimal form had been activated. Mana capacity has increased. The system reminded, current mana capacity is 9660. It added an S-grade potion has been received. A supernatural phenomenon is occurring. Please switch to a defensive posture. Seeing the ominous signs densely appearing in the sky because of Tsuyoshi, the audience suddenly buzzed with lively discussion. Could this be yet another supernatural phenomenon? This is the third time, and this one is much stronger than the previous two. Bulin was equally astonished. The mana wave of that weakling has become stronger than before. How much mana does he have? Vincent witnessed the lightning element swirling around, his heart full of doubt. His capacity was at an average level. How did it skyrocket? What secret technique did he use? Beside him, Drax's body was trembling violently. Can such a supernatural phenomenon truly occur? A massive thunder dragon appeared and roared in intimidation. Vincent was startled, his eyes bulging. What is that? He staggered back in shock. This can't be real. He seemed unable to believe his eyes, feeling this was an F-grade supernatural phenomenon. The system explained that an S-grade supernatural phenomenon is the highest level, deeply affecting heaven and earth, but is accompanied by a severe divine punishment. Tsuyoshi used his staff to control the lightning element, connecting it with the herbs to refine them. The system notified mana adjustment to inspect the ingredients is complete. Please release the mana. The herbs were crushed. The system reported ingredient grinding complete, grinding rate 100%. He shouted the command, begin combination. Venti's eyes flew wide open, his pupils constricted. Extreme shock and fear. Impossible. The heavenly lightning punishment. Without preparation he will take massive damage. Kevin's pupils contracted as he stared at the thunder dragon. The difficulty of refining an S-grade potion lies in this trial. Is he trying to destroy himself? The system screen appeared before Tsuyoshi eyes. Do you wish to use the Heavenly King Hammer to absorb all the damage? He did not choose hastily, thinking silently. The plan was to take the lightning with the optimal form, but the Heavenly King Hammer can also absorb damage. It would be easier. He finally decided the Heavenly King Hammer also emits lightning. This is nothing to it. Appear, Heavenly King Hammer. From mid-air, a colossal golden hammer appeared. Not done being surprised, Kevin received another shock. What is that? What kind of overwhelming aura is this? The enormous lightning dragon from the sky plunged downward. It was completely absorbed by the Heavenly King Hammer. The system provided information. The Heavenly King Hammer has absorbed the Heavenly Lightning Strike. Tsuyoshi commanded in his mind, put away the Heavenly King Hammer. He said to the system, begin combination. At that moment, a stream of golden light appeared. He poured the flowing staff into the glass bottle. The entire arena revealed a bird's nest shape, surrounded by golden light. Tsuyoshi planted his staff on the ground and stood upright. The process complete. The result was an S-grade intermediate invisibility potion. The system immediately reported success. The intermediate invisibility potion had been brewed, with quality reaching S-grade. Kevin's face was beaded with sweat as he gritted his teeth in shock. An S-grade potion. Only he could create one by pushing natural law to its limit. How could that kid be more talented than him? Unacceptable. Finally, Kanta could not bear it and shouted loudly, Master Kevin, forgive me, but that human must be cheating. He jumped down from above onto the arena floor, demanding verification. Kanta insisted, this is absurd. There is no way a white mage could create an S-grade potion. Kevin followed behind him as well. System explained flight is a skill for mages, allowing them to hover in the air and move by covering their body with mana. Vincent also believed Tsuyoshi was cheating, because even his own master could not create S-grade intermediate potions so easily. The audience rose to their feet in unison to criticize him. Cheating in a brewing competition was despicable. Humans should not have been allowed to participate from the start. Cut off his limbs so he can no longer wander around. Fulin crossed her arms in front of her chest and stated firmly, no, he is not cheating. In the test, that mage proved his ability. I can testify. Venti smiled awkwardly and said, follow me, it is better to let Master Kevin decide. Hearing the jeers, Tsuyoshi calmly spoke up, do you think I am cheating? I only used my own power. Conduct your interrogation as you wish. I am used to it. Miss T approached him and asked, Mage Tsuyoshi, you used a method to cheat, correct? Master Kevin, and I observed your mana waves. Your mana capacity is only 600. With that level of mana, you cannot create an S-grade intermediate potion. He raised his staff and proposed, do you agree to a mana inspection? Prove that it is your own power. Kanta spoke sternly, ordering an immediate answer. The system annotated, mana measurement is magic to measure another's mana capacity. The larger the capacity, the stronger the emitted light. Tsuyoshi fell silent calculating. Mana measurement. If he could not control his strengthened capacity, they would think he was cheating. His real capacity was very low. He sneered inwardly, but he had no reason to hide it. Tsuyoshi slammed his staff hard on the ground and agreed casually, go ahead and inspect. If this shuts you people up, I allow it. He put on a determined air, wanting to tear off his mask to see his true ability. I will measure your capability. Kanta brought his staff before Tsuyoshi. He chanted, release your mana, show us your true level. The system announced the optimal form had activated 100% power. Mana capacity reached its peak level. He curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. Alright, make sure you measure properly. The mana meter continuously emitted blue light. That light spread throughout the entire arena. It was so bright that Kanta had to cover his eyes with his hand. Just how large was that kid's mana capacity? Skyrocketing to this level, Tsuyoshi said, I have released 100% of my mana. He looked at the trembling staff. The rod was shaking. The orb could not withstand the power and began to show cracks. The blue light even escaped outside the arena. Looking at the shattered orb, Kanti was stunned. My staff. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. This is... Tsuyoshi rubbed his sore neck and asked, are you satisfied? He looked at him coldly. So is this enough proof of my magic level? Kevin answered for him, impressive. He said politely, apologies for the suspicion. This is the first time I have seen such talent. I hope you understand why I could not believe it from the start. Kevin patted Tsuyoshi's shoulder, standing before a young talented individual. Even I was left in the shadows. Truly, you are a genius. I am honored. Kevin took the S-grade potion straight from Tsuyoshi's hand and said to him, Master Kanti, I do not think we need to question his performance any further. He looked at the golden liquid. This S-grade intermediate potion is enough to declare him the champion. Do you agree? Kanta's face went blank. Indeed, there was no reason left to argue. Kevin looked around the stands. Anyone else object? If unsatisfied, stepped forward and challenged Tsuyoshi. Draft lowered his head slightly and replied no. Vincent said frankly, I admit I have been defeated. Kevin gripped the glass bottle tightly and said, then it is settled. He raised the glass bottle high, announcing Tsuyoshi as the champion of the tournament. Fulin covered her mouth, her face flushed red with excitement. Amazing. He did it. He seemed to sense something, letting his gaze sweep towards her. Tsuyoshi smiled gently, raising his hand to greet her. Thank you, Fulin. Her face flushed red with shyness, her hand covering her mouth in embarrassment. Fulin's eyes clearly showed undisguised admiration. She raised her hand to wave back, sticking out her tongue playfully for having helped that person. Kevin silently observed Tsuyoshi's action. His eyes sharp, he looked back. A young human who was a genius mage, he could not help but admire him. Kevin stared intently at the glass bottle in his hand. The potion he created was truly magnificent. Could it be that Kevin truly lost? That item was S-grade intermediate invisibility potion. He coldly turned his back and walked away, not knowing how far that boy would develop in the future. With the aura emanating from Kevin, countless vicious plans had already formed in his heart. He would use every powerful connection to keep that boy in this city. Tsuyoshi, you will die here. Fulin handed over a box. This was the reward for winning the tournament. For a mage, the reward was worth risking his life for. Tsuyoshi opened the box, which contained countless precious items. Finally, he had it. Basic circulation potion recipe, high-grade recovery, and strength potion recipe. He looked at the pile of loot with satisfaction. With these recipes, he could earn a fortune and buy a ticket for the auction. Fulin asked Tsuyoshi doubtfully if he had thought it through. You rejected the chance to become Master Kevin's disciple. You have talent and a huge mana pool. You should build relationships to become a great mage. Smiled gently and patted her head to comfort her. It's fine, I am a battle hall. Fulin blushed as she looked at Tsuyoshi, hearing him continue. Even as a mage, I still want to find my own path. Fulin avoided his gaze and asked, so you really intend to leave? Where to? He rubbed his chin and thought his body had recovered, so there was no reason to stay. Rest, meet Sakura, then hit the road. Fulin pouted in anger and looked away. You always mention Sakura. What is your relationship? Tsuyoshi calmly explained she was a friend, a teammate. Perhaps she went somewhere, but she would be back soon. Fulin's anger subsided, but she hadn't turned her face back yet. I see, teammate, remember to visit me before you leave. I have something I want to give you. Tsuyoshi scratched his head in confusion. Give it to me, why not do it now? She asked with a start. Or are you leaving right away? Fulin crossed her arms over her chest in anger. You will understand, see you later, idiot. Watching her back as she left, Tsuyoshi wondered why she was angry. A little later, in his dorm room, he sat on the bed thinking about the infinite ring. Since he got it, he hadn't rested for a single second. The system displayed an urgent notice, debugging error was unstable. He could not stay more than 3 days. If he exceeded that, he could not return to the original world. He also could not use the endless corridor until 3 days had passed. Tsuyoshi lowered his head to calculate. So he could only stay 3 days each time, had to wait 3 days to come back. He had to plan carefully. But what was debugging? He opened the system panel. Never mind, it was not important. A machine sound rang out. A wooden box was stored in the Divine Sense storage. The corner of his mouth curled up. Things were getting more and more interesting. The system notified that the endless corridor had been activated. Chiyoshi was excited. He just needed to bring the 3 recipes back. He jumped in the endless corridor. 1 billion yen, wait for me. Time passed. Suzuki advertised the villa was not as luxurious as the hero's villa, but he had prepared the best room. Karina's eyes lit up as she looked at the surrounding space. Chiyoshi looked at the room in surprise. Thank you very much. This villa is better than I imagined. The little girl clenched her fists in admiration. So magnificent. Am I really going to live here? Suzuki smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. The Hero Union is not stingy. You are worth the investment. Do you need anything else? Chiyoshi scratched his head shyly. If possible, I would like to turn one room into a small laboratory to make potions. He asked in surprise. Potions that requires knowledge and skill, do you really want to do it? Suzuki agreed casually. If you want to fine, I have many rooms. It will be renovated by this afternoon. Chiyoshi happily thanked him. His eyes were full of hope. He could start tonight. A line of ants carried food back to the nest. A foot wearing sports shoes stepped over them, at a place with a sign reading Blue Snake Gang. Yukio spoke arrogantly. Do you know where you are? Toru finds you annoying. If you go in there and get beaten, don't complain. Chiyoshi calmly replied. I know very well. I came to see the Blue Snake Gang. Is the boss here? I want to talk about paying the debt. The man sneered. Acting so high and mighty, coming to pay money but putting on airs. If you're tough, walk in. What's your name? He introduced himself without fear. Chiyoshi. The sounds of hurried footsteps echoed. An arm pushed Yukio aside. Chiyoshi-san has arrived. Step aside. Takashi and his subordinates appeared nervously. Chiyoshi-san, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The boss ordered us to welcome you. Looking at the familiar face he had once punched, he said in surprise, it's you. Seeing their respectful attitude, Chiyoshi was puzzled about what was happening. The man walked ahead to lead the way. This way, please. Takashi spoke to the person in the room. Sir, Chiyoshi-san is here. Blue Snake raised a hand to gesture. Welcome, hero. I am the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, level 24 warrior, combat power 14100. Chiyoshi slammed the suitcase heavily onto the table, his face expressionless. This place is more lively than I imagined. He opened the suitcase full of money. Here is 600,000 yen, principal and interest. Check it. Blue Snake put on an act of formality. Why be so polite? Sending it through someone else would have been fine. Let me introduce. He pointed to a reluctant-faced person. This is the vice leader of the Blue Snake Gang, level 10, tank warrior, combat power 2300. Then he pointed to a person with half a set of gold teeth. And this is Chairman Mad Dog, a level 21 leader, warrior, combat power 11200. The system spoke up. Heaven's Eye is analyzing. His sharp eyes read the numbers. Combat power 2300, 11200, 14100. Not bad. Chiyoshi glanced at Blue Snake. So what is this about? Blue Silver and Mad Dog were startled. Blue Snake broke into a sweat as he thought. He saw the strength of all 3 of us in 1 second. Does he have something special? Items like that are very rare. This kid is really hard to read. He stepped over to the other 2. I will be blunt with you. Lamsa placed his hand on the ledger on the table. Both the Lamsa and Wild Wolf gangs owe you a favor. He clasped his hands with a dark look in his eyes. We want to put the past behind us and side with you. What do you say? Chiyoshi was stunned after hearing that, huh? Lam Mingan stood up and continued. First, I apologize for my son's insolence. He said flatteringly, I have sent him to another city to be disciplined. He will cause no more trouble. I hope you can forgive him. Zo Dian also stood up with a look of regret. My men acted disrespectfully even though it was not on my orders, but I take responsibility. That spatial ring had a tracking spell on it, but has been removed. Feel free to use it. His eyes lit up, only paying attention to the information about the ring. Chiyoshi looked at the shiny ring on his index finger. Now that you mention it, those guys who attacked me the other day were from Wild Wolf, right? So the ring taken from that mage had a tracking spell. I was really careless. He said calmly, I have already settled the matter with Billy at school. No matter how you punish him, it has nothing to do with me. The 3 from Wild Wolf tried to kill me, but were eliminated instead. You must know that by now. They are all dead now, so the matter is over. Lamsa placed his hand on the suitcase of money and smiled awkwardly. That is good. Then you can take it back. His voice carried certainty mixed with a hint of doubt. I do not like owing favors. Repaying a debt is only natural. But why the sudden change in attitude? I do not like getting involved with gangs and associations. Lamsa nervously explained, news of your achievements at Future Star has spread everywhere. There is not a single big shot who does not know your name. Chairman Suzuki is even trying to recruit you. Everyone sees you as a young talent. Every faction in the district wants to build a relationship with you. Zodian quickly added, we are just small groups. No one dares to cause trouble for a genius like you. Lam Ngan nodded. That is right. Since we are being straightforward, let us be allies. Chiyoshi was stunned and pointed at himself asking, am I really that famous? In his heart he prayed, at least just in this area, so he would not run into more trouble. Scene transition. A while later, Lam Sa cheerfully said goodbye to him. Chiyoshi-kun, be sure to drop by again. Lam Ngan said friendly, you are always welcome here. He was utterly helpless. Being welcomed so warmly was a bit too much. Tsuyoshi picked up the suitcase and turned away. All right, business done. Now let me get back to work. He bought some materials and began to prepare potions. The system notified you have taken a box from space. At a shop with no sign. Sadao was checking the books. Herbs have been hard to come by lately. It is best to just stockpile them. There are also these few items. Tsuyoshi walked over and said, "Hello, I would like to buy some ingredients for making potions." He waved his hand, "Just take them from the warehouse." He inwardly scoffed at the troublesome brat. He replied, "That will not be enough. I heard this is the biggest ingredient shop in this area." Tsuyoshi slid a list through the crack. "I want all 15 types on here." Sadao took the paper and exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens." He pushed up his glasses, eyes wide at the number of herbs. "All 15 types, the whole lot. Are you serious? That is not enough stock." Tsuyoshi confirmed, "I am completely serious." He placed the suitcase on the table. Tsuyoshi opened the suitcase and asked, "Is this cash enough?" 9 million yen in cash, and I want to sign a long-term supply contract. Sadao shouted in surprise, "All 15 types, the whole lot." He looked greedily at the cash in the suitcase. If it is true, this brat is an incredibly important VIP. Buying all 15 types would cost at least 6 million yen. Tsuyoshi smirked inwardly after showing him and closed the lid. After repaying the debt to the Lamsa gang, even with interest, he still had 9 million yen left. According to Heaven's Eyes calculations, this amount was more than enough to buy basic ingredients, but he had other plans. He happily patted his shoulder and offered him a seat. "I will prepare the ingredients you need immediately. Now, tell me the details of the deal." Sadao handed the paper to Emiko and ordered her to take all the ingredients on the list from the warehouse and pack them up. She was surprised. "All of this, it will take a while." His hand trembled as he placed it on the teacup and asked, "You want to buy all 15 types of these ingredients for next month too?" Sadao sat politely. "Our stock is replenished every week. How do you plan to pay?" Tsuyoshi asked, "How much are the ingredients today?" Sadao pointed at the paper on the table. "According to the current price, about 6.6 million yen. But since the quantity is large, I will round it off. You pay 6.6 million. He pushed the suitcase forward. "Here, 9 million yen. Consider the remaining 2.4 million as a deposit for this month. Please hold on to it. At the end of the month, I will pay the full amount." Tsuyoshi picked up the document and read it. "If needed, we can sign a contract. I have prepared the papers, but throughout this month, you must supply the ingredients at that exact price and sell to no one else. This is clearly written in the contract." Sadao replied casually, "I have no problem with that. This deposit is enough. The price for those 15 ingredient types is always stable. My shop is reputable. We do not arbitrarily raise prices." He nodded in response, understood, looking forward to good cooperation. Tsuyoshi rejoiced inwardly. As long as he had the ingredients, he could start the experiments tonight. The price of ingredients was sure to rise in the future. With a contract, there was nothing to worry about. The sky had shifted to the yellow of the afternoon. Tsuyoshi opened the door to the brand new laboratory. He remarked, "It really does look the part. Not bad at all." Karina spoke up, "I heard Chairman Suzuki even paid a large portion of the cost out of his own pocket. We really should thank him. I did not know you could also make potions. What are you planning to do in this lab?" Tsuyoshi knelt down in front of the girl and replied, "Of course. I also intend to repay Chairman Suzuki even more." He said to Karina, "The reason I built this lab." Tsuyoshi's gaze looked downward, was to fulfill a promise from before. He looked painfully at the girl's injured leg. "I promised I would make you smile again like you used to." Karina asked blankly, "What are you talking about?" Tsuyoshi replied with a smile, "It is nothing. Just wait until it is done and see. I am starting now. You go over there." The girl had no idea what was happening. Karina wanted to stop him. "Stop it, big brother." He firmly closed the laboratory door. "There you go. I need to concentrate." Tsuyoshi chuckled. "All right." He snapped his fingers, Tsuyoshi feeling excited. "Let us begin." The system continuously notified, "You have taken a wooden box from the sensory space. You have taken the pre-packaged potion ingredients from space." Beneath the test tube with the yellow liquid was a small flame burning. He said he needed 3 main ingredients for the basic circulation potion, and the other 2 potions each required 6 different ingredients. Tsuyoshi focused seriously. Heaven's Eye truly was overpowered. It automatically analyzed the optimal ingredients in this world, and even specified the refining process. The system announced that the Celestial Eye had completed its analysis. He squinted his eyes to look. "Let's see." Tsuyoshi carefully read the paper. The final step was to mix the ant grass and green vines in a 1:3 ratio. He delightedly poured the green and yellow liquids together exactly in a 1:3 ratio. Tsuyoshi placed the cup into the round hole and heated it. The tools were simple but usable for now. He was slightly disappointed that the refinement in this world was too crude, making the mixture success rate very unstable. His brows furrowed sharply. However, Tsuyoshi planned to use mage techniques to drive the fusion, channeling mana to increase the success rate and medicinal properties. The system announced that he took out the basic staff, now wrapped in lightning. He finally had a chance to use it. Tsuyoshi raised his staff high, casting fusion magic, a refinement technique known only to him. The system continuously gave fusion progress warnings, 30%, 40%, 60%, 90%. He was surprised that science and magic logic merged into one. The fusion speed was truly astonishing. The system's voice rang out, announcing that the fusion was complete. Tsuyoshi exclaimed in delight. The first batch was done, time to test the effects. He shook the test tube a few times. The circulation boost potion looked decent, might as well try it now. Tsuyoshi tilted his head back and drank that potion. A golden light began to radiate from around him. The system announced the refinement rate reached 100%, increasing health and stamina recovery by 45%, reducing damage by 12%, lasting 10 minutes. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist. No potion in this world could achieve that level, truly an otherworldly formula. He looked at the test tube in disappointment because the taste was horrible. Guess he would compress it into capsules. Speaking of which, Matsuyoshi's eyes sparkled brilliantly again. On the experiment table were several capsule pills. 2 worlds, countless paths awaited his exploration. As he energetically manipulated nearly 10 test tubes, now began the mass production of basic circulation boost pills. Time passed until the next day. At the entrance of a cave, a group of people outside the line were complaining. They complained about being tired because the C-rank cave was vast, the loot was plentiful, but they could only afford mediocre pills. They had to be careful as they were still weak. Tsuyoshi silently appeared in a cloaking robe to hide his identity, his face hard to recognize. He pushed a rectangular object forward. This spot was good, this cave had the most adventurers. A man noticed Tsuyoshi and said, "Look, a wandering merchant trying to sell pills like that. What a fool." A group of adventurers laughed contemptuously because the pill production industry was monopolized by 3 major conglomerates. Buying from official shops was safer. He took out a pill to introduce, inviting everyone to try a new type of energy boost pill. A box of 6 pills perfect for adventurers. The group of adventurers slowly looked at the pill, asking if it was from the 3 major conglomerates. They frequented pill shops and were sure they would know. Katsumi stepped forward and took a box, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Pills were an adventurer's inseparable item. No one would buy goods of unknown origin. He did not get angry but explained the effects. The circulation boost capsule helped recover health and stamina, reduce damage. A box of 6 pills cost 24,000 yen. The man's veins bulged, and he shouted, 6 pills for 24,000 yen? Is it a limited edition? Pills from the 3 major conglomerates are only 20,000 for 10 pills. Katsumi slammed both hands hard on the table and shouted, "This is ridiculous. Get lost, clearly useless." The group of adventurers cracked their knuckles, aggressively ready to lunge and punch Tsuyoshi, thinking he was a blatant fraud. He did not argue, only flashed a secret smile. Tsuyoshi pointed at a few capsule pills, saying there were free samples. If unsatisfied, they could flip his stall. He held up a capsule pill, his voice hinting that if impressed, he would have to buy a whole box. Kasumi's face flushed red. He relented. "Fine, I will try it. If the goods are inferior, you better not try to run." Katsumi snatched the pill from Tsuyoshi's fingertips. "Give it here." A group of adventurers snickered, thinking his actions were ridiculous. 24,000 yen was nothing. Katsumi placed the pill in his mouth to see the effect. The pill dropped, and he swallowed it down his throat. In an instant, the pill's function activated immediately, the system announced. Health and stamina recovery rate increased by 45%, damage reduced by 12%, effect lasting 10 minutes. The Sumi stood stunned. He gave a cryptic half smile, saying that now the effect was clear, this price was completely worth it. An adventurer shook the man. "No way, really? Does it truly have that effect?" Noise echoed in Kasumi's ears. If that was true, this pill was many times stronger than those from the 3 major conglomerates. He held the pill box, said in a low voice that he would buy the whole box, asked if he could buy up to 10 boxes, and handed over his hero card to scan. He quickly took the card and put it into the scanner. 240,000 yen was deducted, and he handed 10 boxes to the man. The system explained that the payment device was exclusive to heroes, and adding money to the card was very easy. Katsumi quickly hid the 10 boxes in his pocket, furtively as if stealing, asked if he would be selling again tomorrow, and what time he would arrive. Turning his face back, dozens of wide eyes stared at him intently. A group of adventurers rushed to fight over the pills, demanding to try the free samples, suspecting that he was an actor hired by the man. Tsuyoshi spoke flatly. There were only 5 free samples left. An adventurer hesitated, not yet putting the pill into his mouth. The person beside him also pressed the button down. The third person pressed the button reluctantly. When it came to the fourth person, his expression showed no less displeasure. The final pill was also grabbed by an adventurer. Golden light surrounded all 5 of them. Kasumi shouted loudly, "So what? See it clearly now?" The crowd immediately scrambled to raise their cards. "I'll take 10 boxes. Me too, 10 boxes. Hero card here, scan it first." Rushed over to fight for the remaining medicine, not stopping their words. "Is this medicine really effective? Buy me a box quickly." "No, take 10 boxes right now." Tsuyoshi smile clearly showed a cunning look. "Please line up a maximum of 10 boxes per person." The adventurers competed to make phone calls. With this effect, it will sell out even at double the price. Buy it now, limited supply. Call the whole team over, buy it all up to resell. His eyes lit up, thinking everything was going according to plan. Of course, earning a 1 billion yen participation fee couldn't be done with just this. This type of medicine was completely sufficient for the initial stage, with its amazing effect and limited supply. A frenzy was about to begin. Looking at the long line of people, Tsuyoshi thought excitedly, when that happens, the three big conglomerates will definitely come to me. One day at the headquarters of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies. In the meeting room, Fumio pointed at the LED screen, reporting on the market. This week, the prices of 3 of our product lines have continuously dropped to less than half of what they were before. He was sweating, pushing up his glasses. As everyone knows, the reason is the emergence of similar black market medicine. Noboru continued. It has been confirmed that these products do not belong to the other 2 companies. He opened a suitcase containing 3 plastic boxes holding capsules. These are the energy, recovery, and mana capsules. We have invested a lot, but now they are being favored by heroes. Noboru nervously presented the test report. After rigorous pharmacological testing, we discovered that these energy capsules can only be manufactured by a group with extremely advanced technology. With such high quality, I don't understand why they are called black market medicine. The system explained that black market energy capsules were produced by small factories or individuals, not large conglomerates. The shareholders discussed among themselves. Clearly, all 3 types are produced by the same company. Luckily, they are not a competitor, otherwise they would have monopolized the market. I wonder what genius is behind them, that no one has heard of them until now. The meeting room door opened, and a firm female voice rang out. If all of this is black market medicine, then the products of the 3 big companies must be considered failures. Everyone stood up abruptly, bowing 45 degrees. Chairman. She walked in leisurely. Have we identified the production group yet? The other 2 companies have probably already taken action. It was the chairman of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, Misa, with the butler Tommy by her side. Misa crossed her arms. We cannot fall behind. Fumio sighed. No one knows who produces them, and they change their selling locations every day, making it difficult to track them. Noboru added, we are conducting a comprehensive investigation and will report soon. Her fox-like eyes narrowed. Too slow. The company's situation is extremely critical. Misa stood up and walked out. Prepare the car immediately. Tommy acknowledged the order. Yes, ma'am. One day at the entrance to a dungeon, adventurers' voices echoed. I'll pay 10 times the normal price. Give me the last 3 boxes. Get lost, I'll pay 20 times, 30 times. Ikiro was stunned by the insane competition. Someone is paying 30 times the original price. Who is this mysterious medicine seller? Osamu looked at the pill and replied, they must have a deeper standing of the formula. Its effect is completely different. Lucky I got some. Tsuyoshi watched the chaotic crowd, thinking that a week had passed, and everything was going according to plan. The corner of his mouth curled up. The bait had been cast. Now he just waited for the prey to bite. A resolute voice rang out. I'll pay 100 times the original price. Sell it to me. The old adventurer was astonished. 100 times? Misa put her hands in her pockets. If you agree, I'll pay 100 times just to buy 10 precious minutes of your time. What do you think? Tsuyoshi thought to himself. I've hooked a big fish. The supercar door closed with bodyguards standing watch on both sides. Misa swirled her glass of wine. Thank you for giving me 10 minutes. I am Misa, chairman of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals. He replied politely, pleased to meet you. Tsuyoshi was surprised. So the chairman of one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies is such a young woman? Misa was also surprised by how young his voice sounded. She got straight to the point. I want to buy the formula for the 3 types of energy capsules you are selling. Tsuyoshi raised 5 fingers, 10 billion yen. Misa was startled by that demand. She set down her glass. Serious, 10 billion yen is a bit much. It exceeds the budget. Don't you need to discuss it with a partner? Red Tier wants to show its sincerity. Every word Misa spoke was sharp. We can offer 3 billion yen. Even for an excellent formula, this is still a very substantial amount. She narrowed her eyes, calculating. He's deliberately driving up the price. With 10 billion yen, I could buy 50 other formulas. Tsuyoshi replied calmly. No, 10 billion yen exactly. I have no partner. I created all 3 types of energy capsules myself. He lifted his head, looking straight at Misa. Do you understand? These capsules will help your company regain its competitive edge. Isn't Red Tier facing its biggest crisis? She was surprised. No partner. If that's true, then this guy is a formidable medicine-making genius. She asked, what is the biggest crisis? Tsuyoshi showed his phone with a chart. The 3 big companies control almost the entire market, but Red Tier's market share has dropped from 26% to 12% over the past 23 years due to its less effective products. Unable to compete with Ozama and Tatsumi, Misa was stunned by his solid reasoning. He prepared to this extent. Was my appearance part of his calculations? She asked further, anything else? Misa smiled with narrowed eyes, but her voice was full of killing intent. Tommy, stop the car. She turned and stepped into the car. We have the formula now. It's time to counterattack. Return to the company immediately. Summon the entire executive board. We need to determine the marketing strategy. Tommy nodded. Yes, Madam Chairman. At some coffee shop, a confused voice rang out. How did you do it? Suzuki was startled, spilling his coffee. You've already managed to get the 10 billion yen participation fee. It's only been a week. Tsuyoshi said helplessly. Chairman Suzuki, please lower your voice a little. The entire cafe was paying attention to their table, buzzing with gossip. 10 billion yen? That kid managed to get 10 billion yen so casually? He handed over a card. I happen to have a valuable formula, so I did a bit of business. This card has 10 billion yen. Can you hold a spot for me in the auction? Suzuki laughed. Can I come along on a bit of business next time? You're getting more and more mysterious. Tsuyoshi recalled his memories. The aura emanating from him was very strong. He told Misa firmly that she must have seen his energy stones reshape the market. If Red Tier could produce these 3 stones, she would dominate the market. Both Oyan and Tatsumi wanted the formula, but she still thought 10 billion yen was too expensive. Misa was silent, just drinking wine, her heart full of fear. He had just analyzed the profits while issuing a threat, a sharp strategy if he was truly young. He was indeed a monstrous genius. She finally accepted Tsuyoshi's request, agreeing to the 10 billion price. However, since it was a transparent transaction, she wanted to know his real name. He thought to himself that hiding his identity was only to avoid early trouble, but having only her know was fine. Tsuyoshi told Misa that of course he could, but to keep it a secret, he took off his cloak, politely extended his hand, and introduced himself. I am Tsuyoshi, a pleasure to work with you, Miss Misa. She was startled by his appearance. He was indeed very young. Misa shook his hand in return, pleased to meet him. He put on his hat and stepped out of the car. Tommy held the card with both hands. This is the 10 billion yen card. The information has been linked. Please accept it. Tsuyoshi received the bank card, thanking him once. Tommy watched as retreating back with doubt. Are you truly okay with spending 10 billion? Misa crossed her arms, seriously replying that it was a large investment. But looking at his face, I am sure this is the most worthwhile investment. He has extraordinary refinement skills despite his youth. Who knows how far he will go? A genius must be held at all costs. If successful, he will be the savior of Red Tiers. Tommy's voice was full of loyalty. Of course I trust your judgment, Madam President. The eyes behind the narrow, dark glasses were full of calculation. Since childhood you have been wise and decisive. That is why your father entrusted the company to you. Returning to reality, Suzuki put the 10 billion yen card into his coat. Tsuyoshi raised 2 fingers. This fulfills one of the auction conditions. The second condition is that I need a C-rank hero title if you are in the top 3 of the Supernova tournament. I can register for a rank promotion to C, right? He nodded, thinking you had given up. To participate in the tournament, you need to be in the top 3 at least twice in a public dungeon. But the registration deadline is tomorrow. It is impossible to make it. Tsuyoshi's expression was calm, his hand lifting the coffee cup to sip. One day is enough. Can you take me to the public dungeon tomorrow morning? The sky was darkening at the Cheilosai mansion. Rina happily hugged her pillow and said good night. Big brother, I will sleep early. It is so quiet. He looked at the little girl through the small door frame, his gaze gentle. Tsuyoshi gently closed Karina's room door, saying good night. He entered his room, thinking about tomorrow. Chairman Suzuki will take him to the public dungeon. He needs to become stronger before going there. Tsuyoshi stared at the gold ring. He had been stuck at level 11 for too long. He had to level up. The system rang a warning. The endless corridor has been activated. His voice was full of determination. After returning, I will auction the reborn golden core for you. The system announced that the endless corridor was open. Due to a debugging error, you cannot stay in another world for more than 3 days. Tsuyoshi stepped into the corridor, his eyes shining brightly. I will definitely help you stand up. He stayed in the familiar magic world. He returned to his warrior form. Sakura was still not back. I will plan to level up in the next 3 days until she returns. Tsuyoshi's information appeared. Level 12 warrior class. Equipment. Dan disguise armor. 9-tailed fox beast set. Blood mist rescue weapon. Skills. Chain lightning strike and lightning ambush replication. Combat power. 16,000. His face darkened. In this world he could do nothing without her. Tsuyoshi opened the window. Sakura must have heard the news of his tournament victory. She will return tomorrow morning. Looking at the scenery, he wondered where she had gone. Did she have friends around here? A flock of shadow crows flew by, cawing one by one. Suddenly the lead crow spun around to look at Tsuyoshi. It lunged forward, wanting to attack him. Tsuyoshi was stunned by the series of unexpected actions. A large explosion occurred, the destructive force spreading wide. Tsuyoshi was puzzled, a surprise attack using magic. Who is this? A mysterious voice rang out. I thought one blow would be enough to take you down. Norio appeared, a fake bird clansman, a level 32 mage, combat power 51,000. I did not expect you to dodge that. I underestimated you. Capturing you will be a bit troublesome. He took his weapon from his space, confused, asking himself what was happening. Tsuyoshi stared suspiciously. Why are they targeting me? Could it be the assassin guild from last time? Norio looked at him with amusement and praised him. Not a bad gaze, a pity. He warily looked behind him as that man finished speaking, attacked together with Luke. Seiji ambushed Tsuyoshi. He was a human of the assassin class. Level 30, combat power 30,500. He was surprised there is another one. That man's attack had been blocked by the guard of his sword. The system reported that Supreme Physique had been activated, muscle flexibility and reaction speed improved for a set duration. Tsuyoshi wondered, a level 30 assassin with 30,500 combat power. His brow furrowed. If not for the Supreme Physique, he might have been hit. The eyes behind Seiji's mask stared at Norio. That man was slightly startled afterwards. Tsuyoshi was knocked out of the room. Facing two higher-level opponents in a cramped space was truly disadvantageous. He finally managed to land on both feet, the system announced. Supreme Physique activated, strength in both legs enhanced. Norio and Seiji stood on the rooftop. They looked down at him from above. Tsuyoshi gripped his sword handle tightly, calculating. They said they wanted to kill him. Could someone have hired them? Either way, escaping from them seemed impossible. He pointed his blade at the two. I do not remember making enemies with you. Norio spoke to explain, do not worry, we were just hired. You are just unlucky, human brat. He continued, you there, answer my question. Seiji's eyes narrowed dangerously. How could you dodge my blind attack with a 100% accuracy rate? You are only a level 12 warrior, but your reflexes and endurance are completely disproportionate. Norio shrugged with amusement, right? You even dodged my magic. Fine, just capturing you is mission complete. Suddenly those two vanished without leaving a single shadow. He attacked Tsuyoshi from the right flank, and that woman attacked him from the left flank. Tsuyoshi once again succeeded in dodging all the moves with ease. Norio was astonished, as if it was no big deal. Seiji thought to himself, he dodged again, huh? His eyes blazed with fire, hand gripping the sword tightly. Do you think I will obediently surrender? Tsuyoshi pointed his sword straight at the sky. Lightning element struck down from above. He turned back to stand beside him. Both were surprised by this. Lightning struck down. Norio quickly created a defensive shield. Seiji let out a light huff. That lightning is strong indeed. If you were a bit stronger, I might not have been able to escape unscathed. He released his power, using a short sword to charge in for an attack. Too bad you are only level 12. Struggling will only cause unnecessary pain. Streams of fire were shot out by Seiji, flying to attack Tsuyoshi, but were all deflected by him. Norio suddenly appeared on the other side. Do not forget about me. Unfortunately, he was hit by that woman's move, his face contorting in pain. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth in anger. Is it truly impossible to fight two higher-level opponents alone at the same time? Seiji was amazed by his ability. It is truly miraculous that you lasted this long at level 12. Norio sincerely advised you to drop your weapon and surrender. He answered back without any fear. Who wants to listen to you? Tsuyoshi wondered, should I summon the Heaven King Hammer and fight with my life on the line? The system spoke up with a warning about summoning the Heaven King Hammer. Both of them shielded their faces from the blinding light. What is this energy? He was extremely confused. The pressure was intensifying fiercely. He confidently stepped forward with the Heaven King protecting behind him, when suddenly a familiar voice spoke. Tsuyoshi, you are hiding something, are you not? He looked up into the air in surprise. That voice is... Kevin pointed at Tsuyoshi, deploying a technique, explode the secret. Sachi stabbed straight into his chest. Tsuyoshi coughed blood. His face was covered in blood, teeth clenched tightly, seemingly not believing what had just happened. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, looking up at him and shouting in resentment, Master Kevin. The moon rose high. Below, the sound of fighting rang out, dust flying thickly. Kevin landed from the sky. When I removed the darkness from your body, engraving that secret into you was the right choice. The mysterious energy from Tsuyoshi, is that the source of your talent? He held his wound, body trembling as he asked, was everything you did for me just a lie? He looked down at Tsuyoshi with half an eye. Did everything for you, huh? Foolish human, so naive in this cruel continent. I thought you were pretending to be harmless, but it turns out you are just a complete idiot. Norio looked at Kevin and was stunned. Master Kevin personally showing up, I truly did not expect. Seiji said to him with great glee, with those wounds, you will not be able to escape anymore. He bowed his head humbly, replying to the two of them, thank you for your help. I will prepare the breakthrough medicine you requested before tomorrow. Normally you would have to be responsible for the materials. Upon hearing this, that man's attitude became obsequious, answering obediently like a dog. Of course the materials are ready. We will send them later. The system displayed an explanation. Breakthrough medicine is an extremely rare elixir, hard to gather ingredients. It is a valuable item for adventurers, helping them easily surpass level limits. Kevin sneered inwardly. Just promising a high-grade medicine is enough to make these fools willingly become my lackeys. He stood confidently above, looking down at him and said, Tsuyoshi, do not struggle. The secret is engraved on your chest. I let you live when you were completely powerless. Tsuyoshi's voice rang out with barely hidden resentment. Why did you do this to me? I have done nothing wrong to you. Kevin knelt down, eyes meeting his. It is not Tsuyoshi. His face turned sinister, speaking word by word. Your refining talent is a threat to me. That is why you must die. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for lacking the strength to protect yourself. Tsuyoshi's smile was uglier than crying. I understand. Is that the real reason? Spoke in a provocative tone, Grandmaster Kevin, the one called a genius, is afraid of me, truly cowardly. That sentence made Kevin's hot blood rush to his brain, anger evident on every feature, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. He created a ray of light. Go die, I will smash your head into many pieces. Chuyoshi clenched his teeth tightly, hand clutching his wound. Fulin hurriedly ran over to stop him. Master, please let him go. Kevin glanced at her with a less than friendly look. Fulin, did you follow me here? She trembled and begged. A person like you, master, picking a fight with a nobody like Chuyoshi. What did he do to you? I will apologize for him, please. He obviously did not accept this opinion. Quite surprising, do you truly pity this person? But Fulin, you are still too young to understand. You are not involved, withdraw immediately or you will be severely punished. Her face was covered in sweat, hesitating to answer, but Kevin did not yield, launching an attack towards Fulin and shouting, go now. He ruthlessly unleashed his strongest technique called Annihilation. Chuyoshi, no matter who comes, today is the last day you live. The system noted Annihilation is a brutal spell that floods the enemy's brain with a massive stream of magical energy, tearing it apart from within. Fulin cried tears, helplessly looking towards him. No, Chuyoshi. Seiji stood outside with arms crossed over his chest. Annihilation? Huh. I have no idea what he did to make Master so angry. That brat will have his brain torn apart and die in agony. Norio said calmly, that matter has nothing to do with me. Any fool daring to provoke Master Kevin is just lucky. Chuyoshi did not panic at all, still standing tall there. Is that so? Kevin knelt down, getting into position to launch the decisive strike. The system appeared right then. Warning of the Divine Choice System update. Progress 10% absorbing energy to repair the body. A purple light enveloped him. The raging wind swept in, dust and debris flying everywhere. Kevin shielded his face with his hands, stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. He wondered silently, what was happening? How had his magical power been drained in the blink of an eye? Norio flew over to reinforce, unable to believe that he was still alive. Fulin was equally stunned, blurting out the name Chuyoshi. His wounds were healing thanks to Fulin. She had bought me just enough time. Chuyoshi thought to himself as the secret inside his chest detonated. The Divine Selection System immediately issued a red alert, warning of life-threatening danger and beginning an update to repair the damage. He breathed a sigh of relief because of it. His body was recovering. But Chuyoshi recalled the hair-raising moment. During the update, the system had to absorb energy continuously. If interrupted, it would vanish, and he would return to how he was before. A bolt of lightning pierced through his body. A charred corpse struck by lightning fell down. He said coldly, in other words, I have no choice left. The system notified the summoning of the Heavenly King Hammer. Chuyoshi roared, either you die or I die. A massive thunderstorm appeared above his head once again. Even if he had to endure all that pain, even if his body was destroyed. Chuyoshi's palm emitted a golden light. He declared he would kill them all right here. The Heavenly King Hammer was summoned by him. Chuyoshi gripped the hammer tightly in his hand. Despite the system blaring a warning about insufficient level and conditions, the true power of the Heavenly King Hammer could not be fully unleashed. Forcing its activation would consume a tremendous amount of energy, causing severe damage while the system update process was still ongoing. The Heavenly King Hammer would continue to repair the user's body. All muscles were constantly destroyed and then regenerated, causing excruciating pain. Kevin was startled as he looked at the rookie, seeing his body torn apart by an immense source of energy. Yet he was still continuously regenerating. This aura was unstable but terrifyingly strong. How could he do it? And that hammer, it was impossible. Seiji rushed up to stand beside him. Master Kevin, that brat is not normal. We should join forces to eliminate him. Norio said in panic, my magic wave patterns are being disrupted by him. I cannot wait any longer. The system issued a warning. 10% of the Divine King Hammer's energy had been released. The calculations for damage to the body were changing. Now Chuyoshi's form looked like a demon holding the hammer. Turning misfortune into fortune, the hammer kept tearing my body apart, and Luke along with the system continuously repaired it during the update process. The system warned once more, release duration indefinite. He charged forward like a mad dog, so just go ahead and destroy everything. Kevin felt something was wrong and immediately activated his magic. Fortunately, he had created an energy shield which blocked Chuyoshi's attack. Seiji stood inside and sneered contemptuously, you fool. No matter how strong you are, you will never break through this dual-layer energy shield. As soon as he finished speaking, he broke through Kevin's armor. The three people inside stared in shock at their solid defense being easily shattered by him. Chuyoshi looked down at them as if they were ants. I told you, I will tear you into pieces. Fishman, his body covered in injuries, tremblingly fled from the forest. The night wind blew dry leaves, rustling in the quiet late hours. Sakura walked leisurely after him, extremely confident. Fishman fearfully begged her, please spare me. I am so sorry. Please let me go. Sakura pulled down her hood and said coldly, let you go. You did not spare my father back then, did you? He denied in panic, I am not the mastermind. I always thought of myself as the victim. Suddenly spirits flickered in out of sight behind her, their eyes glowing red, saying you have left this world along with the old beast king, young miss. Sakura's face darkened, but her eyes remained sharp. Even if you are not the mastermind, you are still an accomplice. Every single name is recorded here. I will take revenge on all those who insulted and plotted against my father. Fishman immediately waved his hands in defense. Young miss, I was threatened. I had no choice. Your father's enemy is the father of the current beast king. He threatened to kill me if I did not obediently obey. She sneered, gripping her sword tightly. Do not worry. I will make sure your comrades follow you one by one soon. By instinct, he also drew his sword to defend himself. If you truly intend to kill me, then prepare to be killed. Beastman painfully clutched his old wound. He had suffered a deep chest wound in that battle. Damn it, he had no choice. Sakura was ready with her weapon, the way you keep calling me young miss. Then she immediately charged forward like the wind, using the saturation skill. She scorned the man before her, her tone full of contempt. It really gives me goosebumps. He was being suppressed by Sakura, his eyes bulging. You have truly mastered your father's saturation. She took out a notebook, jotted down a few things, and you all just obediently sit still and wait. Sakura approached and examined Beastman's body. I did not expect to run into him while planning to kill Kevin. The gatekeeper back then. It was he who secretly opened the gate for them to infiltrate. Obtained 6 gold coins, 4 intermediate magic potions, 8 intermediate recovery potions, obtained intermediate items. He was weak, but his feet were very fast. It took me a while to catch up, but those who once betrayed my father will absolutely not escape. Suddenly her eyes widened, and she felt a chill down her spine. Sakura looked towards the capital in confusion. What is this feeling? She quickly shot forward, heading ahead. Master is in danger. Night sky seemed disturbed. Thunder rumbled loudly. Scene changed. Tsuyoshi was groaning in agony. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. His entire body trembled in waves. His bones were continuously being crushed, and his soul felt like it was burning. How strong was the Divine King Hammer? Could the Holy Selection System even heal this wound? Warning, body damage is approaching the collapse threshold at 60%. If it reaches 100%, his body would be completely destroyed. Witnessing Tsuyoshi's power made Norio and Seiji panicked. Master Kevin, who is that brat? This pressure, there is no way he is truly level 12. What is his actual level? Kevin indifferently replied to them. You are truly fools. It is just a special skill. You not see him continuously suffering heavy damage. Perhaps it is a secret life-sacrificing technique. There is nothing surprising. Follow me. Both of them obediently followed the order and charged towards where Tsuyoshi was holding the dragon hammer. Seiji warned him, you brat, I will crush your throat with a single blow. Do not resent me. Tsuyoshi did not reply but only gave a sly smile, and he froze. His eyes bulging, he could not move. Luke issued a warning. The danger of the Divine King Hammer is the supreme dark energy that controls lightning. Those who possess it can release powerful electric currents, silently surrounding themselves. Any enemy that approaches without high lightning resistance will be easily paralyzed. Tsuyoshi then taunted Seiji, wanna get close to me, you wanna die? As soon as he finished, he directly struck at him. Lightning engulfed them. In an instant, Tsuyoshi had taken down these opponents. Enemy defeated, target human profession assassin level 30. Combat power 30,500. The system asked for his opinion. Warning, do you want to use the energy of the defeated enemy to upgrade the system? He agreed to continue using it, but things were getting worse. Warning, energy has been used for the system, completed 48%. Warning, body damage is approaching the collapse limit at 66%. Kevin observed the battle situation and repeatedly reminded his student, avoid close combat. Master Tsuyoshi is approaching me. He became alert. The energy surrounding him was not right. Norio was also frightened by him, an assassin taken down in a single blow. There was no way that brat was only level 12. Master Kevin, I do not need the potion, I surrender. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi laughed with delight. Surrender, huh? The system continuously blared red alerts. Warning, body damage is approaching the collapse limit at 70%. He still tried to act like he was fine. Cannot try to kill me anymore? A pillar of blazing golden light rose up, tearing through the night sky. Even if you surrender now. Tsuyoshi continuously dodged. Confronting Norio head-on was now too late. His figure was reflected in her eyes. What was that? That speed was like lightning. Tsuyoshi swung his dragon hammer, sending Norio flying several meters away. Due to excessive energy consumption, the system sent a warning signal that energy had been depleted by 63%. Tsuyoshi's arm was covered in bulging veins. A warning of bodily damage was approaching the collapse threshold of 76%. Kevin was not pleased with this scene at all. He planned to use someone else to hold Tsuyoshi back and then make his move, but that man wanted to drag him down as well. Suddenly, he flashed a strange smile, but Kevin flew up, with the battle array behind him. Did he think he could drag down a genius? That was impossible. He knew the power of the laws well. Tsuyoshi looked up at his opponent. The earth law, wind, and lightning were inscribed at the end of the legend of destruction, bearing ancient power. He pulled out his staff, his tone insinuating, "I didn't expect you to force me to use the power of the laws." Impressive. Kevin immediately used his move, the Law of Earth, and ice roared. The entire space was enveloped in a dazzling green light. Tsuyoshi was undaunted, struggling to continue fighting. Should he take it out? Show me. But his body had reached its limit, a warning of power release from the Heavenly King Hammer. Bodily damage was about to reach 86%. Tsuyoshi assessed this was the power of the laws. He raised the dragon hammer with all his might, groping in the air. "I will sacrifice my life to increase the power of the Heavenly King Hammer." The system felt like it was about to explode, warning that 30% of the Heavenly King Hammer's energy was being forcibly released. Warning, bodily damage near collapse, limit 93%, will reach 100% in 30 seconds. Warning, system upgrade process has reached 63%. A violent tornado suddenly appeared in the village, destroying everything. Gashino shouted worriedly, "Grandpa, please go inside quickly." But Onagobu was unusually calm. "This lightning strike, I heard my grandfather tell me, it is a sign of the Beastman Heavenly King clan descending upon the world." Kevin used his staff to create storm-like bone spells in the sky. He seemed to read her thoughts. That fighting spirit, challenging at level 12. He must kill him, take the secret technique from his body. Kevin sneered, "You think using a secret technique can defeat the power of the law of destruction? Look at that ruined body of yours, it's useless. Be proud to die by my power." True EOC continued focusing on charging energy. Warning, releasing 30% of the Heavenly King Hammer's power. Bodily damage about to exceed 93% and reach 100% in 30 seconds. Notification, version update has completed 63%. The exhausted Fulin was swept into the accidental whirlwind. The system announced the consequences of overcharging energy. Warning, bodily damage about to exceed safety limit 94%. Will reach 100% in 26 seconds. He had not given up his goal. "Fulin, it's all your fault, but I must destroy that human, even if you are here." The angrier he became, the more Kevin pushed his magic, wanting to destroy him. "Die, Tsuyoshi." Tsuyoshi was protected by magic, his eyes blazing as he faced him. He awakened his power, quickly grabbing hold of her. Fulin was startled and quickly reminded, "Tsuyoshi, behind you." Warning, bodily damage about to exceed safety limit 95%. Will reach 100% in 21 seconds. The relentless magic created massive explosions that shook the earth and rocks. Kevin was complacent with his nearly boundless body. "Even if I get hit, it's fine, it's over." She lay securely in Tsusuyoshi's arms after the earthquake, stunned. Alive, the magical whirlwind shot straight into his back like a rocket, but Tsuyoshi still stubbornly held on, protecting Fulin. Warning, bodily damage about to exceed safety limit 95%. Will reach 100% in 18 seconds. He was astonished by that enduring strength. The resistance against the laws was growing stronger. Not stopping, both sides continued to clash with tremendous energy. Tsuyoshi raised his hand high, standing powerfully in the eye of the storm. The supernatural power startled Kevin. "Impossible. Have you surpassed the power of the laws? How can a level 12 do that? And this strange power, why does it make me tremble with fear?" His magic gradually gained the upper hand and spread outward. His magical vortex was completely devoured by Tsuyoshi amidst his confusion. "My power of the laws has been broken." Seeing his exhausted state, she asked worriedly, "Tsuyoshi, are you alright?" Kevin refused to give up, stubbornly continuing his attack. The system warned of Tsusuyoshi's critical condition. Bodily damage about to exceed 96%. Will reach 100% in 16 seconds. He bared his teeth, a surge of energy rising. He was weakening. Kevin was not yet done being surprised. He got hit. How is he still moving? His body should have reached its limit by now. Despite being exhausted, Tsuyoshi was still determined to fight back with his power. Disarming the weapon in the battle. The enemy's weapon will be destroyed, depending on the power and timing. He even calmly thought to himself, what a troublesome spell. He was shocked by Tsuyoshi's lightning-fast movement speed. Damn it, he's too fast. Now it was his turn to counterattack. Tsuyoshi lunged forward, forcing Kevin to endure a series of powerful punches. The force was so terrifying it seemed intent on pinning him to the ground. Kevin coughed up blood, full of doubt. He had made a mistake by disabling his staff. Under such immense pressure he remained calm, making him wonder who the enemy was. He stood tall and gave sincere advice. Whether a mage or a witch, don't think you can beat a warrior in close combat. If you want me dead, even if I have to risk my life, I will skin you. The system warned of releasing 30% of the accumulated power of the Heavenly King Hammer. Warning, body damage was about to exceed the 98% safety threshold, reaching 100% in 9 seconds. Notification, the version update process had completed 72%. Tsuyoshi's face gradually twisted. How could the power of a law be so terrifying? He stubbornly refused to believe the truth. Are you trying to drag this genius Kevin down to the grave with you, you fool? Even if the staff is disabled, the power of the law will continue. Kevin was utterly enraged, unleashing his trump card technique, Dual Earth and Wind Dragon Law. Die. The valiant magic dragon roared as it charged straight at the venomous serpent. Warning, body damage was about to exceed the 99% safety threshold, reaching 100% in 6 seconds. Notification, the version update had completed 75%. The confrontation grew more intense as the giant python clashed clashed with the majestic lightning dragon. He swung his whip down in a powerful attack, but don't think that's enough to contend with this lightning dragon. Instantly, the giant python was easily torn in half in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming situation left him standing frozen in shock. Ah, so this is defeat? Its influence was as strong as a falling meteor, crushing everything around. Fulin covered her face in shock at the current scene. Master. Rays of light flashed from the gem as if about to explode in the heart of the town. The dragon's scales dissipated with the wind, leaving a shattered Chiyoshi behind. His body had reached its limit. He collapsed, his entire body immobile as the injuries had hit the alarm threshold. The current body damage had exceeded the safe limit. Notification: the version update had completed 80%. The enemy had been defeated. The system announced it would use the defeated opponent's power to upgrade. Chiyoshi Toitop lay on the ground, opening his eyes to sense his surroundings. He was not dead yet. The mission was considered complete. Despite severe injuries, he was teleported to another space. The system warned the player was on the brink of death. Notification of the completed update for the Divine Selection system. The system was restarting to provide enhancement functions. The power of the Earth and Wind Ice Law had been detected and absorbed. Notification: the power was used for the version update. The process had completed 100%. Notification of body reconstruction due to excessive power usage had been upgraded. Current class: Warrior. Equipment: Dan Camouflage Armor, Fox Beastman Outfit. Weapon: Singing Light Sword. Skills: Lightning Chain Strike, Copy Skill, Earth and Wind Ice Law. Combat Power: 25,000. The scene shifted to the next morning. The sky was strangely clear. The early morning sunlight filtered through the window frame. It shone directly onto Fulin, as if warming her. Fulin woke up, groggily opening her eyes. Chiyoshi, master? Beside her was only Sakura. You're awake. Fulin sat up, extremely puzzled. Who are you, and where is Chiyoshi? Where is this place? Sakura asked back in confusion. You mean Kavina? Her face darkened, her gaze sharp. He's dead. Hearing this, Fulin was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Master, Sakura slowly explained. By the time I arrived, his body had already been crushed by the young master's own hand. Kevin must have been jealous of his potential. He attacked to seize that strange power, proving he was a lowly, wicked man. Fulin bowed her head, her entire body trembling. Master is dead. He is truly dead. Suddenly her eyes went wide. Then where is Chiyoshi? His body had vanished. Sakura coldly stood up. You don't need to worry. If it weren't for helping the young master, I would have sent you to join him. You can't be trusted. Since you're awake, leave. The door suddenly opened and a voice rang out. Sakura, she is not at fault. Fulin looked toward the door, full of hope. Chiyoshi. She leaned against the door as he said, I'm fine. The sight before her left Fulin dumbfounded. Chiyoshi appeared before her with a completely unfamiliar appearance. Level 18. Class Warrior. Equipment: Dan Camouflage Armor, Fox Beastman Outfit. Weapon: Blood Mist Giant Blade. Skills: Lightning Chain Strike, Copy Skill, Earth and Wind Ice Law. Combat Power: 25,000. Fulin vaguely recognized it as the master's Earth and Wind Ice Law. Why? What happened? He answered casually. When I woke up, I was like this. A misfortune turned into a blessing thanks to the Earth and Wind Ice Law. The energy system upgraded and saved me from death. Chiyoshi stared intently at his hand, filled with excess energy. I've jumped a full 6 levels. That's just like Kevin. My skill has also changed to the Earth and Wind Ice Law. Abundant energy is flowing through my body. He looked up and asked curiously, Fulin, where were you last night? She held her chest, feeling hurt. You don't trust me because of Master, so you can't trust me anymore, right? Sakura maintained a stern expression. According to the investigation, that so-called Master didn't order anyone to that area last night. He probably set up an ambush for the young Master. You are his student. You should know what kind of person he was. Hearing those insulting words, Fulin decided to step out of the room. Her eyes darkened as she took steps closer to Chiyoshi. He did not flinch, directly facing Fulin. But before things could go further, Sakura stepped forward to stop her. What are you doing? Fulin took out a small cloth that had been enchanted with power from an item. She gently handed that cloth to Chiyoshi. Last night I intended to give you this item. Seeing this, Sakura looked at the long cloth in surprise. He held the cloth in his hand, silent. Since that day she had confessed. Fulin shyly admitted, I thought you would leave without saying goodbye, so I came to see you last night. I am not skilled at embroidery, so I used some magic on it. If you do not like it, just throw it away. Chiyoshi softly called her name, stopping her from saying more. Fulin, stop, but she was already sobbing, tears falling. I do not know if Master understands me, but since I could remember, you have raised me to be a mage. I will not forget that debt of gratitude. Even if you killed Master, I did not want to be helpless, just consider us strangers from the start. Faced with that weakness, Sakura looked at him with concern. Chiyoshi looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. He watched Fulin's small figure disappear behind the forest. Thank you, then. Sakura was lost in thought. That man Kevin dared to touch the young master. I was negligent. The young master's power when he found his body had recovered strangely. How did he defeat Kevin despite being only level 12? Suddenly, Tsuyoshi called Sakura's name, cutting through her private thoughts. Yes, he spoke. Last night Kevin wounded me with inexplicable hatred, almost killing me. But you healed me. I thought he was a friend, but I learned a lesson from this. Do not trust anyone easily. Sakura looked at Tsuyoshi with both confusion and curiosity. Young master, his voice remained steady. I do not know what you plan to do next, but when I faced punishment and despair, you encouraged me to live on. Tsuyoshi's delicate face softened. You may not have revealed your past yet, but when the time comes, I am willing to listen. Sakura's entire body tensed, her hands nervously clasped together. She blushed and slowly agreed with him. Tsuyoshi turned around and ordered Sakura. Good, then let us go now. Pan cherished the cloth like a treasure. Tsuyoshi imagined the delighted expression on Fulin's face when she finished the cloth. He carefully wrapped it around his neck. Sakura followed behind him, rummaging through her bag. She took out an old notebook, crossed out a line of text. Thank you, young master. The two walked side by side into the forest, many challenges awaiting. The scene shifted to near the common dungeon. The application gate, a crowd gathered. Suzuki chased after Tsuyoshi, saying after a moment, you are going into the dungeon alone? Submitting an application is a dead end. It is very dangerous. Look, even the Benefit Society has 3 people. He used his ability to take the document folder from the man, reassuring him, I will be fine. Suzuki watched in surprise as the paper flew out of his hand. Tsuyoshi glanced at him arrogantly. I am strong now. Level 18, warrior class. Dan camouflage armor, Fox Beastman gear, skills flash chain strike copy, freeze earth law, combat power 25,000. Sander spoke in a low voice on the phone. Was it that day Chairman Suzuki recruited Suzuki Shiro Tsuyoshi? He slowly walked out of the battle center, one of the 5 major gangs, chairman of no long. The arena gatekeeper, S-class hero, level and combat power unknown. It seems I underestimated the Hero Alliance. One of the 3 major guilds, the Final Glory Guild leader, the smiling old man Dan, S-class hero, level, combat power unknown. The person on the other end of the phone laughed coldly. These days everyone is scrambling to find talent. Sando, what are you busy with? I cannot hear you clearly. Amidst the battlefield, metal flew everywhere. Sando stood in a corner creating a protective barrier and replied, just a trivial matter. If he joins, we will see his talent in the tournament. No Long's strongest commander, Luca, S-class hero, level and combat power unknown. Luca approached to show off his achievements. Captain, we are done here. He remained focused on his phone. We should investigate more thoroughly. Sando turned his head to coldly look at him. The rest can wait until the tournament starts. I am hanging up now. On the other end, Dan was displeased, holding his cigar and asked back, you call that a trivial matter? You are working hard to expand your influence, huh? Luca held the head of the dying Rut. Sander looked at him and greeted, Rut, long time no see. If you had accepted the conditions back then, things would not have come to this. Rut's whole body trembled uncontrollably, but his voice was firm. Sando, even if you force me, you will get nothing. I have been doing this for years. I am ready to die. Sander was displeased, snorted coldly, then delivered a finishing blow, then die. After dealing with Rut, he softly instructed Luca before leaving. Luca, it is in your hands. He accepted the task and replied, got it, rest assured. Amidst the devastation, that man slowly walked away. Outside, a voice full of astonishment alone, the dungeon information counter, do not be ridiculous, go home. Level 18 yet you want to enter the dungeon alone, you will die. And you talk about competing for the top? Tsuyoshi indifferently replied to the receptionist, there is no law against soloing, right? I am in a hurry. Please register me immediately. His preliminary profile, level 18, warrior, skills flash chain strike copy, freeze earth law, combat power 25,000. Mamoru furiously shouted at Tsuyoshi, do you want to die that badly? Hikari saw the commotion and stepped forward, softly saying, if he wants to go, you cannot stop him. She took Tsuyoshi's profile, pressed her alluring figure against the artificial hand to scan each page. Your name is Tsuyoshi Tsuki Shironi. We have registered the request. There are currently 6 dungeons, 3 C rank, 2 D rank, and 1 difficult B rank. The record is a group of 3 people. You may enter on your own. There is no medical service. He paid no attention to Hikari's tricks, simply took back the profile folder and replied curtly, I understand. Mamoru was somewhat surprised by his attitude towards her schemes. The beautiful sister always admired by heroes was ignored by him, truly blind. Hikari saw her scheme fail, could not hide her anger, but still sweetly bid farewell. Good luck, huh? He looked at the mission folder in his hand, quietly calculating, there are 6 dungeons, but I am only free today. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi noticed a noisy group at the dungeon gate. Tetsuo Fanon, did you lose your staff? Getting it back from another guild costs a lot of money. Hana sat on the ground, guiltily sobbing. I did not mean to. The monster appeared suddenly, so I panicked. Hideo worriedly asked, what do we do? The staff is expensive, sold for 21 million yen at the auction house. It could be used for many more years. Losing it is a heavy loss. Tetsuo sighed, we are exhausted, out of potions. Going back in is dangerous. Try asking another guild if they have a staff in their rewards. Tsuyoshi was blocked at the gate by them. He politely spoke up, excuse me, could you all please move aside? Tatsuho shyly stepped aside to make way for Tsuyoshi and said, sorry, are you planning to enter a C-rank dungeon? Hideo gently patted his shoulder to call him, you look unfamiliar, must be a newbie. Are you trusting his party? Tetsuo signaled quietly. I know, don't be quick to judge others. While the two were discussing, Hana walked over and coquettishly said to Tsuyoshi, we lost our staff in there. Can you retrieve it for us? The two behind were stunned, asking, right now? Tatsuo ran over, pulled the girl away, and apologized to Tsuyoshi, so sorry, is your party entering the dungeon? We dropped it near the exit. If you find it, we will give you an item as thanks. Coldly replied, I am going alone, I have no party. The light sentence left the group astonished. Tetsuo stammered, going into the dungeon alone. Hideo quickly asked, are you joking? You must be a B-rank hero? But you look too young. Before stepping through the gate, Tsuyoshi calmly answered, level 18 D-rank hero. Suguru worriedly warned, a level 18 D-rank hero going in alone is like throwing your life away. Tetsuo quickly added, this is not an easy dungeon. Yasu reminded, with that level, you will be swallowed up soon. Tetsuo introduced, we are a party of 5, a mage, a priest, a thief, a tank, and a warrior, all level 20. He warmly advised, just one small mistake is enough to die in a C-rank dungeon. You must be careful. Tsuyoshi, not having listened completely, hurriedly stepped through the gate. Thank you for the advice, but I do not have much time. Goodbye. Entered C-rank dungeon, prepare for battle. Yasu sighed helplessly. That is truly reckless. We will have to rely on another party. Hideo looked at his back, reluctantly said, he is just a newbie, scored high and is overconfident. Only Tetsuo noticed the anomaly. He said thoughtfully, but he looks very calm. He does not seem like a rookie. Current status, entered C-rank dungeon. On the other side of the gate, Tsuyoshi stood in a dark cave. He changed into his battle gear and observed, I have never seen a stalactite dungeon like this before. The notification board proceeded to activate skill, activating divine eye analysis. Limestone cave terrain, related attributes. Darkness, limestone, water. Monster level 2025. Darkness appearance rate 30%. Recommended skills, fire, light, holy, wind. Tsuyoshi had already donned his battle suit, ready for the mission. The divine selection system had been upgraded, but he saw no difference. He drew his sword, level 18. Warrior. Equipment. Dan camouflage armor, fox beastman suit. Weapon, blood mist blade. Skills, lightning chain. Copy skill, law of sealed ground. Combat power, 25,000. On the system panel, compatible items from all worlds could be used without limit, making it more convenient. After walking for a while, Tsuyoshi encountered a monster with a sinewy body trembling in the darkness. It raised its head, revealing eyes blazing red like hell, signaling other monsters awakening. Tsuchigumo level 22. Tsuyoshi looked at this unimpressive monster group, secretly smiling. This dungeon is more peaceful than other worlds, perfect for testing the power of the law of sealed ground. He swung his sword, channeling the law of sealed ground into the weapon. The blood mist blade received an abnormal wind attribute. Law derivation. Abnormal power could be released through the weapon. Tsuchigumo frantically charged Tsuyoshi. Law derivation, violent storm. He swung a sword stroke that turned into a fierce storm, the monster's body disintegrating. Tsuyoshi looked coldly at the sword's power. This the power of the law, truly strong. Perhaps I could enter the top 3 in the 6 instances with loot. In the end, I only received the legendary law of destruction. If I had more laws, I could challenge higher levels. 15 minutes later, outside the dungeon, Hideo lamented, terrible. I doubt any more parties are entering today. Tetsuo clicked his tongue. Whoever gets it, we are done for. Hana, hearing this, could only blame herself, apologizing. Suguru looked at the gate, mentioning Tsuyoshi. 15 minutes, he must have died by now. Yasu agreed. Probably. I have been an adventurer for a long time. I have seen plenty of cases like that. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate suddenly shimmered. The group was stunned. The announcement rang out, new record. Mamoru read the document, unable to believe it. A new record for a C-rank dungeon, only 3 months old? Haraki quickly asked, which party? He replied, handing the file to her, not a party. It is the first solo player, that young man from earlier. The system jumped a notification. Hiro Tsuyoshi has cleared the dungeon in 15 minutes and 33 seconds. The old record of 19 minutes 54 seconds has been broken. This is the first solo clear. The new record is 15 minutes 33 seconds. Amidst the group's shock, Tsuyoshi walked out coldly without a single scratch. Tatsuo could not help but admire him. Hana noticed the staff he was holding. The staff, He swept a cold gaze over the group, his voice light but powerful. Is this everyone's staff? Breaking the record does not come with a reward? Seeing Tsuyoshi walk out, Mamoru and Hiraki hurried over. Was that really level 18 Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi from earlier? We need to confirm. Please move aside. Tatsuo was in awe. You really retrieved the staff? Hideo was astonished and cleared the dungeon in record time. How is that possible? Hana, holding the staff, innocently suggested, would you like to come with us? We can adventure together. His expression unchanging. Is this everyone's? I found it while fighting the third-tier boss Tsuchigumo, so I brought it along. Hearing Tsuyoshi speak so casually, Tatsuo was startled. You saw it while fighting the boss and picked it up? Your help is... He was suspicious. If he is only level 18, this is the strongest D-rank hero I have ever seen. Is he really D-rank? Tatsuo still could not believe his eyes. Mamoru spoke awkwardly. Excuse me, who is Mr. Tsuyoshi? The one who just broke the record. Hiraki continued, please let me confirm your identity. Tsuyoshi found it annoying, urged, do you really need to confirm my identity? I have things to do. Make it quick. Hiraki still did not believe it. Is it really you? I thought it was someone else with the same name. Mamoru did not beat around the bush, shook his hand to confirm. Hiro Tsuyoshi, record update for the C-rank dungeon. Set a new solo record of 15 minutes 33 seconds. After the information was done, Mamoru invited, could you accompany us to the Hero Union headquarters? You will receive a special reward for the solo record. Tsuyoshi was uninterested, waved his hand and walked into the next dungeon. Not now. I have to enter another dungeon later. Once again, he stunned the group. Tatsu called out, another dungeon? Do you not need to rest? Hana worriedly, exactly. You do not even have a priest for healing. If you push too hard, you will become a ghost. Tsuyoshi scratched the wound on his face, indifferently replied, no need for recovery. I just want to warm up a bit. Every word he said was shocking. Tatsuo's mouth hung open. Warm up. Was that record just a warm up? 20 minutes later, inside a C-rank dungeon, ruined structure, terrain, earth, and spiritual attributes. Monster level 2228, darkness rate 36%. Recommended skills, water, ice, earth. 20 minutes passed. Tsuyoshi urged himself, must hurry. I want to clear all the dungeons here today, but after the system update, I might have to figure out the functions myself. I will not find them right away, must experiment and research carefully. After walking for a long while, he reached the entrance to the boss area. Tsuyoshi opened the gate, thinking tiredly. Ever since I obtained the divine selection system, he had not rested for a single second. As the gate opened, the real battlefield continued, he told himself, and stepped forward. Tsuyoshi suddenly halted. On the battlefield path, an elegant female figure in a dress made of earth and stone appeared. It was the Lady Dan, boss of the night. She looked as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. He tilted his head in disappointment and complained, so it was not darkness. After all, humanoid monsters appeared here too. He had read there were 30 types of monsters and 60 types of darkness, with many new types added each year. The lady gently raised her arm. Magic gushed out massively, and she spoke in a sympathetic voice, brave hero, you have worked hard. Tsuyoshi stared in surprise at the stream of magical power shooting toward him, but that was... He immediately activated his eye ability, analyzing the mental attack. The enemy would see an illusion for a moment depending on the level difference between the two sides. He calmly analyzed, certain he had sensed the wave of mental attack. It resembled magic from another world. She was a mental monster that deceived heroes with illusions, and then finished them off. Tsuyoshi observed the terrain, and then looked at the lady who was accumulating magic power. The bones around here were probably from heroes who had been deceived. Before he could prepare, she launched the next attack. The Heavenly Eye activated a small defense layer, resisting low-level non-physical attacks for 3 hours, with a 24-hour cooldown. The lady was surprised to see him completely unfazed, so she wondered in doubt and tried to increase the frequency. Tsuyoshi sneered inwardly, thanking the system, one of the new features. Now he could use such a powerful passive skill. If so then, you are no longer a threat, he said, and swung his greatsword up. The lady's eyes reflected the blue power color. Her figure vanished with the strike. She was unwilling, wondering why it was ineffective. Outside, Mamoru received shocking news. He had broken the record for 2 C-rank dungeons. As soon as he stepped out, he entered the 3rd dungeon, alone, setting a new record for solo combat. Hiraki answered the phone awkwardly, apologizing. They had no previous achievements of Tsuyoshi. He was not from a prestigious family or any guild. He just lived in the slums. The nominator was President Suzuki. They would continue to monitor. Tatsuo's group still stood waiting, admiring his achievements. In 1 hour, he alone had broken the records of 2 dungeons. He would surely conquer the remaining C-rank dungeon. Truly fearsome, the remaining D-rank dungeons were nothing to him. More and more people gathered, waiting for Tsuyoshi to step out of the gate. Near the last C-rank dungeon, someone remarked that the D-rank hero named Tsuyoshi was attracting attention. Second later, he stepped outside again. Residual blue power color still surrounded his body. The system continuously flashed notifications of new records. Hiro Chiyoshi had cleared the dungeon in 36 minutes and 28 seconds, updating the shortest record for this dungeon. As the first solo combatant, he completed the dungeon in 36 minutes and 28 seconds. The witnesses crowded around issuing invitations. He had consecutively set new records for 3 C-rank dungeons. Mr. Tsukishiro, the Desert Guild, invited him to join, promising him everything he desired. The One-Eye Guild only needed him to break records with them. Chiyoshi politely declined, apologizing to everyone. He was used to acting alone. Someone asked if he still intended to continue. He explained he had no intention of joining any guild or group. He said he was in a hurry and asked everyone to clear the way. An admirer asked if he did not plan to recover his stamina. If he was tired, the priest beside him would heal him. The priestess expressed a desire to join him. Chiyoshi slowly walked through the sea of people, declining the offer. He curled the corner of his mouth in a smile. Thanks to his skill that reduced fatigue, he did not feel the slightest bit tired after clearing these dungeons. The next B-rank dungeon would surely be harder. The fatigue reduction skill was a permanent passive, helping to reduce stamina consumption based on the level difference when combat power far exceeded the enemy. Next came narrow victories in D-rank dungeons. A new series of records was established. Notifications of record breaking continuously appeared. In the D-rank dungeon, a new series of records appeared again. Mamoru watched Chiyoshi's back as he headed to the next dungeon, 2 D-rank dungeons in 10 minutes and 33 seconds and 1 minute and 6 seconds. She had reported to the higher-ups. Hiraki replied with a complicated feeling. He really did it. The last B-rank dungeon was already targeted. Outside the dungeon agency, Suzuki anxiously called but received no reply. He looked at his phone and complained, at least let him know what was happening. If he were a hero, he would have already gone inside, frustrated because the agency would close in 3 hours. Suddenly, Suzuki turned around and saw 2 people chattering as they ran inside. Hurry up, he is over there. I just heard the news. He patted someone's shoulder and asked for information. Excuse me, I am Suzuki, president of the Hero Association. What is going on inside? The man excitedly recounted to Suzuki a D-rank hero had just broken the records of 5 dungeons. He fought solo. There were rumors he was hiding a very powerful new skill. They came to see for themselves. His name was Chiyoshi. Suzuki had not yet digested the information. He propped his hands on his hips and pondered. Perhaps he was sent by some powerful force. It was a long moment before he exclaimed in shock, Chiyoshi. Back inside, Chiyoshi shouldered his greatsword and continued on his path to clearing dungeons. People buzzed with discussion. That was Chiyoshi, the D-rank hero about to enter the last B-rank dungeon. To the crowd's astonishment, Chiyoshi stepped into the gate of the B-rank dungeon. The atmosphere was dead silent. Everyone watched him intently. Kisuke spoke with arrogant contempt. The D-rank adventurer named Tsukishiro was leading everyone on, a solo combatant breaking records for 3 C-rank dungeons and 2 D-rank dungeons, and now entering a B-rank dungeon. It was hard to believe. Junpei agreed. He went in alone without needing to form a party. How could a D-rank fighter survive a B-rank dungeon? If he had special skills, the major guilds would have found him long ago. Takeshi proposed a theory. Perhaps he was sent by a guild or a fan to break records. He must be using illegal items or banned substances to enhance his abilities. Takeshi continued, all D-rank adventurers knew the difficulty of a B-rank dungeon. He was hiding something. Sunji spoke maliciously in his opinion. He would not survive coming out of there. Kiyoshi awkwardly defended Chiyoshi. Do not say that. He saw Chiyoshi come out of the C-rank dungeon unscathed, so he was no ordinary person. He was immediately rebuked and shouted, what do you know? If he was talented, why would he only be a D-rank adventurer? Kisuke agreed with Sunji. He was either lying about his level or had someone backing him. For an ordinary adventurer, a C-rank dungeon was already terrifying, let alone a B-rank dungeon. Kiyoshi wanted to argue but could not help trembling. The results had been evaluated by the system. If he did not have the skill, how could he? Suddenly, synchronized footsteps rang out. Attracting the attention of the group that was talking, someone recognized their identity and shouted, that is the Night Rose Guild. Night Rose Guild, level 35, C-rank adventurer, deputy leader Edric. C-rank, level 38 team leader from the Wild Rose Guild, just left the dungeon and slowly stepped into the crowd. The rose emblem on their attire was both simple yet exuded an air of authority. The first time Hajime saw them, he exclaimed in admiration, that is the Wild Rose, the strongest C-rank guild in the region, and their leader is a formidable level 38 female warrior. Jin added with interest that guild once set a record of 17 minutes and 15 seconds in a B-rank dungeon and broke many other records. They are an independent guild not beholden to any faction. Truly admirable. Takeshi, on the other hand, sneered, asking why they were appearing here. He suspected they too had come because of the rumors about Chiyoshi. Lauren stepped forward in front of the crowd and waved her hand to signal everyone. She turned around and asked in a clear voice. She heard that a D-rank adventurer named Chiyoshi was fighting alone in this B-rank rank dungeon. Tatsuo stepped out from the crowd to confirm that is correct. He had broken 3 consecutive records in the C rank dungeon, which made everyone feel something was unusual. Edric frowned and spoke up, saying it was strange for a D rank adventurer to dare challenge a B rank dungeon alone. He speculated that he was using illegal substances or had backing from some power. Lauren was also doubtful, wondering if it was really true that he broke the record while fighting solo. If it were true, he was no ordinary person, but this matter was still very suspicious. Edric looked contemptuous, saying he must be cheating. Whether he lived or died, his lifespan would still be shortened from using illegal substances. He insisted that this dungeon record belonged to Wild Rose and could not be broken by some D rank. The crowd was agitated, booing and demanding his adventurer license be revoked if he was using stimulants. They demanded that when he came out, they must check and test him. Amidst the angry crowd, one person whispered to their teammate, saying that Luke saw Chuyoshi leave the C-rank dungeon very calmly, with no signs of using illegal substances. Edric overheard and became annoyed, claiming that a weak D rank like him deserved to be taught a lesson. He said he had free time and was ready to have some fun. Lauren spoke up to defend Chuyoshi. Entering a B-rank dungeon alone was already noteworthy. If he managed to survive and come out, people would have to change their assessment. Edric retorted, insisting he definitely could not survive. Lauren interrupted, saying she was just talking about the assessment. If he truly had skill, she wanted to connect and show him the power of Wild Rose. The argument ended, leaving a buzz of discussion at the dungeon entrance. Inside the B-rank dungeon, the scene was gloomy with drifting smoke, fire, and ash. The system displayed detailed information about Chuyoshi, level 18 class warrior equipped with Dan camouflage armor and a Fox Beastman outfit. Weapon Blood Rain sword. Skills include Lightning Chain Strike copy and Law of Ice Sealing Earth. Combat power reached 25,000. He observed his surroundings and realized this B-rank dungeon was far larger and more difficult than the lower rank ones. Chuyoshi began his journey, monologuing as he walked. The old records were enough for the Super Rookie Award, but he wanted to challenge himself here. He found this challenge intriguing. As he walked, the Divine Eye activated, analyzing the surrounding environment. The Divine Eye reported, B-rank dungeon, terrain plains, area approximately 12 square meters. Monsters level 30 to 35. Shadow appearance rate 45%. Suggests wind and earth attribute skills. Chuyoshi scoffed, level 30 is just weak monster. He thought the real challenge would only be if the boss was a shadow type. Chuyoshi stopped, focused, and wondered if the shadows in this world were harder than in his original world. He was truly looking forward to it. Excited, he charged into the attack, challenging the monsters to come at him. The greatsword swung down, tearing through space. Everything was sent flying in the destruction. Everything shattered, space seemed torn, the domain shook as the beasts sensed the intruder. Emerging from the darkness, information appeared on Guardian Wolf. Level 30, attributes wind and dark, super agile. They can slice through armor with their sharp claws. Their weakness is the belly, requires attacks with thunder or earth. Chuyoshi was pleased, exclaiming, perfect. With one sword strike, the wolves were hit by lightning punishment, convulsing repeatedly. One tried to lunge, its sharp claws aimed at Chuyoshi, while the other opened its maw wide and charged. Chuyoshi praised their attack speed while delivering a finishing blow. A slash came down, crushing one monster, its figure vanishing. The remaining one counterattacked, lunging forward but was blocked by a magic barrier. It still did not give up, continuing to charge with the intent to tear Chuyoshi apart. With only a single counterattack, the monster was sent flying, its body slamming into the rocks and going still. After dealing with them, Chuyoshi was still not satisfied and clicked his tongue. He thought to himself that he might need to change his equipment and weapons in this world. The monsters were stronger than before, but the harder it was, the more interesting it became. He scoffed, calling for more weak B-rank dungeon monsters. The moment he finished speaking, the ground shook violently. A horde of monsters poured out from within the smoke and fire, attacking like a tidal wave. His blade was already soaked with monster blood. Chuyoshi looked down at the scattered monster corpses, feeling satisfied because it had been a long time since he fought to his heart's content. A roar echoed, drawing his gaze. Elite level 32 Stone Rhinoceros, Earth attribute monster. It had an extremely powerful stone defense layer, very difficult to break unless injured. Its weakness is the eyes, requires attacks with thunder, elemental magic, or poison. Its footsteps shook the ground. Chuyoshi was puzzled but quickly launched an attack on the elite monster. He swung his sword, aiming for its head, but it was blocked by a layer of golden stone, nullifying the attack. Only then did Chuyoshi feel the real challenge. He exclaimed, "This is tough." Just as he landed, the rhinoceros charged, targeting Chuyoshi. He quickly used his magic power to block its massive attack. The parry drained a lot of Chuyoshi's magic power, but he still smirked, a big body yet moving so fast. The rhinoceros did not rest, backing up to prepare for its next attack. Chuyoshi quickly regained his battle rhythm and continued charging forward. The rhinoceros' murky red eyes ferociously shot out a spear. This time, he easily blocked the attack and said, "I am not in the mood to play with you, big boy." Chiyochi swiftly found its weak point and decisively struck the final blow. Finishing slash landed, and the system immediately announced. The strong defense layer was broken due to a hit on the weak point. His emerald eyes blazing, Chiyochi ordered in a low voice, "You are done. Let the lightning halberd tear you apart." Pierced in its vital spot, the rhinoceros roared in agony, shaking the ground. The lightning halberd pierced through every cell, causing it to be unable to hold on and collapse. Finally took it down, but Chiyochi was also quite injured. He thought, fighting an elite monster, this equipment is about to break. Using only the weapon without the help of the divine system is truly difficult. Looking at the greatsword, he quickly calculated, needing to speed up and upgrade equipment in other worlds. The divine eye appraised the weapon and reported, compatibility with owner is 46.3%, power insufficient, effects monotonous. A high-level weapon with the nimble passive skill has been obtained. Chiyochi had to put the sword away for safekeeping. He thought, if a B-rank dungeon is this hard, he wondered what higher ranks would be like. Even without a weapon, he still found high-level monsters fascinating. The boss is the shadow element. He looked forward to it even more. Outside the B-rank dungeon, everyone was in an uproar. Someone asked, "Still not out yet?" Kizik could not hide his contempt. If he does not come out after 20 minutes, he must have met the king of hell. A D-rank brat trying to solo a B-rank dungeon is practically suicide. Gunpei yawned widely and chimed in, "Exactly, that guy is way too arrogant. Being attacked by a pack of level 30 monsters, maybe even his body is gone. The supervisor will soon announce the challenger's death." Edric silently affirmed his failure, recounting Wild Rose's first B-rank dungeon run. That was a historical record against a herd of level 30 rhinos and the final boss. The hard-to-beat record was 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. He received admiring glance. Someone still spoke up to defend Chiyochi. That Mr. Chiyoshi is not all that bad. Maybe this B-rank dungeon is also... He was cut off by Edric. That man asked loudly, "So you mean we are not as good as him? A D-rank brat not out after 20 minutes is dead for sure. If he comes out, I will request a stimulant test from the Alliance." Takeshi adjusted his glasses in agreement. Right, if he used banned substances, he could not last long anyway. One person cannot clear all the monsters in a B-rank dungeon. Forget the record, his life might be in danger. Crowd was convinced, and voices of agreement arose. A B-rank dungeon is completely different from C and D ranks. A D-rank adventurer inside for 20 minutes. The result is clear. Lauren was unmoved. She stood steadfastly before the gate waiting for Chiyochi to step out. The system board displayed information: challenger Chiyoshi, D rank, current status, fighting. 20 minutes 17 seconds. The Wild Rose Society's record is 1 hour 5 minutes 15 seconds. The shortest solo record for the first C rank dungeon, 15 minutes 33 seconds, Suki Ndio Chiyoshi. Second C rank dungeon, 26 minutes 12 seconds. First D rank dungeon, 10 minutes 33 seconds. Second D rank dungeon, 11 minutes 6 seconds. After reading the board, Lauren fell into deep thought again. D-rank adventurer Chiyoshi, whether it was C-rank or D-rank dungeons, soloed them in such a short time. She thought of an unbelievable possibility. It has been 20 minutes. A normal D-rank would be dead, but perhaps... Edric saw through Lauren's thoughts. He called out, "Captain, what are you looking at?" She replied softly, "Nothing." Lauren read the board carefully, silently wondering about this strange power. Could he still be alive and fighting? Current challenger, Chiyoshi, D-rank adventurer, current status, fighting. She clenched her fists to calm herself. Impossible, a D-rank adventurer could not possibly. Deep within the B-rank dungeon, a swamp with aquatic plants, Chiyochi finally arrived before the final boss's territory. Before him was a massive stone door, heavy with aura, carved with many ancient runes. Chiyochi faltered under its pressure, hesitating for a moment. All around, fossilized statues reminded him of the presence of the shadow. But then he resolved to reach out and open the door. "Let us go, sorry for making you wait." The moment the door cracked open, a dense miasma of death surged out like a tide, pulling Chiyoshi inside. In an instant, he stepped into the final boss's domain. Area boss, terrain, deep shadow. Poisonous blade, moon sickle, level 45 shadow boss. When he saw Chiyochi, he spoke with some surprise. "You came alone, first time I have seen this." The divine eye analyzed. Poisonous blade, moon sickle, level 45 shadow boss. Attributes: intelligence, shadow, ice. High intelligence, strong defense, extremely fast. Weapon causes mental attacks and expands a cold domain. The poisonous blade laughed scornfully, intently observing him. "A tiny adventurer dares to fight me alone." Chiyochi stood still, his body trembling noticeably. Seeing this, he said in a mocking tone, "You are shaking, scared. If you are scared, just self-destruct. Save me the effort." Waiting for him to finish, Chiyoshi spoke up to refute. "Not at all, I am not scared." The poisonous blade looked at him with confusion. Chiyochi lifted his head, meeting his gaze. He declared confidently, "I am not afraid of you. I am feeling the bloodlust. Being able to kill a shadow attribute like you is what I have been waiting for. Besides, I want want your weapon, because I just lost mine. The poisonous blade was slightly stunned. He had never been spoken to like this by a solo player. He stood up, his eyes blazing with interest as he looked at him. Interesting, such an insignificant human dares to be this courageous. He did not spare his praise but also warned, your courage is commendable, but to obtain this weapon. The moment he finished, a surge of freezing air shot out, freezing the space. Chuyoshi raised his head, a cold smile curling on his lips. Very well. The greatsword erupted with magic power between the lightning halberd and wrathful fire. He declared, for Karina and my parents, I will personally cut down everything. At the B-rank dungeon, the boss area, the poisonous blade stood before Chuyoshi and asked, Deep Shadow, you want my weapon, do you not? He confirmed without hesitation, I will take it after I tear you into 100 pieces. The poisonous blade sneered contemptuously, daring to challenge me alone. Annoyed, he swung his sword directly at him and cursed, stupid human. With just one strike from the poisonous blade descending, the surroundings shook violently. Chuyoshi immediately activated his divine eye to analyze, a psychic shockwave spreading out. Area attack, effective within a 15-meter radius, dealing damage and psychological erosion. Has a 10% chance to cause dizziness for 3 seconds, counter or dodge recommended. His eyes flickered, the corner of his mouth curling up in interest at this area of effect attack. He leaped backward to dodge the shockwave from the poison demon sword's blade, silently planning to use the freezing earth attribute to maintain distance. In the blink of an eye, Chuyoshi had moved to a safe position. Seeing his attack had no effect on him, the poison demon sword was slightly surprised, his gaze turning wary. He said that was just a warm-up. He stabbed his sword into the ground, activating an instantaneous expansion of a frozen domain. The ice surface beneath Chuyoshi's feet swiftly cracked apart. He calmly used his divine eye to analyze. Information appeared in his eyes. Frozen domain expansion. Fixed area attack, 30-meter radius. Reduces movement speed by 30%. Has a 5% chance to freeze for 5 seconds. Dodge recommended or leave the domain quickly. Chuyoshi thoughtfully realized it would slow him down. Then his expression became distant, retorting that he shouldn't think he could suppress him so easily. Chuyoshi's hand gripping his sword tightened, veins bulging on his fingers. Instantly, countless electric sparks burst around him, summoning a lightning spear, and the notification of the frozen domain's appearance and expansion was destroyed. The system reported that the opponent's skill had been cancelled. The chain lightning strike skill had a 30-second cooldown. Chuyoshi charged forward, silently thinking he had broken the domain and nullified the skill, so now was the right moment. His great sword slashed straight at the poison demon sword. However, the blade inexplicably slid right through him. Chuyoshi stared in shock at the poison demon sword's health bar, which had only moved a tiny bit. He was stunned, thinking that was just a tiny scratch. The poison demon sword's expression was cold, his voice mocking as he called him a fool. He swung his sword while contemptuously sneering, saying his attack was no different from a mosquito bite. Chuyoshi leaned back to dodge that unexpected attack. He continued to activate his divine eye, and a description immediately appeared. Target has extremely high defense, 75% physical resistance, 90% shadow attribute resistance. Recommended to attack the heart weak point, or use piercing or light attributes. Chuyoshi sidestepped to another spot, muttering that his physical resistance was that high, so he would aim for the weak point. He gathered force in his toes and leaped up from the melted ice surface. The poison demon sword taunted that Chuyoshi didn't know his limits and kept rushing in, truly an arrogant fool. He slashed his sword down. Chuyoshi dodged to the side, the blade grazing past his face. The poison demon sword was slightly surprised, wondering how he could predict his attacks so accurately. Not letting him react in time, he teleported behind him, assuming the stance to unleash his ultimate technique, chain lightning strike. Chuyoshi gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging, releasing the freezing earth law skill, challenging him, asking if it suited him. That attack shot straight towards the position on the poison demon sword's chest. His health bar plummeted rapidly. A pain cry echoed across the battlefield. Chuyoshi sneered in mockery, saying so he wasn't some invincible type after all. The poison demon sword's gaze changed, full of wariness, admitting Chuyoshi was tougher than he imagined. He raised his sword high, angrily shouting that he was too confident. Divine Eye analysis was activated, and a description appeared immediately. Ice Sword Aura, a target-locking attack dealing physical damage, with a 20% chance to slow for 5 seconds. Counter or dodge recommended. Chuyoshi tried to dodge but panicked internally because a target-locking attack couldn't be dodged. Finally, he decided to use momentum to absorb the impact from that attack. However, the attack still caused Chuyoshi's health bar to drop significantly. He frowned, watching the poison demon sword breathing heavily, calculating that he absorbed damage well and had frightening agility. Chuyoshi charged in, attacking while cursing, telling him not to stand still in a deadly match. His sword pierced through the poison demon sword's chest, purple blood spurting from his old wound. The poison demon sword hurriedly swung his sword to push him away, enraged that a lowly human could drive him to this state. Divine Eye analysis helped Tsuyoshi realize it was a psychic shockwave combined with a physical sweep. A 120-degree area attack has a 30% chance to cause knockback, recommended to retreat behind the boss. He quickly followed the Divine Eye suggestion. Another sword strike pierced through the old wound's position, causing the poison demon sword's health bar to shift again. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, asking how he could predict his attacks. Tsuyoshi stood calmly, saying perhaps his movement was too predictable. One look and he knew. Poison demon sword goaded into a manic laugh called Tsuyoshi an arrogant human warrior. Formally erupted, roaring loudly, saying he had underestimated him, clearly not an ordinary fighter. Tsuyoshi watched the poison demon sword's transformation in alarm. From his back suddenly sprouted two dark wings. Description appeared, introducing the Moon's Scythe poison demon sword in its final form. The Divine Eye analysis was activated. Details appeared. Combat power increased by 50%, speed increased by 30%, defense increased by 20%. Acquired new skill, Black Ice Moon Prison. Weak points unchanged. Tsuyoshi sneered. He mocked that he had already forced him into his final form so soon. He raised his sword in challenge, telling him to come and see what a surprise was before he died by his hand. The system announced that the Heavenly King Hammer was ready. Luke and the others were outside the B-rank dungeon. The surrounding area was already packed with people. Lauren raised her cup of hot tea, pondering whether Tsuyoshi would actually break their record. She began to worry that their guild's record would be taken, affecting their reputation and resources, causing major changes for the future. Just then, Luke came over to pour more tea for Lauren and asked her what she was thinking. She was startled and thanked him. Lauren, looking sad, asked him what he thought about the hero named Tsuyoshi. He answered exactly as she thought. That guy was very strong, capable of breaking their record. Lauren was astonished and asked why he thought that. He honestly said he had not met the guy yet but had heard about what happened upon entering the dungeon. Despite being mocked, the guy just glanced over and walked away. Recalling that emotionless expression, he asserted that if the guy were a fool or an addict, he would not have behaved that way. Lauren also agreed, murmuring that the guy was calm and stable. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion coming from nearby. Edric and his group of fans were gossiping that using stimulants would shorten one's lifespan. He said that if that guy survived, he would eat his own staff. He looked away from them and asserted that the quietest monsters were the most terrifying ones. Back in the B-rank dun's boss area, in the deep darkness, the poisonous demon sword in its final form stood opposite Tsuyoshi. His body was enveloped in golden lightning bolts. The poisonous demon sword was wary. That expression seemed not of this world. Perhaps it came from somewhere else. He closed in on Tsuyoshi and admitted that he was not the strongest, but he surprised him more than anyone else. He calmly taunted, "Rest assured, there will be bigger surprises later." The poisonous demon sword angrily lunged forward. "Is that so? Show me then." Two sides quickly clashed, their movements so fast that no one could keep up. That speed only left colorful lines in the scenery. Tsuyoshi used the Divine Eye to analyze. Annotation appeared. Perfect form, speed increased by 30%, combat power increased by 50%. Attack method combines speed and spiritual invasion, suggesting using the Frozen Earth Law to wait for a counterattack opportunity. Tsuyoshi dodged the blow while thinking to himself, too fast. He calculated that a direct confrontation with this form would be easy to get hurt. With the difference in power, it would be difficult for him to get out unscathed. Thinking this, he immediately charged into attack, using the Frozen Earth Law. Tsuyoshi swung his sword to block the blow, but the blade could not withstand it. The attack simply grazed past Tsuyoshi's face. He retreated, his health bar at only half. Tsuyoshi sneered, "Not bad." He immediately jumped up and teleported behind the poisonous demon sword. Tsuyoshi continued to attack him. That slash did not cause any damage. The poisonous demon sword laughed loudly, saying his weapon was like an ant bite. He used his giant hand with claws to swipe at him to see how long he could last. Despite his boast, the poisonous demon sword still had to marvel upon seeing Tsuyoshi move so fast. Even though he was completely suppressed and his health was constantly dropping, he felt no fear, remaining eerily calm. Tsuyoshi, unaware of his thoughts, calmly dodged each attack. Enraged, poisonous demon sword attacked with full force, asking him how much more he could endure. Countless ice spikes enveloped Tsuyoshi. Divine Eye analysis displayed a wide area attack with a 50 m radius, ice and spiritual invasion damage type, advising to find shelter immediately. An ice spike grazed his face, leaving a long scar. Tsuyoshi assessed that the attack area was too wide. He quickly noticed a spot and focused his power into his abdomen for maximum defense. A large ice pillar shot out, blasting Tsuyoshi away. His health dropped sharply along with a notification that his body's performance had decreased by 60%. The poisonous demon sword frowned, asking how he was still alive, but with the remaining HP, how could he possibly win? With that, he grabbed his sword and charged forward to decide the outcome, declaring he would cut him in half. "Blame your own recklessness." Suddenly, Tsuyoshi threw away his sword, muttering that it was time. His hand emitted a blinding golden light that illuminated the scene. He used the divine eye to analyze and extract jumping force from the boss's attack energy. Tsuyoshi gripped the sword hilt tightly, thinking that when he let his guard down, he would summon the Heavenly King Hammer. A flash of killing intent gleamed in his eyes, his gaze cold and resolute. Seeing Tsuyoshi charge, the poisonous demon sword sneered, saying he could not kill him. The shadow of a beast emerged from the weapon. He calculated that thanks to the system upgrade, the hammer's power had increased from 3% to 10%. Now he was also channeling the frozen earth law into it to add wind and lightning attributes. Tsuyoshi thought to himself that he had channeled the law's power into the system. The law was channeled into the weapon, temporarily giving it the wind attribute, but it could not withstand the energy of the Heavenly King Hammer. Both his hands were nearly destroyed. Tsuyoshi was determined, gripping the weapon hilt tightly, focusing his strongest body power into his hands. The system reported that the strongest body power had been applied to the hands. Current damage neutralization rate reached 68%. He pushed forward with all his might, shouting for him to watch closely. A finishing blow sent the poisonous demon sword flying. He screamed in panic. How could his HP drop so low? It was impossible. Tsuyoshi delivered the final blow, the venomous sword cleaving the enemy's body in two. His sword flew away, embedding itself straight into a crack in the ground. Tsuyoshi landed safely right beside that sword. The finishing blow generated a recoil that made him spit out blood. He quickly drank a health potion, his health bar recovering. His hands trembling slightly, Tsuyoshi grasped the demon venom sword. Looking at the enemy's body which had not yet dissipated, he taunted, surprised. The system announced that hero Tsuyoshi had completed the challenge. His time was 45 minutes and 36 seconds, while Luke took 1 hour and 5 minutes. A golden pillar of light flashed, a mechanical voice confirming he had cleared his first solo dungeon. Reward: Moon Sand Spirit Blade, a spiritual, dark, and ice attribute weapon. He leveled up from 18 to 20, still a warrior. Equipment: Dan Armor, Fox Beastman Set, Moon Sand Spirit Blade. Skills: Lightning Speed Multi-Strike, Frost Prison, and Copy. Current battle power, 27,600. Outside the B-rank dungeon, the crowd was glued to the gate. At that moment, an announcement rang out. Hero Tsuyoshi had cleared the dungeon in 45 minutes and 36 seconds. This was a new record for the first solo run of this dungeon. The number 45 minutes and 36 seconds shone clearly above Luke's record of 1 hour 5 minutes, stunning the Wild Rose Society. Edric exclaimed in shock, "Impossible." Surrounding people also had their mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. Lauren jumped up in surprise. She stared blankly at the gate, thinking to herself that he had actually done it. The staff members around were chattering noisily. Tsuyoshi still hasn't come out. The data of 45 minutes and 36 seconds was truly astonishing. Suddenly, the gate flashed brilliantly. A strong gust of wind rushed out from inside. The crowd hurriedly shielded themselves, not knowing what was happening. Tsuyoshi's figure slowly emerged from the gate. In his hand, he held a majestic trophy, the demon venom sword. His powerful aura and cold expression made everyone dare not speak. Someone whispered, "The blood of the boss and his own is all over him. It looks gruesome." Tsuyoshi said nothing, thinking he must quickly meet Chairman Suzuki to register as a super rookie. Suddenly, a person pushed through, raising his hand and shouting, "You used prohibited substances, didn't you?" Edric agreed, yelling, "How can an ordinary person single-handedly defeat a B-rank dungeon boss?" The crowd immediately shifted their attack, claiming he used stimulants and needed to explain himself. Tsuyoshi calmly replied, "Sorry, I have an urgent appointment at the association headquarters. I don't have time." Edric raised his weapon to block him, challenging him, "If your strength is real, then duel me. Defeat me, and the new record will be acknowledged." Tsuyoshi coldly glanced at him, spitting out 2 words, "Nonsense." Edric immediately accused him to the crowd, saying he was scared and trying to run. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, the Wild Rose Society vice captain, a level 35 mage with 18,000 battle power, would soon regret this. At that moment, Lauren appeared, blocking in front of Tsuyoshi. She said sternly, "I respect the result, but it's hard to believe for a D-rank hero." Tsuyoshi asked back coldly, "So what?" Lauren suggested he prove his strength in front of everyone, as this result was too suspicious. Tsuyoshi asked the staff member beside him, "What time is it?" That person replied it was around 5 p.m. He nodded, coldly looking at them. "I still have some time, a one-on-one is fine." Crowd gasped in astonishment, not believing that after just fighting a boss, he dared to challenge a vice captain. Edric thought scornfully, daring to duel right after fighting a boss. That's just self-destruction. He had mastered a new skill, Elemental Burst. It was magic his guild won at auction, immobilizing the enemy and dealing massive damage. He believed that even at the same level, a mage's burst was invincible. The morning light shone on the lake's surface. A public voice rang out, "The rule is no killing, both sides please prepare." The two stood opposite each other, waiting for the start signal. No killing rule determines the winner without endangering life. Edric raised his weapon, introducing himself, Wild Rose Society, Vice Captain Edric, C-rank mage, level 35. Tsuyoshi also introduced himself, Tsuyoshi level 20 warrior. In his heart, he added that his actual combat power was 27,600. Edric mocked him for not daring to state his combat power, believing he used drugs. Tsuyoshi said quietly. You'll be frozen when I reveal my true power. Edric scornfully swung his weapon, declaring he would teach him a lesson. Lauren stood in silent observation. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock at seeing something. Tsuyoshi calmly hoisted the giant sword onto his shoulder. Lauren suddenly recalled IG's words. An idiot or an addict couldn't have such a calm state. The staff member nervously lowered his hand. Begin. Edric raised his axe high, arrogantly declaring he would end this right now. Light began to emit from the head of the axe. He shouted loudly, witnessed the difference in rank, then excitedly thought he would crush his opponent with the burst damage. Lauren frowned, thinking using elemental burst from the start was really unfair. Tsuyoshi stood still, calm, his hand gripping the glowing sword tightly. Suddenly, his entire body vanished like a wisp of smoke. The crowd around Luke was still stunned by Edric's power, first the elemental explosion, then using that move. Where did he get so much stamina? Fighting all day without ever getting tired? Edric was putting all his strength into summoning a large windstorm. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi appeared right in front of him, forcing him to stop. The system notified that the strongest body had reached 36%, with energy converging into his right hand. Tsuyoshi swung his fist with a contemptuous look. I'm only a D-rank hero because I haven't had the chance to level up yet. Edric was terrified and tried to say something, but all words were cut off by Tsuyoshi's punch straight to the face. Edric was sent flying by the punch in front of everyone. His body slammed hard into the ground, and he lost consciousness immediately after. The system instantly announced that the vice captain of the Wild Rose Association, Edric, a C-rank mage, level 35, with a combat power of 18,000, had been defeated in a single blow. Lauren was terrified. Just one blow. If it were her, what would happen? Could she dodge it? The muscles on Tsuyoshi's arm were bulging with blue veins, his eyes full of murderous intent. He looked around coldly and asked, anyone else want to try fighting me? Everyone covered their faces in fear. Edric, with a combat power of 18,000, was sent flying in a single move even while holding a weapon. Lauren was also panicked, worriedly thinking that was not ordinary power. If he was truly only level 20, what would the future hold? Luke walked over and said calmly, I told you he was strong, but I didn't expect he was this strong. Hurry and take Eric for treatment. A few people immediately stepped forward to support Edric and leave. At this moment, Lauren also regained her composure. She stood in front of him and confirmed, Hero Tsuyoshi, your power is real. On behalf of the Wild Rose Association, I acknowledge you. Tsuyoshi replied coldly, thank you. Suddenly, a staff member shouted loudly to announce, Tsuyoshi's comprehensive data has been confirmed by the system. The result is valid. Combat power level, records are all normal. Any objections will not be accepted. The crowd was in an uproar, truly a monster, clearing a B-rank dungeon alone, and sending Edric flying with a single punch. He must have at least C-rank power. I even mocked him earlier. How embarrassing. Tsuyoshi paid no attention and coldly walked away. Lauren admired him, thinking, maybe he will become an S-rank hero one day. If only I could form an association with him. Outside the dungeon agency, a luxurious car was already parked. As soon as he saw Tsuyoshi step out, Suzuki immediately beamed a bright smile. He was so happy he cried tears of joy, praising nonstop, well done, clearing a B-rank dungeon alone in 45 minutes and 30 seconds. I was the first to know the result. I have a talent in my hands. Suzuki patted his shoulder with eyes full of expectation. The Rookie Supernova tournament will start tomorrow. Today is the registration deadline. I was worried something would happen to you, but you not only survived but also set a record. Let's go to the headquarters. Tsuyoshi nodded. The car carrying the two quickly drove away. Scene shift to the hero headquarters. In the evening, a surprised shout rang out. In just one day, he had updated all the records of the dungeon agency. A staff member could not hide their astonishment when receiving the data. 45 minutes and 35 seconds to clear a single-player B-rank dungeon. Truly formidable. Suzuki urged to quickly confirm the information and register. He will participate in the Rookie Supernova tournament as a substitute. The staff member hurriedly replied, yes, please wait a moment. A moment later, the staff member reported, the confirmation and registration procedures for Mr. Tsuyoshi have been completed. The application to participate in the tournament as a substitute has been approved. Please arrive on time tomorrow. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, she speaks to me with respect. No matter the world, power is still the deciding factor. He calmly replied yes. Suzuki's eyes lit up. He patted his shoulder and laughed. You did very well, even as a substitute. The tournament has many competitors. The future of the Hero Association Academy relies on you. Tsuyoshi smiled softly and murmured, the Rookie Supernova tournament. I need to win to get my C-rank hero license. He told himself that is the fastest way to get the rebirth Dan from the auction. Karina's leg will be healed. Back at Tsuyoshi's apartment, in the evening, the light outside shone through the window, brightening the entire room. He gently tucked in the blanket for Karina, who was still sleeping soundly. Tsuyoshi's eyes were tender as he looked at her and whispered, Karina, I will help you walk again soon. He slowly closed her room door. In his own room, Tsuyoshi lay warily on the bed, not bothering to change his clothes. He checked the system. When he reached level 20, a new reward had appeared. He hadn't looked at it because he was busy with the duel. The screen showed, reached level 20, the reward will be enticing. He called out happily, there it is, then clicked on the compatibility system. The screen displayed a notification, you have reached level 20, you can receive a reward from the system. He wondered, will I be rewarded every time I level up? Two new notifications appeared. Reward 1, update the divine selection into a skill, significantly increasing its effect. Reward 2, update the strongest body, automatically increase full body defense power by 60 times, allows adjustment of focus. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up. I can choose which skill to update. Perfect. Lately, I haven't been satisfied with my current skills, especially when facing high-level opponents. He recalled the previous battle, jumped up immediately. Reward 2, defense increased by 60 times, solves my physical weakness. I have been seriously injured many times, now I can endure more. Tsuyoshi quickly accepted. A blinding flash of light emanated. The system notified that the second reward had been received. The strongest body has been updated. Tsuyoshi hurriedly opened his shirt to check his abdominal muscles, exclaiming in admiration, hey, this is amazing, a full 60 times defense power. Every time I burst energy I get injured. Now I can bear it better. At the same time, the system displayed that the first reward had been received. Please choose the skill you wish to update. He calculated, I'll choose Thunder Chain Strike. It is my only current skill. I need to find stronger skills. Golden light radiated once more. Thunder Chain Strike was updated to Heavenly Thunder. The area of effect of Heavenly Thunder increased by 100 times. From 3 meters to 300 meters, restrictions were removed. Can continuously attack one enemy for 10 seconds within a 5-meter radius. Tsuyoshi was stunned. The area of effect increased by 100 times, and I can use it freely. Continuous attack within 5 meters for 10 seconds. So satisfying, I've become even stronger. He lay down comfortably and told himself, tomorrow is the tournament, I need to sleep early. It's been a while since I had a good sleep. Suddenly, the image of Sakura appeared in his mind. A wave of worry rose in his heart. It seemed Sakura was afraid of something. He closed his eyes and comforted himself. Once I'm done here, I will return to that other world with my current power, hoping I can help her. Scene shift to the outskirts. Early the next morning, a deserted road. Suzuki drove him. He reminded him that in this Super Rookie tournament, resource limitations would be decided, so he must not show mercy. Ranking was the top priority and many would fight desperately, so he must not be careless. Tsuyoshi coldly replied yes, but inwardly he sneered, betting his life. Since becoming a hero, he was already used to it. Seeing that expression, Suzuki grew worried as the boy seemed more mature and colder than before. He tried to find a topic. Oh right, this tournament was held in a dungeon inside a large mountain. It was very spacious inside, and he heard that a legendary S-rank hero had once drilled deep into it with a single blow, hence the name One Strike Mountain. Tsuyoshi asked curiously about One Strike Mountain and the legendary S-rank hero. Was there any difference from a normal S-rank? Seeing his interest, Suzuki said he had only heard about it, but there were indeed differences in power among S-rank heroes. The car moved toward the mountain ahead. Suzuki sighed again. Whether that warrior existed was still a mystery. He had only heard it through word of mouth. The car stopped, and he announced they had arrived. Tsuyoshi stepped out, stunned as he looked at the scene before him. This was the tournament venue, One Strike Mountain. A huge cave appeared in his sight. Tsuyoshi murmured, One Strike Mountain. He could not help but think of the power of the legendary S-rank hero. No matter how many times he heard it, it still felt so mighty. Suzuki introduced impressive. Right, it was even bigger inside. He was also dumbfounded the first time he saw it. He would take him to the entrance, but for the later matches, he would have to rely on himself. Staff were waiting to check. He was the contestant Tsuyoshi. Right, please go this way. Suzuki urged Tsuyoshi, remember to be careful inside. No matter what, he must return alive. Tsuyoshi stepped inside calmly. Rest assured, he understood. At the event area of the Super Rookie Tournament, countless warriors were standing in the waiting hall. Tsuyoshi held a map and looked around. The Hero Union was over here. He swept through with his divine eye. Member number 1, JS level 36, C-rank hero, warrior class, combat power 16,500. Member number 3, Siri level 36, C-rank hero, battle priest, combat power 15,500. Member number 2, Fabian, level 36 C-rank hero, thief, combat power 16,000. Tsuyoshi noticed all 4 were young C-rank heroes with outstanding combat power. Indeed, the elite soldiers from different factions were different. Finally, he took the initiative to speak. Hello, I am Tsuyoshi, level 20 warrior, participating as a reserve for the Hero Union. Grace sneered, level 20 D rank. How could the Union send such a low-level person here? Fabian taunted, at least C rank, right? It was true that reserves had the right to participate, but they did not want a dead weight. Siri speculated, maybe he got in through connections. They would work hard so the reserve would not need to play. Tsuyoshi did not mind, calmly walking toward the seats, then good luck. He told himself. The goal of the tournament was simple: support the team to victory to obtain the C-rank hero badge. He needed that badge to participate in the auction, to secure the regeneration golden pill, helping Karina walk normally again. Tsuyoshi recalled the image of himself with Karina, thinking that no matter what he must win. At that moment, a delighted laugh echoed throughout the room. Trash, a level 20 D rank as a reserve. Was the hero union that short on manpower? They must be desperate. The crowd glared angrily toward the door. The C-Chart Society, one of the 5 major factions, had long been in conflict with the Hero Union Association, stepped inside. Consisting of 4 members, from right to left were the level 37 Poisonous Viper, a thief with a combat power of 17,000, the level 37 Black Sword, a warrior with a combat power of 17,500, the reserve member named Gun, level 36, warrior, combat power 16,000, Flame Demon, level 36 mage, combat power 16,500. Tsuyoshi secretly assessed their combat power was higher than their sides, no wonder they were so aggressive. Siri softly reminded, the 5 major factions and the 3 great guilds have been opposing us repeatedly. The higher-ups turn a blind eye, but when it comes to profit, conflict is inevitable. Fabian bluntly cursed, hey D-rank reserve, he's laughing at you. Black Sword crossed his arms and sneered, taking a D rank as a reserve is truly hilarious. This time you guys will die a miserable death. Fabian gritted his teeth in anger, so arrogant. The Hero Union Association is the largest organization specializing in evaluating hero levels. The outcome today is not decided yet. Watch your tongue and don't act so superior. Gantetsu cracked his neck and stepped forward to retort, acting superior. Hero evaluations are the same everywhere. He chuckled sinisterly and suggested, how about we have a sparring match before the tournament starts? Don't worry, it's just friendly competition. Sparring is recognized by the organizers. The only rules are no weapons and no killing. What do you say? Gantetsu slid over to Tsuyoshi and taunted, of course if you guys are scared, feel free to run. Then when you lose in the real match, you can just blame that D-rank brat. Fabian immediately agreed, deal D-rank versus D-rank, you guys better not run. Saying that, he stepped out and instructed him, a D-rank like you can't handle him, let me go. And Tetsu demanded, so shall we start now? At the temporary arena preparation area, the crowd buzzed with excitement. It seemed the Union and the C-Chart were about to spar. Fabian stepped up with his stats, Hero Union Association Fabian level 36, C-rank, Thief, combat power 16,000. Opposite him, Gantetsu cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, C-Chart Society Gantetsu, level 36, C-rank, Warrior, combat power 16,000. Two sides looked at each other, heard the start signal began. Fabian was the first to charge in for an attack. He thought to himself, even without a weapon, just hand-to-hand is enough. Gantetsu lightly dodged the blow, his voice dripping with contempt. Petty tricks. Fabian hastily slammed on the brakes, gritting his teeth and thinking, what kind of speed is this? Gantetsu raised his leg high, chuckling sinisterly and said, I'm used to dealing with thieves like you. I have no intention of playing nice with slowpoke like you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his leg and broke Fabian's bones. He clutched his leg in agony and screamed in pain. His 2 teammates cried out in shock, calling Fabian's name. He cradled his injured leg and groaned, my leg. The system announced a broken right leg, unable to continue the tournament. Gantetsu sneered, you trash from the Hero Union are all talk, weak as day-old rice. He raised his leg again, intending to cripple Fabian's other leg as well. I don't care if I get penalized for breaking the rules. Grace and Sherry quickly rushed forward and shouted, stop it you bastard. But a figure had already moved faster than he did. He immediately teleported to Fabian's side, using his hand to block that man's attack. Gantetsu was terrified, his face pale as he thought to himself, truly strong. He asked trembling, who are you? Tsuyoshi coldly looked at Gantetsu, his voice full of threat. Do you intend to kill me? At this moment, James's people finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, what was that speed? Tsuyoshi turned and called for a staff member, sorry, please take him to the medical room. The 2 quickly replied, yes. Before being helped away, Fabian still worriedly urged, you must be careful. Tsuyoshi calmly replied, you are the one who needs to be careful. He pulled down his collar challengingly, I will continue the qualifying match. If you are scared, then get lost. His huge body stood towering against Tsuyoshi, you kid? Fine, reserve versus reserve. He sneered, uttering mockingly, even a D-rank brat thinks he can act tough? His legs began to move powerfully, charging at Tsuyoshi. Then, 5 punches carrying immense power headed straight for him. Here I come. Ace could barely contain his anger at the despicable act he and Sherry ran over. You bastard, he intends to kill our teammate to eliminate us due to lack of members. A flash of green light suddenly flew past Gantetsu. Surprise was clear on his face as Tsuyoshi dodged the blow. What is this? He smoothly read the moves and countered, kicking straight into his leg. Gantetsu tumbled across the ground, snarling in pain, my leg. Not giving him time to recover, Tsuyoshi lunged forward, grabbed his head tightly and asked coldly, "Does a broken leg hurt?" He slammed his head hard against the wall, cracking it. His body lay flat on the ground. The system announced, "Lost consciousness, unable to continue fighting, eliminated." Tsuyoshi's victory left everyone stunned. Wasn't he just D rank? Before everyone's eyes, he brushed off his clothes lightly and replied calmly, "Now we are even." His sharp gaze turned to them. "Still want to continue?" The three behind him startled and stepped back. The group quickly turned and left. The swordsman managed to utter a warning, "Remember this." Despite their worry, the examinees still admired Tsuyoshi's ability. What terrifying strength! Kicked a leg clean off, punched a man flying. It is truly unbelievable. He is D rank. Scene change at the Hero Association's preparation area. Sherry said gratefully, "Thank you for protecting Fabian. What is your true power? How can a D rank hero do that?" Kept a cold expression, answered honestly, "I just could not stand by and watch. I am truly D rank. Fabian is injured, so you will have to participate." Tsuyoshi did not hesitate, firmly accepting. "Understood, I cannot afford to lose in this tournament." Grace whispered a compliment behind Sherry, truly passionate. She walked over and placed a bracelet on his hand, instructing, "This is a communication bracelet used in the tournament." The bracelet emitted a silver light, appearing on all three of their hands. The system panel appeared, showing the rules and event information. Examinees should check the details. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi asked in confusion. The first event is an elimination match, a simple strategy to eliminate half the examinees. Sherry explained, all examinees will defeat monsters in a fake dungeon. Reaching 150 points within 1 hour passes, the rest fail. However, there are the following rules. Stronger players gradually revealed themselves, currently 120 examinees. If more than half pass, only the top 60 scorers enter the next round. Those who pass but are not in the top 60 are still considered failed. Therefore, even 155 points does not guarantee passing. You must kill many monsters to earn more points. Next, he was informed there are 2 difficulty modes, normal and dark. In normal mode, each monster gives 1 point. In dark mode, there are only dark monsters. Each gives 5 points. Every 30 seconds, the number of monsters doubles. In other words, this will be a tough battle. You must stay highly alert. Luke especially emphasized, do not be tempted by the dark mode's points. Choose normal mode. The monsters are generated according to the player's level. You are at level 20. Monsters in both modes are the same level. However, the dark attribute monsters are still stronger. Many previous examinees chose wrongly and were defeated. The explanation continued, even normal mode is not easy. It doubles every 30 seconds. No matter how energetic you are at the start, eventually your stamina and energy will deplete, making you easily surrounded. In general, it is a test of endurance and enemy quantity. An hour of this kind of combat must be very exhausting. Tsuyoshi wanted to know more. He immediately asked, "What is the highest record?" Sherry and James said in unison, slightly surprised, "The record for this mode?" They quickly replied, telling of an examinee from the Hero Association who chose dark mode. Took 45 minutes and achieved 1,500 points, meaning he had to defeat 300 same-level dark monsters. 300 is truly unimaginable. That examinee is now the youngest S-rank hero in history, the association's pride. Reyes and Sherry sweated at that achievement. If I chose dark mode, I could not last even 10 minutes, let alone kill 20. Every 30 seconds, facing the doubling dark monsters on my own is a nightmare. Agreed, as a frontline priest, I could not even last 5 minutes. Those dark monsters are incredibly strong. Once they double, we have no chance of winning. Tsuyoshi found it very interesting. He smirked slightly. 45 minutes, 300 monsters, 1,500 points, impressive. Before the massive circular space filled with purple light, the venue for the supernova tournament. Tsuyoshi was slightly surprised. A real dungeon, not an illusion? Sherry continued explaining, telling about a legendary S-rank hero who once created a mountain dungeon with a single punch. This dungeon contains mysterious energy, baffling both science and S-rank heroes. One of them must have created it. The gold ring on Tsuyoshi hand suddenly glowed. It caught his attention and made him wonder, is something wrong with the ring? The examinees in the hall were gradually entering the dungeon. Standing before it, Sherry instructed her teammates, "As I said, we will fight in normal mode for as long as possible. When enemies suddenly increase, do not overdo it. Keep your distance and eliminate them one by one." She firmly told her teammates, "Fight with utmost care for 1 hour. Even at the same level, the dark side's strength is far greater. Once they double, we are dead. We lost 1 member. 3 of us are the last hope. Give it our best." Reyes also boosted morale by patting Tsuyoshi's shoulder. "Let us work together and rise up." His ring still would not stop moving, making Tsuyoshi even more puzzled. It is moving again. What is this ring reacting to? The system panel appeared, enveloped by purple light streams. Please choose difficulty. Normal mode, dark mode. Normal mode will be easier. Reyes and Sherry watched his choice. Normal mode is safe. Tsuyoshi quickly chose the mode he wanted, pressing on the system panel. His cold face was full of eager anticipation for what was to come. Having confirmed the difficulty, he chose the dark mode. A pity. All my opponents are of the dark type. A new mountainous space appeared before his eyes. This was the trial dungeon at the Super Rookie Tournament on Dark Mode. Tsuyoshi was surprised by the vastness of the dungeon. He did not think it would be this wide. Level 20 warrior class, equipped with light camouflage armor, a wild beastman set, a spirit-cutting moonblade weapon, and the skills Heaven's Thunder and Copy. Combat power 27th on 600. Looked at the system panel and considered. The trial dungeon had been created with dark mode difficulty. The contestant's level was 20, and the dark monster's level was also 20. The first monster would appear in 10 seconds. Every 30 seconds, the number of living monsters would increase. Prepare for the battle. If you didn't eliminate them quickly, after 30 seconds, the number of monsters would double, then continue to multiply. Tsuyoshi felt relieved and happy when one of his questions was answered. So this was why dark mode was called a nightmare. An ordinary contestant could hardly last. He was surrounded by golden lightning bolts. His palm emitted a large stream of green power, but he was not an ordinary contestant. That was right, he needed to test his new skill. The system panel signaled the appearance of the first monsters at the dungeon entrance. Countdown timer, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Hideous creature slowly crawled out. Shadow level 20, combat power 8000, dark and spirit attributes, hard scale trait, defense layer plus 20% causes mental weakness, attacks deal spirit damage. God's Eye analysis, shadow level 20, combat power 8000, defense layer plus 20%, attacks deal spirit damage. Suggestion, keep your distance and prioritize eliminating them. Tsuyoshi looked at it thoughtfully. A layer of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Ordinary monsters truly were incomparable. Tsuyoshi continued to check the data panel. Skill, lightning top strike, range 300 meters. For 10 seconds continuously attacks enemies within a 5-meter radius, no limit on hits, 300 meters in 10 seconds. He gradually plotted his course of action. Using the new skill from this distance was feasible, but just a few meters away, the opponent would target him and move out of the effective area. Step by small step, he built a grand plan. Tsuyoshi began to act. He would try attacking it at the edge and observe its reaction. His eyes marked the target on the mountain peak. The system panel updated the information. God's Eye analyzed the target 283 meters away from the space below. Flat terrain was suitable for using the skill. Tsuyoshi powerfully prepared to jump 283 meters from there. He leaped up swiftly like a bolt of lightning. The monsters kept multiplying. 30 seconds had passed. The number of shadow monsters had doubled. Facing them, Tsuyoshi could not help but feel excited. 2 monsters, he would eliminate them at the same time. A stream of lightning enveloped the sword. Tsuyoshi stepped forward with overwhelming killing intent. Law of earth and wind, heaven's thunder, sweep them all in one go. Cluster of lightning suddenly roared across the entire sky. He swung his sword and delivered a powerful strike. Take this new skill of mine. The monsters were startled and bewildered, looking around. A violent cluster of heavenly thunder descended right after. The monsters that were hit immediately writhed in pain, showing no signs of detecting him. Tsuyoshi continued to ponder. He was outside their attack range. At this distance, he was safe and undetected. The system panel announced that the powerful lightning stream had not completely faded yet. 10 seconds of lightning strike usage. The 2 defeated monsters slowly dissolved into the ground. Defeated 2 shadow level 20. Received 10 points. Tsuyoshi was a contemplative person. He liked to think things through thoroughly. By maintaining distance and adding the law's power to his attack for 10 seconds, he could defeat same level monsters. He felt drawn in. This was getting interesting. Moving to a different discussion space, the evaluation area of the Super Rookie Tournament. One by one, the representative faces intently watching gradually appeared. Judges were representatives of the A-rank Hero Guild factions. According to the rules, they were chosen by drawing lots from each faction to ensure fairness and observe the potential of young talents. Everyone gathered around the large cube displaying data. Keiji was the first to speak. The basic round had begun. All contestants had entered the trial dungeon. As usual, this round would eliminate half of them, Hadahiro calmly replied. If things went smoothly, the round would end in 30 minutes. According to statistics, only 18 out of 100 contestants chose dark mode. Misako, sitting beside him, explained without hesitation. It was easy to understand. Evaluating their ability was what mattered. If half had chosen dark mode, that would be wonderful. Yuzihiro agreed with Misako. That was right. Most young people underestimated dark mode. The enemies doubled every 30 seconds, their power far surpassing normal. It was common for contestants not to last more than 10 minutes. The data panel displayed the contestant list. The elimination process began. Fumiko watched attentively and commented. 10 minutes had passed. Those who had not scored enough points were appearing. At this rate, more people would be eliminated soon. He jumped up in panic, causing chaos among everyone around him. This is, Motoki asked suspiciously. What is it? Was a contestant from your faction eliminated? Take him back for more training. KG frantically explained, pointing at the data panel. It is not that. Look at the date of this contestant Chiyoshi. Is there some mistake? The system panel displayed Chiyoshi's personal information. Contestant Chiyoshi has ties to the Hero Union, level 20 D rank hero. Chosen difficulty, Dark Mode, current result 98 Shadow Monsters, defeat points 490. Astonishment still clung to KG. He muttered, only 10 minutes and he already scored 490 points, and in Dark Mode at that. Everyone in the room could not believe their ears. They exclaimed in unison. What? Soji and Asuhi together asked in disbelief and astonishment. Impossible. A low-rank hero. What trick is he using? Representative of the Hero Union, please explain. Is that contestant using a secret weapon? Shizuka broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes scrolling over her data panel. Judge representative of the Hero Union. I have never heard of any official member named Titsuki Shiro Chiyoshi. He stopped at a photo that appeared, showing his face. She still could not help trembling before Chiyoshi's extraordinary achievement. He registered last and became a reserve member of the Hero Union. The whole room buzzed with discussion about that information. It was absurd that a low-level reserve playing Dark Mode achieved 490 points in 10 minutes. Kugichi firmly presented his argument he must have used high-level items. The auditorium still buzzed with discussion about Chiyoshi because of this astonishing data. They together accepted a plausible theory, meaning Tsukishiro Chiyoshi would break the record of the youngest S-rank hero. Chiyoshi gripped his blade tightly, standing silent in the dim space. In the sky, thunderclaps rang out continuously along with flashing lightning bolts. The horde of shadow monsters simultaneously looked up at the sky. Raised his blade high, small arcs of electricity spreading around. Immediately after, thunder and lightning rumbled down from the sky, attacking the horde of shadow monsters on the ground. A large energy sphere formed from the gathered lightning bolts. Chiyoshi raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his chin. Panting, the system board displayed a notification. Defeated 12 monsters, level 20, earned 60 points. Total current points defeated 98 monsters, earned 2,490 points. Time remaining 48 minutes. With a tired expression, he recalled he had cleared the third wave with Luke. Defeating 32 monsters when using Heavenly Thunder was the limit. After 3 consecutive activations, he could not maintain energy and had to recover. Chiyoshi took a recovery potion and drank it. Energy quickly returned. Placing his sword aside, he sat down to rest. While Luke recovered, he just needed to wait for reinforcement monsters to come easily. The record of the youngest S-rank heroes was 300 monsters in 45 minutes, earning 500 points. Closing his eyes, Chiyoshi was determined to break that record. After 50 minutes from the start, a figure slowly stepped out from beyond the gate. Reyes stepped out, his face showing clear relief. The system displayed information. Jace has relation with Hero Union, level 36 C-rank hero. Warrior class, combat power 16,500. The difficulty chosen was normal mode. Current result 560 monsters. Defeat points 560. Status completed in 50 minutes. Recalling the image of Chiyoshi slashing monsters, he sighed. Holding for 50 minutes and killing 500 was good. In James's heart, he calculated, the first 30 minutes using warrior stamina defeated 12 monsters per minute. Then energy dropped to only 10 monsters per minute. This result was probably in the top 5. Rubbing his chin and thought he was quite confident. If he won, he would receive great treatment from the Hero Union, possibly even be appointed to S rank. Looking back at the gate behind him, Reyes wondered why Chiyoshi and Siri had not come out yet. Where were they? He looked around and saw no one was there. He was even more bewildered. Reyes realized everyone was gathered in front of the monitoring board. Confused and curious, he walked over to see why they were gathered there, but saw no results. Recognizing a familiar figure, Vaseline called Sherry. Brother Reyes smiled and walked over to chat, asking if she was out and what the result was. She did not answer, only said 30 minutes, 386 points. Reyes spoke up to console her. Compared to a frontline priest, that was good. You will pass, so do not worry. I scored 500 points in 50 minutes. Impressive, right? How about the kid Chiyoshi? Sherry replied with a shocked gaze that he had chosen dark mode. Hearing that, Vase immediately grew worried. That idiot. I told him not to choose it. If he gets eliminated, our side only has 2 members left. That is a huge weakness. Where is he? Has he been eliminated? She reluctantly said that he was still fighting. Astonished, he turned to Ceres and asked what did she mean still fighting. Grace looked up in the direction she was pointing. On the large screen, Chiyoshi stood arrogantly in first place. Contestant Chiyoshi has relation with Hero Union, level 20. D-rank hero, difficulty chosen dark mode, current result 588 shadow monsters, defeat points 29940, status still ongoing after 53 minutes. His face turned pale, his voice full of disbelief. 588 monsters, 2,940 points, first place. Unbelievable. Sherry could not hide her surprise either and explained everyone gathered here, because Chiyoshi had broken the record of the youngest S-rank hero. Staring intently at the screen, Reyes grew even more astonished and asked if he had broken that record. His voice trembled as he read each word. 45 minutes, 300 monsters, won 500 points. The legendary record that inspired many young heroes was now broken by a D-rank reserve hero level 20. Sherry continued saying there were 7 minutes left. Everyone was waiting to see how many more monsters Chayoshi would handle. 7 minutes later, Chayoshi slowly walked out of the gate, dust covering his body. Seeing him walk out, everyone was stunned speechless. Reyes saw him and immediately called Chayoshi over here. Sari was still in shock, staring at him and asking if he knew his result yet. He calmly replied, "Of course I do." Jace slapped him hard on the shoulder, half praising, half scolding him, calling him a damn bastard. "I do not know how you did it, but you broke the record and achieved an unbelievable score." On the evaluation screen, his information stood out prominently. Contestant Chayoshi, level 20. D-rank hero, difficulty dark mode, results 648 shadow monsters. Defeat points 3240, status completed in 60 minutes. Ray saw the final score and was very happy, 32240 points, so damn cool. Siri Genjin said this record might never be broken. Looking up at the screen, Chayoshi lamented, "If I had more time, I could have killed more." The judge's voice rang out. Basic stage completed, 75 people eliminated, 45 people remain. The highest record holder is Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi from the Hero Union. In dark mode, he defeated 648 monsters, achieving 3040 points. A completely new record. Everyone simultaneously looked at him, their eyes clearly showing envy. Sherry worriedly told him he was the pride of the Union, but be careful, now he had become everyone's biggest enemy. Tsuyoshi calmly turned away without any worry. He had predicted that, but it would not last long. Grace leaned down and whispered to Sherry, asking if he really was the Union's hidden ace. She replied she did not know, but a result like this, she had never even heard his name before. The watches on everyone's wrists simultaneously emitted a notification. Information for Event 2 appeared. All contestants must enter the pre-designed dungeons with members of their guild. If only one person remains, they are considered a guild and complete the task. Guilds that do not complete will be eliminated. At the private training grounds of the Hero Union, the name Hoshimiya Kenji, S-rank hero with relation to the guild, level and combat power. Kenji let out a long breath. The notification screen appeared, showing his sparring time against a level 60 Dark Fiend was a mere 12 seconds. Suddenly, someone entered the training ground. Even a level 60 Dark Fiend couldn't last 12 seconds against an S-rank hero. The newcomer was Sesko, one of the 4 elders of the Heroes Alliance. He asked, "The Super Rookie Tournament has started this year, aren't you participating?" Kenji cracked his wrist and replied with boredom, "It's the same every year, just showing up for the awards ceremony is enough." But Sesko's next words made him pause. "Your basic stat record has been broken." Kenji's expression was not surprised. "I'm not shocked. Records are meant to be broken by newcomers." He smiled and asked, "What are the score and time of the new record?" The elder calmly replied, "Maximum difficulty mode, 340 points in 60 minutes. Upon hearing this, his face immediately turned grim. Kenji asked in disbelief how many points. Sesko handed him a file. "See for yourself, this record was just broken and is currently the center of attention." Looking at the information, he was still in disbelief. 340 points on maximum difficulty mode in 60 minutes. It's an S-rank hero named Tsuyoshi from the A-Faction Heroes Alliance, an unfamiliar name. Who is his direct supervisor? The elder spoke slowly. Interestingly, this D-rank brat has no S-rank supervisor. He's just a reserve recommended by Chairman Suzuki. Was stunned. A reserve? Has this been confirmed? Or is he a spy from another organization? There have been cases like that before. Sesko added, "We investigated but found nothing." Returning the file, Kenji asked if he could continue monitoring Tsuki Tsuyoshi. If he's a true talent, he might open that gate. The file dissipated, and the elder said, "That gate, we can't miss it. I will watch his every move." Kenji continued wrapping bandages on his hand, then said, "I want to nominate him for the award ceremony. I'm curious who is stronger, him or me from the past." Competition area of the Super Rookie Tournament. Commentator announced excitedly, "The faction competition will start now. Each faction please enter the prepared dungeon." Immediately, the participants stepped inside the gate. Sherry reminded while running, "This concerns the new position. Factions will be randomly teleported into a dungeon and receive a mission." Grace asked, "So that means we need to fight for a good spot first?" Bad spot or a tough mission could mean getting defeated or eliminated immediately. Tsuyoshi quickly dashed ahead, using a speed-boosting skill to enter the gate. In the monitoring room, several people looked down thoughtfully. Masayuki spoke slowly, "This is where the real Super Rookie Tournament begins." Tomoko said seriously, "I hope everyone is ready." After the 3 of them passed through the gate, they appeared in a dense forest. Sherry carefully observed their surroundings. The terrain is complex. We need to quickly figure out the direction. The mission screen appeared, requiring them to collect 6 dark crystals from dark fiends within 3 hours. Failure means elimination. Vase explained these are special crystals with high value. Sherry looked around anxiously. Dark fiends are rare. Collecting 6 in 3 hours is difficult, and we're in a large forest. Tsuyoshi silently looked at the mission information. Suddenly, she signaled the other two to be quiet. Just as Luke James was about to ask, Sherry whispered, "The spiritual domain I set up earlier is being disturbed." Not far away, several excited voices rang out. "We just got in and we're already harvesting. It wasn't for nothing." The team was ransacking the backpack of someone lying on the ground. As long as they're not dead, rank doesn't matter. This is still profitable. Leaving the unconscious person behind, they quickly left. "Let's go." They disappeared, continuing to look for other small factions. Grace and Tsuyoshi watched silently. Sherry reminded them, "Let's leave this area first." The three walked while staying alert. He said with annoyance, "I heard that among the volunteer contestants, there are some who only aim to profit from others' items. Didn't expect to meet them so soon." She was also uncomfortable. "No hero can be killed. This tournament's rules are wrong." Tsuyoshi spoke up then. "No, it's designed for them to fight each other." Sherry and James looked back in confusion. "Designed that way?" Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin and explained, "The main point isn't the mission. It's staying alive. The real intention of putting factions in the same dungeon is to eliminate contestants through mutual killing. This faction competition is necessary for survival competition." He was slightly surprised. Survival competition? She also realized the issue. The mission is only one part of it. Suddenly he sensed danger and said, "There are many people who have also reacted." Right after, sharp rocks tore through the air toward them. Reyes immediately reacted, drawing his weapon to shield the two. As the boulders flew in, he precisely swung his sword, cleaving them in half. Ray angrily shouted, "Such a cheap ambush. Are you still heroes? Show yourselves." Quickly, a team appeared before them. An information panel showed Fire Demon level 36. Combat power 17,500 for the Mage, level 37 Venom Fang Rogue, combat power 17,000. Level 37 Sword Tiger Warrior, combat power 17,500. That man stepped forward and sneered, "I told you I'd remember." Tsuyoshi was silent, a slight smile on his face. "They've come for me." Black Sword's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Hero Union, we have been searching for you since Luke entered this place. Let's settle the earlier matter right here. What item did that record-breaking rookie use?" As he spoke, he revealed a greedy expression. How could a Dan-rank hero achieve such a record? Surely he must be secretly using some treasure. "I want it. It should sell for a very high price." Gripping the sword in his hand tightly, Waze whispered tactical instructions. "All three of us are fighters. When the battle starts, Sherry, stay close behind me." I don't know Chiyoshi's true ability. However, can you handle one of those guys? Don't take your eyes off that thief. His main target is Sherry, the war priest. Then, he stepped forward with an angry expression. "Fine. Us from the Hero Union aren't afraid of anyone either. Let's see which side is tougher." He sneered and flicked his hand lightly, thinking it's only 3 people. A 3-on-3 fight would mean death for you all. We are not that stupid. Quickly, several other people rushed out from the bushes. Their information appeared. Level 36 Warrior, combat power 15,200. Level 35 Mage, combat power 15,000. Black Sword confidently declared that these two from his guild also wanted to teach the dogs of the Hero Union a lesson. His face turned visibly pale. "So there were other allies," Sherry said worriedly. "Another thief and a mage. We have to fight head-on. Let's retreat." At that moment, Tsuyoshi placed his hand on his back. "You two, please go find the dark crystal as requested first. I will handle things here." Reyes snapped worriedly, "What are you saying? You want the two of us to go to the mission?" Even Sherry was extremely worried. "Don't joke around. There are 5 enemies." He stepped forward frankly. "Trust me and go find it. We can't afford to waste time. I will deal with all 5 of them." Reyes grew even more anxious and quickly tried to dissuade him. "You plan to fight 1 against 5. If your level was higher, it might be feasible. But level 20 D rank, that's practically suicide." But this, Luke, Black Sword and his men are closing in, thinking of an escape route. "I don't think you have that chance." While stabilizing his sword, Tsuyoshi said, "There's no time. Just trust me. They still want my treasure after all." He was still hesitant, but to fight 5 people, even if he had a hidden treasure, he retorted, with electric sparks continuously flashing in the air around him, "I don't have any treasure." Fang Venom confirmed it. A feeling of unease rose up. He really is D rank. Sherry was silent for a moment. Then she immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "Reyes, let's go." Reyes still wanted to stay, but Tsuyoshi would have to fight alone. He noticed Sherry and James trying to slip away and immediately ordered, "Those two are trying to escape. Capture them." Tsuyoshi used a skill, quickly rushing in front of them. Earthen Law. Black Sword had not yet reacted. He was already right in front of him. The power of the strongest body was concentrated into his arm. With a single sword strike, he simultaneously attacked all 4 people. One who couldn't block in time was slashed across the body. Impossible. Black Sword retreated, his face pale. With just one move he injured 4 and killed 1. His combat power is Fire Demon was extremely shocked. My hand is completely numb. What is that strength and speed? Black Sword warily raised his sword in front of him. He intends to fight 5 people alone. Tsuyoshi stopped, a confident smile on his face. I gave you a chance to escape, yet you came to find us. Troublesome. Fangvenom was now so scared his face was drained of blood. Captain, is there something wrong? That fighting spirit can't be from a D rank. And Sherry and Ray's aside, they were still running quickly in the opposite direction. He said worriedly, leaving Tsuyoshi behind is like leaving him to die alone. She reiterated, Tsuyoshi said he didn't use any treasure to break the record. Ray's paused and asked, so what? Sherry maintained her speed while explaining, that means he is truly talented. Maybe that kid's power is beyond our imagination. She continued, since he has stopped them, we must do our own part well. Find the dark crystal first, and then come back to meet him. Back to Tsuyoshi, Fangvenom asked tremblingly, Captain, are we really doing this? Black Sword gritted his teeth, stubbornly charging forward. The enemy is just one person. No matter what, we will take him down right here. Attack. The 4 of them attacked him simultaneously. Tsuyoshi was extremely calm. One of his eyes changed color. So you're surrounding me. The system notification sounded again. Body scan analyzing 4 enemies with average combat power 16,500. Recommend counter. Use area of effect skill to weaken the group. Then eliminate them one by one. Tsuyoshi raised his sword high, beginning to summon heavenly lightning. Instantly, the clear sky suddenly stirred with lightning winds. The lightning bolts quickly struck the other 4. Black Sword suddenly panicked. The damage of this area skill. Enraged, he decided to risk it all. Either he dies or we die. Surround him. Fire Demon shot a series of stones towards him. Earthen Law rose beneath Tsuyoshi's feet. He lightly swung his sword and destroyed his technique. As he retreated, seeing his hand already frozen, Fire Demon was terrified. Command Aura. A quick sword thrust arrived. Tsuyoshi easily finished him off. The system displayed notification defeating Fire Demon level 36 combat power 16,500. Fangvenom shouted angrily, Fire Demon. He immediately used a skill to freeze the man's feet. Too slow. Another sword strike. Tsuyoshi finished off Fangvenom. The system announced again. Defeated Fangwick level 37 combat power 17,000. Behind him, one tried to take the chance for a surprise attack, ambush strike. However, merely by raising his hand to block, Tsuyoshi's arm stopped the man's blade with just a small scratch. The strongest body defense increased from the 60 limit. Seeing that small scratch, his face turned ashen. Just a small scratch, impossible. Another sword strike, he easily finished him off. Defeated Thief level 36, combat power 15,200. Black Sword at this point realized the situation. He trembled and dared not speak. He is on a completely different level from us. How high must his level be? Slowly, Tsuyoshi turned to look at him. Your turn. He knelt down in fear, begging, please spare me, we have no brains, please let us live. What is your true level? What kind of power is that? He calmly replied, I am a D-rank hero, level 20. He asked again, then what is your battle power? As he raised his sword, he said, 27,600. Black Sword's eyes widened in disbelief. A D-rank with 27,600 battle power? With one slash of his sword, the system announced the defeat of level 37 Black Sword with 17,500 battle power. Tsuyoshi's sword was powerful, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck straight down at the opponent. The supernova tournament was held inside a designated cave, deep within the forest. The space around Luke became terrifyingly still. Tsuyoshi lowered his head, let out a soft breath, and said, all right. He bent down and took out a loot bag. The harvest was quite good. The system displayed the spoils, including a recovery potion pouch, a coin pouch, and other items. Next, Tsuyoshi opened his fingers and collected all the spoils into his ring. It was fortunate he had a spatial ring, otherwise it would have been a waste. Just as he finished, he suddenly froze. Someone was coming. He couldn't stay long. Tsuyoshi said no more and immediately teleported to another location to return and meet Jace and his teammates. The scene shifted to a deep area within the forest. Reyes and Sherry were frantically dodging fierce attacks from a monster. The health bar of Crystal Douglas of Luke had just dropped by nearly half. She was continuously providing support from the rear. I've cast a defensive charm on you. Do your best. Sherry cautioned carefully. I've depleted a third of its health. Be careful of that bone. V did not reply and directly charged forward into close combat with the monster. He narrowed his eyes and remarked, look at that dark crystal on its chest. We're very lucky to have found it. Its defense is very high. Come on, let's finish it quickly. Indeed, on the crystal darkness's chest, there was a glowing gem. Sherry suddenly gasped in fear. Vase, that's a new move. Be careful. But as soon as she finished speaking, it unleashed an attack. It didn't react in time and was sent flying violently backward. Zeus's health bar had now dropped to just half. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, it's completely different from ordinary darkness. Just one hit and my insides feel like they're churning. James couldn't help but lament. Even though Sherry had cast a defensive charm for him, suddenly Crystal Douglas turned its head to look behind him. She sensed danger and quickly retreated. This is bad. As a battle priestess, I could die instantly. It said nothing and directly used its hand to conjure magic power. Dark Clan member clenched its fist and thrust forward. Sherry was horrified as she felt a powerful suction pulling her forward. The distance between its fist and her was getting closer by the moment. Reyes shouted a warning. Sherry, hurry up, create a shield. Despite the danger, he charged forward, intending to take the hit for her. Dangerous! Ray sunblocked the attack and cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, looking at his sword, which had cracked into several pieces. Crystal Darkness showed no mercy and unleashed another powerful blow. This time, both of them were hit simultaneously. Ray's helplessly announced, "My weapon is broken. I can't continue fighting." Sherry also made a decision. How vicious. Let's retreat and regroup. Suddenly, she froze, her body unable to move. A figure appeared unexpectedly behind them. Shadow manipulation. Once controlled, it was hard to escape. Information display: Night Shadow Assassin Guild, level 35, C rank adventurer, battle power 14,500. The Night Shadow Assassin Guild only accepted assassins and taught the skill of shadow manipulation. This skill completely sealed the opponent's freedom, making escape nearly impossible. They controlled their opponents subconsciously and defeated them by draining their strength. They were extremely dangerous once they had you in their sights. Blood Eye shoved the mouthpiece into Dark's mouth. "I never expected you two to have reduced the health of this shadow creature, which my three brothers couldn't even scratch." Grace cursed as soon as she saw him. The Night Shadow Assassin Guild. Damn it! Blood Eye didn't waste words and directly called his underlings. The wait wasn't in vain after all. "We'll deal with it right now." The two underlings immediately accepted the order with enthusiasm. Shadow Prison. They created several chains to bind it. "Thanks to you two, I had time to set up this skill." Blood Shadow and Bloodblade took the opportunity to charge forward quickly. He leaned his body and ran to the side. "This energy is so annoying. I thought I could escape." He slammed his hand hard against Crystal Darkness's body and reminded, "Don't be foolish. Finish it quickly. Its health is almost gone." Suddenly, energy sphere emitted from its head. Bloodblade reacted in time and jumped to the side to dodge it. Dangerous. Both of them paled at the sight. "Thanks to the Shadow Prison's binding, we are safe, but that was a strange skill." Blood Eye urged impatiently again. "Don't waste any more time. Do it." Luke was trembling, trying to stand up. Seeing this, Hand spoke softly. "You're also after the dark crystal in that shadow creature's chest, aren't you? We're the same. Our team's mission is to collect the dark crystals. You're just unlucky." Blood Eye saw him glance at him with a murderous look and laughed mockingly. "Don't look at me like that. Cooperate with that shadow thing, and we'll eliminate you. That stubborn big guy can go to the underworld first." Having said that, he turned to Sherry with a brazen tone. "As for this beautiful young lady, the three of us might have some fun with her before we finish her off." Blood Eye kindly reminded him that he could not move now, so he should not dream of resisting. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered in the middle of the sky. Bloodblade looked up, puzzled. Was that thunder and lightning? As soon as he finished speaking, that bolt of lightning struck straight down. Seeing Crystal Darkness taken down, he shouted in panic, "Captain, this is bad." Blood Eye's eyes widened in horror. What was happening? From a distance, Tsuyoshi sword was hurtling towards them. It pierced straight into Bloodblade's chest, causing Blood Shadow to gape as he realized there was an ambush. Before he could recover, he appeared behind him, signaling for silence. Tsuyoshi threw a powerful punch at Blood Shadow, using his strongest body skill. He finally could not withstand this blow and vanished on the spot. After those two, he slowly shifted his gaze towards Blood Eye. He shuddered in fear, his voice trembling. "Are you Tsuyoshi, the one who broke the record?" Blood Eye broke out in a cold sweat, trying to threaten. "Don't come closer, don't you care about your teammates?" He only slowly summoned the war hammer. "That was your worst move." Tsuyoshi looked at Blood Eye with a murderous gaze. "So now, let us see who is faster." The ground around still had a few traces of electricity. Tsuyoshi knew his opponent's information well. Level 20 warrior, Dan armor disguised as a fox, Moonblade weapon, Heavenly Thunder skill, combat power 27,600. He gripped the hammer tightly, his aura blazing. Blood Eye was terrified, finding it hard to believe in his heart. What skill is this? The power is truly frightening. Grace also had to pause, realizing his fighting spirit was completely different. The system analyzed enemy reaction speed is 0.3 seconds. Distance 9 meters. Normal attack. Series throat would be cut in 0.8 seconds. Strategy: concentrate power on the middle finger. Take down the target immediately. Tsuyoshi assessed. A normal attack would not be effective. He needed to take down the enemy immediately, or Siri would be in danger. Thinking that, he released energy, wishing the hammer were smaller so it would be easier to throw. Tsuyoshi quickly made the hammer shrink. When he found it satisfactory, he stopped, the hammer now reduced in size. Tsuyoshi mused, perhaps because the system was upgraded, now he could adjust the size. Blood Eye lost patience and roared, "I told you not to come closer, I will kill you." He did not reply, only released the hammer, concentrating power into his middle finger. Tsuyoshi flicked his finger, the hammer shot forward like a bullet. The hammer flew as fast as the wind towards the target. Blood Eye saw it, and was shocked, his mouth agape. He was sent flying by the horrifying impact of the hammer. Blood Eye was flung away, punching through several large tree trunks. Finally, he vanished. The system reported, defeated level 35 Shadow Assassin. Sherry was surprised by the speed, just one blow being that fast. Reyes marveled. This skill and power were completely different from their level. Luke quickly retrieved the Warhammer. Tsuyoshi gently rubbed his wrist. The system displayed new information: level 21, combat power 29,000. He looked seriously at the two people below and asked, "Are you two okay?" Both were still in shock, dazed and unable to react. After a moment, Vince asked in disbelief, "Did you take care of all of them?" Tsuyoshi did not hide it and took out the weapons. "Yes, I also took their weapons. Jace's weapon is broken, so this is convenient." Sherry could not help her curiosity. "How strong are you?" He took out 2 pills while humbly saying, "I am only level 21. Please recover, I have an idea." Siri held the pill, incredulous. "Level 21 after all that? I cannot believe it." Tsuyoshi avoided the issue, moving closer to Sakurito, counting the assassin's crystals. "We have 3 now." After speaking, he looked up. "We need 3 more to complete the mission." Rey continued, "There is less than 2 hours left. We must hurry." The screen displayed 1 hour 48 minutes. She hesitated. "If we fight monsters in a straightforward way, we will not make it. That takes time and is easy to be disturbed." He nodded. "That is right." Tsuyoshi said seriously, "Continuing like this will get us nowhere, and the risk is high. Let us change the plan." Rey stood up and suggested, "Now you are the commander. I will cooperate with any plan." He quickly sat down to examine the remaining loot. "We can use the assassin's robes." Tsuyoshi decisively tore off that black cloth. He cut a moderate piece of cloth and used it to cover his mouth tightly. Tsuyoshi's entire body radiated sharp energy. "We will also go hunting." The 3 immediately dashed off, beginning their hunt. Tsuyoshi first laid out the plan. "Look for a team of 3. We have the numerical advantage, and they are more likely to have dark crystals. But the mission was to get the crystal, not kill. Disabling the enemy is enough. When the time runs out, they will lose on their own." Reyes asked urgently, "Then what exactly do we do?" He turned to look at her and pressed, "Sherry, can you use sealing magic?" She answered immediately, "Yes, I can use a forbidden spell to seal the opponent's magic. The duration is about 6 seconds. Tsuyoshi nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough. In the next fight, there's a mage. Please seal him." "Reyes, you hold one down with your warrior skills. I will take down the remaining 2. Both answered in unison. "Understood." He narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "Then let's go hunting." Another area deep in the forest, louder echoed out. "A strong opponent. Took quite a bit of effort." A group of 3 sat resting after a tense battle. "First ambush, rest a bit then move on. A high-grade recovery energy pill. These guys are really rich. Just survive and get out, and we'll be rich." Tsuyoshi suddenly appeared from above. Following his order, Sherry and James immediately appeared as well. All 3 quickly dropped down from the tree branches. Sherry pulled out her staff and charged forward, completely silent. And Tien froze when he saw them, his face turning pale. His whole body felt chained, unable to move. The other 2 panicked and yelled, "What the hell?" Tsuyoshi urged quickly, "Reyes, hurry up." He didn't hesitate, "Alright." Before he could react, he had already flashed past like a shadow. Another one. Tsuyoshi took 2 at once with just one hand. Seizing the opportunity, Reyes also charged in with his elbow. Daisy opened his mouth wide to resist. "Who the hell are you? Fight fair and square if you have the guts." He swung his sword and charged, slamming it hard against the opponent's blade. Tsuyoshi suddenly appeared behind him, startling Heizi into breaking out in a cold sweat. He added another blow, making him collapse on the spot. Han Tian's eyes widened in shock. 2 people taken down under 10 seconds. "I have to run." But before he could run, he was called back by Sherry. "You're planning to abandon your teammates and run alone?" Han Tian struggled uselessly. "What's wrong with my legs? What kind of effect is this?" Just then he saw Tsuyoshi's figure glide past. Subduing people so fast, truly an assassin. He showed no mercy and delivered a strong blow to Han Tian's stomach. He collapsed at Tsuyoshi's feet. "Now we loot their stuff, right?" The 3 of them split up to search each person. He picked up a stone with satisfaction. "Good, got one, 2 more to go." Tsuyoshi turned to ask, "How much time do we have left?" Sherry looked at the screen. 82 minutes. Reyes mused. "It took quite a while to find and take them down. Just finding this group took nearly 30 minutes. Tsuyoshi only said calmly to reassure, "Let's continue. The further we go, the easier it is to find groups with good items." His words made Reyes confused. "Why?" He explained as he walked, "The weak groups have already been eliminated. The ones left must have spoils." 20 minutes later, the second group was taken down. Time remaining 60 minutes. Reyes narrowed his eyes in frustration. "Damn it, they don't have any." 35 minutes later, the third group was taken down. Time remaining 45 minutes. Sherry suddenly cried out in joy, "Found one. Just one more left." 45 minutes later, the 4th group was taken down. Time remaining 35 minutes. The 3 of them split up to search again, nothing. "Let's go to the next group." 60 minutes later, the 5th group was taken down. Time remaining only 20 minutes. Tsuyoshi signaled to the other 2, "Let's search." Reyes narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Please let there be one. I can't take much more." Sherry sighed tiredly, "Right. Even though we chose this, it's been tense the whole time. The later groups managed to counter our silent approach and fought head-on. They must be from the Green Snake Guild." Tsuyoshi finished searching and turned to his teammates. "No matter how carefully we plan, unexpected things always happen. Good thing we still won. This one doesn't have it. What about the other 2? He took off his mask and panted, "Same here." Less than 20 minutes left. While searching, her hand touched something hard. Sherry happily raised the stone high, found it, the last one. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist in joy. "What a relief. Well done, Sherry. Thank Thanks to you, we have them all. The system immediately displayed a notification. Collected enough 6 dark crystals. Mission complete. You may leave the passage or wait for the time to end. Raze jumped up in joy. We did it. Let's go out and rest. I need sleep to prepare for the next match. I'm exhausted. But before they could celebrate, something slithered through his arm. Sherry turned to Raze in panic. Something was also silently attacking her side. Tsuyoshi reacted quickly, pulling Sherry aside to dodge danger. Turned his head to ask Raze, "Are you okay?" Raze's eyes were bloodshot with tension. "My arm." He roared in anger, "You bastard, if you have guts, show yourself." At that moment, a man named Luke appeared and asked if they were the group specializing in eliminating other teams. Sherry looked over in shock. It was a dark crystal. The system displayed it clearly. They lost 1 dark crystal, now had 5 out of 6. The task was not yet complete. CD and his 2 teammates appeared. He arrogantly said it was foolish to play the good guy in a place like this. He asked if Suki Shirochu was the famous D-rank adventurer, but the chairman did not care. She realized with a start that it was CD of Dragon's Wrath, a dangerous man, not an ordinary one, even for a C-rank adventurer. Tsuyoshi frowned in displeasure. She meant he was not an ordinary C-rank adventurer. Sherry immediately explained, he was a second awakening person. Second awakening people were those reawakened after the first, usually possessing extraordinary abilities and being developed by organizations. CD raised his sword in challenge, saying the boss ordered him to test his ability. He did not usually participate in boring tournaments, and was curious about what the boss saw in him. His group stood watching CD, seeing him prepare to attack. Tsuyoshi immediately ordered Sherry to heal Jace quickly. She nodded in agreement. At that moment, the system voice rang out. Unable to gather information due to an anti-scout item, he quietly gathered his energy, his expression thoughtful. Anti-scout items were very expensive, capable of blocking the divine eye. This opponent was completely different from the previous ones. He held his injured arm, hoarsely telling Tsuyoshi to find an opening to run. Because second awakening people were often so strong they did not participate in tournaments. Sweat broke out on Jace's face. Young second awakening people were few. They were assigned specialized tasks or guided by S-rank adventurers. The unwritten rule was that they did not participate in tournaments, but Dragon's Wrath made him participate. Sherry turned to look at him, saying they could not fight him. The rank was the same, but the abilities of a second awakening person were far superior. Most S-rank adventurers were second awakening people. Tsuyoshi remained calm, showing no worry. He said that was new information. Most S-rank adventurers were second awakening people. Was he really that strong? He curled his lip into a smirk, saying that was enough. He had been surprised by Luke's results in the first event, when he slept in a corner after getting enough points. CD's body leaned slightly as he prepared to draw his sword. He said he did not care if it was one-on-one or all 3 coming at him. His teammates would not interfere, and asked what they would do. Tsuyoshi eyes flashed coldly, asking when Dragon's Wrath had targeted them. He had heard they were one of the 5 major factions, wondering if the boss had made some mistake. CD was angry, his face darkening, saying they did not know their boss was the Dragon Tamer. Sid's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it from the sheath. Suddenly, he withdrew his power and unleashed a gale blade hurtling straight toward him. Tsuyoshi blocked the attack. CD smirked, praising his reaction. Both she and he were stunned. Just a light sword draw had such great power. That was what had cut the arm. The opponent was serious. They told Tsuyoshi not to be reckless. He waved his hand, coldly reminding them to fall back. Their target was only him. He could not drag them into it. CD turned his head back, speaking in a low voice, ordering his subordinates not to interfere. They nodded in obedience. He leisurely rotated his wrist with a cold laugh. This event would end in about 15 minutes. His words still hanging in the air, CD disappeared immediately after. The sword suddenly shot straight toward him. Tsuyoshi immediately swung his blade to block the attack. His face turned ferocious, praising the fast reaction and saying he liked that. He did not hesitate, quickly counterattacking. At this speed, he could read his movements with the heavenly eye. Tsuyoshi's blade slashed straight, about to clash with CD's gale. He wanted to see his ability. The gale suddenly transformed into a ferocious snakehead. A shockwave cracked the ground. The system chimed. The heavenly eye analyzed. Lift the sword to block the attack. Use the blade to cut the opponent's hand to make him retreat, or drop his weapon. Tsuyoshi's body retreated half a step. He gripped his blade tightly. Tsuyoshi's blade tip steadily blocked CD's sword edge. If he did not let go, he would cut it off. His hand trembled slightly, finally unable to hold on, dropping the sword. The sword was knocked flying far away, but CD quickly grabbed his sword again, immediately counterattacking. The sword tip slashed past, cutting straight into his arm. Both of them cried out in shock. Tsuyoshi. Sherry frowned slightly as she watched, seeing it was too fast to see clearly. She thought she had to protect Tsuyoshi, and this could not continue. Yorinobu and Yuichiro suddenly appeared behind the two, shouting if they wanted to die, not to do anything stupid. They continued to remind them they were ordered to record this, and not to interfere because that was the boss's first command. The faces of the two turned ugly. They glanced back, asking when they had come up behind them. He had not sensed their presence at all, wondering if these two people's skills far surpassed theirs. He glanced at the bleeding wound. It was a terrible attack. If not for his strong body, his bones would have been crushed. CD's eyes bulged wildly as he looked at Tsuyoshi, telling him he would die if he lost focus. His eyes flashed as he used the heavenly eye to check. The analysis showed the opponent was about to unleash a finishing blow. He needed to use a skill to disrupt it. CD thrust his sword straight forward, as fast as the wind. Tsuyoshi raised his hand, quickly forming a barrier formation in front of him. Technique erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. They witnessed this, eyes widening in unison. Going head-to-head with Captain CD and holding out this long was not in the records. They asked if he was also a second awakening person. The two attacks clashed violently, dust immediately billowing up thickly, their weapons locked against each other. Suddenly, a voice announced that the second event had 1 minute remaining. He sheathed his sword, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile, saying he was surprised a D-rank adventurer could keep up. But time was up. They could not settle this battle right now. Tsuyoshi put away his weapon, his expression still as calm as ever. He said, "So you think that way?" A purple crystal suddenly appeared in his hand. The system announced that he had collected all 6 dark crystals. The mission was complete, and he could either exit or wait for the time to run out. CD stared wide-eyed in disbelief. When had he taken it? During the fight, did he have the leisure to both fight and steal the dark crystals from him? A group of people standing outside was also shocked. It was truly hard to believe. Tsuyoshi turned and walked away, leaving only a word behind him. "Our mission was to collect the dark crystals, not to fight you." A cold aura radiated from his body. "If you want to fight me, why not make an appointment for the next match?" Man picked up his phone to report, "Boss, I've sent the fight video." The person on the other end of the line stared intently at the screen and then nodded. "I saw it tell CD to come back immediately." The system displayed information about Chairman Long Nu, one of the 5 great powers, the pure dragon and S-rank adventurer, combat power unknown. He snatched the phone and said directly, "I am not coming back. The next stage is a solo match. This match will end quickly." The other person immediately interrupted, "Come back, please." Before he could react, Sander on the other end spoke again, "You cannot beat him." Hearing this, CD flew into a rage. "I have not even used the final method yet. The boss knows that form can match even an upper-level shadow." With a cold expression, he spoke, "Your final method is your strongest form. It can defeat even an upper-level shadow." After a pause, Sandor said in a deep voice, "Then just follow the boss's orders." Seeing he was angry, Kenshiro spoke timidly, "Commander, will we come back after this is over?" CD looked up, his face darkening. "I will kill you if you mention coming back again." He stared ahead, his gaze sharp. "This is the first time the boss has said I cannot win. I will give my all in the next match." Sander on the other end continued to dial Dan's number. "It seems it is time to see this Tsuyoshi." He jumped up from his chair, his face happy as he replied, "Since you said so." The system displayed the information. One of the 3 great guilds, the chairman of Final Glory, the one who always smiles, Dan, an S-rank adventurer, combat power unknown. He sat down, holding a cigarette in his hand. "I did not think you would remember that. Could it be that the Adventurer Alliance has sent him to the forbidden zone of Mount First Strike? If so, we must go immediately." He paused, his eyes looking up at the sky. "No, even the Adventurer Alliance does not fully understand his true strength. I have not seen it with my own eyes, but..." Sander's words sounded evasive. He clearly could open that gate in the forbidden zone of Mount First Strike. On the other side, all 3 of them stepped through the gate. 45 people participated in the second stage, but only 12 passed. "We passed, but I am not very happy." Just as he entered, Tsuyoshi looked around. "Counting us, only 3 teams passed with their members intact, plus a 2-person team and a solo player." "A solo player? He is truly a monster." He looked at the screen and said in a low voice, "We barely collected enough crystals. The other teams collected more. We are at the bottom." Reyes was surprised. "Bottom? Then that solo player is..." The screen displayed the information of the top player. Zinkai, belonging to one of the 3 great guilds, the Skull Knight Guild. Number of dark crystals collected was 18. He widened his eyes and his mouth fell open as he exclaimed, 18 crystals in the lead. "So that is the Skull Knight Guild, the most fearsome of the 3 great guilds. Never heard that name before. Is he also a second-time awakener?" The girl also admired. "Their members are always mysterious. Even the gender of their boss is unknown." Tsuyoshi stared at the screen and muttered, "The Skull Knight Guild. Zinkai. Large organizations usually do not participate in this kind of tournament. Resources are not an issue for them. Perhaps the participants are all special cases." In the room, a voice came over the speakers. "Congratulations to those who passed the second stage. In 1 hour we will hold the final stage. For the solo matches, each team must decide on their participant and inform the staff. The organizing committee will randomly arrange the matchups." Reyes sat on the chair, hugging his shoulders and laughing loudly. "So the final match is still a solo fight. I will fight to the end." With that, his and Sherry's faces grew grim. The 2 had felt their lives threatened in the last match. Perhaps they no longer had the confidence to fight solo. Tsuyoshi crossed his arms and spoke emotionlessly. "Withdraw, both of you. I will represent the Adventurer Alliance in the final trial." They were startled and protested. "Just you alone?" "No, having more people is still better. We can't let you go alone like we abandoned you before. He still looked at them firmly. The two of you could die if you don't retreat, and that death would be meaningless. After hearing this, they fell into silence. The girl bit her lip and asked, but don't you value your own life? What if the next opponent is another second awakening like CD? The power within Chuyoshi gradually spread out. Don't worry, I am stronger. Seeing that sight, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he also understood implicitly and had to sigh. I understand. Alright, I will trust you. All three walked outside, heads bowed. After all, we might just be a burden to Chuyoshi. I hope you can win. Chuyoshi looked at the two, smiling and waving his hand. Well done. As he turned and stepped inside, Chuyoshi noticed a figure sitting in the back. He was sitting with his legs crossed on the chair, rubbing his chin and tilting his head. Being alone takes a lot of courage. The system displayed the name Kenji, S-rank adventurer, affiliated with the Adventurer Alliance, combat power unknown. Hearing the voice, Chuyoshi was startled and turned to look. That man, how long had he been here? Kenji leaned back, his feet on the table. Chuyoshi, the candidate representing our alliance, personally recommended by Chairman Suzuki. From a substitute to a formal member, shouldering the heavy responsibility alone, truly admirable. Chuyoshi's gaze was full of vigilance. Who are you? Are you from the Adventurer Alliance? He laughed and sat up straight. Yes, and at a rather high rank too. Are you a second awakener? Chuyoshi stopped in his tracks and sat down opposite him. No, is there any instructor from the Alliance? Kenji shrugged. I'm just here as a representative for the final award ceremony. I came to see you after hearing about you. Chuyoshi picked up his glass of water, his gaze thoughtful. What a strange man, I will stay away from him. Well then, I want to rest for the upcoming match. If there's nothing else. He stepped closer and sat right next to Chuyoshi. Aren't you interested in the Forbidden Zone of Mount Yichik? Chuyoshi looked surprised and questioned back. Forbidden Zone? Chairman Suzuki didn't tell me anything about that. Kenji raised an eyebrow and looked at him in reply. Some people at Chairman Suzuki's level wouldn't know about the Forbidden Zone. That's right, there is still time before the match. I will take you there. I also have something I want to confirm. Chuyoshi put down his glass and spoke in a low, imploring tone. Please explain what this is all about. His face turned serious. I want to see if you can open that door. The door left behind by the mysterious S-rank adventurer who created Mount Yichik, which no one else can open. Suddenly the ring on his finger emitted a light. Chuyoshi stared at it, his heart full of anxiety. Again, this happened before. Could there be a connection between that door and this ring? Keeping calm, he asked, why me? There are many second awakeners and S-rank adventurers around here. Kenji smiled. Good question. Kenji explained cautiously. All the S-rank adventurers have tried, but the door didn't even budge. The theory says only someone with a special ability and a connection can open it, not through force. He cast a meaningful glance over. So, how about giving it a try? I can take you there with my authority. Chuyoshi remained silent, his hand clenched tightly. He thought, if it's related to the secret of the ring that I always wanted to know. After a long moment of thought, he finally made a decision. I will go. The two stepped into the cave in the Forbidden Zone together. Fighting darkness was just the surface of an adventurer's mission. There were some places he couldn't go unless he became S-rank. Right at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, they discussed together. This is not an ordinary battle, but a completely different space. Without S-rank power, you couldn't even touch it. He wondered, why is that? Kenji glanced over, smiling as he explained that the price of the truth was very high. Ordinary adventurers would die. So one must at least have S-rank strength. The reason they were called legends was because they had seen what was on the other side of the door. Compared to that, the missions in the cave were mere child's play. The real battlefield lay beyond his imagination. The world disasters and the origin of darkness, which concealed even greater secrets. After walking for a while, they finally reached the gate guarded by two people. An A-rank adventurer of the restricted area guard raised his hand in salute. That was Hazimiya, his companion was Ath. Kenji stopped, smiling as he pointed at him. This is my partner Chuyoshi. I have requested permission. Open it. The two guards listened, their expressions confused as they looked at each other. The guard looked at the two of them awkwardly and said cautiously, sorry, but entering with only one S-rank adventurer is forbidden. We must follow the rules. Please understand. He took a few steps forward, weapon in hand. This place is a restricted area. We cannot break the rules. If you force your way in, we will have to report it. Please forgive us. He listened, his expression darkening. S-rank adventurers watching each other. This place seemed more important than he thought. Even Kenji couldn't enter and leave freely. To stop someone from monopolizing the door, this only made him more curious. Yoshi's hand clenched because the ring was vibrating. Moreover, ever since arriving here, the ring had been vibrating non-stop, as if responding to some call. He was silent, his expression smiling, his hands in his pockets. I came to confirm a few things unrelated to you. I will take responsibility. Just open it. Two guards were confused after hearing this. We know what kind of person Sir Hazimiya is. But the law is the law. We are A-rank guards and cannot disobey orders. If there is no other S-rank adventurer, we cannot allow entry. Please understand. Seeing things were not going smoothly, the veins on Kenji's forehead bulge. Power blazed around him, his voice cold. I said open it. The two guards were so scared their limbs trembled. Please spare us. We really cannot. From behind, he checked his ability with his eyes. The level gap was too large, unable to gather information. This state was completely different from the previous C rank. Even I could fall if careless. Kenji gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. I don't want to waste words. I will say it one more time. That a voice interrupted from behind. Does the Adventurer Alliance like to bully those weaker than them? Tsuyoshi was surprised as he turned his head to look behind. The system screen displayed identities. One of the three great guilds. The chairman of Ultimate Glory, S-rank Adventurer, Combat Power Unknown. One of the five great factions, the chairman of Dragon Fury, the Pure Dragon Hunter, S-rank Adventurer, Combat Power Unknown. He stepped forward. You seem to enjoy causing trouble for the guards. As soon as they appeared, Tsuyoshi used his gaze to check their strength. Those two were also S-rank adventurers. Their combat history level was too great, unable to gather information. The two people passed by him without stopping. The two guards saw them arrive and respectfully said, Sir Hunter, Sir Dan. He was not afraid, turning to question the Pure Dragon Hunter. Do you mean by that we are bullying a member of the Dragon Fury Guild? He stepped forward a head taller than Kenji, with an overwhelming presence. He kept his eyes fixed on the two of them observing. The S-rank adventurers from different organizations were at odds with each other. The relationship between the five great factions and the three great guilds was truly complicated. Sandor glanced over him, reminding him, you are still not at the level to examine us. You need at least your chairman's level. Hearing this, Kenji's hand clenched, unable to speak. He could only grit his teeth in anger, sir, stepping forward with a smile to interrupt. Come on, keep things peaceful here. You will need our help to get in there, right? Kenji put his hands in his pockets, clicked his tongue, and snorted coldly, fine. The door opened, the two of them just walked behind them, with the presence of three S-rank adventurers. Please enter inside. They maintained their cold attitude, silently walking ahead. As soon as he stepped inside, his pupils contracted and widened. This is... Tsuyoshi looked at the door being brought in, carved with strange shapes. That door. Suddenly his entire body froze, vibrating along with the ring. This power, why was the ring reacting so strongly? Ahead, his expression was annoyed as he looked at him. Why are you here to watch me? Hearing this, he just burst out laughing and spoke, you think too much, we are just interested in Tsuyoshi, whether he can open the door or not. We also want to see what happened to the door that no one could open for such a long time. Kenji had already guessed from before, just expected. The five great factions and three great guilds have good intelligence. He said there is an agreement to share all information about the door. Taking a little sightseeing stroll is fine. Seeing no one replied, Kenji's gaze swept behind Tsuyoshi. He only saw his whole body relaxing into the darkness. Kenji walked over worriedly, patting his shoulder to ask, what's wrong? Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the hand that was about to pat him. Don't touch me. Seeing his fierce expression, Sandor kindly explained, can't you tell? He can no longer see us. Kenji still didn't understand. What do you mean, sir? Beside him, he spoke with words full of implication. It's been a while since something like this happened. It seems he was called by that door. He just stood there watching Tsuyoshi, dazed, dragging his steps towards the door. He reached out the hand wearing that ring. Light in the ring shone intensely. This feeling was like the first time he was summoned by the hammer in the other world. Tsuyoshi's hand pressed against the door to feel it. A stream of light just flowed into the door. A notification sounded, qualification confirmed. The door slowly opened, a blinding white light radiating from inside. He just walked in without thinking. Scene changed. Luke, the sky over Mount Ichijeki darkened. The mountain suddenly shook violently. A person cried out in panic. The mountain is shaking. What's happening? Tremor even reached Chi's location. He was shocked. A terrifying energy was emanating from deep inside the rear mountain. Jishiro was equally worried. The entire mountain is about to collapse. A few seconds later, CD asserted firmly, it's coming from the restricted area. Misako remembered you. Isn't that place only for S-rank heroes? Everyone trembled in fear. A person urged, hurry, contact the supervisors. Kenshiro hurriedly called over the radio. Hello, we have an emergency from the restricted area. Tremors are coming from inside. The entire mountain is shaking. We need instructions. At that moment, the system displayed a line of information. The notification immediately transmitted to the supervisors of Mount Ichigeki. To ensure fairness, after the agreement regarding the door was finalized, each faction had sent a supervisor from among the S-rank heroes. Their task was to relay all information to their own faction. Kenji turned his head. It opened. That door truly opened. Dan shouted with joy, finally arriving after so long. Sandor asked suspiciously, that kid, who is he really? Instantly, all three rushed inside the gate. At that moment, a strange surge of power flung them backward. In the blink of an eye, all three were standing in their original spots. Kenji frowned in annoyance, looking at the door. A shield is blocking us. Dan swung his staff, stirring the air, then sighed. Looks like only certain people can enter. Sander lowered his face veil. His sharp eyes spoke. When he gets out, we must extract all information about what is inside. A figure shot through the gate. It was Chayoshi. He was surrounded by a massive source of energy, the ring on his hand suddenly glowing. In a flash, he had landed on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky that passing through the gate wasn't difficult. I am outside now. Before him was a completely unfamiliar land. Observing his surroundings, the warning system was not working. He was surprised. Even the heavenly eye was useless. Suddenly, a voice startled him. The sound came from a man in round robes. Dan, I have waited for you for a long time. That man turned his head, his purple eyes glancing at Chiyoshi. Glowing purple eyes stared intently. He was silent, then said, So you are the new master of the endless. Chiyoshi stepped back in shock. Those eyes seemed to see through his soul. He broke out in a sweat and asked, Who are you and where is this? That man chuckled softly. It is understandable that you do not understand. Neither do I. I am Dignity. By modern standards, I am probably equivalent to an S-rank hero. Dignity looked up at the sky. And this place is Mount First Strike of 300 years ago. Chiyoshi exclaimed in astonishment, What? This is the past 300 years. Dignity's face was full of killing intent. He raised his hand, preparing to strike Chiyoshi. Chiyoshi took the full force of the attack, his body knocked into the air. Chiyoshi's body could not move. He spoke with difficulty. Sorry, I do not understand what is happening. A surge of fear rose up. He felt as helpless as a child. He looked into the distance, then slowly said, Your head must be full of questions. This place is the seal for the last part of my power. His face showed a hint of loneliness. He continued, Simply put, this is a pocket space, separated from the outside world. He pointed forward and said, And I... Dignity pointed at Chiyoshi, stating firmly that he was the previous owner of that ring. Chiyoshi asked back in extreme surprise, You? He still used his power to hold Chiyoshi in the air, his tone flat. Don't be surprised. What world have you been summoned to? Hearing this, Chiyoshi recalled everything, answering in shock. You ask what world I was taken to. A different world, like stepping out of a fantasy story, with beastmen, elves, humans. I am full of questions too. He let out a mock, Then you were luckier than me. The world I was summoned to was not very welcoming, Chiyoshi thought, so when he had the ring, the world he was taken to was different from mine. Suddenly Dignity changed the subject, staring at him then asking, It seems you already have the first treasure. How much power can you control now? Summon it for me to see. A faint wave of power emanated from Chiyoshi's forehead. He froze. The first treasure. You mean the Thunder God Hammer? Summoning it will consume almost all my stamina. I cannot affect the upcoming match. The system displayed, Level 21 Profession Warrior, Equipment Fox Tribe Camouflage Armor, Weapon Moon Pavilion Spirit Blade, Skill Thunder Strike, no copies, Battle Power 29,000. Dignity said disdainfully, The road ahead is long. At level 21 you can only use 20% of the hammer's power, but since you are here I will answer all your questions. Having said that, Dignity increased his power, pulling Chiyoshi closer and commanded, Appear hammer. His finger touched Chiyoshi's forehead. He thought in terror, Is he summoning the hammer from within my body? The Thunder God hammer was now lying in his palm. Dignity raised it high, his voice echoing through the space, My old friend, long time no see. Dignity's face was full of thought as he looked at the hammer then sighed. The Thunder God hammer, the Saint Sword of Bright Moon, the Star Breaker Staff. I wonder when the three great sacred artifacts will gather. I could not master them together with Luke, but this time may be different. Chiyoshi exclaimed in surprise, The Thunder God hammer has companions. He wanted to know more. When I was summoned to another world, the Thunder God Hammer called me to reincarnate. Tell me, how are the ring, the worlds, and the three great sacred artifacts linked to me? Dignity gripped the hammer tightly, then started walking. Follow me. He continued, I will tell you what I know. For what I don't know, you must find the answers yourself. Chiyoshi was speechless at that answer and hurried to follow. Dignity walked, his voice ringing in the silent space. That is both the duty and the mission of mine as the previous owner. At the same time, in another dimension, Mount Summit Heaven, two figures flickered in the sky. Chiyoshi softly called after him, Mr. Dignity, there are many things I want to know. What exactly is the darkness? Dignity walked while leading the way and replied, Your question is very good. Chiyoshi recalled the darkness creatures he had encountered. Though his memory was quite vague, he still tried to explain there is a darkness existing in both worlds, looking the same yet different. A thought flashed through his mind. He continued, Perhaps the darkness is a nameless source of power, parasitizing the living beings of each world. Chiyoshi was startled to see Dignity looking at him, a glint of approval in his purple eyes. Dignity walked and spoke, Parasitizing, that is a good way to put it. Dignity's brows were tightly furrowed. He said seriously, That is right, Chiyoshi. The darkness is power of unknown origin. It is an entity descending from an ancient space that humanity has never known. Before Chiyoshi could digest the information, ancient space, entity descending. Dignity continued again, They only exist by parasitizing living beings. For example, Dignity turned his head, his purple eyes glancing, then continued, for example, the otherworldly creatures you saw. When parasitized, they become what your world calls darkness. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi seemed to understand, confirming that makes sense. All the darkness in your world are parasitized otherworldly creatures. Otherworldly goblins become shadow goblins, ground spiders the same. They were parasitized, then came through space. Dignity replied, that is right, the darkness in your world are creatures of the destination world after being parasitized and passing through spatial pathways. Those pathways in your world are called dungeons. Tsuyoshi froze, countless pieces in his mind seemed to connect all of them. Tsuyoshi deduced and concluded that the darkness was not an enemy but a carrier of parasitic power, and the dungeon was the bridge between worlds. Dignity praised him for understanding quickly, saying the essence of the darkness was an ancient spatial power that parasitized all things, bringing destruction through the dungeons. Tsuyoshi looked down at the ring and asked how to stop the parasitization and what the 3 great wisdom treasures he mentioned were. Dignity replied that the method to stop it was hidden within the ring and the 3 great wisdom treasures, then told him to follow. Wind rose fiercely, and Luke could only see 2 figures of Dan entering the thick fog. After a while, the 2 stood before a massive mountain. Tsuyoshi wondered why Dignity had brought him there, so he asked why it was this mountain. Dignity chuckled and asked in return that he wanted to know how to deal with that terrible darkness. Right. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist and answered resolutely, that is right, I want to know. That man immediately replied that he needed to understand the key to controlling that power. Dignity swung his hand, throwing an object forward, then calmly said, right here. That object spun like a whirlwind and shot rapidly toward Tsuyoshi, startling him. Tsuyoshi reached out to catch it and realized it was the Heavenly King Hammer. The hammer's power was too much for him to withstand. He stumbled backward, realizing he had to use his strongest body. The system emitted a sound. Strongest body health. Power surged into his arms, and Tsuyoshi felt something was wrong, so he cried out, wait. Dignity mockingly assessed Tsuyoshi strength, saying that this wave was the strongest body. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth in annoyance and asked Mr. Dignity what he was trying to make him do. Dignity explained why the Heavenly King Hammer was one of the 3 great wisdom treasures and could control the darkness. Wanting him to understand that, Dignity chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on his own hand as if calculating something. Indeed, that man was condensing an energy sphere, its power growing stronger, pressure spreading throughout the space. Around them, a purple whirlpool surged, shrouding everything like a sealing barrier. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat from fear because the energy was too terrifying. Just getting close felt like his body was about to be torn apart. Dignity swung the energy sphere toward Tsuyoshi, telling him to experience it for himself. The purple energy sphere tore through the wind and shot straight at Tsuyoshi with terrifying speed. Tsuyoshi helplessly watched the massive energy sphere close in, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloping him. He felt the sphere's energy spread throughout his body, flooding it with an immense power like an ocean. Tsuyoshi threw his head back and screamed as his body overloaded from that source of energy. Dignity seriously said he could not grant him true power, but he had already understood that the treasure could display that power. Tsuyoshi was astonished to find he could use the hammer like an ordinary weapon. He marveled at Dignity's power but wondered why it had to be now. Dignity looked toward the mountain and explained that this was 300 years ago, and this mountain was the One-Strike Mountain of the future. Tsuyoshi asked in shock, the One-Strike Mountain of the future, could it be? Dignity chuckled and told him to feel the treasure's power. Tsuyoshi looked at the hammer and said hesitantly, right now power surged forth, and Tsuyoshi declared firmly that he thought he could do it. He raised the hammer, preparing to unleash his strongest strike. Power transformed into a giant divine dragon that roared and charged straight forward, striking directly into the mountain. A deafening explosion sounded, shattering rock and sending dust and debris billowing high. Witnessing that scene, he was stunned, realizing this was the true power to oppose the darkness. Panting after the strike, he understood that pursuing this power was his responsibility. He asked Dignity whether the distortion of space-time was the origin of the One-Strike Mountain. Dignity nodded in confirmation, saying the pursuit of ultimate power was the mission of the owner of the Endless Ring. That man smiled and explained that was why this place was called One-Strike Mountain. The two stood silently in mid-air, intently observing the scene below. After a moment, Tsuyoshi discovered the secret of the treasure's power. Dignity confirmed that was its full power, enough to destroy heaven and earth and alter the terrain. He looked at the item in his hand, pondered, then asked if the Heavenly King Hammer was one of the 3 great treasures. That man clearly answered that the 3 great treasures included the Heavenly King Hammer, the Bright Moon Holy Sword, and the Dark Star Staff, always appearing in other worlds. Tsuyoshi was stunned by the task of finding the treasures and merging them to gain the power to fight the darkness. Dignity affirmed that ever since the ring chose him, he had borne that responsibility. He had to go to other worlds to find the remaining 2 treasures. He wondered why Dignity did not merge them himself, since he was much stronger. That man did not answer immediately, only quietly gazing into the distant sky. After a moment, the corner of Dignity's mouth curled into a faint smile. After a period of silence, that man slowly said that he himself had died a long time ago. At that moment, an image appeared in Chiyoshi's mind. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What, that skeleton wearing a ring?" Chiyoshi stammered, asking if that was him at the bottom of the well. Dignity said in a deep voice that what he saw was only a will left behind 300 years ago. His true self had long turned to dust. He lowered his head slightly and said softly, "I am sorry." That man waved his hand, saying there was no need to apologize. This will was left behind to await the successor of the Endless Ring. Chiyoshi said, even someone as strong as him could not withstand the darkness. If just the final remnant was that extraordinary, Luke must have been far stronger than any S-rank adventurer he had ever known while alive. Dignity narrated, "I gathered the 3 great treasures, but did not know how to fuse them, and I failed. The power behind the darkness was greater than imagined, not merely parasitic, but a source of calamity from a place deeper." He subconsciously murmured the words he just heard, the existence behind the darkness, fusing the 3 great treasures. A blazing golden light erupted in that man's palm, radiating a pressure that shook the space. "Seek the answers yourself, I am merely a guide." With that, Dignity brought that light before Chiyoshi. "This is the only thing I can pass on, the skill Heaven Split, using a hammer summoned to unleash a strike that shakes heaven and earth." As the light entered him, the system sound immediately rang out. Received skill Heaven Split. Summon a heavenly hammer and unleash a strike capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Chiyoshi was stunned. Was this the very technique that created the mountain Luke had shown earlier? He explained, "Yes, currently you lack the strength to summon the hammer at will. With this skill, you will no longer fall into a state of depletion of energy and soul, and it will grow stronger with you. It is the skill I am most proud of." Feeling the surging power within his body, he clenched his fist, his voice sincere. "Thank you, I will use it well." Dignity urged, "Go Tsukishiro Chiyoshi. The road ahead is longer than you think." Suddenly, a golden light surged, pulling Chiyoshi's body backward. He cried out in alarm, "Mr. Yusbik. Soon the light completely enveloped Chiyoshi. Before he vanished, a low voice echoed, "The mission you bear is both a calamity and an honor. Perhaps one day we will meet again." Immediately after, Chiyoshi's figure dissolved in the sea of light, swept away by the magical current, floating in the endless void. In an instant, Chiyoshi's feet landed hard on the ground. Seeing the familiar figure emerge from the spatial rift, everyone cheered in joy. "He is out." Sando immediately grabbed Chiyoshi's shoulder, asking anxiously, "Hey, what was inside? Tell us, come on." He did not answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the door ahead. "Inside is..." Seeing Chiyoshi hesitate, he could not hold back, angrily shouting, "Stop hiding it. The door that even S-rank adventurers like us could not open after trying countless times. What did you see inside?" He frowned slightly, his voice turning cold. "Please let go of my hand." Sander quickly let go, seeming to sense something unusual. The other 2 were also startled, thinking simultaneously. This look, he has changed after coming out. Sander still did not give up, pressing on. "What is in there?" "Information about the darkness. As an S-rank adventurer, I am eager for a clue." Kenji urged, "I want you to tell me what was inside." Ryoshi calmly explained, "The darkness is essentially a type of host." He continued, "They are only parasitized by a far more powerful existence. The real enemy is the mysterious power that creates the darkness." He widened his eyes in disbelief. "My own hand is parasitized by a more powerful existence." Dan stood frozen, his face pale. "The darkness is created by a more powerful existence. More powerful than the darkness itself." Knowing the answer, I only feel more despair. He scratched his head, but at least it is a clue. Tsuyoshi quietly looked at the 3 people before him, thinking to himself, he cannot reveal the secret of the ring to anyone until he is strong enough to protect himself. He understood one thing clearly. If they wanted to, they could kill him right now. At that moment, the spatial door behind suddenly shook violently, cracks appearing and spreading like a spider web. In less than a second, the massive door shattered, debris flying everywhere. Kenji exclaimed in horror, "The door has collapsed." Kenji concluded, "It seems it has fulfilled its purpose." Sandra remained suspicious. "The collapse of the door is definitely related to you. What happened inside?" Tsuyoshi said firmly, "I have told you what I know. I received information about the darkness and was pushed out." 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded slightly, though still puzzled. They had no way to verify his words. He turned and walked away. "Then let us disband. News of this place has spread, and the discussion among the S-rank adventurers will begin soon. Tsuyoshi, I would be happy if you join Dragon's Wrath. As an individual within the 5 great powers, we will do our utmost to train you." The voice offered, "Longitude is one of the 3 great guilds. Whatever Sander can do, I can do too. Consider joining us." He sneered, "Are you ignoring the Adventurer Alliance?" Kenji glanced at the person beside him, then continued, "The Adventurer Guild is the strongest organization. After the tournament, I will recommend you to other S-rank adventurers so you can choose your own mentor." At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, "The final event is about to begin. Qualified contestants, please enter the arena." The corner of his mouth curled slightly. "It is time." Kenji stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Chiyoshi's shoulder. "I want to witness it with my own eyes." nice. I hope to see you stand on the podium of glory. He looked at the departing back and called out, then wait for me at the champion's position. Very soon, Tsuyoshi arrived on the arena floor of the Super Rookie Tournament. The host said excitedly, the third round is about to begin. Due to withdrawals and eliminations, the number of contestants has dropped from 12 to 10. He glanced around, counting himself among the 10. The third round should end quickly. At that moment, a status window appeared before Tsuyoshi. CD Guild Dragon's Wrath, level 37, Second Awakening C rank, combat power 25,900. He was surprised. He could see CD's stats. The anti-scout item had lost its effect. Thanks to Mr. Dignity Sound, the system voice rang out again. Heavenly Eye will no longer be affected by any items, but it may be unclear when facing an enemy of a much higher rank. Do not neglect upgrading yourself. Tsuyoshi shifted his gaze to the other side. Immediately another status window appeared. Zinkai, Guild Skull Knight, level 38, Second Awakening C rank, combat power 27,800. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, just as he predicted, Zinkai was no pushover. He had also awakened twice and was stronger than CD. The host continued, the third round is a team battle. Teams draw lots for order. Contestants can challenge anyone from another team or multiple people if confident. Losing means elimination. The last team standing wins. Weapons, skills, and items are allowed. The loser is automatically transported out. The winner moves on. Life and death depend on luck. Good luck. The host confirmed. The final round, everything depends on ability. Just then, a contestant standing behind turned his head. The corner of his mouth lifted in interest. All right, let us see what everyone is capable of. He calmly walked to the drawing box. Seeing the number 3 on the paper, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, third position, he can observe the battles of the earlier contestants. The host shouted, first contestant, Zinkai of the Skull Knight Guild. At that moment in the referee area, a referee spoke through a microphone, his voice filled with surprise. Zinkai, a second awakener, he is truly a monster, participated solo, and remained undefeated up to the third round. He is the ace of the Skull Knight Guild. The entire arena erupted into chaos like a stirred-up hornet's nest, shouts and frenzy merging into a blazing sea of sound. Zinkai swept his gaze around the arena, muttering softly, starting with the largest team, I will deal with CD's team later. He raised his hand and pointed straight at the Venom Guild. All three of you come up with Luke. In the stands, a spectator commented that the Mew Mew team had used long-range magic in the second round to take down opponents and steal crystals. Their methods were despicable, but their skills were quite good. The coordination of the three mages was truly frightening. The person beside him nodded. In a life and death battle, that tactic was entirely feasible. The Venom Guild was known for being cunning after all. Down below, CD rotated his wrist, a smile full of interest spreading across his face. You seem arrogant, but I look forward to fighting you. Venom led the way forward, his voice full of pride. We might lose if it were 1-on-1, but choosing 3-on-1 is your mistake. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena again. The second match of the third round begins. Immediately, the Venom Guild scattered, forming a pincer formation surrounding Zinkai from 3 directions. A blazing red spiritual power flared up on his hands. According to the plan, we will use magic to suppress his power. Venom charged straight at Zinkai. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. We will crush him together. He roared coldly, energy whip. In an instant, a colossal beast appeared in midair, its entire body enveloped by surging streams of emerald light that never ceased. Zinkai pushed off the ground hard, his entire body shooting into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was seated firmly on the back of his colossal beast. One judge widened his eyes. That was the exclusive finishing move of the Skull Knight Guild, a skill reserved for knights. Zinkai shouted loudly, charge! Immediately roared, charging ferociously at the enemy like a raging storm. The opponent hastily leaped back, dodging by a hair's breadth. A look of terror still on his face. What terrifying strength is this? Is this guy a monster? However, the enemy's sharp spear still pierced through his neck, pinning his entire body to the cold ground. Witnessing that scene, one spectator couldn't help but exclaim, no hesitation at all, just one strike, truly terrifying. Pressing his advantage, Zinkai continued to take down the next opponent with a single blow. He slowly turned his head, his icy gaze fixed on Venom. You are next. Hearing that, Venom turned pale, urgently urging his teammates not to stand there dumbfounded, quickly use magic. Blizzards and firepower were continuously unleashed, coordinated perfectly from front to back, attacking Zinkai simultaneously. However, he only coldly swung his weapon up. Mad damn. The sword turned into countless afterimages, moving at dizzying speed, shattering all the attacks. Venom was struck instantly before he could react. The last teammate panicked and jumped back. If he gets close, we are done for. His power is too great. He decided to beg, wait, I surrender, please spare my life. However, Zinkai did not stop, swiftly leaping into the air with incredible speed. In an instant, his spear pierced through the opponent's body, blood splattering everywhere. Zinkai said coldly, you are not worthy of being spared. He slowly withdrew his beast. One without courage or self-respect does not deserve to be an adventurer. adventurer. The host quickly announced the match is over. The winner is Zinkai. CD looked at the man before him with interest. He must also be a second-rate awakener. I am more interested in him than in Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi could not help but exclaim so strong. He continued, the match is over. The winner is Zinkai. The second participating team, please enter the arena. Immediately after, a man fully equipped in heavy armor leisurely stepped into the arena. The other man also slowly advanced, two gleaming short swords hanging at his waist. Both of them proudly surveyed the entire audience. Frodo lowered his voice. I choose that guy. The two nodded in agreement. No matter how strong he is only a D-rank rookie, easier to deal with than those monsters. The host urged the second participating team, please designate your opponent. He raised his hand. I designate Tsuyoshi from the Adventurer Alliance. The referees from other factions began to discuss. One praised the wise choice. The CD team is very strong, and he is a second-rate awakener. The woman continued, we just saw Zinkai's strength. They will choose Tsuyoshi. The one in front commented Tsuyoshi's performance was impressive, but he is just a D-rank rookie. Warriors are naturally at a disadvantage against assassins. These are seasoned fighters. How pitiful. Up in the stand, two girls clenched their hands tightly, murmuring anxiously, try your best, Tsuyoshi. Frodo hoisted his giant sword onto his shoulder, a faint smile on his face. We do not want to make things difficult for you. Choose one of us, he said in an icy voice. Since you chose me, come up with Luke and get it over with. Those words caused a stir throughout the arena. One person sneered, what a stupid rookie. Does he not know a warrior is at a disadvantage against an assassin? The person beside him chimed in, isn't he just copying Zinkai like that? A second-rate awakener and a D-rank rookie are completely different. Another person agreed, exactly, warriors fight head-on, assassins ambush. Completely opposite. Breaking the record has made Tsuyoshi too overconfident. Said angrily, you fool, if you want to die quickly then go ahead, send him to the underworld quickly. Tsuyoshi moved slightly, the weapon already appearing in his palm. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I cannot let the Adventurer Alliance lose face either. At the Super Rookie Tournament, all the viewers focused on the match. Tsuyoshi raised his sword in challenge, come on. He still hesitated, not daring to advance. That man was also trembling with fear, but still strong-armed and cursed. Is this how a D-rank adventurer fights? And he said loudly, do not let him overwhelm us. I have killed not a few and fought all the way here. No matter how strong he is, the opponent is only one person. Emboldened, the man laid out a plan. That's right. Pincer him from both sides. Do not give him time to breathe or use skills. Finish him quickly. His massive figure charged forward. Let's go. He used the sharp blade to clear all obstacles. Luke also split into multiple clones, all charging into attack simultaneously. All of his directions were blocked, leaving no escape route. In the stands, she was breaking out in a cold sweat. Being caught between a warrior and a thief was the worst situation for an adventurer, truly troublesome. He was burning with anxiety. The power of collapses could not be blocked head-on. He used it to lure the enemy and then lock their movement. The real finishing blow was the thief's clone. Whoever Tsuyoshi engaged would be hit by the other. He had made a mistake. He was surrounded but only glanced around a few times. Both men roared in unison, reckless fools. His blade had just touched Tsuyoshi's shoulder, then it stopped. Suddenly that power was repelled back. His spear also flew far away. What was that? Both men were terrified. Was he using a secret tool? Now it's his turn, it's my turn, right? The strongest body. A spectator jumped up. What? He was equally astonished. Collapses had crushed an extremely powerful shadow entity in the first round, yet that low-rank brat wasn't even scratched. The announcer was also sweating. The thief's back attack was among the top 3 of this event, yet it was easily neutralized. The entire audience chanted, he is a monster. That man is definitely an invincible monster. CD had seen it all. He smirked. This guy is interesting. Zinkan sat silently in a dim corner, unnoticed by anyone. He looked down at the match with a scrutinizing gaze. Zinkan was also suspicious, an adventurer guild having a low-rank member like this. Those two men had to kneel before Tsuyoshi. He used a technique, the law of earth and wind. Tsuyoshi dashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside that man. The man cried out in fear, too fast. He quickly retreated at maximum speed, hiding himself in the shadows. Only then did he dare to breathe. I've shaken him off. He said smugly, I am a thief, the king of shadows. No matter how fast you are, you can't even touch my clothes. In an instant, Tsuyoshi whispered behind him, where do you think you're running to? He reached out to attack. The man hurriedly shouted, stop. Tsuyoshi still angrily slashed down. The slash was so powerful it sent the man flying several meters. He stepped forward with full momentum. Let's continue. He sat on the ground lamenting that defense, speed, and power. He struggled to save himself, couldn't just wait to die, had to act now. Immediately his armor was torn apart. Tsuyoshi was slightly taken aback for a moment, but he remained unfazed, ready with his sword to fight. Come on. The guests were treated to another impressive display of overwhelming momentum. The commentator remarked, I recognize that warrior, the one fighting with fearless momentum. In the first round, he obtained the Spirit Stone with that very momentum. Even losing a member, he was still worthy of being a captain. He said with interest, that man will unleash his full power and plunge into a life-or-death battle. This will be worth watching. Tsuyoshi's sword had to contend against his massive body. He was not afraid of frontal assault. Then let's clash head-on. Tsuyoshi lightly swung his sword as he charged in. He charged forward carrying his massive blade. The blade was slammed down into the ground. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't touch him. In the end, he had to kneel in defeat. I can't win, I surrender. Both Tsuyoshi and everyone else were surprised. He didn't continue fighting. I understand that no matter what I do, I cannot defeat you. I admit defeat. He admitted, I have lost. His companion lying nearby couldn't believe it either. Didn't say anything more. He turned to look at the nearby referee. Result was announced. The opponent surrendered. Victory goes to Tsuyoshi of the Adventure Guild. The audience wasn't satisfied. What the hell? It was reaching a climax. CD cursed under his breath. Idiot. Shinken seemed to be pondering something. On Tsuyoshi's side, he turned to ask, isn't there one more match? The referee replied, yes, that's right. But he glanced at the documents while looking at him. Now that he had finished resting, Tsuyoshi walked away coldly. I don't need to rest. I've already warmed up. He walked straight up to CD and said, you want to fight me, right? Tsuyoshi said bluntly, single or team, I don't care at all. Yuichiro was annoyed and about to lose his temper. How arrogant, Captain CD. We should unite. CD shouted loudly, shut up, sit down. Both of them obeyed the order and acknowledged. He leaped high into the air. Then he landed right in front of him. CD showed no mercy, saying, Tsuyoshi, I will make you regret this. He confidently declared, I must prove to the leader that I am stronger. CDN laughed weirdly, I swear on my pride that I will kill you. At the Super Rookie tournament, a decisive battle between two opponents was about to take place. One guest was intrigued. Things are getting interesting. I have been watching CD from the start. Second Awakeners are truly astonishing. Tsuyoshi's dark horse journey ends here. Another guest was worried. Longnu has put effort into nurturing CD. He is a future star. He cannot afford to fail. Zinkai stared intently. Let me see who is stronger between the two. The announcer began the fourth match of the third round, CD versus Tsuyoshi. Both fighters ready. The announcer gave the command, the tense battle begins. CDM flashed a bright smile, then he used his finger to draw out the sword. At extreme speed, he attacked straight at Tsuyoshi. I'm coming. He dodged the attack nimbly while that man watched in astonishment. Tsuyoshi just watched without showing any emotion. CD slashed again, but Tsuyoshi blocked it with his sword. He laughed with veins bulging on his face. Better than I thought, but it's nothing yet. CD shattered the ground with a stomp, declaring, I will kill you. He continuously struck Tsuyoshi sword. When his sword disappeared, CD aimed a spear lance directly at him. Tsuyoshi was not surprised. That move again? Then he activated the Earth and Wind Law skill, cloaking himself to evade. All the gathered power merely grazed past him. Tsuyoshi majestically dodged that massive source of energy. The force shattered even the city wall. That was a second awakening. If it had hit, the match would have ended. He turned back to look at him. Do you really intend to kill me? Then Tsuyoshi raised his sword, crackling with lightning. He gave a strong flick, sending CD flying several meters. But he quickly regained his balance and stood up. CD wiped the dried blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. He nimbly spat it out as well. CD laughed wildly. You are worthy of catching Lord Sanders' eye. Interesting. He also drew his sword. The warm-up is over. Next I will use my full strength. CD's sword is both sharp and polished. Then he shit the sword again. CD drew his sword from behind his back. Killing intent filled the space. The audience quickly stood up. Don't tell me he is about to unleash a finishing blow. That move that defeated a high-level shadow entity. Shinkai also silently affirmed that technique was very dangerous. On the arena, Tsuyoshi remained silent in the face of CD's killing intent. Heavenly Eye, a tremendously threatening attack was forming. He stared intently, covering his entire body with his strongest form. CD's power was gradually increased. He opened his mouth, final form. 10 powerful slashes were unleashed. The guests were deeply shocked. Final form, a horrifying technique. So this is that move. Tsuyoshi now finally concentrated his full force, his momentum rising higher. He raised his sword, the streams of lightning waiting to burst forth. The sword was infused with magic power, energy of ice, earth, and lightning. Tsuyoshi's body brimmed with the combat strength of lightning and fire. His sword was so powerful it cracked and shattered. Tsuyoshi put his force into smashing the ground. Take this. Two terrifying sources of power collided. The force was so great that the guests nearby were blown away. The guest carrying the shield had to admit the true power was absolutely terrifying. CD could only stand frozen watching. Tsuyoshi's attack showed no sign of stopping. Luke and the arena floor were both engulfed in a thick cloud of dust. The witnessing audience was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. After that veil of dust, a blurry silhouette appeared. Tsuyoshi grabbed CD by the throat and declared that he had lost. The match ended with CD firmly in Tsuyoshi's grasp. He glanced over at him. Tsuyoshi mercilessly threw CD, pointing towards their commander. Seeing this, Yujiro was extremely worried for Commander CD. He only gently said one sentence, that he was still alive. Hironobu and that man hurriedly took CD to emergency. There was a message from the boss. He fearfully reported that Commander CD had lost to that man. The voice on the other end ordered, as expected, to retreat and treat CD. Hironobu obeyed and said they would return immediately. The entire audience shouted in unison, Tsuyoshi had won. The spectators were astonished that the C-rank genius CD was defeated by someone who was only D-rank. The arena staff lying on the rubble breathed a sigh of relief. thinking they were surely dead. When he was about to stand up, Sinkai had already stepped forward. Chiyoshi also turned back to look. He seriously demanded the referee announce the start of the next match. The referee broke out in a sweat and awkwardly declared Chiyoshi the winner of this match. The referee was worried about his stamina, but Chiyoshi said it was fine. He frankly stated he wanted to finish quickly. The audience was shocked by the statement, asking if he knew who his next opponent was. Everyone was looking forward to the match between the Dark Horse and the genius nurtured by the Skull Knight Association. Finally, the referee gave the signal to start the finals. Sharp swords clashed against each other, creating streaks of light in the sky. The audience could not understand the level of danger. They just thought they were sword fighting. The commentator exclaimed that this offensive and defensive speed could not be C rank, yet Chiyoshi was still only D rank. Two swords gradually separated. Both pulled back from each other, the force sending sand and dust flying everywhere. Chiyoshi's sword was heavily chipped and cracked. Sinkai's sword was not much better. Both swords shattered. It caught everyone off guard. The spectators were astonished. Their weapons were both broken. Could it be a draw? Sinkai grinned, saying the warm-up was enough energy bone. His skeletal beast manifested, and he mounted its back. He raised his hand to summon. Mist rose around him. Appear, light soul. In Sinkai's hand was a blade. Together with the skeletal beast, it showed an aura of invincible power. The two girls broke out in a sweat, unable to believe their eyes. Was that his true power? Chiyoshi paused slightly. The heaven's eye showed his stats had increased again. The system displayed information. He was from the Skull Knight Association, level 38, combat power 35,000. Surrounded by power, Sinkai said that forcing him to use his light soul was enough for him to be proud. He continued, and my strongest strike. Sinkai and the skeletal beast both leaped high into the air, battle soul-crushing defeat. He plunged straight down toward him, shouting die. The panicked audience stood up. Chiyoshi had no weapon left, it was over. Chiyoshi calmly created an orb of electricity, trying out a technique he had just learned. A sword appeared in his hand. Sinkai descended with his blade, Heaven Splitter. The two struck each other, unleashing a force that ravaged everything. The spectators were protected by a barrier. Everyone protect yourselves. His power created a large circle, destroying the barrier walls. The arena was now nothing but a blur of swirling sand and dust. Sinkai coughed harshly in the dust, wondering if he had been hit. He still could not see Chiyoshi's figure anywhere. Sinkai laughed triumphantly, thinking he had won. From within that dust, a blurry human figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Chiyoshi, standing tall and unmoving. This time, it was Sinkai's turn to be astonished. He was unscathed, and there was only one possibility. He had completely neutralized the force using his own strike. That man turned his gaze toward the stands. Sinkai was still confused, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, he turned his head to look upward. Sinkai's eyes were filled with shock. He was surrounded by earth and rock, the only escape being where the sunlight shone through. Sinkai imagined the outcome if that attack had hit him. He would surely have died. Could that man merely be a D rank? He dared not think further. This person was only D rank yet so strong. What would the future hold? Unimaginable. Sinkai recalled his days of hard training. This was what he had been seeking. The ultimate pure and absolute power. Even risking his life to join the association was only to become stronger. The referee climbed out from the pile of debris, declaring the victor of the final match. Luke looked around in surprise. Both of them were still standing. Sinkai also slowly stood up. Chiyoshi merely stood watching without any reaction. That man slowly approached him. Everyone was astonished. What were you doing? Sinkai suddenly knelt down. I admit defeat in this match. That strike truly made me admire you. He spoke with determination. From now on I will follow you. Please accept me as your disciple. Chiyoshi was completely taken aback by this act. At Mount Yiji, outside the competition area, the sun gradually set behind the mountain ranges. The entire sky was dyed a golden orange of twilight. Suzuki stood with arms crossed beside the car, raising his eyes to stare intently into the boundless space. A cigarette hung from his mouth as he recalled the news headlines he had read. The Super Rookie final results. Champion Chiyoshi. The Dark Horse Sinkai had defeated the successor candidate. The mountain had been pierced by a single attack. At first, everyone thought Chiyoshi was the culprit. Sometime later, a voice came from behind. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Chairman Suzuki. Suzuki heard his name and tilted his head, casting his gaze toward the person who had just appeared. Chiyoshi's face was extremely calm, holding a gleaming golden trophy in his hand. He walked step by step toward him. Suzuki's eyes went wide. He stood frozen in place, his mouth only able to open and utter a single sound. Right after that, he ran over, opened his arms wide to embrace Chiyoshi, crying as he spoke, Chiyoshi, well done. Suzuki tightened his hold on the person before him, expressing his emotion. Thank you, truly thank you. You saved my position and opened a path for my advancement. It was all thanks to you. I am in your debt for life. Chiyoshi reached out and gently patted his back. Chairman, please let me go. Your snot is all over my shirt. Finally, Suzuki released him, wiping his tears while sobbing an apology. He placed both hands on Chiyoshi's shoulders and spoke solemnly. The Supreme Commander of the Alliance has just arrived. Your performance led the Alliance to a unanimous decision. Suzuki looked directly at Chiyoshi and announced, your rank will skip C rank and be promoted directly to B rank. You are the youngest B rank in history, the first person to jump from D to B. Chiyoshi replied sincerely, I am deeply grateful. It is all thanks to your care. Suzuki waved his hand in refusal. Don't say that. This is your achievement. Chiyoshi seemed to remember something and shifted to another topic. Do you still remember the matter I once asked you about? Suzuki was startled and lightly slapped his thigh. Yes, you mean tomorrow's auction, right? He informed him. I have personally arranged everything. The money you gave me I have kept safe. Now you have both the rank and the necessary funds. Chiyoshi replied reassuringly, thinking to himself, now there is hope for Karina's legs. Suddenly, a call made both of them pay attention. Master. Shinkai, with a look of full determination, walked down the steps toward Chiyoshi. Suzuki turned his head in surprise. Seeing the approaching person, question marks filled his mind. He murmured the two words he had just heard, Master. Chiyoshi crossed his arms, his eyes slightly wavering as he recalled the award ceremony scene. That man had kept looking at him with eyes full of passion. He closed his eyes, tiredly rubbing his forehead, and spoke, as I said, I am not qualified to be a teacher. Shinkai straightened his back, announcing in an extremely serious voice that he knew best whether I was qualified. From today, I decided to follow him. No one could stop me. Suzuki stood to the side, his eyes wide as he asked if that was not Shinkai of the Skull Knight Association. What was going on? Shinkai turned around. Before leaving, he glanced at Chiyoshi as if to declare, after I settled things with the guild, no matter what, I would follow him. Shinkai's retreating figure grew further and further away. The last words he left echoed in the space. Please wait for me. Chiyoshi squinted his eyes, could only reply helplessly. Wait for what? Snap out of it. Then raised his face to the sky, letting out a long breath. Anyway, the tournament was finally over. Chiyoshi secretly set a goal. He would definitely obtain the reincarnation gold pill. Hang in there, Karina. Soon you will be able to stand up. At the same time, on the other side, at the Adventurer Alliance headquarters, the top floor meeting room, Shimiya Kenji, an S-rank adventurer, knelt on one knee reporting to the person before him, Mr. Chairman. This is all the current information on Chiyoshi. The chairman of the Adventurer Alliance, James, nicknamed the Judgment, was once an S-rank adventurer. His combat power unknown, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, ordering, is that so? Chiyoshi, fine, you may leave. Kenji replied as he stood up, yes. He finally turned around, walking towards the door to leave the meeting room. James looked at the scenery outside the window, pondering, he has opened that door. Even though he is only D-rank, he possesses such power. The corner of his mouth curled up, letting out two interested laughs. Haha, the secrets he carries and the source of his mysterious power even affect Mountain One Strike. On the glass of the window reflected James's black silhouette. He uttered a sentence, truly very interesting. Outside it was now dusk, the entire sky dyed a warm orange-red hue. On this side, Chiyoshi was walking alone on the bustling street while muttering to himself. It was hard to refuse Chairman Suzuki's offer for a ride. He finally let me walk on my own. He secretly sighed again. It had been a long time since he had strolled slowly like this. Not bad. In Chiyoshi's mind flashed countless scenes from since he became an adventurer, continuously going down dungeons, fighting, getting stronger. Lately, he had no time to stop. He even heard the true mission from Mr. Dignity. He put his hands in his pockets, gliding through the crowd, silently telling himself in his head, thinking too much was useless. His little sister was waiting at home. Suddenly he glanced, noticing a figure standing in front of a store. Huh? A girl wearing a maid-style dress was enthusiastically handing out flyers to passers-by. Grand opening, special discount. Master, please come home. On her head, she wore a headband with two black cat ears, looking extremely cute. Sakura's smiling face suddenly appeared in Chiyoshi's mind. He stopped walking, silently calling her name Sakura. A moment later, Chiyoshi continued to merge into the crowded stream of people, silently making a decision. It was also time to meet her again. Call rang out in the living room. Is it really you, big brother? Karina could not believe it, stammering to ask again. I can really stand up again? Chiyoshi gently stroked her head, replying with certainty. Yeah, soon you will be able to stand, I promise. Karina was so moved she could not speak, tears continuously falling, wetting her face. She was extremely agitated, reaching out both hands to tightly hug the person sitting before her, then crying loudly. Chiyoshi also patted her gently on the back, whispering softly, sorry for making you wait so long. He patiently comforted Karina. It is okay, you will be able to go to school, go shopping, and go anywhere like other children. After a long while, Karina lay on the bed, falling into sleep. Chiyoshi used his finger to wipe the water stains at the corners of her eyes. Now you can rest assured. He left the room using force to pull the door handle, closing Karina's room door. Tsuyoshi stood before the window in his own bedroom, silently staring intently at the sky. The gold ring on his finger flashed, a panel of information appeared. The path of infinity has been opened. Immediately, a massive vortex appeared, enveloping the entire space. The light emitted from within was extremely dazzling. Tsuyoshi's eyes slowly opened. He had been teleported to another world, the Beastman territory, an abandoned house. Tsuyoshi tilted his head, carefully observing the surrounding scenery. Last time I was in this house with Sakura, and then was sent back to my own world. He stood up, walking step by step towards the wooden door, silently calling someone's name. Sakura. Reaching outside, Tsuyoshi's footsteps stopped, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. In the yard, Sakura was on tiptoe, hanging the freshly washed clothes on the line. As if sensing the person who had just appeared, she moved her gaze to look behind her. Sakura turned around, brushing aside the fluttering strands of her hair, smiling as she asked, "Master, you are awake." Tsuyoshi silently looked at her, the leaves blown by the wind floating in the air. Not knowing how long passed, he also smiled back. "Yeah, long time no see, Sakura." Sunlight filtered through the tree leaves, creating sparkling rays. Tsuyoshi and Sakura sat comfortably under a tree. Sakura took out a notebook with a brown cover, then called out, "Master." Tsuyoshi's expression froze. He slowly flipped open the notebook in his hand. On the page were written lines of information. The head of the Egan family, the commander of the Franks Guard, the head of the Duke Glock's August family, the head of the Alex Benson Brandon Cameron family, Kristen, the head of the Edward family, Derek. Tsuyoshi asked in confusion, "What is this?" Sakura directed her gaze into the distance, speaking, "That is my secret. Master, in truth, I have wanted to tell you for a long time." She began to recount. "My father was once one of the top candidates for the throne of the successor Beast King of the Beastman tribe. Back then, I was just an innocent child, understanding nothing. The only memory I still have is the image of my father surrounded by his loyal and powerful subordinates, the renowned warriors of the Beastman tribe." Sakura clenched her teeth tightly, recalling with hatred, "The current Beast King, that man's father, was my father's greatest rival in both power and reputation. He knew clearly he could not compare with my father, so he used the most despicable means, bribing and corrupting my father's most trusted subordinates. The names recorded in this notebook are them." Tsuyoshi looked again at the several names listed in the notebook, asking, "Are these the traitors?" Sakura's face turned pale, trembling as she answered him, "Yes, those who swore loyalty and vowed to dedicate their very lives betrayed my father. They poisoned him right before the most important battle, with a dosage enough to kill a man. Then my father fell right before my eyes." She regained her composure, continuing to recount, "After framing my father to remove any future threat, they also planned to dispose of me." Tsuyoshi's hand holding the notebook tightened, green veins bulging out, looking extremely terrifying. Sakura turned her head to look at him. "Fortunately, the wet nurse who raised me from childhood was by my side." Childhood memories flooded back into her mind. The high fevers had left her delirious, and her grandmother had held her tight, risking her life to escape the chaos. From then on, the two of them changed their names and surnames, and her grandmother became her only family. Sakura lightly brushed her bangs aside, lowering her head to recount that they had once hidden in a remote village. The crazed subordinates had scoured the area, but the Beastman territory was too vast. A few years later, unable to find any clues, they gave up, perhaps thinking a solitary child posed no threat. Suddenly, she stood up straight, her gaze fixed on the distant sky. Sakura tilted her head, reaching out a hand toward Tsuyoshi, saying there was a place she wanted him to come with her to. After that, the two of them walked together deep into a vast forest. Sakura walked ahead, her feet stepping through the weeds that were spreading across the path. She swung her arm, brushing aside a large leaf blocking her face. Before them stood a small wooden house, covered in green moss around it from being uninhabited for a long time. Sakura stood silently in front of the house for a long while Tsuyoshi stood behind her, turning his head to observe the surrounding scenery. Next, she turned and walked toward a high mound of earth near the house, in front of which a small wooden plaque was stuck. She still said nothing, her head bowed low, the whole space falling into silence. Tsuyoshi also did not speak, only intently watching the person in front of him. Sakura stared at the earth mound, traces of sorrow flickering across her face. After an unknown time, Tsuyoshi softly asked if that was her grandmother's grave. Sakura nodded slightly, yes it was. She once again recalled the events that had happened in the past after the two of them had escaped. She worked hard to survive, while always staying vigilant, keeping this secret hidden in her heart. She made no friends and never revealed her true strength to anyone. Sakura hugged her arms, looking up to the sky, saying that on the day her grandmother passed, the weather was just as sunny as today. She did not cry, because since childhood, her grandmother had taught her not to shed tears easily, for tears would make her weak, and if she cried, her grandmother would not be able to rest in peace. So she held back and buried her only relative with her own hands, right at this very spot. She looked down at her two hands, back when she was still a child shorter than a car. It took her even 3 days to dig a hole deep enough to bury her grandmother. She no longer remembered clearly, only that her hands had been torn so terribly that in the end, she felt no pain, only numbness. Tsuyoshi tilted his head, calling out worriedly, "Sakura." Sakura continued, saying that after that she lived alone, having to flee from wild beasts and all the malice of the outside world. Because she was a half-beastman, in the eyes of pure-blooded beastmen, she was lowly and filthy. Not once had her kind ever treated her kindly. Her gaze turned resolute, fortunate that she had inherited sword talent from her strong father since childhood. She leveled up much faster than other children. Later, she joined temporary teams as a solo hunter, hunting monsters, and gradually stabilized her life. The more she grew and became stronger, the clearer the emotions buried in her heart became. She wanted revenge. Tsuyoshi quietly took out the brown-covered notebook that Sakura had handed him earlier. He recalled the first time he met Sakura, on the day she was about to be executed. So that was it. Sakura explained that it had been completely beyond her plan. That day she had simply been passing by, and before she realized it, she had sneaked into the Holy Land to confirm something. She suspected that some subordinate had taken the family heirloom sword as a war trophy and offered it to the enemy who killed her father. That was the current Beast King. She thought the weapon of her clan, the one her father had promised to give her, had been offered to the enemy by the betrayers. If so, it was in the hands of the Beast King's son. Sakura slapped her head, berating herself. She knew well that she could not defeat him now. But the Holy Land was more heavily guarded than she had thought, and she had been discovered as soon as she approached the central area. Fortunately, her identity had not been uncovered. They mistook her for a half-beastman thief trying to steal a treasure, and decided to carry out the harshest punishment as a warning. She had prepared to risk escape at the last moment, even with only the faintest hope. And then, Sakura uttered a sentence she had never thought of. She turned her head and smiled at Tsuyoshi, saying that she would be saved, my master. Tsuyoshi handed the notebook in his hand back to Sakura, saying it must be very important. He crouched down, starting to pull out the weeds on the earth mound. Let us clean up your grandmother's grave together. Sakura also sat down beside him, reaching out to pull away the dry vines covering the grave. She whispered softly, "Grandma, I'm back." After a long while, Tsuyoshi stood up, looking at the grave with satisfaction. That's good." Suddenly, he dropped both knees heavily to the ground. Tsuyoshi clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and said sincerely, "Thank you for raising and protecting Sakura." Seeing this, Sakura exclaimed in surprise, "Master." Finally, she knelt down beside Tsuyoshi, clasping her hands just like him. Tsuyoshi affirmed seriously, "From now on, I will protect her in your place. Please rest in peace in heaven." Tsuyoshi and Sakura both closed their eyes, praying devoutly. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating warm patches of light. The shadow of Sakura's father seemed to appear, gently stroking the hair of the two. After saying goodbye to her grandmother, Tsuyoshi and Sakura left the forest together. Sakura hugged the notebook to her chest, asking her master in confusion, "Why are we going to the old fortress of my clan?" She warned worriedly that place had been taken over by a powerful minister who once served under her father. His name was written right on the first page of the notebook. Sakura warned again, his loyal subordinates guard it extremely strictly. My identity would be exposed immediately, and I still haven't. Tsuyoshi cut her off, asking if she had never gone back to check. Right. Tsuyoshi glanced, saying his guess was that the weapon her father intended to give her was still hidden inside that fortress, waiting for its true owner. His steps stopped, and he spoke 2 words, "Moreover." Tsuyoshi clenched his hand into a fist, declaring that perhaps we could wipe out all the names recorded in this notebook together. On the vast grasslands within the Beastman territory, there was a white fortress built extremely solidly and massively. At all the gates, fully armed Beastman soldiers stood guard. On the high city walls, many Beastman soldiers were taking turns patrolling and guarding every corner. Tsuyoshi and Sakura remained silent, hiding in a bush to observe the situation. Tsuyoshi's eyes gleamed as he checked the information. Level 30 mace infantry, level 32 longbow hunters. Even the gate guards were around level 30. Truly not simple. Inside there would surely be... He turned his face sideways, seeing Sakura's extremely focused expression. His words paused slightly. Tsuyoshi silently looked at her for a long time. Finally, he turned his eyes toward the distant fortress, waiting in silence. After an unknown time, Sakura finally spoke. Currently, over a dozen armed beastmen soldiers were gathered inside this fortress. Besides them, there were at least 6 or 7 generals who had betrayed her father also here. He began to analyze the situation. They turned their backs on her father, but the current Beast King did not think highly of them, so he pushed them to this place. Even so, their ranks were certainly no lower than level 50. Sakura lowered her head worriedly. Just the 2 of us could easily take down the guards. But if we make too much noise, the generals will detect us, and the soldiers will swarm in. That would be extremely dangerous, and in the best case scenario, even I would not survive. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes, repeating her words, "She cannot survive." He looked up ahead, then uttered a single word, "If..." Tsuyoshi asked bluntly, if I sweep away all the soldiers and the 6 lukes, can we handle the remaining generals ourselves? Sakura couldn't believe it, her eyes wide as she retorted, you destroy all the beastmen soldiers and the 6 lukes, and also take care of the generals above level 50. Is that even feasible? Tsuyoshi did not answer, only asked back, tell me if it is possible or not. Sakura lowered her head, sinking into thought. She frowned in analysis, I am only level 7. The enemy generals are 50 times stronger, but what if their HP drops and they fall into a berserk state? Sakura looked up, her eyes slightly dazed, then called out, Master. She looked at the fortress, asking curiously, when you say survive, what state are you envisioning? Tsuyoshi murmured the question again, what kind of state, huh? He observed the guards in front of the fortress before answering, probably the kind where the whole body is battered and torn. Tsuyoshi curled the corner of his mouth, promising, I will leave the finishing blow for you. Sakura was stunned, her mouth agape as she said to herself, Master's level is lower than mine, yet he has 6 lukes. She secretly marveled, I cannot see through his true strength at all. Sakura nodded, declaring with determination, I can do it, Master. In front of the fortress gate, many beastmen soldiers were gathered. Sakura pressed herself against the wall to avoid their gaze. She observed the movements of the soldiers while moving step by step inside. When someone passed by, Sakura immediately jumped up to cling to the house's foundation to hide. She frowned, recalling her discussion with Tsuyoshi again in her mind. Sakura hesitated to confirm again. Are you really planning to do this? We can still turn back and run. I have a skill called Distant End Slash. It allows me to lock onto the furthest target in sight once, then immediately retreat. She called out worriedly, Master, are you sure? This plan is reckless and insane. What if it fails? Tsuyoshi's voice was firm as he reassured, trust me. When I give the signal, follow the plan exactly. Back in the present, Sakura concluded silently, Master never acts on mere guesswork. The only thing I can do is trust him. She leaped over the soldiers, pondering, the day I fled this place, I was still an innocent child. Sakura thought, yet my body remembers every path, every corner. She remembered Tsuyoshi words. Her task was to find a wide open area in the fortress with no obstacles, then lure all the enemies there. Sakura used her lightning speed to dash past the soldiers, calculating how to lure all the generals, over 100 soldiers, and the 6 lukes into an open space. I am the sole heir of the former master, the child they once wanted to kill and abandoned, now appearing here. They will not hesitate to attack me with full force because they are always afraid of not being able to eliminate the remaining threat. Sakura smiled, affirming that this very fact made them uneasy. At the same time, outside the fortress, Tsuyoshi was standing on a high rock waiting. He seriously arranged the plan, unleashing a single blow to take down over 100 soldiers, leaving the high-level generals on the brink of death. I will have to use all my strength. A golden light emanated from Tsuyoshi eyes. He called out, Sakura, sweep away everything in the path of your revenge. A status panel appeared, current available energy 1000, strongest body, maximum 300%. Heavenly King Hammer is limited by physical stats. Inside the fortress, in front of Sakura was an arched gate leading outside. She ran quickly forward, the distance getting closer and closer, finally infiltrating the inside of the fortress. She stood on the high city wall, silently gazing at the scene inside. An image from her childhood appeared in Sakura's mind. So this is the place. She ran toward the training ground, thinking to herself, I will end everything here. Sakura stood alone in the middle of the outdoor training ground, the sky above already covered by dark clouds. She tilted her head to observe, thinking, this is my last childhood memory, also the place where these criminals will die. A soldier on the city wall spotted her and shouted, hey, over there. The one next to him asked in surprise, is that a half-beast? Sakura glanced toward them, whispering, Master, I have prepared the perfect stage. She clenched her fists, pretending to exclaim in shock, they recognize me already. Then Sakura declared loudly, I have come for you, show yourselves. In the armory, the one-eyed beastman heard the noise and tilted his head in confusion. What is that sound? In the office, the long-bearded beastman was also startled, sensing something unusual, this presence. At the same time, in the upper watchtower, the beastman in iron armor asked warily, who is causing a disturbance in the fortress? Many beastman soldiers in the fortress were rushing toward the source of the sound. Enemy attack, hurry to the training ground. Beastman in iron armor standing on the city wall looked down and asked Sakura, who are you? The one-eyed beastman beside him also roared in threat, a half-beast girl dares to cause trouble here. Below the training ground, several soldiers holding sharp weapons stood in a circle, surrounding Sakura. On the city wall, the long-bearded beastman had also appeared. He asked contemptuously, just a fool. The long-bearded beastman's eyes narrowed, pondering over that half-beast girl. After some time, his lazy red eyes suddenly widened greatly. An image from the past appeared in his mind, a little girl sitting in the lap of the former beastman leader. The back of his hand was covered in rough, bulging veins, his fingers curling to grip his staff tightly. The beastman in iron armor was about to turn and leave when a voice of restraint sounded in his ear. Wait, look closely. He curiously stared down below. The long-bearded beastman reminded him again about that face, those eyes, and those hands. In the eyes of the beastman in armor, Sakura's face was clearly visible. He was startled to recognize that half-breed, who should have been dead. Sakura lifted her head, her face showing no fear, her sharp gaze meeting theirs directly. The long-bearded beastman yelled out, "She is alive and has returned." The one standing next to him ordered the horn to be blown immediately, calling all forces to the training ground, and not to let her escape. Receiving the order, a beastman soldier blew hard on an iron horn to signal his subordinates to assemble. Countless beastman soldiers, carrying weapons, streamed into the outdoor training ground. 4 beastman generals from elsewhere, hearing the alert horn, also appeared on the city wall. One wondered what was happening that required an assembly. The long-bearded beastman did not reply, only directed his gaze down to the training ground to see who that half-beast woman was. All 4 generals looked down together, startled, and exclaimed in unison, "That thing." On the city wall and around the training ground, the beastman soldiers had formed an encirclement. They were fully equipped with shields and weapons, Sakura still maintaining a calm demeanor as she faced them. The bearded general asked contemptuously, "Daring to show your face here, do you want to die?" Another scoffed, "Little girl." The white-haired general added, "Truly foolish." Sakura stood straight, her hands clenched into fists. She uttered 2 words, "Very well." Her sharp gaze fixed on them. "I thought you all had forgotten me." Long-bearded beastmen and the several generals leaped powerfully down from the high city wall to the training ground. They stood in a line facing Sakura. Long-bearded beastman spoke up to ask, "Little girl, back then you escaped, so why have you returned here now?" His eyes narrowed, exuding a threat. "If you had just hidden yourself and lived out the rest of your life, at least you wouldn't have thrown yourself into danger," the long-bearded beastman confidently asserted, "but since you dared to show your face here, we will show no mercy." Sakura propped one hand on her hip, curling the corner of her lip in contempt, repeating the 2 words she had just heard, "Hide away." She tilted her head and said calmly, "I have never run away. All of this was just to wait for the right moment." Sakura frowned deeply, continuing, "The moment to slaughter you traitors and to take revenge." The beastman generals heard the declaration, turned to look at each other, "Revenge." A few seconds later, the one-eyed general laughed loudly, "Revenge? You speak of revenge." The white-haired general looked up to the sky and chimed in, "A single half-beast girl dares to talk about revenge. Do you think you alone can stand against 7 great generals and over 100 elite soldiers?" The ramhorn general clutched his stomach, laughing, "Just like your dead father, the fool." The beastman in armor seemed to recall, "That day we repeatedly urged that foolish old man to stage a coup, to seize power by force. If he had led, the beastman tribe would have been invincible, the beast throne would have been in our grasp." His eyes reddened, showing extreme anger, and he beat his chest hard, but he clung to that useless honor and justice, insisting on becoming the beast king through the proper path. "We are beastmen, born to kill and fight." The horned beastman also gritted his teeth in agreement, "That is right, we once advised him. But your noble father not only refused, he also scolded us, saying he would not allow such despicable acts." All their faces turned savage, recounting for convenience, "If he had come to that, we had no other choice. So we joined hands with his enemy. He was the truly wise one, promising us a life of wealth and honor if we dealt with your father." Sakura was silent, her head slightly bowed, her hair covering her eyes. A few seconds later, Sakura's lips parted, forcing out one word, "Really." Her eyes flashed with hatred for all those things and for the wealth and honor with which you poisoned my father and then betrayed him. The long-bearded beastman waved his hand and asked, "Betrayal. If we had continued following your foolish father, even if he became beast king through proper ceremony, would we have gained wealth and fame?" He pointed the staff he was holding at Sakura and answered himself, "Never. Back then, we risked our lives following him, throwing ourselves into danger. Wasn't it all to obtain those things? Were we wrong?" The long-bearded beastman yelled, "Do you dare say we are wrong?" The white-haired general also roared, "That is right." The ramhorn general asked loudly, "Risking our lives for nothing, is that worth it?" Sakura bowed her head and remained silent for a long time. Then she lifted her face to look at the beastman standing opposite, exposing the truth. "My father only thought of the future and prosperity of the beastman tribe. This all turned out this way because you craved money and fame." Sakura grimaced and stated her conclusion, "So that is it, my speculation was not wrong. My father made only one mistake in his life, and that was that he did not kill all the cowards like you himself, you creatures worse than beasts." The long-bearded beastman, struck where it hurt, waved his hand and cursed, "Death-defying fool. You inherited the arrogance of your father and the lowly blood of your mother, truly useless." The ramhorn general shouted in anger, "Disgusting half-breed." The white-haired general also added, "Know your place, mongrel." Immediately after, they loudly ordered to take care of that girl. The beastman soldiers standing around all replied in unison clearly. Suddenly in the sky, blue clouds gathered from nowhere, and extremely powerful lightning bolts flashed from within. The beastman in iron armor was stunned, looking up, lightning. It was still very clear just now. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Seeing that, the beastman in an iron armor yelled, "What is that?" At the same time, on the mountain peak 30 meters from the fortress, a blinding beam of light shot shot straight up from the ground into the sky. Tsuyoshi was wearing blue armor, the hammer in his hand releasing an immense surge of power. His eyes flashed, a message window appeared, skill lightning strike level 2. Tsuyoshi's expression was now fiercely murderous. He called out, Sakura, well done, leave the rest to me. Thunder and lightning crashed down from the sky. Sakura recalled Tsuyoshi's reminder when she saw the lightning, to use her skill and then retreat as much as possible. The moment she saw those lightning bolts, she immediately understood her master's signal. Without any hesitation, she rushed forward, aiming for the soldier on the outer edge. The one she targeted was the tallest soldier in the group, and then Sakura lunged, delivering a punch to this one. This sudden action happened too quickly, catching the group of soldiers off guard. When it was done, they only then frantically shouted, ambush. Realizing something was wrong, one in the group hurriedly yelled, get away from that girl if she escapes. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning struck down from the sky again. Each bolt struck the soldiers directly, causing them to panic and shout, she has allies. Lightning was so powerful that even though the soldiers tried to block with their shields, they were blasted apart. As for Sakura, at that moment she received a notification from Tsuyoshi, retreat as far as possible. Back to Tsuyoshi, he was controlling the lightning from a distance. Inside, he thought very calmly, lightning strike is just an initial diversion. The decisive moment, he gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, focusing all his power into this. At that moment, the system displayed a notification about pushing power to the maximum, combining the strongest body, terrain law, heavenly king hammer, and all remaining energy, warning that using multiple types of energy at this level could cause severe injury or shock to the body. Final warning, after this strike, energy may be completely depleted for a period of time. At that moment, the monster horde finally noticed the sudden and terrifying change, unaware of what was happening. The energy flow from the sky gathered in one spot and was ready to be unleashed. Tsuyoshi smiled arrogantly. A new strike created from all his strength. I will call it. Suddenly, a black dragon appeared in the sky. Its presence filled the monster soldiers with immense fear, not knowing what this thing was. Realizing the dragon was about to annihilate them all, the leader shouted a warning. You fools, raise your shields, run now. At the same time, Sakura ran past and witnessed everything happening. Upon seeing it, she was slightly astonished as she recognized what this thing was. Before her confusion could pass, the stone wall right beside her began to crumble into pieces. The powerful energy flow struck straight down at the castle, completely shattering it. While the monster horde was incinerated, even though the insect leader tried to resist, it was futile. After the energy flow passed, thick dust covered everywhere. The exhausted insect leader luckily survived. He could not believe it, wondering how a little girl could do this. Who exactly unleashed that terrifying strike? Suddenly a growling sound rang out again. A silhouette of something lurked behind the dusty haze. From there, a familiar figure stepped out. It was Sakura, still completely unharmed after the energy flow just now. Seeing her, the insect leader quickly knelt down to surrender. Miss, please forgive us, we were forced, we had no choice. The reason he did this was because he knew clearly, with this condition, he could not beat the girl. Sakura raised her sword, her face full of killing intent. I do want your apology, but not for me. Unexpectedly, the insect leader was so cowardly that he asked her to kill his own disciples. Kill them? Please spare me. Annoyed, Sakura used the skill Flower Hell to slash off one of his arms. Of course, she had no qualms about sending all of them on their way. Every single one of you will die. After finishing off this group, she slowly sheathed her sword into her pouch, whispering, Father, I have avenged you. Her voice softly echoed, please rest in peace. Turning back to Tsuyoshi, he was quietly sitting on the ground. He rested, not moving at all. Suddenly a hand reached out to him. It was Sakura. She hugged Tsuyoshi tightly in her arms. Realizing it was Sakura, Tsuyoshi mustered some strength to ask, is everything over? Sakura replied softly, yes, just as you said, all the elites and generals who betrayed Father have been dealt with. She took out the notebook with the red stricken lines of names, confirming not a single one survived. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi sighed in satisfaction. Sakura, you truly have done it. After speaking, his arms suddenly went limp and dropped. Sakura still held him tightly, whispering in his ear, thank you, I will never forget for life. I am here now, get some rest. Even though he was unconscious, Tsuyoshi was aware this was the deep layer of his consciousness. Just then, the system sent a notification due to forced fusion of multiple energies. Life was in a critically dangerous state, activating the highest level awakening. Forced rest mode for the body based on combat data. Performing emergency maintenance and system upgrade. Progress 30%, 100% complete. The system announced that the Divine Eye has been updated. Intelligent module download complete. Chat function unlocked, causing Tsuyoshi to be slightly confused. Chat. A series of other notifications confirm the high-risk, life-threatening energy fusion behavior. The auxiliary system has supplemented energy to prevent destruction. System integrated energy allowing precise control, helping combine different types of energy and attributes. Greatly greatly increasing the success rate and skill control ability. From this, Tsuyoshi realized the key point. The system had evolved. A series of level-ups occurred along with achievement discoveries from previous battles, confirming successful activation of the lethal strike, receiving bonus rewards. While calculating combat experience, the system announced a level up. Everything that just happened left Tsuyoshi unable to collect his thoughts. So many, is it thanks to the bonus rewards or because the required experience decreased after the upgrade? Rewards delivered, upgrade complete, energy fusion function loaded, divine eye updated, other functions integrated into the divine eye. The system selection for divine eye upgrade complete. Please check yourself. Can now control the percentage of the Heavenly King Hammer's power. Can use it as a practical weapon. Tsuyoshi realized the more generous the reward, the greater the price to pay. Next, his hand slowly reached out. The moment his hand touched the practical combat hammer, Tsuyoshi declared loudly, I have confirmed everything. The system sent information about the weapon, confirming completion of level 20 warrior class, equipped Dan armor, camouflage set, the Fox Beastman equipment set, weapon Heavenly King Hammer 30%, skills lightning strike, lethal strike, copy, combat power is now displayed. Suddenly a golden halo appeared before Tsuyoshi eyes. The blinding light made him squint. Then after a while he woke up in reality and realized the system had saved him. Beside Luke, Sakura was holding him tightly. She leaned against him very naturally. Tsuyoshi reached out his hand intending to touch her, and said with a smile, I thought you had saved me. It was indeed Luke. Sakura woke up in alarm and exclaimed, no. After a moment she woke up fully and saw that Tsuyoshi was awake, so she immediately asked loudly, Han, young master, are you injured somewhere again? Seeing her worry about him, Tsuyoshi gently replied, Sakura, don't worry, I am fine. His smile deeply moved Sakura. Suddenly he sat up, moved closer to her and whispered in a warm voice, thank you for taking care of me. Waking up to see you here really makes me happy. This made Sakura blush, and she shyly replied softly, don't say that, young master helped me with my revenge. Doing this is only natural. At this moment Luke and the two looked at each other with great affection, just as their lips were about to touch. Suddenly Tsuyoshi let out a painful cry. He said while laughing, it hurts a bit. Hearing this, Sakura panicked and said, I'm sorry, you are still in pain. She shyly and awkwardly said, I didn't mean to. Seeing her like that, Tsuyoshi had a mischievous idea. Sakura, you are so cute. Teased by him, Sakura became even more shy. Don't laugh at me. After laughing for a while, Tsuyoshi cried out in pain again. Every time he laughed his wound hurt. Sakura became even more worried. Young master, are you alright? Days passed, and both had things to finish. I can only stay in this world for 3 days. During that time, Sakura and I must deal with all those named in the book. All the people on the list were sent to the afterlife. We had cleanly dealt with the remaining 24. That made 33, including the previous ones. We searched thoroughly and eliminated them all without leaving a single one. After leveling up many times, I even defeated opponents before Sakura could make a move. And then after the exhausting days of battle, they had finished their work. The purge campaign that terrified the remaining forces ended on the 3rd day. Only then did Tsuyoshi gently ask, your long-held wish is fulfilled, what do you plan to do next? So Sakura said, young master, do you remember I mentioned that my father left me a family heirloom weapon? When you were unconscious, I returned to the fortress and searched everywhere but couldn't find it, but later I learned where it is. Tsuyoshi heard this and wondered, huh? Where? Sakura honestly told him, at my mother's place. Her voice was hesitant, my biological mother. Tsuyoshi himself was confused after hearing this and asked, is your mother a human? What do you mean? I thought your mother had passed away. Sakura began to talk about the time when she was young and didn't have her mother by her side. Yes, my mother is a human princess. After giving birth to me, she was taken back to human territory. I have never met her. When I was little, I asked my father, where is mother? After a moment of silence, he just held me tightly. She was feeling sad, not knowing if she could ever see her mother again. To see my mother, I have to go to human territory, but even so, I don't know if I can meet her. At that moment, a firm voice rang out, you will meet her. Those words made Sakura snap out of her deepest despair. Tsuyoshi affirmed with certainty, cause I am here now. However, Sakura couldn't help but worry. But human territory is very far. Doesn't young master still have a pact with the Beast King? Tsuyoshi's hand gently stroked her hair and said, I know. That is even better. It is time I revealed my secret to you. And his expression was now full of calculation as he declared, I already have a plan for the next step. The road leading to the border port of the Beastman tribe. Sakura hesitantly spoke up, young master, the other world you mentioned earlier and the original world too, and this place. Truly, the things Tsuyoshi said made her extremely curious. I don't understand anything at all. It sounds like a mystical story I have never heard before. Tsuyoshi did not hide anything and confirmed it was not a story, it really happened to me. He pointed to the sky and asserted, it is even more real than any moment here. His voice sounded slowly. Before, I always felt I was just a stranger who stumbled into this world. Many things made Chayoshi realize, but after everything that happened, especially when I picked up that hammer, I understood. The appearance of the hammer and his power to control, it made him know that my resonance with the Beastman's King hammer was no coincidence. So he told himself this was my mission, a destiny given to me by this harsh and mysterious fate. After a moment of silent listening, Sakura now also exclaimed destiny before she could say her next sentence. Chuyoshi spoke up to affirm, so from now on I know what I need to do. He had a plan for himself, continue fighting, continue growing stronger until I break the limits of this world. His ultimate goal was to obtain all the holy relics of both humans and the elves. Moreover, there was one thing he cared about. Dignity once mentioned the power hidden behind the darkness. I want to see it with my own eyes. The dark memories of that time flooded back into his mind. Not just Chuyoshi, it made him sigh in deep melancholy. Great determination rose in his heart. No matter what, I still have one person to protect. Seeing the burning spirit within him, Sakura felt both unfamiliar and bewildered. But then she also said, I understand young master has helped me complete my revenge, therefore... She asked for permission to accompany Chuyoshi. Please let me go with you, young master. Right in the middle of this poetic scene, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Sorry for interrupting such a beautiful moment. The Beast King had appeared before the two of them at some unknown time. He landed softly on the ground. Then he called out to Chuyoshi. Suddenly the Beast King's gaze shifted to another person. He was looking at Sakura, who was also looking back at him with a cautious gaze. Now the Beast King spoke to greet, long time no see. Next, he mentioned their recent activities. You two have been quite busy lately, even turning organizations that shouldn't be touched into enemies. Just as Chuyoshi called out to the Beast King, but before he could say anything he immediately asked, are you at this port to leave Beastman territory? The Beast King asked Chuyoshi about his promise with a threatening tone. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? His killing intent spread through the air. Sakura immediately assumed a combat stance and spoke for Chuyoshi. You misunderstand. He explained that the young master did not run away, but because the plan had changed, they had to go to another land. The Beast King was silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then he uttered annoyance plan? He sneered, asking if she thought he believed the boy would return on time. From the very beginning, it was said that after 1 year, he would personally test the boy's strength. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and threatening words. Did she think he would allow them to leave the territory with just an excuse? Sakura intended to say a few words to defend Chuyoshi, that the young master was not like that. At that moment, Chuyoshi stepped forward to stand in front of her. He uttered 2 words, I apologize. His voice was resolute. I will only be away for a short time. The Beast King was no pushover, asking what if he absolutely refused to permit it. Chuyoshi still insisted, I will definitely return on the agreed date. Killing intent burst from him, ready to fight no matter what the king said. He challenged, if you can stop me, then try it. The two powerhouses prepared to clash, creating a shocking battle. The strength of the two collided against each other. Sakura called out worriedly, young master. Knowing she wanted to support him, Chuyoshi said coldly, fall back, I will handle this matter myself, trust me. Heeding his words, Sakura replied calmly, yes, young master. Both of them prepared to charge at each other. Terrifying blows were unleashed fiercely. Every strike was violent, as if trying to corner the opponent into death. Chuyoshi powerfully threw a punch. The Beast King was not to be outdone, raising his fist high. 2 streams of destructive power collided. Ground cracked, the air thick with the smell of killing intent. During the fight, Chuyoshi realized this was the ruler of the Beastmen, the strongest man. He did not expect the Beast King to be this strong, even in his strongest state. They were only equal, and the man's muscles were even superior. The Beast King himself also had a different view of Chuyoshi. He quickly threw a kick at Chuyoshi. His reaction surprised him. Within just a few months from their first encounter at the Holy Temple, that man had become terrifyingly stronger than imagined. The Beast King could not believe it. Chuyoshi blocked his kick. Did he even catch his punch? That strength and speed far exceeded a level 70 warrior, and he even counterattacked. Now it was Chuyoshi's turn to counter, but this was nothing. A straight headbutt aimed directly at the Beast King, but fortunately he managed to block it. Both of them were sent flying by the recoil from each other's strike. Luckily, Chuyoshi managed to regain his footing. His eyes looked up at the Beast King hovering in the air. Then the Beast King landed on the ground leisurely. A hand behind his back trembled slightly after the clash with Chuyoshi. He could not help but praise interesting. Chuyoshi also highly regarded the Beast King's ability. That man was very strong, truly a Beast King. As soon as he finished speaking, a legendary hammer appeared in his hand. The appearance of the hammer astonished the Beast King. He had wielded it with such proficiency in a short time, truly an extraordinary talent. But he felt no fear, on the contrary, he was ready to spar with Chuyoshi. He gripped his weapon tightly and said, I have always wanted a contest. The Beast King's massive hammer was introduced, named the Roaring Hammer, forged by gathering all Beastmen blacksmiths, taking many years to complete in order to mimic the Celestial King's hammer. Glancing at the Beast King's weapon, Sakura had to admit it looked very similar. She felt its pressure was identical to Chuyoshi's hammer. The martial force it emitted was frighteningly powerful, It was created to mimic that hammer. Now the Beast King issued a challenge, wanting to see which was stronger, the Celestial King's hammer or the Roaring Hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, hammer raised high, ready to come down. Two sources of earth-shattering power collided fiercely. Heaven and earth seemed ready to shatter from the strike of the two men. Sakura had to brace herself to keep from falling. The collision of the two energy streams was truly terrifying. After that strike, Tsuyoshi stood still, panting, and thought, this feels like... The residual force from the collision numbed his arm, as if it were about to shatter. Suddenly the Beast King laughed maniacally, finally meeting someone who could fight him. It was wonderful. But when he let his guard down, Tsuyoshi rushed forward. It was not over yet. Seeing him prepare to attack, the Beast King felt no fear. On the contrary, he laughed sinisterly and asked if he really wanted to risk life to fight him. His question made Tsuyoshi freeze in place. Suddenly, a terrifying and heavy pressure erupted from the Beast King. The shift in aura made everyone flinch. A giant, extremely frightening beast silhouette appeared on the Beast King's body. That sight terrified Tsuyoshi. A single roar had frozen his body. What kind of mental attack was this? He had not expected the Beast King to be this strong. So this was what he had been hiding all along. Was this the true power of the king of this cruel land? After the roar, the beast vanished, leaving only Tsuyoshi with a stunned face. Beast King Luke had only spoken 3 words, and it was over. He continued, saying that he had angered the Assassin Guild and wiped out their remnants. Was that correct? A strange attitude left Tsuyoshi speechless. Suddenly, the Beast King placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that he had resolved the issue of the Assassin Guild within his territory. They could not harm him. His expression was full of implication. His hunting of the remnants under his nose had made him lose face, but he did not care what happened to them. Tsuyoshi was about to say something, but the Beast King cut him off. Enough. He said with great confidence that he believed he would return as promised. The final attack had confirmed what he needed to know, that he had enough strength to face the final trial. After saying this, he suddenly looked toward Sakura. His gaze made Sakura a bit unsettled. Wings on the Beast King's back unfurled, and he shot up into the air. Before leaving, he said nothing further, only leaving the words, "Tsuyoshi, I will wait for your return." Sakura immediately ran toward Tsuyoshi, urgently asking if he was okay, if he was injured. Tsuyoshi looked down at her and replied, "I am fine." A moment later, he stood still, watching the sunset descend. He knew he was not strong enough. Still far behind, he had to become stronger, to the point where he would never lose to the Beast King or anyone else. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi turned to speak to his companion. "Let us go, Sakura." Night was about to fall, and then a new journey in the other world began. The endless path had opened. Tsuyoshi stepped through the door, thinking to himself that his journey through the Beastman territory was temporarily over. He had a plan for the next time the adventure began. The next visit to this world would be to the territory of humans. A moment later, in the original world, Tsushi's bedroom, he was busy putting on his clothes. He wore his necktie neatly. Finally, he put on his jacket. Next, Tsuyoshi left the room. Tonight was the auction chairman Suzuki had mentioned. Suddenly, he opened someone's door. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the little girl on the bed. He thought to himself, just wait, when dawn comes, everything will be better. At the same time, a black car was parked on the roadside right in front of Tsushi's apartment building. Suzuki waited patiently for the person, and then he was surprised to see Tsuyoshi walk out. Good, this is... He got out of the car to greet Tsuyoshi, praising him endlessly, saying he looked completely different, really cool. Tsuyoshi replied coldly, "It is just a simple disguise. One cannot attend an auction in a school uniform." Suzuki laughed in agreement and got into the car with him. That is right. While the car was moving, Tsuyoshi was absently looking out the window when Suzuki suddenly spoke up to call him. He quickly informed him that there was something he needed to say. Tonight's auction was bigger than he had thought. According to the intelligence he had received, besides wealthy merchants, some major figures from the underworld would also be present. Tsuyoshi let out an "oh" upon hearing this. Suzuki added, the auction would be fierce. He had prepared enough money, but to be safe, he should skip the other items and focus all his efforts on a single one. Tsuyoshi replied indifferently, understood. In his heart he was filled with determination. The rebirth golden core, no matter who the opponent was, no matter the cost, that item must belong to him. A moment later, they had arrived at the villa hosting the auction. A maid opened the gate and greeted them with a smile. The maid warmly requested they please wear masks to protect their privacy. Suzuki quickly put on a mask, understood. After a while, both of them had entered the grand hall. Countless people there were also in costume. At this time on the stage, the host had opened the auction, saying, "Dear guests." First, he instructed the guests to take their seats before the auction begins. The staff will guide you to your seats. Both Suzuki and Tsuyoshi also proceeded to their seats. Both were escorted to their seats by a servant. Please come this way. Now on the stage, the lights had been directed onto the main items of the day. A man slowly walked up. The host wasted no more time and went straight into the auction program, skipping lengthy greetings to begin tonight's auction. He gave a signal with his hand, and a female maid pushed the first item out. The host pulled the cloth covering the item and began his introduction. First, this was an appetizer, but already quite quite rare, a grade A dark core. He explained its origin and effects, taken from a grade A Dark Lord. It was very suitable for enhancing weapon attributes, crafting magic formations, or even absorbing energy directly. Everyone knew its value, so I don't need to say much. The starting price was 60 million yen. Tsuyoshi silently looked at the first item, pondering its value. Even in another world, this type of core was extremely rare. Moreover, the purity of this energy source's radiance showed it was top-tier goods. Seeing him silent, Suzuki smiled and explained, "Don't be surprised, this happens often in the underground auction. They have a wide network, sometimes they even have high-grade items the council doesn't have. The item you're looking for is on the featured list. For now, just wait." Tsuyoshi still maintained a cold attitude, replying, "I understand." The items were brought out for auction one by one. At the moment of climax, the host spoke up to stir the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the atmosphere in this Luke Hall has exploded. The moment everyone has been waiting for is about to arrive. Next up is the star of tonight, not just an item, but also a miracle." The host excitedly announced that it defied the laws of nature, making dead trees bloom, even regenerating lost body parts. A blood-red mixture appeared with the name Rebirth Golden Pill. Its appearance caused a stir among the guests. That was the Rebirth Golden Pill, truly being auctioned. The item the big shots had been waiting for. As soon as he saw what he needed being brought out, Suzuki hurriedly called Tsuyoshi. Luke, Tsuyoshi's face was full of tension and determination. He let out a sound. He knew that liquid was exactly what he was looking for. It was it. In the underground auction area on the podium, a small glowing vial drew everyone's gaze. The guests sitting below were all amazed. "Is that light real? It can heal lost limbs, like having an extra life." Tsuyoshi also stared at the vial. The golden rebirth elixir was there. Suzuki, sitting beside him, turned down and gave a signal. "You understand the situation, right?" He talked about its preciousness, not just its rarity but also being a supreme treasure beyond natural laws. The wealthy and relatives of powerful figures had come in large numbers. Once the auction started, it would be a fierce battle. Tsuyoshi nodded slightly to show understanding. Then Suzuki pointed at him. "But since I brought you here, I've also made preparations. I've contacted some related families and also some famous adventurers in the circle." Tsuyoshi asked, "You contacted them?" He replied, "I told them that." Then he quickly spoke first. "If the golden rebirth elixir appears, yield it to us." Suzuki continued, "I also revealed part of the situation. A promising genius adventurer is in dire need of it. Building a good relationship with you won't do any harm." He was still doubtful. Will they really give up a treasure for that reason? He replied, "You don't understand. I've been in this business for many years. I have some influence." Suzuki looked at him seriously. "But there's something more important. I didn't reveal your identity. However, the upper echelons are all seasoned veterans. They clearly understand the weight a genius adventurer carries. Someone who made me bow my head and owe a favor." His words became heavier, full of warning. After all, the golden rebirth elixir is just a consumable. But building a relationship with someone who will reach the top in the future, how great is that value? In the long run, they know which one is more worthwhile. After hearing this, Tsuyoshi replied, "Thank you, Chairman." Suzuki forced a smile. "No need for formalities. Actually, I did these things with calculation. If you become a big shot, I can leverage your influence." He gave a friendly smile to reassure him. "Don't worry, let's work hard together." Meanwhile, the host was introducing the item. "Please, each bid increment is 2 million yen. Let the auction begin. The starting price is 160 million yen." A series of guests below the stand bid continuously. 120 million, 180 million, 200 million, 300 million, 360 million, 460 million. Suzuki turned back to remind him, "The auction has started. But listen, don't increase it bit by bit, push it all at once." All his moves were calculated by him, making everyone realize he was the one who truly wanted it, at the same time announcing his existence to those who had been cleared. Immediately, Tsuyoshi bid an excessively high price, 600 million. As expected, the guests were all surprised. Suddenly that high. Who is that? A price like that means he will take it at any cost. A man bid higher, 700 million. He did not back down, 800 million. That man glared angrily at Tsuyoshi. Then another guest still bid a higher price, 900 million. Suzuki worriedly reminded him, "Tsuyoshi, our limit is the 1 billion yen we prepared in advance." Finally, he gambled billion. The entire stand fell silent. Everyone looked at Tsuyoshi holding up his paddle. Two men sitting on the other side nodded and signaled. He also looked over to that side. After that, the two men put down their numbered paddles. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. They recognized you as a genius adventurer. They are giving you face. The host asked everyone, 1 billion, anyone else? The deciding hammer had not yet fallen. 1 billion yen, 1 billion yen. Suzuki happily patted him on the shoulder. "You did it, Tsuyoshi, congratulations." In Tsuyoshi mind at this moment, he only thought of Karina, his mouth replying, "Yeah." Tsuyoshi murmured, "Karina, you won't need a wheelchair anymore. You can smile and go to school like before." The decisive moment was approaching. 1 billion yen, anyone else? Then, suddenly, someone raised a paddle. 2 billion. The whole room turned to look at that person. Scorsese sat imposingly in his chair. 2 billion. What's the matter? No one wants to play with me. He sensed the situation was bad. Forget it, it's Lord Scorsese. He asked, who is that? Suzuki revealed his identity, the only son of two S-rank adventurers, the Great Sword Senosai and the Snow Queen Chelsea. Both are top national powerhouses, hold immense wealth, and dote on their son without bounds. He has no enemies. Chiyoshi was startled, the only son of S-rank adventurers? He couldn't believe the truth, so we have to give up. What about Karina? He tried to calm him down. Calm down, I understand your feelings, but the opponent is too strong. Even if we could continue, we only have 1 billion yen. Suzuki could help pay after the auction, or he could negotiate directly with Scorsese, humble himself and offer benefits. There was still hope. The auctioneer announced 2 billion, 2 billion. Luke's face darkened completely. The auctioneer continued urging 2 billion, anyone higher. He felt the situation was hopeless. Was it really coming to this? Damn it. The hammer was about to fall at 2 billion when a larger number rang out, 3 billion. Both he and the old man looked at each other in shock. Everyone turned their heads to see who that tycoon was. The luxurious Misa sat high up, sipping tea. Tsuyoshi recognized her as Misa, the chairman of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals. He politely greeted him, long time no see Tsuyoshi, and generously said if she won, she would give it to him. He gaped. Suzuki could not believe his ears, asked if he knew the chairman of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals. She was the leader of one of the 3 major conglomerates. He did not know what to say, not exactly acquaintances. Scorsese was unhappy with that result. Then he raised the price again to 4 billion. Misa refused to back down, countered with 5 billion. He did the same, 6 billion. Scorsese stood up enraged, wanted to duel with him. Did she know who she was up against? Tommy whispered softly, Miss, that is Lord Scorsese, the only son of S-rank adventurer Greatsword Senosa and Snow Queen Chelsea. She was true to her word. I know, but I am not breaking auction rules, and I promised to give it. I cannot back out halfway. The price was pushed up again to 7 billion. The auctioneer was sweating. Yes, 7 billion. Scorsese placed a shocking bid of 10 billion. Misa looked at him annoyed. Tsuyoshi could only praise, truly the child of an S-rank adventurer. Their class was indeed different. And she continued again, 110 billion. The old man quickly stopped her. Miss, this is too much. Tommy meant well for her, it was already unreasonable, and she would hurt the pride of that stubborn Senosai. It was not worth it. Misa had no choice but to put down her sign and sigh. She looked apologetic. Sorry, this is my limit. He immediately reassured her. No, this is more than enough. I am very grateful. The hammer finally fell, 10 billion. Any further bids? None sold. He laughed gleefully. You dare challenge this Scorsese in wealth? Or in family power? The board guests left. Forget it. At the end, the host announced the auction was over, and the won items would be delivered to the homes later. Everyone filed out one by one. Misa felt a bit regretful. What a pity this time. Next time we meet we can talk again. Chiyoshi replied, Suzuki had lost all interest. Bad luck to run into someone like that. Don't be too upset. We will think of another way. He suddenly stood up. Chiyoshi demanded, let's go. He was curious. Are you leaving right away? Suzuki offered to give him a ride. He said no. Chiyoshi was full of determination. I will go meet Mr. Scorsese. At the entrance to the auction area, people were bustling about. Scorsese unbuttoned his coat while ordering, hand over the item I won. I want to use it when I get home. I cannot wait for delivery. The manager was slightly frightened. That person quickly handed over the vial of golden resurrection potion. Here you are, sir. Please accept it. Scorsese's bodyguard took the item while he walked straight into the car. Good, you may leave now. Just as he was about to enter the car, a voice called out, Mr. Scorsese. Yoshi looked seriously at Scorsese. The bodyguards rushed to protect him, but he only turned around for a glance. Scorsese said flatly, it's you, the guy who was staring at my bid earlier. He mocked. I don't remember meeting you, or are you planning to cling to my money and power like the others? Suzuki ran up panting to show his utmost respect. Not at all. This is Tsuyoshi. He belongs to us. He gestured for him to let him speak for himself. Tsuyoshi calmly introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I am Tsuyoshi, a new adventurer who joined the alliance. He extended his hand to shake, while he remained suspicious. An adventurer, huh? Scorsese snorted coldly, showing clear contempt. If you want to get acquainted, line up outside the city and wait. I have seen countless S-rank adventurers. Do you know who my parents are? Tsuyoshi hand was still outstretched in the air as he was being scolded. Don't think those cheap tricks can get close to me. If you have nothing else, get lost. His arm slowly lowered. Then Tsuyoshi shared frankly, I will be direct. The golden resurrection potion in the auction means a lot to me. I need it to save my sister. She was once attacked by darkness, leaving her legs unable to move. She has been in a wheelchair for many years. That is her only hope to stand up. He humbled himself before Scorsese. I know it is very precious, but please yield it to me. If you give me time, I will pay double. Tsuyoshi affirmed, Tsuyoshi will not hesitate to trade everything to repay the favor. He broke into a smile. You want me to hand it over to you? Interesting. No one has ever spoken to me like that before, paying double and repaying a favor. Huh. He replied, yes, if you agree, I will be grateful for life. Scorsese laughed even harder, favors and gratitude. You understand nothing. I have too many people wanting me to owe them a favor. He said directly, however. Tsuyoshi tried to persuade him. If he would give it up, I would accept any condition. Scorsese wants to humiliate you. Any condition. Then kneel down and bow to me. Tsuyoshi was stunned for a moment. Suzuki was furious. What are you saying? That is too much. Tsuyoshi raised his hand to stop him. It is fine. I am doing this for Karina. Tsuyoshi wanted to be sure you will keep your word, right? Then he actually did as that man said. Tsuyoshi knees hit the ground. Scorsese smiled smugly. Ted also bowed low. He sincerely begged, Lord Scorsese, please. I need it to save my sister. Everyone could see the despair in Tsuyoshi. He sneered, seeing him as a joke, truly an idiot. Did I ever make a promise to Luke? Scorsese showed no respect. I only gave a condition. I did not promise to give it to you. You are like a loyal dog following orders. He questioned back about the double payment. Do you think I need money? Do you know why I bought this thing? Scorsese picked up the precious item. My bulldog fell down the stairs. I used it to heal its leg. He heartlessly put down the suitcase. My dog's leg is more important than your sister. Is that not right? Suzuki indignantly rushed forward. Lord Scorsese, how can you say that? At least answer him. Scorsese coldly looked at him. Are you Chairman Suzuki? One call from me, and you will be expelled tomorrow. Suzuki flinched back in shock. What? His face turned red. He ignored the two men and left. I cannot stand people pretending to be tough. Let us go. The car rolled away on command. It sped off, leaving the two behind. Suzuki watched with a look of unwillingness. He turned back to comfort Tsuyoshi. Stand up. I will find another way. Do not rely on a heartless man. Suzuki patted his back. He slammed the ground, causing Suzuki to step back. Suzuki was shocked. Tsuyoshi's rage sent dust and rocks flying everywhere. Chairman Suzuki. The fire of anger in him still blazed. I have a request. Suzuki replied, what? Speak. Tsuyoshi was full of killing intent. If you see any news tomorrow, please say nothing. At night, Scorsese's car was driving on a high mountain. He sipped wine contemptuously. Stupid fools do not know fear, daring to talk about honor before me. The bodyguard looked out the window. He saw flickering light in the sky, wondered, what is that? Scorsese did not care, worrying about something stupid. Suddenly, a tremendous force crashed down on the car. Tsuyoshi came streaking down from above with his weapon. His eyes held no trace of mercy. It was a look of pure rage. He was only then afraid. With just one strike, the car was smashed to pieces. The suitcase containing the precious item flew into the air. He reached out and snatched it cleanly. Tsuyoshi carried the aura of a victor. He disappeared, leaving the car burning. Scene shifts to the S-rank adventurer estate. The lights are brilliantly bright. Scream rang out, no, my son. So piercing the servants had to cover their ears. My Scorsese. Chelsea rushed over the S-rank Snow Queen. She carried a life sensor. Chelsea cried while running. Why is his life sensor not responding? Tell me it is a lie. She pushed the door open and entered the room. In the room, the S-rank adventurer, greatsword Xenocide, veins bulging from anger. The screen showed only a red dot. The most advanced equipment cannot be wrong. Xenocide trembled as he touched the screen. Our beloved child, why? He smashed the machine to pieces. The table also shattered under his fury. Xenocide screamed, why did it have to be Scorsese? I sent so many A-rank guards. No one dared to oppose. Who in the end was it? Chelsea clung to his hand seeking comfort. Maybe he dropped the device, or an enemy's accomplice took revenge. Tell me it is not true. Xenocide sensed the breath of death and hatred. He did not want to believe it. It was impossible. All those who sought revenge had been eliminated. Tears streamed down Xenocide's face. The sensor had never been wrong. Our child was dead. He turned and walked away, his Xenocide armor materializing, and said, let us go. Scorsese has arrived at tonight's auction. Mobilize the entire clan and all S-rank adventurers. We must find anyone connected to Scorsese. Two of them shot away like lightning, the room empty in an instant. Chelsea gave orders over the phone, demanding they check who her son had met before he left. She swore she would not forgive anyone who delayed even a single second, and would destroy the enemy's entire clan. Turning to Suzuki, Luke said he had just returned home and did not know how Tsuyoshi was. Suzuki prayed, hoping nothing bad had happened. He hung his coat on the rack. On the table was a family photo of Suzuki. He caressed the photo, telling himself to wait a little longer. Suzuki promised to bring Tsuyoshi to his side and up to the high ranks of the Alliance, so everyone could have a better life. Suddenly, something outside caught his attention. A surge of power shattered the wall, sending Suzuki tumbling. He and the family photo were slammed into the wall. Suzuki, his face dirty and dazed, asked what was going on. Chelsea and Xenocide stepped in, and she asked directly if he was Chairman Suzuki. Chelsea, with a murderous look in her eyes, said she had heard from the auction that only he and a young masked adventurer had ever contacted Scorsese. He was stunned and asked back who she was. That man reached out to touch Suzuki. Xenocide immediately grabbed his hand tightly. He was dragged away by that grip, and that man tightened his hold around Suzuki's neck. Xenocide squeezed even tighter, demanding in a low voice who that young adventurer was. He trembled, unable to speak, only saying, I do not understand what you are talking about. Without another word, that man flung Suzuki away. The force sent him flying out of the room, screaming for help in vain. Suzuki, without any protection, fell straight to the ground, his body twisted in extreme pain. High above, Chelsea received a report saying they had found him, and she nodded in confirmation. She relayed the information she had just received. An adventurer named Tsuyoshi, the one who accompanied Chairman Suzuki, was him, and it seemed he had clashed with our child. Senosai flew into a rage, repeating the name Tsuyoshi. Suzuki still lay motionless. That man grabbed Suzuki by the head and pulled him up, vowing he would not let him die easily. He had to confirm his identity. Senosai hoisted Suzuki up, forcing him to come along to meet Tsuyoshi. In an instant, all three had vanished. At the same time, Tsuyoshi was holding the suitcase containing the exclusive items. He took the vibrating phone out of his pocket. Dan's voice came from the other end, surprising Tsuyoshi slightly. Dan leaned on his cane, staring into the distance, saying he did not know what had happened to the Scorsese clan, but he sadly announced that he had bad news. Terrible news. Senosai and his wife had just issued a kill order against him to all S-rank adventurers. They would turn every inch of ground upside down to find and tear him apart. He had hesitated before making this call, but still decided to do it. He said if you mess with that couple, their method of revenge is beyond imagination. You could not have known, but they already know. He advised him to run immediately, as far as possible, and never look back. You have a younger sister, right? He emphasized every word. Take her with you and leave the city, leave this country, and never come back. Before he could finish speaking, two familiar figures appeared of Tsuyoshi. He closed his eyes tightly, listening to that familiar sound. He had to give up, saying it seemed too late. He had intended to take him as his disciple. What a pity. Tsuyoshi, take care of yourself. They landed safely on the ground, Senosai still gripping Suzuki tightly. He weakly advised Tsuyoshi to run. Tsuyoshi was shocked to see Suzuki like this, calling out Chairman Suzuki. Senosai's eyes were bloodshot with rage, asking if he was Tsuyoshi and if he had killed his son, Scorsese. Senosai saw the suitcase in his hand. He seemed to understand, and Chelsea also gritted out each word, saying that was the one who killed our son and stole the item he won at the auction. They both screamed in agony at the same time. Senosai took out his anger on Suzuki, flinging him away, roaring, "How dare you kill our son? Pay with your life." Tsuyoshi was stunned by everything happening. He tried to run as fast as he could to catch Suzuki. Thanks to his agility, he managed to catch him safely in his arms. But Scorsese's parents did not stop, immediately lunging at him with the intent to finish him off. He threw the suitcase toward the tree root nearby. A battle staff appeared in Tsuyoshi's hand, swung at once, causing heaven and earth to shake. Tsuyoshi leaned Suzuki against the tree root, apologizing to the chairman for dragging him into this. He made a promise, if he survived, he would definitely save him. Tsuyoshi stood up, determined to fight to the end. Weapons and armor were ready. Come on. The two colossal forces collided into each other. Senosai sneered, "Do you think you can take on two S-rank adventurers alone, you foolish ant? Follow my son to hell." Tsuyoshi gripped his hammer tightly, refusing to back down. They clashed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The window panes of nearby buildings shattered as well. Tsuyoshi was lucky to still be safe. However, he was already quite seriously injured. Tsuyoshi could not believe it. Too strong, the combined attack of two S-rank adventurers. If he had not reinforced his body, he would have died. He faltered slightly when facing two S-rank adventurers and Luke with his current strength. Scorsese's parents looked at each other in disbelief. Chelsea was stunned by what she just faced. This energy was unbelievable. Both of them felt that power was the opponent S-rank. Senosai was determined not to stop. Surviving this attack meant either near S-rank or having a special defensive skill. But either way, it ends here. He looked up. According to the information on the way, he had a younger sister, but did not know which room in this apartment. He went mad, did not care which room, he would destroy the entire building. Tsuyoshi heard the entire conversation. Chelsea raised her ice staff and chanted. She wanted to destroy everything. Blame your brother for killing my son. With the ice hell of Snow Queen Chelsea, I will send the residents to hell. The building gradually froze under that command. Every resident was terrified. They did not dare do anything, and Karina was no exception. The little girl was now extremely frightened, covering her face. Tsuyoshi could not believe it. Would she dare do that? All the power was within Chelsea's staff. She struck, prepared to die. Very quickly, Tsuyoshi threw the hammer towards Chelsea. Tsuyoshi stood still on the ground. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Senosai charged in with a flame attack. Block this blazing lion strike. The sudden burst of flames caught him off guard. He launched a sideways kick. Tsuyoshi was in so much pain he coughed up blood. The ice and fire couple both came. It is not over yet. I will erase you. Not even a piece of armor will remain. He felt like his eyes were closing. Was this the end? The final slash had sunk deep into his chest. Suzuki was still slumped by the tree. In the ruined room, Karina fell out of her wheelchair. The little girl was so scared her face turned pale. Karina saw Tsuyoshi floating in the air. Big brother. 2 rings were still on his hand. I know the skills have not recovered, but I do not care about the price. Please, I need to get out of here. Tsuyoshi struggled to stay conscious. I want to live, want to be stronger, need to think to crush everything. When I come back, I want to save the innocent people. He gradually lost consciousness, please. The ring on Tsuyoshi's hand showed no signs yet. Suddenly, it emitted a sparkling light. That glow spread in all directions. Just as the Scorsese parents lunged forward, both Luke and Suzuki were still slumped by the tree. Two streams of tears fell from Karina's eyes out of love for her brother. The ring formed a massive vortex. The master's life force was nearly at zero. Thanks to a final wish in a critical moment and a hidden function, the infinite ring activated a special transport. The vortex was ready to suck in everything charging at it. Special transport defied the rules of space. The master had to pay a corresponding price. The destination was the border port of the Beastman territory in another world. Then everything vanished from the sky as if it had never happened. The vortex appeared at an inn in the border port of the Beastman territory in another world. Wooden door slowly opened. Sakura gently took care of Chiyoshi, saying that she would wear this outfit when going to human territory. But the pile of clothes fell to the ground when she saw the scene before her. His body lay on the bed, covered in wounds, and Sakura frantically ran to her master's side. She was extremely panicked, not understanding what had happened. Sakura's tears fell in streams. How could he be so severely injured? Who did this? She held Chiyoshi and screamed in despair, begging for her master to wake up. He remained motionless, while the system's voice sounded again. The system mission Rise from Near Death was activated. Must reach level 100 in another world within 30 days. If he failed, both his body and soul would die and could not be revived.